Chapter 548. The strange filling. One by one, Chen Zhi and the others entered through the fissures in the colossal egg with remarkable order. While Bai Qi stood at the very end of the line, he pressed his hand against the surface of the giant egg, and, once everyone had entered, he bent his body and followed suit. As soon as his palm lifted from the surface, the crack in the stone quickly sealed itself, returning to a smooth finish as if nothing had ever transpired. The moment they stepped into the tomb of the gods, the air within the giant egg rushed in, and without masks, they were immediately assaulted by a foul stench that was nauseating enough to induce retching. Chen Zhi felt an odd itching sensation enveloping his skin, reminiscent of being thrust into a warm, humid tropical rainforest, where the oppressive heat rendered even the pores incapable of proper breathing. The organization had made thorough preparations for this expedition into the divine tomb, commissioning a significant amount of durable gear from the Indians. Not only Chen Zhi, but even the warriors donned specialized uniforms. The fibers of these uniforms were densely woven, providing exceptional insulation against external elements. Even within a gas chamber, their skin would remain unharmed, untouched by the tainted air. Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhi felt as though his skin had become allergic, experiencing an unbearable itch that unsettled his mind. Looking up, he noticed that the interior of the colossal egg was engulfed in darkness, the space exceedingly cramped. With hands and bodies brushing against objects that were soft and indescribable, sending chills down his spine. Upon activating the searchlight, Chen Zhi quickly realized that the situation was amiss and immediately commanded over the wireless. However, he soon discovered that since entering the giant egg, the wireless communication had dwindled to a barely audible whisper, akin to a poor connection. At that moment, he heard the voice of Fat Wei crackling through the wireless, who was now standing beside Chen Zhi, his voice booming like thunder, contrasting sharply with the feeble sounds over the wireless. "Oh my goodness. Do you even need to say that? I've already turned it on, but the problem is, it's useless. We can't see anything." Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi suddenly realized. He promptly patted his left arm, activating the searchlight, only to find that the beam illuminated merely a faint point of light, while the surrounding darkness remained impenetrable. The other warriors, having heard Chen Zhi's command over the wireless, also activated their searchlights, and in an instant, numerous small points of light appeared in the darkness. The warriors combined these faint glimmers, barely forming a usable beam of light. This beam was exceedingly weak, allowing them to see only within half a meter, revealing that the area was filled with tightly packed material resembling cotton fluff found in toy figurines. As the light illuminated their faces, a peculiar change washed over them, an unsettling transformation that bore an eerie quality. As usual, Chen Zhi meticulously counted the number of individuals present. This time, besides Ji Ying, Pang Wei, and Su, there were also 50 blue ribbon warriors accompanying him. These warriors were primarily the descendants of those who had perished during the previous expedition to the divine tomb, their parents' remains left abandoned in this very place. They had mentally prepared themselves for the inherent dangers of this locale prior to their arrival. Upon entering, they had initially sensed nothing unusual. However, once enclosed within this space, they quickly realized how exceedingly confined it was. Numerous objects surrounded them, seemingly compressing them together. "It was just like this during our last visit." Su communicated over the wireless. "The items within here are peculiar. It feels as if there are numerous fillers surrounding us. During our previous journey, the descendants of Bai Qi guided us, clearing all the fillers from our path, and by the time we arrived here, the route was almost entirely open. I never imagined that upon our return, the situation would remain unchanged. Could it be that these fillers regenerate?" After articulating his thoughts, Su, utilizing the faint light, began to feel around the vicinity. The environment seemed to unlock a memory he had long kept sealed. His hands began to tremble uncontrollably. Eventually, he turned to Chen Zhi and said, "Chief, I am beginning to remember. This place is structured like an egg, and our ultimate destination lies at its core. Although my recollections are somewhat hazy, I believe that if we continue forward, we shall reach our goal. Despite the abundance of fillers, there are significant gaps in between. Whenever we encounter a gap, we should squeeze through and gradually crawl towards the center. Is the surrounding filler safe? Could there be any dangers?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Absolutely safe," Su replied with unwavering confidence. "On that occasion, we followed those demigods into this place. They led the way without hesitation, seemingly familiar with the surroundings despite the poor lighting. I now recall that upon entering, their eyes glowed a brilliant red, akin to flickering flames. Our journey was downward, and we followed them inward for quite some time before entering. When Asu reached this point in his recollection, he faltered momentarily, unsure of how to articulate further. I can't quite remember everything, but I know that what lies within is very strange, yet devoid of danger. We will understand once we all enter. I understand. Chen Zhi responded softly over the wireless, then began to issue commands. Everyone, take heed. Our light serves little purpose here, so we must not rely on our sight for the remainder of our journey. I trust that all of you possess the ability to navigate this darkness. Moving forward, we shall depend on our sense of touch. From this moment on, line up in a single file, each person holding onto the pant leg of the individual in front. If anyone disappears, immediately alert us over the wireless. We must not let this chain break, nor can we afford to become separated. Understood. The warriors responded succinctly through the wireless communication. Thus, led by the stout Wei, the group commenced their advance. Wei first explored the surrounding area within the filling material, ultimately discovering a softer spot. With his dagger, he sliced through it, revealing a viscous substance. Upon pulling it apart, a substantial crevice emerged. Chapter 549. Wei initially probed the crevice, then extended his hand to gauge its width before leaping into the opening and beginning to crawl further inside. Following him were Chen Zhi, Asu, Bai Qi, and Ji Ying. Before long, as per Chen Zhi's orders, they each grasped the hind leg of the person in front, forming a lengthy line and slowly advancing forward. This conga line stretched excessively long, and the path ahead proved to be treacherous, completely beyond Chen Zhi's expectations. Prior to this, he had contemplated various traps and scenarios, even envisioning a situation akin to an ancient tomb, yet he had not anticipated a space brimming with filling material. This filling was exceedingly sticky, with some parts resembling feathers, but the texture was grotesque, emitting an odd odor that caused one's skin to prickle upon contact. Although they were clad in work attire, which prevented direct contact with the fur, it occasionally brushed against their faces, provoking an uncanny sensation that sent shivers down their spines and ignited an unbearable itch. Everyone appeared to be thoroughly vexed by this peculiar fur, and as they crawled forward, they instinctively donned their headgear, preferring to breathe the oxygen within their work suits rather than allow their faces to come into contact with the disconcerting material. Nevertheless, the journey ahead seemed interminable, and Wei's task of forging a path became increasingly arduous. Eventually, Chen Zhi discerned Wei's muffled grunts over the wireless. The fear of the unknown ahead weighed heavily on everyone's psyche, particularly in this confined space filled with bizarre filling material. In such a scenario where only crawling was feasible, the foremost individual in the line need not be the strongest in physical prowess, but must possess the greatest mental fortitude. Wei had always been a person of formidable inner strength, which was why Chen Zhi had appointed him as the vanguard. Now, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense that Wei was beginning to falter. What's wrong? Chen Zhi whispered into the wireless. A crackling sound, indicative of poor connection, accompanied Wei's voice. What's the matter? Damn it, you all in the back are truly oblivious to the struggles up front. Do you have any idea what I just touched? Wei's voice was hoarse, laced with anger. It was evident he had been enduring discomfort for quite some time. What did you touch? Chen Zhi inquired immediately over the wireless. However, Wei fell silent, his breathing noticeably more rapid. Forget it, don't ask. Amidst these utterances of dismay, one could only surmise that if you were to come into contact with such repugnant entities, it would surely rend your very soul asunder. Fat Wei's voice was notably hoarse as he continued to crawl forward, albeit with increasing difficulty, seemingly encountering some unseen obstacle. Chen Zhi, trailing behind, could distinctly sense that Fat Wei had drawn his dagger, relentlessly cleaving through some matter, the sound of crackling disintegration echoing in the air. Silently, Fat Wei cleared a path, forging onward. Thus, they advanced, laboriously crawling while carving out a route. This journey proved to be far lengthier than anticipated. Initially, Chen Zhi attempted to gauge the passage of time, regulating his physical exertion, yet as the ordeal lingered, he ceased his calculations. The pathway seemed interminable, and they often found themselves meandering in circles. Their elongated procession resembled a voracious dragon, weaving through the crevices of various obstructions, persistently pushing inward. Estimations suggested that this relentless crawling consumed over 10 hours, during which their stamina had been utterly depleted. Their bodies, engulfed in extreme fatigue, incessantly craved hydration. Yet the prospect of pausing here was out of the question. Ultimately, just as Chen Zhi felt his strength waning, Fat Wei's gravelly voice emerged through the radio, resonating with a low timbre. "Everyone, take heed. We should be nearing our destination." Upon this utterance, a chorus of sighs arose from the others, indicating that they had endured for quite some time. Fat Wei halted after delivering his proclamation, exerting effort to lift his body, curling into a seated position on the ground. He pressed his arms against a particular spot and pushed forward with all his might, producing a crisp, creaking sound. Suddenly, the barrier ahead was breached, allowing a fresh current of air to flow in. Fat Wei leaned forward, calling out through the radio, "Be cautious, fellas. It's quite deep below. I'll descend first to scout the way." As he spoke, he passed the other end of the rope to Chen Zhi, then executed a deft maneuver, descending into the depths. The rope slipped swiftly through Chen Zhi's grasp, extending a considerable distance before a series of thuds echoed from below, suggesting Fat Wei had landed on some surface. Moments later, the rope became still, indicating that he had reached the bottom. A few seconds passed before a distinct glow of firelight emerged beneath. It appeared that once below, illumination was indeed possible. After a short interval, Fat Wei tugged at the rope, signaling that it was safe to descend. Upon receiving confirmation, Chen Zhi relayed commands through the radio, instructing everyone to slide down the rope. One after another, despite their numbers, the warriors moved with remarkable swiftness, and soon the entire party had leaped down. Chen Zhi patted the flashlight on his arm, and instantly, a beam of light burst forth, illuminating the area below, confirming that visibility was indeed achievable in this newfound realm. Upon the restoration of light, the first action undertaken by Chen Zhi was to utilize a searchlight to account for the personnel present. All 50 warriors were accounted for without exception. As they descended, each member promptly removed their head coverings, gasping for breath after the oppressive confinement they had endured while navigating through the narrow passage. Relishing the fresh air, Chen Zhi adjusted the brightness of the searchlight to illuminate the surroundings. Under the beam of the searchlight, the scene became vividly clear. They stood in a vast clearing located at the very center of a colossal egg. It was here that an extraordinarily immense skeletal structure revealed itself before their eyes. Chapter 550. The shadow of the bones. The skeleton was so massive that it filled the entirety of the space within the giant egg. Judging by the morphology of the bones, it appeared to belong to a winged avian creature, its head reminiscent of a bird yet adorned with formidable fangs, exuding an imposing presence. Strangely, the entire skeleton exhibited a state of retraction. All the bones were remarkably slender and fragile, as if they would shatter upon the slightest touch. As Aso beheld this sight, a sudden and intense pain gripped his head, causing him to clutch his temples in agony. The other warriors, too, were struck by astonishment, not merely at the enormity of the skeleton, but rather by the chilling aura that emanated from this colossal creature's remains. Over the years, Chen Zhi and his companions had encountered numerous monstrosities, even primordial beings towering like mountains. Yet for reasons unknown, the sight of this skeleton instilled a profound sense of dread, a bone-chilling terror that seemed to arise from the very depths of the soul, rendering them cold and causing their hair to stand on end. Chen Zhi approached the colossal bones, circling them for a moment. Upon confirming the overall shape, he recognized that it was indeed the remains of an extraordinarily large avian species. The creature's body was curled tightly, with its wings and claws distinctly visible, while its neck was bent inward, concealing its head. Tentatively, Chen Zhi reached out to grasp a small fragment of bone. With a gentle twist, he heard a sharp crack as the fragment shattered. Immediately, a faint green luminescence burst forth from the shattered remnants, reminiscent of ghostly flames. This eerie hue stood out starkly against the darkness, intensifying the unease that already gripped their hearts. The texture of the bone was excruciatingly unsettling. Even through his protective gear, the tingling sensation was inescapable. Chen Zhi swiftly retrieved a sealed bag, placing the bone fragment inside before sealing it and tucking it into his pocket. He then removed his gloves, shaking his hands vigorously and rubbing his palms together to dispel the strange sensation. There was something amiss about this discovery. As Pang Wei approached from behind, Chen Zhi spoke softly, expressing his intent to take the sample back for Professor Liao and her team to examine. This creature was undoubtedly extraordinary, and the condition of the skeleton raised further questions. Yet, one could not help but but wonder why the skeleton was so tightly coiled. Even the most contorted of creatures would not exhibit such an extreme posture. It is as though it resembles an unborn fetus, does it not? Fat Wei interjected, taking over Chen Zhi's words. Let me tell you, Orange, you may take this cursed bone back for examination if you wish. But I must inform you, this thing is far from auspicious. It embodies the most malevolent of energies. Do you know what Yin bone signifies? Yin bone. What does that mean? Chen Zhi turned around to look at Fat Wei. What does it mean? It seems after all these years of toil, you remain oblivious to the jargon of our trade. Fat Wei scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at the imposing skeletal remains before them, whispering, here in our land of Huaxia, where everyone parades righteousness and decorum, there are indeed many twisted customs of our ancestors. In ancient times, there were concubines in the palace, delicate beauties who feared the cold in winter and the heat in summer, utterly finicky. They would don fur coats, yet fret that their fragile frames would be crushed by the weight of the garments. Thus, some devised robes made from the skins of young goats, ensuring warmth in winter, coolness in summer, and protection from pests, all while being as light as gossamer. What is Yin skin? It refers to the skin of a lamb that has yet to bask in the sun's rays. The lamb, still nestled within its mother's womb, is excised to procure its skin, resulting in robes that are exquisitely soft, thick, and warm in winter while remaining impervious to heat in summer. They were highly favored by the concubines. Such a thing exists? Chen Zhi shook his head slightly upon hearing this. Oh, that is mere triviality. There are even more grotesque practices, Fat Wei continued. During my forays into tombs from the northern and southern dynasties, I encountered lavish burial goods and even witnessed the dissection of pregnant women to create Yin bones from their unborn children. It was utterly revolting. When I saw those Yin bones, that was the sensation I experienced. You see, this grand skeletal frame before us, do not be deceived by its size. Within it lie untainted fledglings, discarded here. Allow me to paint a picture for you. Have you ever consumed a soft-boiled egg? It is akin to that. Fat Wei grinned at Chen Zhi after finishing his sentence. Are you implying? Chen Zhi instantly recalled the soft, furry textures he had encountered while crawling through the fill, his stomach churning violently, nearly on the brink of expulsion. You mean, the places we just traversed? Indeed. Did you think my pathfinding was merely for show? Is being a scout such an easy task? After Fat Wei concluded, he gestured for silence towards Chen Zhi, glancing at the soldiers behind them with a smirk. Oh well. Since we have already passed through, let us not dwell on it. Life is arduous enough. Why must we unearth every hidden truth? If you were to reveal these matters now, those pretentious souls trailing behind us would surely falter. They would claim their warrior dignity has been tarnished. Curse it. Perhaps it is best to remain silent. Very well. Chen Zhi suppressed the rising nausea within him, then turned to Asoa. Asoa, we are all newcomers here. Greetings. Reflect on the journey ahead. Can we discern our path forward? I, Aso, with one hand pressed against my temple, desperately massaged my temples. After a brief moment, I finally responded, to report to the clan leader, my memories are fragmented and hazy. I fear causing a misstep and am reluctant to guide you without certainty. Please forgive me, esteemed leader. Enough, do not pressure him further. Fat Wei remarked as he re-wrapped the rope around his waist, addressing Chen Zhi. This area is not overly expansive. The entrance to the divine tomb is likely concealed among these bones. Allow me to investigate. Wait here, and I shall signal upon discovering something. Isn't the entrance right here? Bai Qi, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke, with his back turned to the group. His eyes were fixed intently on the mound of bones shrouded in darkness. He pointed to a specific spot ahead. This is the entrance. Can you all not see it? Huh. It appears my eyesight is still sharp. After uttering these words, Bai Qi turned to face everyone, and it was then that they noticed his eyes had transformed into a blood-red hue, as if stained by crimson. Chapter 551. Transformation. The sight of Bai Qi turning around startled everyone. The 50 warriors instinctively leaped several meters away, their long knives drawn, as if sensing imminent danger. Prepared for battle, Ji Ying stood frozen, gazing at Bai Qi with a complex expression, before turning to Chen Zhi, furrowing his brow, and silently mouthed, "Look at his eyes." Chen Zhi's heart raced as he shifted his gaze to Bai Qi's eyes. They were an intense shade of red, a hue so pure it seemed beyond human capacity. He recalled having seen the eyes of other young members of the Bai family, which would redden in moments of excitement. Yet none compared to the striking appearance of Bai Qi's eyes. At that moment, Bai Qi's pupils appeared large and remarkably clear, resembling two massive rubies, shimmering with brilliance. The pupils had visibly separated into two distinct orbs, now radiating a golden hue, taking on an olive shape, entirely unlike that of a human. Viewed solely through his eyes, Bai Qi resembled a cold-blooded creature. What troubles you? Why the fear? Bai Qi chuckled, his blood-red eyes sparkling with an unsettling light. Unbeknownst to when it occurred, the once simple and resolute contours of his face seemed to soften, his visage becoming strikingly handsome, almost alien. Moreover, his shoulders had undergone a notable transformation, the scapulae thickened, resembling sudden muscular development, giving his upper body a more pronounced stature. This peculiar metamorphosis in the darkness of the colossal chamber was eerily disconcerting. Fellow from afar, what holds you in hesitation? Come over here, Bai Qi beckoned to Chen Zhi, gesturing towards a pile of bones ahead. At that moment, Chen Zhi had already conjured a protective barrier, shielding both himself and Pang Wei within its confines. Simultaneously, all of Chen Zhi's probing currents surged towards Bai Qi. The atmosphere around Bai Qi was palpably shifting, an immense and unpredictable power emanating from him. Yet, the cause of this transformation remained a mystery. Haha, my foreign brother. What are you thinking? Come on. The entrance is right here, Bai Qi exclaimed, striding forward with the intent to grasp Chen Zhi's hand. However, Ji Ying, like a bolt of lightning, swiftly interposed herself, pushing against Bai Qi's shoulder to prevent him from advancing towards Chen Zhi. To everyone's astonishment, in that fleeting moment, Bai Qi evaded Ji Ying's arm, and with a swift motion, seized her by the neck in a reflexive grip. His aura suddenly intensified, fierce as a cornered beast, as if the spectators were poised to witness a monster-esque transformation. Yet, as Bai Qi tightened his grasp on Ji Ying's neck, she instinctively recoiled, bending her body downward and falling towards the ground, her long hair cascading around her, revealing her exquisite visage before Bai Qi's eyes. In less than a heartbeat, however, Bai Qi unexpectedly released his hold, instead wrapping his arms around her, preventing her from hitting the ground. Ji Ying, momentarily stunned by the rapid sequence of his actions, hesitated to draw her long knife, caught in the mesmerizing gaze of Bai Qi's unusual eyes, as if her very soul had been captured. Bai Qi held her gently, as if cradling the most precious object in the world, fearful that a careless move might shatter it. He gazed intently at Ji Ying's face for a protracted moment, his expression shifting to one of earnestness before breaking into a broad grin. Haha, Miss Ji, I told you not to match your strength against mine. I fear I might inadvertently harm you. After saying this, Bai Qi carefully assisted Ji Ying to her feet, his movements cautious, as though she were delicate porcelain. He then turned his attention back to Chen Zhi. Come here, my foreign brother, do not hesitate. If you're afraid now, it may be too late. Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Chen Zhi felt a flicker of provocation, which prompted him to chuckle as he met Bai Qi's piercing, crimson eyes. Huh, I have not felt fear in quite some time. With that declaration, he waved his hand, resolutely dispelling the barrier surrounding them and boldly striding forward. As Aso rushed forward to protect him, Chen Zhi waved him off, declining the offer. The two walked side by side into the depths where a pile of skeletons lay, shrouded in darkness, devoid of light. Amongst the intricate and convoluted structures of the bones, it became apparent that they belonged to the wings of some avian creature, their arrangement chaotic and uneven. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the signs of disturbance, indicating that someone had traversed this place before. Right there, Bai Qi exclaimed, pointing into the obscurity ahead. Isn't that the downward passage? Can't you see it? What did you say? Chen Zhi concentrated, channeling energy into his eyes as he peered through the dense mass of skeletons, yet still discerned nothing. Isn't it clearly visible? If you go in, you'll find out. Bai Qi insisted, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Zhi with an intensity that was unsettling. At that moment, Bai Qi bore little resemblance to the naive youth from Wuhou Valley. His features had become increasingly otherworldly, reminiscent of a vampire from a Western film, an ancient, fierce, and cruel being capable of instilling terror in humanity. I should go instead, Aso interjected, leaping in front of Chen Zhi, brandishing his sword and eyeing Bai Qi warily. There's no need. Chen Zhi reassured Aso with a light pat on the shoulder, then turned back to Bai Qi, offering a calm smile. You said it's right ahead. Yes, I shall take a look. Indeed, Bai Qi replied, retrieving a small stone from the ground. With a deft flick of his fingers, he sent the stone into the midst of the skeletal remains. A sharp crack echoed as the stone struck, sending a cloud of dust into the air, before it vanished into the darkness. Right there, Bai Qi turned back, a charming smile gracing his handsome face as he addressed Chen Zhi. If you find that stone, you shall discover the entrance. As Bai Qi spoke, the stone he had thrown had completely disappeared into the shadows. The area where it vanished remained obscured, and before them lay a daunting accumulation of bone spikes. However, from their current vantage point, it was evident that the expanse of the bone spikes was rather limited, making the existence of a grand entrance seem unlikely. Yet, Bai Qi maintained his composure, a serene smile on his face, though his blood-red eyes added an air of the uncanny. With unwavering certainty, he pointed ahead, exuding an inexplicable tranquility as he urged Chen Zhi, "Go on. The place where that stone fell is the entrance you seek." Very well. Chen Zhi cast a fleeting glance at the pale figure before him, then directed his gaze into the depths of darkness. "I shall investigate ahead. Remain here and await my return," he declared, stepping forward. Before him lay a chaotic heap of bone spurs, disordered and loosely piled, their pristine white hues emanating a faint phosphorescence, resembling a small mountain of skeletal remains. The eerie ambience instilled in Chen Zhi a profound trepidation, making him hesitate to approach. Drawing forth the god-slaying blade, he tentatively prodded the foreboding mass. The crimson edge of the blade, under the oppressive atmosphere, appeared to change hue. With a mere flick of the weapon, the mound of brittle bones began to cascade down, splintering upon impact with the ground. Chen Zhi subsequently severed the obstructive bones, revealing a dark void ahead, shrouded in impenetrable blackness, though its depth remained uncertain. He strode into the abyss, where the oppressive, putrid stench was enough to send shivers down his spine, accompanied by indescribable entities that exuded an ominous aura. The ground was littered with a plethora of fuzz, mingled with viscous fluids that invoked a wave of nausea at a mere glance. Gritting his teeth, Chen Zhi activated his flashlight, scouring the vicinity for an extended period. Numerous peculiar remnants of bizarre creatures lay scattered about, resembling oversized microorganisms, yet their identities remained elusive. These grotesque forms, now lifeless, were disturbingly arrayed. Some bore odd shapes with eyes and claws, while others bore a striking resemblance to humans. Chen Zhi meticulously illuminated every corner of the area, scrutinizing each concealed nook, yet found no entrance. It was a cul-de-sac devoid of any portals. Emerging from the shadows, he noticed the pale figure still waiting a few meters away, surrounded by anxious warriors. Asso, with his blade drawn, remained vigilant, fixated on the pale figure, poised for immediate action. "What is it? Did you find nothing?" The pale figure inquired with a grin upon Chen Zhi's return. "Nothing," Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head gently. The confined space offered no possibility of hidden passages or secret doors. "Are you mocking me?" A surge of unnameable fury welled within him. A sense of humiliation that had simmered since encountering the pale figure, akin to a primal instinct striving to assert dominance before a superior species. This feeling rapidly spread within his heart, tightening his fists as he channeled his energy. Should the pale figure make any sudden move, Chen Zhi would explode into action. "Haha. Foreign brother, why do you always seem so distrustful?" Unperturbed by the looming danger, Bai Qi continued to jest. "I have informed you that there is an entrance within. Why do you refuse to believe me? An entrance is an entrance, regardless of its size. Who says an entrance cannot be constructed upon a grain of rice? You humans are always so rigid in your thinking. It is quite peculiar indeed." At this, Asso, with keen alertness, turned to Bai Qi, his voice stern as he queried, "Did you just refer to us as humans? Are you not one of us? Do you possess any awareness of your true nature?" Upon finishing his inquiry, Asso glanced at Chen Zhi, brandishing his knife as a signal of impending danger. "Ah, why must you possess such a foul temper?" Bai Qi laughed heartily at Asso's tense demeanor. "As for what I am, I truly do not know. However, what I do understand is that finding a way to lead you inside would be beneficial for me and for you, for I wish to deter any further visitors to this place." "Asso, step back," Chen Zhi called out crisply, quelling Asso's hostility with a wave of his hand. Then turning to Bai Qi, he asked, "Can you provide me with some guidance? I noticed that stone falling to the ground. There is no concealed door there. What exactly do you mean by the entrance that can rest upon a grain of rice? An entrance is merely an entrance. You are overthinking it." Bai Qi replied with a broad grin. "In this world, there is no distinction in thickness, no great things, nor small. All things are fundamentally the same. Yet humans persist in trying to differentiate and make unfounded assumptions. It is truly odd. Haha. In fact, you have already seen it. It's just that you do not recognize it, and thus it eludes you. Have I truly seen it? Bai Qi's words were shrouded in ambiguity. Yet the underlying message was crystal clear. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow slightly, turning once more to the dark, skeletal cave within. Ultimately, he lifted the god-slaying knife and nodded to Aso, signaling him to keep an eye on Bai Qi, before lowering his head and re-entering the cave. Everything within remained as repulsive as before, sending chills throughout his body and compelling him to linger not a moment longer. Chen Zhi picked up the searchlight and directed it to the ground, where the stone had fallen. Soon, he discovered an exceedingly minuscule object on the ground, something he had indeed noticed earlier, yet his mind had not lingered on such a triviality. It was a small, spherical copper ball, resembling a contemporary incense ball, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns in brass, slightly larger than a ping-pong ball. As Chen Zhi picked up the copper sphere, he quickly discerned something peculiar. This diminutive metal orb was tethered by numerous fine chains, securely fastened to the ground. The sensation was akin to fearing that the small copper sphere might leap forth and escape. "Thank you for your support," said the burning sky peacock. In Chapter 553, The Invisible Entrance, Part 2, the round metallic copper ball appeared light, weighing comparably to a slightly denser iron egg. Chen Zhi gently tugged at it, and the delicate chain securing it was immediately lifted. The chains were slender, no thicker than ordinary wires, yet they were exquisitely crafted. Each link was tightly interlocked, securing the copper ball firmly. Chen Zhi then experimentally pulled a few more times, quickly realizing that while these chains were fine, they possessed remarkable resilience. Attempting to break them by sheer force would be virtually impossible. "Have you found it?" Bai Qi's voice resonated from outside, revealing his keen interest in whether Chen Zhi could discover the entrance. However, Asu had consistently controlled his movements, preventing him from approaching. "Perhaps," Chen Zhi shouted back. "You may come in now." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's command, Asu and the others released their watch over Bai Qi and entered together. Yet when they beheld the copper sphere in Chen Zhi's grasp, a sense of bewilderment washed over them. They exchanged glances, hoping to glean answers from one another. Some even speculated if Chen Zhi had lost his sanity. "Chief, what are you doing?" Asu pondered for a moment before finally inquiring. "What is the purpose of this small object? Are you suggesting that this sphere is the entrance to the tomb of Bai Qi? This seems utterly preposterous. Although I cannot recall the specifics of my last visit, I am certain that the passage was vast and unobstructed. How could this diminutive copper ball possibly be the entrance we seek? The reason you perceive it as spacious is that you believe it to be so." Bai Qi suddenly interjected, turning to Asu with a smile. "Much like the enormous sword you carry, which feels burdensome because you think it heavy. In truth, the things in this world hold no inherent weight. You humans often fixate on what is light or heavy, large or small, ultimately confining yourselves within these notions. You see this copper ball as small, yet to me, it embodies an entire world. The perceived absence of an entrance is merely your own heart obstructing your entry." "Stop! Stop, stop!" Fat Wei could no longer tolerate it and raised his hand, urging Bai Qi to cease. "I say, Bai Qi, please spare us from this cryptic rhetoric. I can't help but feel you're akin to a pyramid scheme. Speak plainly, we are not toddlers who need riddles about length and size. You outsiders always overthink and lack faith." Bai Qi chuckled, glancing at everyone. "Since you do not believe me, I shall refrain from further discourse. I will wait for you inside." With that, Bai Qi darted forward with lightning speed to grasp the copper sphere from Chen Zhi's hands. Aso was taken aback by Bai Qi's sudden action, fearing he intended to harm Chen Zhi. He immediately rushed to protect him, only to be astonished by Bai Qi's speed, which surpassed his own. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Bai Qi's hand had already brushed against the copper sphere, and in an instant, he vanished. The copper sphere in Chen Zhi's hand merely trembled slightly before tranquility enveloped the scene once more. "What just happened?" Aso exclaimed, casting a bewildered glance at everyone present. "Did you all see his movements? What did he do?" The warriors gathered around, their faces reflecting rare expressions of astonishment, and ultimately, they collectively shook their heads, having not witnessed the event clearly. "I saw it." Ji Ying stepped forward from the crowd, carefully examining the copper sphere in Chen Zhi's palm. He didn't perform any notable action. He merely took a few steps forward, touched the sphere, and then vanished. As he mentioned, this copper sphere indeed serves as an entrance. And he has already entered. We must now devise a means to follow him inside. Upon Ji Ying's declaration, a profound silence fell over the group. In the ensuing hours, everyone focused intently on a singular objective: how to unlock the copper sphere or trigger its mechanism to gain entry. They explored various methods, leaving no stone unturned. Chen Zhi even contemplated employing a shrinking spell, but soon recognized that it was an entirely different concept. Undoubtedly, the copper sphere was the entrance, but being shrunken did not guarantee access. Its surface was adorned with intricate, hollowed-out inscriptions, and even when viewed through a magnifying glass, the interior remained obscure, revealing nothing of clarity. Yet, when held, it felt unexpectedly weighty. Fat Wei, in a moment of experimentation, struck the surrounding chains with a stone cleaver, only to be met with a vehement backlash that caused the cleaver to tremble, leaving him quite distressed. Just as Chen Zhi had anticipated, despite the chain's slender appearance, they were remarkably resilient, rendering any attempts to sever them futile. After 5 or 6 hours, frustration enveloped the group, especially Fat Wei, who was drenched in sweat. Clutching the copper sphere, he shouted into its depths, "Hey, brother Bai Qi, are you inside? How did you get in there? If you can hear me, do your brother a favor and pull me in too. I can't take it anymore. Even if Feng Jie is waiting for me inside, just grant me a swift end." However, as soon as Fat Wei's voice fell silent, an unexpected event transpired. His body flickered suddenly and then vanished completely, as if someone had pulled him in. In that instant, everyone stood frozen, gazing into the empty darkness before them, rendered speechless. Fat Wei had truly disappeared. "What on earth is happening?" Osso exclaimed, leaping forward to securely catch the copper sphere. He then turned to Chen Zhi, questioning, "Elder, is this a spell? Could that person be invisible?" "No." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, his eyes still fixed intently on the copper sphere. With a furrowed brow, he remarked, "Perhaps it is indeed time for us to adopt a different mindset, just as Bai Qi suggested. There are matters I must relinquish my ingrained thinking about, but this is not something we can comprehend at present, since we are utterly unable to unravel the secrets of this entrance. Let us beseech this esteemed brother Bai to draw us in one by one. Do you hear me? Brother Bai, pull me in." As soon as Chen Zhi uttered these words, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him, his left arm firmly grasped by someone, and then he was suspended in midair, already transported into another realm. Chapter 554. The Dead Palace. Upon arriving in this new space, Chen Zhi found himself in a state of complete weightlessness, akin to a stone cast into a different dimension. His body involuntarily spun in the air several times before finally touching down. During this brief interval, he quickly steadied himself, orienting his feet downward, and after a few moments, he landed firmly on the ground. The instant he touched down, he beheld the familiar visage of Bai Qi, who was smiling broadly at him, a firm grip on his right arm. "How do you fare, my foreign brother? Was it I who drew you in? Why is it that you remain oblivious to that thin veil of understanding? You were so close." Chen Zhi gazed at Bai Qi in silence, saying nothing. Yet, when he turned his head, he discovered a Su standing nearby. Despite the bandages that separated them, he could sense a Su's palpable excitement and tension. Bai Qi then took a few steps forward and, as was his custom, reached out his hand as if to retrieve something from the air, swiftly bringing several others into their midst. The warriors, already swift and agile, reacted quickly. As Bai Qi summoned them, many had already crossed their arms, drawn into the space in a series of somersaults before landing gracefully. Finally, when Bai Qi summoned Ji Ying, he was particularly careful, catching her midair and gently placing her down with great tenderness. Once all were gathered, Bai Qi turned back, flashing a grin at everyone. "You peculiar foreigners truly baffle me. I watched you stand before me, endlessly analyzing and brandishing your weapons, yet you hesitated to step inside. I could not fathom your intentions. Ultimately, it was that portly fellow who called out to me, compelling me to draw you in. You foreigners always overthink, hesitating in your actions, yet deluding yourselves into believing you possess great prowess. How curious indeed." In that instant, a Su was incensed, taking a bold step forward, drawing his long knife, only to be restrained by Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi then turned to Bai Qi and inquired, "How is it that you can see us? Where exactly do you perceive us? In what form do you see us? Is it like an image?" "What image?" Bai Qi replied, "You are merely standing there." After Bai Qi finished speaking, he casually gestured ahead. "I stood there, waving my hands for quite some time, yet you all remained oblivious, as if your hearts had shrouded your eyes." "Huh," I said. "My friend, Could you please refrain from your enigmatic antics? Pang Wei chuckled, straightening his neck, and half-jokingly reproached Bai Qi, with your meager skills. You are hardly unique among the throngs of humans who engage in such theatrics. Others have spoken with more depth than you. Come now, if you have something to say, just say it plainly. No need for pretentiousness. Perhaps my enlightenment is lacking, but I certainly haven't seen any grand revelations. If you're willing to share, then do. But spare us the cryptic nonsense, all right? My heart can't handle it, my friend. Enough with the inquiries. Chen Zhi waved his hand, bringing the awkward conversation to a close. He then turned around, activating the searchlight to survey their surroundings. Here, the nauseating stench of the outside world was entirely absent. Instead, a peculiar, ancient aura pervaded the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. It felt as though they had stumbled upon a structure buried underground for millennia, untouched by human hands. And now they had suddenly fallen into it, leaving their hearts in disarray. As Chen Zhi directed the searchlight forward, his gaze fell upon an expanse of darkness. Yet under the beam, he could faintly discern some black walls surrounding them, with the ground comprised of rough, unpolished black stone slabs. He bent down to touch the surface, feeling the coarse texture and the multitude of gritty particles upon it. He recalled having heard that during the early Warring States period, the state of Qin was exceedingly weak, with its citizens living in a state of savagery, so impoverished that they would resort to personal conflicts over a mere grain of rice. Even the king had no meat to eat. In the later period, Qin gradually rose to power, yet the palace continued to adhere to ancient methods, constructing city walls and palaces from stone, neglecting to carve or polish the materials. To enhance the stone's durability, sand was mixed in, resulting in walls and slabs that bore the prickly remnants of sandthorn. Chieftain, this is indeed the tomb of Bai Qi. Asawa approached, lowering his voice. In my recollection, I have traversed this place before. The path ahead is fraught with danger, and you will encounter many perils. Therefore, I advise. Asawa cast a cautious glance at Bai Qi ahead and continued in an even lower tone. I suggest that for your safety, we allow him to lead the way from here on out. This could help us avoid numerous traps. Otherwise, we risk casualties. Upon hearing Asawa's words, Chen Zhi furrowed his brow. The last time you entered, it was also a descendant of Bai Qi who guided you. Yet ultimately, you met with total annihilation within. It seems this Bai Qi shows no mercy to his own kin. No, he is different. Aso turned his face, his eyes sparkling as he earnestly spoke to Chen Zhi. I possess an instinct for those who practice martial arts. Although my memories of this place are hazy, my intuition remains intact. This individual undoubtedly harbors secrets from us. Moreover, while his physical skills may be unrefined, they are exceptional. I dare to conjecture that he might now surpass the samurai, exceed Ji Ying, and perhaps even outmatch me. To such an extent, Chen Zhi murmured, his gaze fixed on Bai Qi ahead. Indeed, Bai Qi affirmed confidently. Furthermore, I sense that he is inherently connected to this place. It embraces him. As long as we follow him forward, we shall encounter no peril. Chapter 555, Shortcuts. After voicing these insights, Aso swiftly clapped his hands and gestured towards several points in all directions. The blue-clad warriors, upon receiving their orders, immediately sprang into action, leaping into the darkness with remarkable speed. These warriors had undergone rigorous training, instinctively knowing how to navigate such situations, exploring the unknown while prudently avoiding risks. As a handful of blue-clad warriors ventured forth to scout, the others formed a protective circle around Aso, who stood at the center to oversee the situation. Ji Ying, blade drawn, positioned herself outside the circle, ever prepared to confront any dangers lurking in the shadows. In this unfamiliar darkness, the warriors were tense, vigilantly monitoring the movements within the obscurity. Aso even prepared himself for the grim possibility of recovering fallen comrades. Yet, Chen Zhi remained unaffected by the atmosphere. On the contrary, he sensed an absence of danger in this place. He stepped forward, approaching Bai Qi, who stood alone, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Ying ahead, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, wearing a foolish grin that never wavered. However, since earlier, none dared to approach him, for his blood-red eyes were disquieting in the pitch-black darkness. Bai Qi, brother, Chen Zhi softly called from behind. At the sound of Chen Zhi's voice, Bai Qi snapped back to reality, turning around in response. At that moment, his visage had undergone a remarkable transformation. The angles of his face softened, the once rough young man gradually fading away. He had metamorphosed into a new countenance. With every detail of his face exquisitely sculpted, his skin radiant, and his hair smooth and flowing, resembling the masterpiece of a master craftsman, truly perfect. Yet, the most conspicuous change was the noticeable swelling of his shoulder blades, appearing as if the bones had expanded, presenting an odd sight. Strangely, Bai Qi himself seemed oblivious to this alteration, and none dared to voice it, for everything felt profoundly peculiar. "Why do you call me foreign brother?" Bai Qi inquired, his character seemingly the only aspect unchanged, as he continued to beam at Chen Zhi with a naive and innocent smile. "Oh," Chen Zhi also smiled faintly, "brother. After careful consideration, I believe it's best for you to lead the way from here on out. The stout fellow has sustained some injuries and is currently not in a position to navigate. After all, you are a descendant of the tomb's master, which gives you an edge over us. Surely your ancestors would grant you some favor, wouldn't they?" "Heh, foreign brother, you still seem reluctant to speak the truth," Bai Qi remarked, his smile blossoming like a flower in stark contrast to the surrounding darkness. "What favor can a deceased person offer? If they were alive, they would likely not spare me either. If you wish for me to guide you, why bother with so many excuses? This trait of yours is quite reminiscent of humanity." "Indeed." With a hearty laugh, Bai Qi scratched the back of his head. "But no matter, I shall lead you. My vision is keen, allowing me to clearly discern the path ahead, unlike you, whose eyes remain shrouded in ignorance, oblivious to the purpose of your presence here." Chen Zhi suddenly felt as though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, a sensation that ignited a spark of embarrassment within him. Soon, he noticed his face growing rigid, prompting him to refrain from further conversation. Just then, several figures leapt forth from the shadows. Those were the blue-banded warriors who had ventured out to scout the area. They assessed the situation within a radius of several dozen meters before returning with their report. Fortunately, there appeared to be no immediate dangers nearby. They found themselves in a labyrinthine passageway, with multiple paths branching out in various directions, akin to the tentacles of an octopus. They had contemplated employing advanced technology to ascertain their location, yet the peculiarities of this terrain rendered their monitoring devices utterly ineffective, essentially blinding them to the geographical layout, stripping them of their discerning capabilities. Upon hearing the warrior's report, Aso turned to Chen Zhi and inquired, "Chief, the layout here is quite chaotic. From what we've gathered, there are at least dozens of exits. Please advise us on which direction we should proceed." Chen Zhi did not respond immediately. Instead, he directed his spotlight to survey the surroundings, finally resting his gaze upon Bai Qi. "Brother Bai Qi, as we discussed earlier, you shall lead us from here on out." "Very well," Bai Qi replied with a grin, unfazed. "But let me make it clear beforehand. If you entrust me with this responsibility, it means you have faith in me. Do not overthink it or harbor doubts about my intentions. And do keep up. My pace can be quite brisk. Those who lag behind may find themselves left in the dust." With that, Bai Qi turned and set off. In that instant, everyone became acutely aware of the extraordinary speed at which Bai Qi moved. He seemed almost superhuman. If one were to liken the warriors to the elements of wind, fire, and thunder, Bai Qi's velocity surpassed even lightning, akin to a beam of light racing forward, a speed that transcended the limits of all present. In the initial stages, the warriors closely trailed behind him, yet as time progressed, the ordinary human, Fat Wei, found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Ultimately, Chen Zhi created a viscous air bubble, encasing both himself and Fat Wei within, subsequently adhering the airstream to Bai Qi. The intention behind this maneuver was to entrust the gravitational currents to Bai Qi, allowing him to guide their path forward. As the journey unfolded, Bai Qi began to reveal his true prowess. He became an elusive figure. His presence felt merely through the currents of air he left in his wake. Chen Zhi, too, found himself enveloped in a haze, the surroundings transforming into indistinct silhouettes. Amidst the blur and daze, Chen Zhi seemed to glimpse ancient abodes and artifacts, their designs reminiscent of the Warring States period, yet clarity eluded him, leaving him uncertain whether these visions were mere figments of his imagination. He vaguely perceived the forms of soldier figurines, clad in armor and wielding disproportionately large weapons. Although he merely caught a fleeting glance, he felt as though these armored figures were intently observing him, as if they were alive. Chapter 556, A Shortcut, Part 2. As the journey continued, Bai Qi's speed did not wane in the slightest. They traveled at such a rapid pace that by the time they reached their destination, Chen Zhi felt the edges of the bubble ignite with a crimson flame, a consequence of the barrier's swift movement and friction with the air. Upon Bai Qi's cessation of motion, inertia propelled the barrier uncontrollably forward with tremendous force. Just as Chen Zhi was about to exert control over the bubble, Bai Qi pressed down upon it with an astonishing strength, pinning the entire barrier to the ground. At last, Bai Qi's countenance outside the barrier remained cheerful, yet his eyes glowed red, and his jaw sharpened, rendering him even more peculiar. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Zhi for a moment before shifting his attention to the darkness behind him. At that instant, Asawa appeared like a bolt of lightning. Chen Zhi observed that the upper half of Asawa's body was now free of bandages. The dense black runes on his left arm had transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Resembling dragons soaring, their scales dyed with golden blood. Asawa had unleashed his full potential, radiating like golden flames, accompanied by a luminous trail as he descended. Shortly after Asawa's arrival, Ji Ying also appeared, both individuals breathing heavily, particularly Ji Ying, whose forehead glistened with sweat. However, it was approximately 4 to 5 minutes later that the Blue Band warriors finally arrived, panting and visibly furious. Their expressions conveyed a desire to rend Bai Qi to pieces, for they felt that their honor as warriors had been thoroughly trampled by this youth. The stark disparity in martial prowess had left them utterly humiliated. At this moment, they had ventured far from the earlier entrance, and the air here was strikingly different, imbued with an odd scent that seemed to carry the weight of millennia, transporting them back to the Warring States period. Upon reaching their destination, Aso's immediate reaction was to draw his long blade, the tip resting against the neck of the pale guest. He then turned to Chen Zhi, cautioning the clan leader, "Be wary. He grows stronger with each passing second. Nevertheless, if we, as warriors, unite our efforts, we can still subdue him. Yet, I cannot foresee what lies ahead. Should I advise you to execute him now?" "Not necessary," Chen Zhi replied, patting Ashu's shoulder, his demeanor calm as he regarded the pale guest. "Let him grow stronger swiftly. He is not yet at the point where he can take my life. This I understand, and he understands it too." "Haha, foreign brother." The pale guest grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. His eyes, now infused with excitement, glowed a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood coursing through a glass bead, evoking the image of a specter lurking in darkness. "You've finally learned to speak your mind. How does it feel?" "Quite liberating, I assent it. You masquerade as a human, thinking like them, yet you are not one of them." After delivering this jest, he cast a glance at Ji Ying, noting the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He attempted to extend his water flask to her, but she declined with a shake of her head. Subsequently, the pale guest turned back, deftly exploring the familiar dark wall beside him, and miraculously extracted an object resembling a torch. From within his robes, he produced flint and struck it twice, igniting the torch. As he raised his arm and waved the torch aloft, a line of fire erupted above the walls on either side, illuminating their surroundings in the faint glow. "Behold," he exclaimed with a grin, "this is the palace of the Marquis of War, established by the war god Bai Qi thousands of years ago, when Bai Qi was invincible in battle. The king of Qin spared no effort to construct this opulent palace in his honor, extolling his valor and prowess in warfare. Likening his military acumen to that of a deity, the king of Qin humbly referred to himself as Bai Qi's elder brother, declaring him a prodigy of martial arts, a paragon of virtue and talent, commissioning artisans to inscribe Bai Qi's achievements upon the walls. "Look at how hypocritical your rulers are," he remarked. A chilling wind swept through the pitch-black tomb, carrying with it an unsettling sound, akin to whispered lamentations that rendered the shadows in this darkness even more nebulous. As the pale guest spoke, his laughter faded, and his visage began to transform. The innocence of his former self had vanished, replaced by a countenance marked by coldness, cruelty, and a hint of disdain for humanity. Ignoring the reactions of those around him, he grasped the torch firmly and strode purposefully into the depths of the encroaching darkness. Chen Zhi nodded, and everyone began to follow Bai Qi forward. The formation of the warriors was remarkably orderly, each of them drawing their weapons, divided into 3 teams. One team trailed closely behind Chen Zhi and his companions, while the other 2 flanked them on either side like wings, ensuring the safety of the center. They advanced, navigating through the air that was notably poor in quality, with a severely low oxygen level, without the oxygen supply from their masks. It was likely that they would all be on the verge of suffocation. Everything here appeared to be an inner chamber, devoid of any magical formations, traps, or threats. Clearly, entrusting their path to Bai Qi was a judicious decision, as they had successfully traversed the perilous outer region, and this place was presumably the heart of the divine tomb. Before them lay endless darkness, within which indistinct walls could be discerned. These walls were sparsely adorned, characterized by simple, angular lines. They first traversed a lengthy tomb passage, and soon encountered a series of partitions, creating numerous spaces that separated the front from the back. As partition walls, crude stone screens adorned with relief sculptures materialized before their eyes. Upon seeing these undulating murals, scenes from renowned battles of the past emerged in their minds. Numerous conflicts were depicted, some documented in history, others not. Chen Zhi recognized the contention of Shandong and the Battle of Chongping, both celebrated campaigns led by Bai Qi during that era. The lines of these murals were simplistic, eschewing elaborate embellishments, yet the scenes of warfare portrayed were harrowing, rife with chaos and carnage. Strangely, the expressions on the faces of the depicted figures conveyed a peculiar indifference, even a sense of exhilaration, as if, in that age, nothing existed beyond the realm of war. The images bore several lines of text, which were particularly intriguing, attributed to the Qin king, Ying Ji, also known as King Zhaoxiang of Qin. These uneven relief murals possessed a unique characteristic. They were suffused with a faint gray mist that lent an ethereal quality, seemingly animating the battlefield scenes depicted. All the figures emerged vividly, reenacting events that had truly transpired in history. Among these images were numerous soldiers clad in armor, who, for reasons unknown, appeared distinctly different from ordinary men. Some were mounted upon horses wielding spears, while others stood grounded with long halberds. However, one striking feature was evident. Nearly every individual clutched a string of severed heads. These warriors donned heavy metallic helmets that obscured their faces. Yet one could still sense their overwhelming pride, as if these trophies signified glorious adornments, devoid of any hint of pity or guilt. In each mural, there was a figure clad in formidable armor, distinct from the others, with shoulders that rose high and a helmet that bore a blade-like curvature, imposing in its weight. He wielded a colossal blade, astride a warhorse, standing defiantly amidst the soldiers, his face concealed by a mask, and his steed festooned with a string of severed heads. The adversaries ahead were utterly terrified of him. Upon seeing his visage, they recoiled as if confronted by a specter, hastily shedding their armor and fleeing in panic. Chen Zhi observed with clarity the intricately carved giant blade, identical in form to the hilt that Asa currently bore on his back. As Chen Zhi gazed upon the stone reliefs, it was as though he were witnessing the long-forgotten scenes of warfare, grand and merciless, starkly contrasting with the glorified accounts in historical texts. Almost every stone panel was adorned with flowing lines of script, written in the ancient Qin style, the content remarkably lucid. These were the verses composed by King Ying Ji of the Qin kingdom in honor of Bai Qi, extravagantly praising his unparalleled military prowess, asserting that one man could contend against 10,000 soldiers, and claiming that Bai Qi's strategic acumen was beyond the grasp of even the most learned, rendering him incomparable. The flattery reached an extreme, bordering on the distasteful, inciting a shiver upon reading. Before a particularly unique stone panel, Chen Zhi came to an abrupt halt. This panel was distinct. It bore no figures or depictions of battle, but instead presented an ancient map. Yet, it was densely inscribed with thousands of characters, all transcribed from the mouth of King Ying Ji of Qin, who referred to himself as the elder brother of Bai Qi, expressing his own ignorance and acknowledging the reliance on his brother in matters of war. Among the inscriptions, aside from detailing Bai Qi's invincible valor in battle, most were explanations regarding the massacre of 400,000 Zhao individuals during the Battle of Chongping, justifying it as a desperate measure due to an urgent shortage of provisions. Subsequently, it mentioned the city of Yancheng, which mysteriously vanished overnight from history. Yancheng was the second largest capital of the Chu kingdom, flourishing economically and densely populated. Yet it abruptly disappeared, an event forever etched in the annals of Huaxia civilization, never to be forgotten. In the 36th year of King Nen of Zhou, Bai Qi led an army of tens of thousands down the Han River, capturing strategic strongholds along the coast and seizing the abundant supplies of the Han River basin. To boost morale, Bai Qi commanded the Qin troops to dismantle bridges and incinerate boats upon crossing the river. severing their retreat as a testament to their resolve for a decisive battle. With such momentum, the Qin army advanced with unyielding force, swiftly besieging and capturing the crucial territories of the Chu kingdom in the Han River basin, ultimately reaching the secondary capital of Chu, Yancheng. Proximate to the primary capital of Ying, Yancheng was a vital military stronghold that the Chu would never relinquish, and they had already amassed a formidable force to thwart the Qin advance. Thus, when the Qin army arrived at Yancheng, they encountered the fiercest resistance since entering Chu territory, repeatedly failing to breach its defenses. Isolated and deep within enemy lines, the Qin forces were not well positioned for a prolonged engagement. In a moment of inspiration, Bai Qi capitalized on the advantageous conditions provided by the Yishui River flowing from the western mountains of Chu. He constructed a dam 100 miles west of Yancheng to harness the waters, creating a canal that would inundate the city. This deluge swallowed Yancheng, resulting in the drowning of over 500,000 inhabitants, while the Qin army suffered no casualties. In the writings of King Xiong of Qin, he fervently elucidates the events of this battle, asserting that at that time, the state of Qin could not bear to subject hundreds of thousands of Chu people to the calamity of water. Thus, he dispatched envoys to the mountains to beat drums, proclaiming that the Qin army would unleash the waters to annihilate the city, urging the populace to evacuate with haste. Regrettably, the Chu inhabitants were disbelieving, with none willing to abandon Yan City, ultimately succumbing to the flood in a single night. King Xiong expressed profound regret over this incident and claimed that Bai Qi's actions were equally constrained. Following the inundation of Yan City, Bai Qi was engulfed in melancholy, neglecting food and drink for several days, transforming this heinous act of mass slaughter into a so-called achievement. There is a saying among humanity that resonates deeply: do not speak of the noble titles bestowed by the sovereign. For every general's triumph, countless bones lie in their wake. At this moment, Bai Qi stood before the ancient map, smiling as he addressed Chen Zhi, remarking that this is perhaps the most candid statement of all. Soldiers who traverse the battlefield are, by nature, meant for killing. Regardless of the eloquent tales spun to disguise this truth, the outcome remains the same: death. Yet, while these soldiers are vilified as butchers in the annals of history, what of the sovereign? What titles should be bestowed upon them? Humanity often proclaims the sovereign to be benevolent and compassionate towards their subjects, yet they can be easily deceived by malevolent individuals. As if truly benevolent rulers exist in this world. In my view, how could a sovereign possess such benevolence? It is utterly absurd. Let us not forget that in those times, military merit was measured by the number of heads taken. Those who achieved nothing faced severe penalties. And it was the sovereign themselves who established such rules. How curious! Chen Zhi's gaze remained fixated on the ancient map, seemingly oblivious to Bai Qi's words. He finally measured the distance between the two mountain ranges with his finger, pondering how the flooding could go unnoticed, unless the citizens of Yan City were all deaf. The account states that prior to the flood, the Qin army had beaten drums in the mountains to warn the people of Yan City, which is utterly implausible. Why would there be any need for a warning if it was already impossible? Bai Qi chuckled at the map, then, with his blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Zhi, revealed a secret. There was no necessity to employ a water assault on the city. A circumvention followed by a counterattack on Yan City would have sufficed, sparing the lives of its inhabitants from drowning. Yet, reminiscent of the massacre of 400,000 Zhao people at Chongping, Bai Qi proceeded with the slaughter. Why? Because Bai Qi relished in killing. Chapter 558. King Zhao Xiang of Qin, Yingji, Part 2. After departing from the ancient map, they continued onward. Before them lay a long, straight, and pitch-black passage, flanked by square stone tablets, intricately inscribed with verses and poetry. The ancients of China harbored a tradition of etching significant matters into stone, a testament to their importance. In the hearts of the ancients, while humans may perish, stone endures for millennia. Recording a person's lifetime achievements upon stone serves as an enduring legacy, allowing their name to be remembered through the ages. Along this path, the stone tablets flanking the passage are adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and beasts, their inscriptions remarkably well preserved, perhaps due to the absence of wind and rain. The content predominantly exalts the martial prowess of the god of war, Bai Qi. It is likely that these verses were commissioned by King Zhao of Qin, with some possibly penned by him personally, resplendent in their grandiosity, detailing Bai Qi's monumental contributions to the Qin state and the profound loyalty shared between the king and his general. In these poetic tributes, King Zhao of Qin humbly refers to himself as a dull-witted elder brother, extolling Bai Qi as a divine being endowed with both wisdom and valor, destined to save the world. He professes to be a person of indifference toward worldly matters, yet fate has compelled him to rescue the populace from turmoil, thereby necessitating his campaigns against rival states. Despite being a benevolent sovereign, he mourns for the deceased after each conquest, burdened with melancholy. Yet, he feels resigned to his fated path of bloodshed, his words dripping with insincerity, to the point of causing Chen Zhi to feel nauseated. In recent years, Pang Wei has frequented Liu's workshop and has gained some understanding of classical literature. Upon glancing at these inscriptions, he grimaced in disgust, exclaiming, "I must say, King Zhao of Qin is quite the character. I have encountered hypocrisy before, but never to such a shameless extent. To claim that his killings are forced upon him by fate is absurd. Where is his dignity? Will he also assert that his liaisons with women are dictated by the heavens? Furthermore, it appears that Bai Qi was closer to him than a brother. How, then, did their relationship sour? Without him, Bai Qi could have lived longer and not been imprisoned in this tomb of the gods." Well said. The figure of the white guest, further ahead, heard this clearly and raised his torch, proclaiming loudly, "Your human rulers are forever fond of theatrics. If you must kill, then do so without all these elaborate justifications." The son of a horseman seeks dominion and forms a bond of brotherhood with Bai Qi, hoping to win him over with false sentiments, using Bai Qi as a sharp blade to carve his path to power. Little does he realize that no matter how cleverly he speaks, Bai Qi remains unchanged, beyond the control of any mere mortal. In the end, he will reap the consequences of his own actions. Had it not been for the compassion of the Zhou monarch, he would likely have become Bai Qi's last meal. What do you think of Qin Shi Huang? What is the significance of the Ying clan of Qin in my eyes? Merely the son of a horseman, huh? After uttering these words, the white guest fell silent, continuing onward with his torch, his figure growing increasingly peculiar as the bundle on his shoulder trembled incessantly. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and the others remained quiet, reflecting on the white guest's remarks. King Zhao of Qin, Chen Zhi silently mused, shaking his head with a cold smile. Historically, King Zhao of Qin is indeed a significant figure, born in 325 BC. Of the Ying clan, named Ji, son of King Huiwen of Qin and half-brother to King Wu of Qin. In his youth, he served as a hostage in the state of Yan, and upon the death of King Wu, he contested the throne with his brother, ultimately emerging victorious. During his reign, the state of Qin aggressively expanded its military might, engaging in countless ruthless battles, the most notable of which was the Battle of Chongping, which determined the fates of the Qin and Zhao states. From the perspective of these achievements, King Zhaoxiang of Qin can be regarded as a capable sovereign. However, historical records reveal certain trivial details that cast doubt on his character. According to the annals, in 283 BC, the state of Zhao acquired a flawless jade known as the He Shi Bai, a rare treasure of unparalleled beauty. Upon learning of this, King Zhaoxiang was consumed with desire and sent a letter to the king of Zhao, offering 15 cities in exchange for the He Shi Bai. The ruler of Zhao, feeling compelled to comply, presented the jade to the envoy. Yet, King Zhaoxiang feigned the transfer of the 15 cities, with no intention of honoring his promise. He aimed to seize the jade, dismissing his previous commitment. Ultimately, it was due to the wisdom and bravery of the envoy Lin Xiangru that the He Shi Bai was safely returned to Zhao, a tale famously known as returning the jade in perfect condition. Such duplicitous dealings were frequent throughout King Zhaoxiang's life. Yet the people possessed a peculiar logic. As long as an individual emerged victorious, even if they had once indulged in disgraceful acts, all their actions were deemed justifiable, embodying the notion that a true man does not sweat the small stuff. However, those who grasp the nuances of human psychology can discern that through these recorded details, the essence of King Zhaoxiang's humanity becomes strikingly clear. The corridor adorned with accolades is not particularly long. At its end lies a final stone screen that starkly contrasts with what preceded it. This screen appears rough and unrefined, as though a naturally formed boulder had been directly embedded there. Furthermore, it bears no decorative patterns, only a massive character from ancient Qin, inscribed prominently at its center, Qin. Do you comprehend the nature of that era? The figure known as Bai Qi approached the stone screen, stroking the character with his hand, seemingly overwhelmed with myriad emotions that rendered him speechless. Forgive my candor, But you humans possess a woefully inadequate understanding of your own history. Do you think it was merely the Warring States period? Merely the Warring States as depicted in your imagined narratives and historical texts? The true essence of that epoch remains unknown to you. After Bai Qi spoke, he suddenly turned, lifting his head high and stretching his neck, letting out a thunderous laugh that resonated like a beast's roar, filling the air with a sense of unease among those present, who felt a ringing in their ears. His shoulders seemed to swell, as if ready to erupt at any moment. He then spread his arms wide, mimicking ancient gestures, laughing maniacally at Chen Zhi, and proclaimed, "The chaos of the 7 states has erupted, storms gather, claws bared, overwhelming the skies. In an age of great contention, who can remain aloof? Who can guarantee that they will not face execution by a rival state tomorrow? Do you grasp the magnitude of that era? Do you comprehend the sight of corpses strewn across the land, and the specters of the dead rising? It is evident that during that era, the feudal lords of humanity engaged in various acts to vie for power. You are only familiar with Sun Tzu's art of war and the 100 schools of thought, spouting righteousness and morality. Yet how could you fathom that these are mere pretenses of later generations? When the Zhou emperor abdicated, the great strife ensued, and humanity cast aside all notions of virtue, leaving only one thing in their hearts: slaughter. Chapter 559. The Art of Slaughter. Come and behold. Witness what humanity has done in the pursuit of exterminating their own kind. After Bai Qi concluded his words, he swiftly maneuvered around the massive stone barrier and proceeded towards the rear. It turned out that this great stone was merely an illusory gateway. Beyond it lay a hidden realm. Upon circumventing it, he entered a vast stone chamber. The firelight had long since penetrated the space, illuminating the entire chamber, revealing everything with clarity. This was clearly a quintessential reception hall from the Warring States period, where architecture did not skimp on size. The reception halls of the lords were expansive. The interior furnishings reflected the early style of the Qin state, functional and substantial. The columns within were coated in black lacquer, gleaming with a polished sheen. During the Zhou dynasty, great emphasis was placed on etiquette. Although the world was in chaos, the rituals and music had yet to crumble. The Zhou rites were structured, and the hall could accommodate numerous pillars, adorned in various colors: royal red for the monarchs, black for the feudal lords, azure for the ministers, and yellow for the scholars. In the subsequent spring and autumn period, Duke Huan of Lu began to transgress these conventions by embellishing the columns with vermilion to showcase his nobility. By the time of the Warring States, many records indicated that the Chu state favored red, while the Qin palace preferred black. This conceptualization of color profoundly influenced the aesthetic culture of the Qin and Han dynasties. Now, although the overall tone of this stone chamber was pure black, it still radiated brilliance. The columns and walls were richly adorned with lacquered paintings, showcasing vibrant hues of yellow, gold, gray, green, and blue, depicting animal motifs such as dragons, serpents, tigers, vermilion birds, and deer. Some vessels and cabinets were intricately decorated with narrative patterns featuring music, dance, and figures with chariots, all resplendent and striking, evoking the grandeur of the Qin royal palace from millennia past. At the forefront of the hall stood a low platform, upon which lay a large mat. The mat, screens, tables, and stands were the most fundamental furnishings in a Warring States residence. Regardless of whether one was a humble scholar or a wealthy lord, these 4 items were indispensable. The mat was the most vital living accessory of the pre-Qin era, dictated by the lifestyle of sitting on the ground. People of that time, whether resting, dining, or entertaining guests, were accustomed to sitting on mats. It served as both seating and bedding, and the hall's arrangement revolved around the mat, establishing a complete set of rituals regarding its placement and seating order. The Warring States continued the 5-mat system of the Western Zhou royal family, with categories such as Kana, reed, and cattail distinguishing the host's status. At this moment, in the very front of the hall, lay a beautiful mat adorned with vibrant patterns, befitting the rank of a feudal lord. Behind this mat lies a wooden screen, a testament to the aesthetic values of the Warring States period, where individuals cherished ancient customs, often resting their bodies against the screen while kneeling and gazing forward, reminiscent of modern Japanese practices. The height of such screens was typically limited to half the stature of a person, with the grandeur of the screen reflecting the nobility of its user. The more exalted the status, the larger and more opulent the screen. This particular screen, crafted entirely from wood, boasts a glossy black lacquer finish, adorned with intricate painted designs. It stands tall and robust, with its fabric patterns vibrant and exquisite, making it a rare artifact of its time. Above the mat rests a complete suit of armor, positioned as if it were a work of art. Constructed from refined iron, its surface is gilded in pure gold and embellished with jewels, exuding an opulence that is strikingly lifelike, as though a living being were seated within. Yet, what astonishes one most within this stone chamber is the array of blades and weapons surrounding it. Chen Zhi had previously heard tales of the Warring States era, a time renowned for its brilliant martial civilization, where numerous military strategists, artisans of warfare, and master craftsmen transcended the limitations of their age, realizing their potential to an extraordinary degree, concepts often unfathomable to modern minds. Chen Zhi had seen various artifacts from the Warring States period, predominantly everyday items made of bronze, including incense burners, candlesticks, and various utensils, each reflecting the creator's ingenuity. However, this was a world from millennia past, where it was widely believed that the Warring States era utilized primarily bronze and wrought iron, confining weaponry to primitive cold steel. Never had he anticipated such brilliance. This truly magnificent armory housed legendary ancient weapons, far surpassing his expectations in sophistication and craftsmanship. The stone chamber is vast, with its floor primarily occupied by elongated tables. These tables, the most commonly used furnishings of the Warring States period, served to display an assortment of items. In halls, they were typically paired with screens and mats, while in private chambers, they were placed either on or before the bed, akin to modern side tables, crafted mainly from wood and adorned with lacquered paintings. These tables came in various designs: long, round, high-headed, stacked, folding, square-legged, and eight-legged variants. Sometimes, felt was laid atop the tables to accommodate seating, serving as a side bed. In this stone chamber, however, the tables are numerous and remarkably wide, constructed from sturdy wood and supported by metal frames, their surfaces gilded. Yet, upon these lavishly priced tables, nothing but an assortment of cold weapons is displayed. Strangely, this stone chamber bears no trace of dust, as if the air itself possesses a self-purifying quality. Yet, judging by the patina on the weapons, it is evident that they have remained undisturbed in this place for an extensive period, untouched throughout the ages. If these were merely ordinary cold weapons, after such a passage of time, one might expect their metallic surfaces to have dulled, perhaps even adhered to the tabletop, despite not rusting. Yet, these cold weapons shimmer with a chilling brilliance. Their blades are sharp and imposing, exuding an aura that compels one to avert their gaze. The warriors possess an innate fondness for their armaments. Many have been captivated by the resplendence of these weapons, instinctively advancing a few steps to scrutinize them closely. However, Osawa promptly turned to halt them, cautioning them to tread carefully. In contrast, Bai Qi suddenly turned back, laughing heartily at the warriors, proclaiming, "What is there to fear? We are all practitioners of martial arts, with treasures before us. How can we not behold them? Do you, the warriors of Shichi, still fear death? Rest assured, these weapons do not kill. It is man himself who does." Chapter 560, The Art of Slaughter, Part 2. Chen Zhi observed Bai Qi's increasingly pallid countenance with a serious expression, offering a faint smile before addressing the warriors behind him. "Go on, what is there to fear? You are all warriors of Shichi. Must you still dread these inanimate objects?" As Chen Zhi's words echoed, the warriors began to disperse into the hall, each table adorned with an array of distinct weapons, their lustrous surfaces and diverse forms proving utterly alluring. Chen Zhi approached the nearest table, which displayed a row of spearheads for long halberds. The long halberd was the most utilized weapon during the Warring States period. A halberd combines the features of a dagger axe and a spear, with a spear tip affixed to the head of the dagger axe, offering both hooking and thrusting capabilities, thus possessing greater lethality than either the dagger axe or spear alone. The advent of the halberd heralded the arrival of the Warring States period in our nation. To date, the only intact bronze halberd discovered in China was unearthed from the Terracotta Army Pit in 2007, known as the El Bouet halberd. Some terracotta warriors still display it, reminiscent of ancient warriors galloping on horseback, wielding long halberds that could pierce the bellies of their foes, toppling them from their steeds. The most crucial aspect of the long halberd is its head. The sharpness of the forged point is paramount to its lethality. Before Chen Zhi lay a long table adorned with over a dozen halberd heads, each exhibiting a unique form, some inverted, others with hooks, some featuring spiral tips, and others with straight ends. The glimmering cold weapons radiated a distinct brilliance across the tabletop, exuding a solitary and serene essence, stirring the hearts of men who longed to test their sharpness, reminiscent of the allure of an impending strike. Chen Zhi's hand hesitated momentarily in the air before ultimately reaching out to caress the halberd heads, instantly eliciting a familiar sensation that coursed through his fingertips. Is this control stone? Chen Zhi suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards Bai Qi. Haha, you've discovered it. Indeed, that is the control stone. Bai Qi smiled at Chen Zhi. Impossible. Chen Zhi retorted sharply. Control stones are divine weapons. After the establishment of the Zhou royal dynasty, all control stones were sealed away. Those who wield them on the battlefield among humanity are unworthy of being called human. How could this metal find its application on the battlefield of humanity? Ha ha ha. You overestimate those lords of mankind. Bai Qi replied with a hearty laugh to Chen Zhi. In the fierce struggle for supremacy, any lord could aspire to be an emperor. Faced with the throne of the Son of Heaven, those already driven mad by ambition no longer hesitated to wield forbidden weapons. Is it truly so absurd? Chen Zhi gazed incredulously at the gleaming spearheads before him, silently pondering. Wang Jifa and Jiang Zia devoted their lives, defying the heavens to overturn the rule of the deities. In the end, did these lords turn to the descendants of the gods, utilizing this divine metal to slaughter their own kin? No wonder the Warring States period was so tumultuous. The extent of divine power employed during that time is likely known only to those lords themselves. But if that is the case, what significance remains in all that Jiang Shang accomplished? After overthrowing the divine authority, did it not only usher in greater bloodshed? Chen Zhi then grasped the spearhead, immediately feeling its considerable weight and the chilling cold of its blade. His skin began to sting, confirming its sharpness, yet it was not entirely akin to the controlled stone. This was not genuine controlled stone. It was infused with other substances. Chen Zhi scraped his nail against the icy blade, discerning the metallic texture, and remarked to Bai Qi. This is harder than controlled stone, and the texture is somewhat coarse. The intricate patterns are uneven. If this were to pierce human flesh, survival would be nearly impossible. Ha 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 indeed. Bai Qi chuckled at Chen Zhi's astuteness. Truly, the lineage of the Western Qi Jiang family possesses discernment. These spearheads are forged through secret techniques, passed down through my ancestors' divine skills. The patterns upon them are actually a helical engraving. Once embedded in flesh, they scrape 3 layers of bone. Any ordinary human struck by them would bleed profusely, rendering survival impossible. Ha ha ha. Do you know how many loyal ministers and valiant generals perished at the hands of these spearheads during the Warring States era? Ha ha ha. To speak frankly, your kind has never encountered true weaponry. What you have seen is merely the decayed wood of graves. I can assure you that in the authentic Warring States period, cold weaponry had reached its zenith, a feat beyond human capacity. Artifacts you've never witnessed appeared, wreaking havoc and claiming countless human souls. Having finished speaking, Bai Qi turned and departed, seemingly indifferent to the treasures within the stone chamber, continuing towards the southern wall. Chen Zhi observed ahead, realizing that a concealed iron door was embedded in the southern wall, standing less than 2 meters high, just sufficient for a person to pass through. The door was black, seamlessly blending with the wall, having gone unnoticed until now. Bai Qi placed his hands upon the iron portal, gripping the door rings tightly before forcefully pushing forward. With a muted metallic sound, the small metal door creaked open slightly. Subsequently, a radiant light, unique to treasures, burst forth from within, its brilliance breathtaking, stirring an overwhelming desire to possess it. At this moment, Bai Qi turned to face everyone, and all could see that his eyes were now a radiant crimson, more dazzling than the flames upon the wall, ignited by his fervent emotions. His shoulders were raised, as if he were on the verge of explosion. In the era of the Warring States, when the 7 kingdoms vied for supremacy, the Qin state stood unrivaled, claiming the essence of the world as its own. The supreme treasures that cannot be bought with gold or silver reside here. Alas, you mere mortals have never been destined to witness them throughout the millennia. Yet you delude yourselves into believing you have experienced the splendor of the world, when in truth, it is merely a figment of your imaginations. Chapter 561. The supreme treasure. The metallic door was modest in size, only partially pushed open by Bai Qi, creating a rather narrow entrance. However, the brilliance emanating from within was astonishing. As Bai Qi stood at the threshold, his face was painted in a myriad of colors reflected by the treasure's light. Come and behold. This is where the god of war, Bai Qi, amassed his supreme treasures during his conquests of the Seven Kingdoms. Such collections have never been seen again in later generations. Even Qin Shi Huang would feel a sense of shame before this. Ha! After his hearty laughter, Bai Qi stepped forward, and it seemed as though the illumination within the stone chamber followed him. Upon entering another stone room, the light quickly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's hand before one's face. Aso and Ji Ying, witnessing this, swiftly moved to Chen Zhi's side, ensuring his safety, while the other warriors gathered alertly, forming a formation that allowed for both offense and defense. Fat Wei had already approached the iron door, peering inside and immediately captivated by the contents within. Nevertheless, he turned back to wave his hand to the others, signaling that they could enter. Together, they escorted Chen Zhi as they began to approach the adjoining room. The metallic door consisted of two opposing halves, and Bai Qi had only opened one side earlier, creating a narrow passage. When a blue-belted warrior approached the door and attempted to push the other half open, he found himself unsuccessful. Stunned, the warrior turned to Aso for assistance. Aso quickly approached, caressing the surface of the iron door, then stepped back, positioning himself to push with his arm parallel to the door. With a deliberate step forward, he exerted considerable force. With a resounding boom, the heavy door creaked open. Just as before, Aso then adjusted his breathing and glanced at Chen Zhi, communicating through lip movements. If it were an ordinary person, this door would remain shut. Bai Qi's strength now surpasses that of the blue-belted warriors. Be cautious. Understood, Chen Zhi replied, before stepping through the threshold. The warriors promptly followed him inside, and upon entering, they were immediately overwhelmed by the blinding radiance of the treasures, making it difficult to open their eyes. Once they finally adjusted to the brilliance and managed to pry their eyes open, they were irresistibly drawn to the extraordinary treasures that filled the room. Chen Zhi had heard whispers of the splendor of the Warring States era. If the Tang and Song dynasties represented economic prosperity, then the Spring and Autumn period, along with the Warring States, was a fusion of civilization and miracles. It was a wondrous era, a time when ancient marvels had yet to be ravaged, and rare treasures still graced the earthly realm, preserved in remarkable condition. Chen Zhi had heard tales of that time, when extraordinary treasures emerged, not purchasable by mere gold or silver. These artifacts drove nobles and warriors to madness, compelling them to risk their very lives in pursuit. Among them was the younger brother of the Qin Empress, General Wei Ran, who harbored a penchant for collecting treasures. To amass the world's rarities, he resorted to rampant corruption, incurring the wrath of King Zhao of Qin, ultimately leading to his military demotion. Yet, upon his return to seclusion, gatekeepers unearthed astonishing treasures in his possession, far surpassing those of King Zhao, each an extraordinary rarity. Though historical texts abound with descriptions of treasures from the Warring States period, the true nature and classification of these artifacts remain shrouded in mystery, gradually evolving into tales of gold and jade, with few delving deeper. Now, upon entering this stone chamber, the assembly finally comprehended the essence of treasures beyond the reach of gold and silver. This chamber, more expansive than the last, housed numerous stone platforms, most of which were naturally formed, their surfaces smooth and adorned with resplendent gold filigree, seamlessly blending into the surroundings, an embodiment of nature's artistry. Upon these stone platforms lay remarkable objects. The nearest platforms held nearly 100 jade discs, each meticulously crafted into circular shapes, featuring central apertures and adorned with intricate spiral or wave-like engravings. Each jade disc shimmered with brilliance, some pure as snow, others redder than the morning sky, and still others of vibrant em-lang of hues, dreamlike and ethereal. A delicate mist rose from each disc, as if they had just been plucked from the heavens. Among the treasures were colossal pearls, precious exotic stones, and enormous conch shells reminiscent of the ocean's depths. A lifelike glass figure of a beautiful woman sat gracefully upon the platform, merely a quarter the size of an ordinary person. With the gentlest touch, she could dance elegantly, exuding charm and allure, surpassing even reality in her captivating presence. As one ventured further, they encountered mountains of bamboo scrolls, meticulously bound with fine cords and adorned with jade pendants, devoid of boxes, embodying the grandeur of ancient sages. Even a mere glance revealed their venerable age, unmistakably beyond the realm of common artifacts. At that moment, Bai Qi stood behind the scrolls, unfurling one, scanning its contents before bursting into laughter, exclaiming, "The art of war among humanity is indeed amusing. Warfare begins with deceit. In the quest for dominion, what need is there for virtue? Without virtue, why require decorum? Without strategy, why necessitate the art of war? Humanity's military doctrines, huh? A self-deception, deceiving the world." With that, Bai Qi callously tossed the scroll onto the stone platform, causing a cascade of pearls and jade discs to topple, and the glass figure shattered upon the ground, reduced to fragments. All worthless debris, unworthy of lament. With a disdainful glance, Bai Qi turned to Chen Zhi and said, "Clan leader Chen, please follow me. What do you see here?" He then snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the darkness enveloping the southern wall dissipated, revealing lines of fire that illuminated the entire surface. A delicate silk curtain appeared on the southern wall, through which radiant treasures seeped, their luster incomparable to the rarest gems found in this realm. Chapter 562. The Supreme Treasure, Part 2. Bai Qi approached without touching the silk curtain, which parted as if weightless, billowing in the wind. Chen Zhi and the others followed him inside, the curtain floating delicately around them, its gossamer thinness and smoothness reminiscent of snow. Once they entered the room, the curtain fell, sealing off all light from the outside. At that moment, a sharp, metallic scent of blood assaulted their senses, flooding their minds and causing their veins to swell with tension, as their brains frantically emitted signals of danger, as if on the brink of explosion. The scent of blood was not new, yet it still evoked the heavy sensation of fresh blood splattered on metal, immersing them in a battlefield of madness, where bloodlust and obsession reigned supreme. This was the true treasure of the war god Bai Qi. Bai Qi's voice echoed ahead, guiding them into the room, where they were immediately blinded by a dazzling metallic glow. The space was a small, dim chamber devoid of the splendor of rare treasures or ornate lacquer. Before them stood a wall made of pure stone, adorned with countless bronze grappling hooks. Upon these hooks hung 10 large weapons, swords, spears, halberds, representing every type of armament from the Warring States period. Each weapon appeared remarkably oversized, intricately crafted, and radiant with a mesmerizing brilliance, their blades gleaming like clear water, emanating a chilling aura that etched itself into their hearts, unforgettable. The warriors behind Chen Zhi collectively gasped in awe. Their love for superior weapons was heartfelt. If there were anything in this world that truly mattered to the warriors of Shiqi, it was undoubtedly these divine artifacts. A genuine divine artifact is rare and elusive, forged through countless trials and tribulations, accompanied by myriad battles and serendipities. Each artifact carries its own tale, one that cannot be purchased with mere gold. The few artifacts held by the Shiqi warriors were mostly inherited from ancient times, bestowed by the royal family or passed down from their parents, making them exceedingly precious. The warriors regarded these weapons as more vital than their very lives. Before them lay these colossal weapons, transcending the ordinary. And everyone understood that any one of these weapons would be extraordinary in its own right. What do you think? Compared to your weapons in Shiqi, these are certainly not inferior, are they? With a hint of pride on his face, Bai Qi effortlessly grasped a gold-handled hooked knife, swinging it through the air. The blade was elegantly curved, and the golden handle gleamed brilliantly, adorned with a shimmering blue aura. As he swung the knife, the room was instantly filled with dazzling flashes of light, creating a kaleidoscope of colors. Everyone felt the chill of the blade's edge, and the pungent scent of blood became increasingly pronounced. These were the 10 formidable weapons commonly wielded by Bai Qi in battle, each one weighing a fortune. Far too heavy for an ordinary human to lift. Such a war god as Bai Qi was beyond the capacity of mere mortals to contend with. Ha! Bai Qi let out a boisterous laugh, then turned his gaze toward Aso, casting a brief glance at the massive sword at his back. You've had quite the arduous journey. I always observe you controlling your pace, managing your heartbeat, trying to conceal your fatigue. Among these West Qi warriors, you must be the strongest, right? Upon hearing Bai Qi's inquiry, Aso instinctively took a step back, his eyes narrowing with hostility as he regarded Bai Qi, yet he remained silent. Bai Qi, however, continued to gaze at the enormous sword behind him. In truth, that sword you carry is not as heavy as you perceive. You see its exterior and its weight, and mistakenly believe it to be cumbersome. The human mind is quite fascinating, categorizing everything by weight. How many pounds? How many taels? As if the world's objects genuinely possess distinctions of lightness and heaviness. After finishing his thought, Bai Qi offered a faint smile and extended his hand. Very well. Since you wish to return this sword to its rightful owner, I shall graciously accept your goodwill. Please retrieve it. Its rightful place is right here. After speaking, Bai Qi turned and knocked on a vacant spot on the stone wall, which resonated with a thunderous sound, revealing an empty hook clearly intended for a 3-meter-long weapon. Chieftain also hesitated to hand the sword to Bai Qi, glancing cautiously at Chen Zhi for guidance. We came to restore the sword to its rightful owner, since it belongs here. Let us return it, Chen Zhi replied, nodding silently to indicate that it was acceptable. Only then did Aso remove the massive sword, but as he did, its weight caused it to crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Yet, Bai Qi darted forward like lightning, extending his left hand to grasp the hilt of the sword, effortlessly lifting it onto his shoulder. With blood-red eyes, he cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zhi, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You should ponder my previous words. You haven't yet picked up that whip, have you? After saying this, Bai Qi hoisted the enormous sword and turned to leave, as if carrying an object devoid of weight, completely unburdened. The sword in his hands floated as if made of paper. Subsequently, Bai Qi carefully placed himself within the recess, suspended from the grappling hook, then bowed deeply before the 10 weapons, his prostration peculiar, resembling the act of scraping his forehead against the floor. When Bai Qi rose once more, a glimpse of the scraped skin upon his brow, oozing crimson, was visible. Well, your matters are concluded. When you first arrived, you claimed to merely wish to return this colossal blade. Now that Bai Qi's arsenal is complete, I express my gratitude to you for that. Bai Qi lifted his gaze towards the assembly, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet his blood-red eyes blazed with intensity, the golden irises fixated intently upon Chen Zhi. Now, it is your turn. Patriarch Chen, having journeyed this far, you must have come to a realization. Do you still wish to deceive me? What is your true intention for coming here? As Bai Qi posed this direct inquiry, a profound silence enveloped the room, heavy with the scent of blood, causing the gathered individuals to tense once more, their eyes collectively fixed upon the crimson-eyed youth. Aso and the blue-clad warriors drew their long blades, poised and alert. Throughout this exchange, Chen Zhi remained steadfast, his countenance revealing no emotion, his indifferent gaze scrutinizing Bai Qi's confident visage, increasingly inhuman, along with his piercing, blood-red eyes. We seek merely to glimpse the divine tomb of Bai Qi, Chen Zhi declared, gesturing toward the warriors behind him. Our clan from the West Qi has visited this place once before. Some warriors perished here, and these are their descendants, yearning to locate their forebears' remains for a proper burial. That is not the case, Bai Qi replied, a smile still playing upon his lips, yet his blood-red, round eyes brimmed with a menacing aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Patriarch Chen, it appears you remain unprepared to speak the truth. Since you have yet to comprehend, perhaps you should witness for yourself what lies here. With that, Bai Qi swiftly and adeptly pivoted, maneuvering around the wall adorned with weapons, approaching another wall where he raised his arm and gently pushed inward. At that moment, everyone realized that it concealed yet another thin curtain, which appeared light and almost ethereal in its delicacy. Yet this thin curtain effectively obstructed all light and shadow, rendering the interior a secret to all but the curious eye of Bai Qi, who lifted it to reveal a hidden chamber. Come and see, Bai Qi beckoned, stepping into the dimness and whispering to those outside. What lies within is a treasure far more precious than anything outside, truly priceless artifacts that you, as valiant warriors, should not overlook. With that, he ventured further inside, leaving the delicate curtain to billow gently, unveiling the entrance to the shadowy room. At this moment, Chen Zhi and his companions had begun to comprehend the arrangement and illumination of this space. The grand stone chamber resembled a treasure trove, structured in a manner akin to a string of candied hawthorns. Flanking the main room were smaller dark chambers, and it was within these diminutive spaces that the rarest of items were housed. Under the protection of a band of warriors, Chen Zhi stepped into one of the dark chambers, where no dazzling treasures sparkled and the illumination was dim. He had prepared himself for a sight of extraordinary wonders or formidable weapons. However, what lay before them was a disheartening array of desiccated corpses. The confines of this stone room were exceedingly cramped, devoid of any superfluous furnishings or embellishments, with only the stark gray stone walls surrounding them. The flagstones beneath their feet were damp, yet no sign of flowing water was visible, leaving the origin of the moisture a mystery. The lifeless bodies were laid flat, many still clad in ancient, heavy armor that appeared to date back to the Warring States period, now corroded by water. Some of the corpses still grasped swords, their forms glistening with moisture, while red talismans adorned their foreheads. What do you intend to do?" Fatway stammered, momentarily bewildered by the grim sight of the row upon row of desiccated remains. "What is it that you intend to achieve? Are you fearful of unforeseen consequences? Placing this corpse in such a water-laden area, where the currents flow, beneath it lies a bed of stones, adorned above with crimson talismans. Are you concerned that these bodies might rise again?" "Rise again, indeed." Bai Qi chuckled heartily, affirming your words. "For thousands of years, these corpses have remained here, subjected to the methods of humanity in hopes of reanimation, yet to no avail. Perhaps, even in death, these individuals no longer wish to witness the world they once knew. In life, they were renowned generals who valiantly defended the city walls during the Warring States period. Some of them you may have heard of, yet most remain forgotten. They were the elite among humankind, deserving of reverence." "I understand," Chen Zhi remarked as he gazed upon the remains. "It has long been said that many loyal ministers and esteemed generals emerged during the Warring States, exemplars for future generations. I never imagined that the bloodthirsty Bai Qi would also hold concern for such things." He chuckled, but does he truly care? Perhaps. Bai Qi lowered his blood-red eyes, fixating on the lifeless forms before him, his voice growing hoarse and heavy. Throughout his life, Bai Qi has claimed countless lives, reveling in the destruction of cities and annihilation of clans, feasting upon the young. By human standards, the sins he has committed are indeed vast and unforgivable. Yet, these loyal ministers and valiant generals, though mere mortals, had their bodies preserved by Bai Qi. It is likely that in Bai Qi's heart, there resides a semblance of respect for them. This may indeed be the most formidable aspect of humanity. In certain moments, among select individuals, there exists an ability to transcend their human identity, manifesting a will and strength that surpasses even that of the divine. Such power is a spirit that neither we nor the gods can possess. Just like him. After Bai Qi spoke, he extended his hand to rest upon the head of a desiccated corpse. The name of this general has been forgotten since that fateful battle. His sovereign was the first to abandon him, and soon after, his own people followed suit. Yet at that time, he steadfastly refused to forsake the city. Even when besieged by Bai Qi's vast army, cut off from water and sustenance for days on end, still he would not surrender. He was adept in strategy, employing the forces within the city to contest against Bai Qi, managing to thwart the ferocious army for months. Alas, his ruler proved incompetent, having discarded him to curry favor with the king of Qin. Ultimately, he fell, pierced by numerous arrows, his blood drained, standing upon the city wall. Using his military flag to hang himself at the city gate, his body stiffened in death, the sword in his hand unwavering. Upon entering the city, Bai Qi commanded the slaughter of all its inhabitants, subjecting the young and beautiful women to unspeakable horrors, yet he chose to spare this one corpse. He instructed his soldiers not to desecrate the remains, to cleanse their hands with pure water, to remove the stones from the city gate, and to enclose the body in a fine coffin, along with its armor and weapons, to be buried together with him after his own death. This reflects the unwavering dedication of humanity, believing themselves to be loyal to their sovereign and their nation. However, in the end, this general left no name to be remembered by, only the descendants of the Bai family. Humanity often presumes to engage in matters of great significance. Yet throughout the vast expanse of time, much of what you undertake is rendered absurd. The secrets you wish to conceal are equally laughable. At this point, you should comprehend my meaning, Chief Chen. What, precisely, is your purpose in coming here? Chapter 564. The True Intentions, Part 2. When Bai Qi once again broached this subject, Chen Zhi found himself devoid of any desire to conceal the truth. Or perhaps he deemed it unnecessary to maintain any further pretense. Before him, Bai Qi had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was no longer the naive and foolish youth. His mind had suddenly expanded with numerous memories, including many things he ought not to know, events both past and yet to come. The current Bai Qi exuded a confidence that was not feigned, a conviction far beyond that of ordinary humans. To continue to hide the truth from him would be utterly futile. Everyone may leave, Chen Zhi said, slightly tilting his head to instruct the others. There are many weapons outside, as well as numerous ancient scrolls. I took a cursory glance, and they all appear to be texts predating the spring and autumn period. It is likely that they contain records regarding physical techniques. Such items are rare and not found outside. Since we have the fortune to be here, let us take a moment to appreciate this place. Now, let the team regroup and wait for my command. Yes, the warriors replied in unison, their voices revealing their eagerness to remain. The ancient military texts and exquisite weapons were treasures they had long coveted. Only Asuwa hesitated briefly, clearly concerned for Chen Zhi's safety and wishing to stay by his side. However, Chen Zhi waved him off, reassuringly stating, "Do not worry. I am aware of what I must do." Understood. With Chen Zhi's explicit command, Asuwa turned to leave. Fat Wei also patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder as he exited. Since earlier, he had been captivated by the treasures of the treasure pavilion. The items there were truly extraordinary, an eye-opening experience. And he likely would never encounter such wonders again after leaving this place. Once everyone had departed, the curtain slowly descended on its own. This curtain was indeed remarkable. Though as thin as a butterfly's wing, it possessed an extraordinary capacity for sealing off the outside world, instantly blocking all light and sound, surpassing even the closure of an iron door. Shall we sit and converse? The journey has been rather exhausting, Chen Zhi remarked with a smile at Bai Qi. Without waiting for a response, he leisurely strolled to a nearby stone pedestal, crossing his legs in a seated position. He gestured to the adjacent stone pedestal. "You must be weary as well. Come, let us discuss matters concerning Bai Qi." "Ha. Certainly." Bai Qi seemed to appreciate Chen Zhi's composed demeanor and ambled over, settling beside Chen Zhi with his knees crossed. The stone pedestal was low, and while it was quite firm, sitting upon it proved rather comfortable. At this moment, the white guest was in close proximity to Chen Zhi. As those blood-red eyes drew nearer, Chen Zhi could feel his heart pounding, every cell in his body urging him to acknowledge one undeniable truth. This creature, so reminiscent of humanity, possessed an unfathomable strength. The pupils of the white guest were now strikingly apparent, a shade of crimson gold akin to the luminous moon in the night sky, seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul with a mere glance. "Are you prepared to divulge your secrets to me?" The white guest inquired with a smile, appearing as if he had long been ready for this moment. "It is hardly a secret, merely a hypothesis," Chen Zhi replied as he rummaged through his pouch, retrieving an exquisitely crafted cloth bag. The fabric was remarkably supple, woven from special fibers that resisted moisture even when submerged in water, and its texture was so resilient that an ordinary blade would struggle to pierce it. Upon opening the bag, Chen Zhi revealed a sealed pouch made of fibrous material, featuring a drawstring closure. He carefully opened the drawstring, unveiling a discarded divine seal. "I discovered this in the coffin of Genghis Khan," Chen Zhi whispered to the white guest, holding up the seal. "This is the divine seal crafted by my ancestor Jiangxia when he conferred the title of the god of slaughter upon Borjigin Temujin. However, for reasons unknown, this seal was later rendered void. Through advanced technological analysis, we uncovered that the name of Bai Qi is inscribed upon the divine seal, indicating that it was originally bestowed upon him and that he was successfully deified. From that moment forth, Bai Qi became the god of slaughter in Huaxia. According to established tradition, a divine seal only separates from the deity once the deity has been firmly established. Thus, I surmise that this seal was perhaps hastily crafted or specifically intended to entrap Bai Qi. Our organization possesses some confidential documents detailing Bai Qi's life, including the account of how the king of Qin sought assistance from the Zhou emperor, dispatching the Jiang clan to seal Bai Qi. This suggests that Bai Qi may have been interred alive within this divine tomb. If the sealing method employed was indeed the Jiang clan's ancestral incantation, I question whether, after such a passage of time, the seal remains intact and capable of containing Bai Qi. Moreover, if the renowned general Bai Qi of the Qin state has already been enshrined as the god of slaughter, does that imply he is still alive? If not, what might he have become? As Chen Zhi elucidated, the white guest took the divine seal from his hands, examining it intently while pondering Chen Zhi's words. He then shook his head. "Your Jiang clan has not produced any significant figures since Jiangxia. During that time, under King Zhou of the Western Zhou dynasty, Jiangxia had long since passed. Could the then leader of the Jiang clan truly have contained Bai Qi? Let us not forget, Bai Qi is not human. I too find it improbable, Chen Zhi asserted, his gaze fixed intently on the white guest. Allow me to recount the records pertaining to that era. The Zhou Emperor, in response to the request of the king of Qin, dispatched the leader of the Jiang clan, along with the multitude of divine shamans from the West Qi, to apprehend Bai Qi, suppress him beneath the mountains, and imprison him in his tomb, forbidding him from emerging. As Bai Qi lay confined within the coffin, he resisted the inevitability of death, inflicting harm upon several individuals, none able to subdue him. The leader of the Jiang clan suddenly spat blood and proclaimed, "My ancestor, Jiang Shang, has arrived. We must flee forthwith." Subsequently, he led the divine beings away from the divine tomb, only to succumb to bloodshed shortly thereafter. Within our organization regarding the Zhou dynasty's records, no errors have ever emerged. Every word is entirely authentic. From this, it is evident that the Jiang clan leader failed to successfully seal Bai Qi within the divine tomb at that time. It was only later, through the power of Jiang Zia, that Bai Qi was ultimately sealed, implying that Jiang Zia was still alive during that period. This divine seal may have remained in Jiang Zia's possession, serving as the crucial element in the subsequent sealing of Bai Qi. Chapter 565. The choice. Throughout this conversation, Bai Qi listened intently to every utterance of Chen Zhi, descending into profound contemplation. He toyed with the divine seal in his hand, his brow furrowed, his blood-red eyes reflecting seriousness and scrutiny, devoid of the innocent demeanor of a 17-year-old boy. After a considerable time had elapsed, he gently addressed Chen Zhi. "I comprehend your unspoken queries and your concerns. However, I must convey a truth. My knowledge regarding our lineage is scant, and I remain unaware of the exact nature of the being from which I am descended. What I do know is that our race is exceedingly ancient and immensely powerful. For an extensive duration, they were the sovereigns of this world, revered even by the gods. Yet, that epoch is far removed from the present, and my memories are gradually resurfacing, albeit still lacking the clarity of the primordial era. I suspect that ours is the only surviving lineage in existence today. However, I am acutely aware that my kind cannot coexist with mortals. Our survival necessitates your demise. The youths you observe among the common folk are merely impure descendants of humanity, while our true kin are devoid of deep emotion and reason, much like the legendary Bai Qi of yore. But according to the secret records of the Zhou Emperor, Bai Qi's father was also human." Chen Zhi interjected. "That is not the case." Bai Qi gently shook his head. "Our lineage is not delineated in such a manner. The precise details elude me. But I am certain that the Bai Qi of old was of pure blood, as am I now." After articulating this, Bai Qi cast a glance at Chen Zhi with his blood-red eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he continued, "Every passing moment, I undergo transformation, my recollections of Bai Qi multiplying, as if I am inheriting his memories. I am aware that the deeper I venture into the divine tomb, the greater my powers will become, and the more I will uncover about the past. Ultimately, should I attain full knowledge, I cannot guarantee that I will remain aligned with your side or regard your mortal lives with any semblance of value." As Chen Zhi listened to Bai Qi's words, an unprecedented sense of danger surged within him, causing his nerves to pulse with intensity. "What choice do you intend to make now?" Chen Zhi's gaze was sharp as a blade. "You are already aware of my purpose for being here. What decision will you render? Are you still willing to walk this path with us?" In response to Chen Zhi's inquiry, Bai Qi fell into a contemplative silence, his crimson eyes cast downward, as if peering into the depths of his own future. After a prolonged pause, he spoke with a weighty tone. "What if I refuse? Will you continue forward? I can assure you with utmost certainty that you are no match for him, not even with your spells and all your warriors combined. If you proceed further, every one of you will perish within, with no chance of survival. Even so, do you wish to continue?" "Yes," Chen Zhi replied without hesitation, directing his unwavering gaze at Bai Qi. "I am unlike you. If this were a game of chess, I have always been a part of it, and I have never had a retreat. I can only move forward, witnessing the death toll from 7 years ago within this divine tomb. I am acutely aware of the peril it harbors. I may indeed die here, but that is my fate, one I cannot alter. I must enter and fulfill what I must, even if it leads to my demise. Yet, you have the choice. You can choose to turn a blind eye. However, if you are willing, I hope you can assist me." "Humph, you humans are indeed persistent," Bai Qi said, lightly shaking his head before sinking back into silence. He fixated his gaze on the earth beneath him, as though he could discern something within the soil. After 5 or 6 minutes had elapsed, Bai Qi finally uttered, "I need to think this through alone." "Very well. Take your time. I shall not disturb you," Chen Zhi replied. He instinctively reached out to pat Bai Qi on the shoulder. But for reasons unknown, he withdrew his hand. "I will step outside and wait for you. The team has been on this journey long enough. It is time to replenish our food and water. When you have made your decision, seek me out. You are always welcome to join us." Upon exiting, Chen Zhi discovered that nearly all the warriors had gathered in the second stone chamber, the one brimming with ancient tomes and weaponry. As anticipated, these warriors had not taken a moment to drink or eat during this time, dedicating their entire focus to the ancient texts. As Chen Zhi had surmised, the tomes indeed contained a wealth of invaluable martial arts manuscripts, some of which were exceedingly rare ancient materials not found within the organization. Moreover, each ancient text was accompanied by comprehensive supplemental volumes, most of which had been translated into the ancient Qin script, rendering them accessible to the warriors. Upon seeing Chen Zhi emerge, the warriors promptly set aside their texts, ready to receive his next command. Chen Zhi waved his hand to signal them to continue, indicating that there was no need for haste. Pang Wei continued to revel in the exquisite treasures within the stone chamber, while Chen Zhi settled himself at the entrance of the dark room, awaiting Bai Qi's emergence. To his surprise, an extensive period elapsed. Time slipped away as the warriors immersed themselves in ancient texts, entirely oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when Pang Wei approached Chen Zhi to remind him that he realized over 3 hours had transpired. Just as Chen Zhi contemplated standing to peek inside, the delicate curtain resembling gossamer was suddenly swept aside, and Bai Qi stepped forth. In that moment, Bai Qi appeared to have regained the innocent visage of a 17-year-old youth. The blood-red hue in his eyes had faded, and the burdens on his shoulders had lessened. Yet, the contours of his face remained strikingly perfect, rendering his smile captivating, akin to that of a youthful idol. "You've emerged," Chen Zhi exclaimed, rising to his feet. "What have you decided?" Upon seeing Chen Zhi, Bai Qi's expression momentarily darkened. "What have I decided?" he echoed, his tone heavy. "I am famished. Is there anything to eat?" Bai Qi burst into laughter, his response evasive as he turned his attention to Pang Wei, clearly indicating he was not inclined to answer the previous question immediately. "Indeed, there is," Pang Wei replied after a brief pause, promptly unfastening his bulging satchel from his waist. His bag was notably more rotund than those of others, seemingly on the verge of bursting. "If you're hungry, just speak up. I may lack various other supplies, but when it comes to food, no one can compete with me." He gestured at the lean warriors, revealing that their austere diets consisted solely of biscuits and lukewarm water, devoid of any meat. "Look at our spread. We have an abundance of provisions, including liquor." After proclaiming this, Pang Wei opened his satchel, spilling its contents onto the ground. As he had stated, the assortment was indeed diverse, featuring not only the standard issue of compressed biscuits, but also an array of beef jerky, chocolate, and even spicy chicken gizzards. Some items were sealed in plastic bags, requiring only a brief boil to prepare, and were likely to be quite palatable. "How about this? These are delicacies you seldom encounter, right? Just a little heat, and they will be delectably fragrant. Today is your lucky day. I even brought an alcohol stove. If you desire something warm, your wish can easily be fulfilled." Pang Wei seemed suddenly invigorated, rushing over to retrieve a finely crafted alcohol stove from a large suitcase. The stove, made of high-grade steel and featuring a compact design, was ready to ignite. "Everyone, let us all prepare and enjoy some food." Chen Zhi clapped his hands, prompting the warriors to rise, for a long journey lay ahead, leaving little time for nourishment. "Now is the time to replenish your strength. You may examine the books here, but none may be taken." "That is an order." "Yes," the warriors replied in unison, promptly standing and retrieving their drinking vessels from their large bags, preparing to cook and eat. "Good. I'm waiting for you all. My stomach is quite empty." Bai Qi cheerfully called to Pang Wei and the others before turning to approach Ji Ying. During the previous moments, Ji Ying, like all the warriors, had been engrossed in the ancient texts. She sat upon a stone platform, her long blade resting on her lap, as she perused a bamboo slip. Upon noticing Bai Qi's approach, she set the slip aside. Bai Qi retained his signature smile. His crimson irises vanished, replaced by ordinary eyes, while a hint of youthful shyness graced his features, rendering his countenance even more endearing, as if the frightening red-eyed boy had never existed. "May I sit here?" Bai Qi tentatively asked Ji Ying, his voice barely above a whisper, as he gestured to the space beside her on the stone platform. Of course. Ji Ying nodded slightly, tidying the disordered slips on the table to create a clear spot. Bai Qi leaped up and settled beside her, glancing at the bamboo slip in her hands. Are these of any use? Very much so. Ji Ying replied softly, gazing at the slip. Many of the concepts contained within are profoundly insightful, far beyond what the outside world reveals. Some techniques of physical cultivation that I have long sought are likely to be of great assistance in the future. Is that so? Bai Qi responded with evident delight. However, you cannot take this slip with you. None of the items here may be removed. They are offerings for Bai Qi. Our race is different from yours. Taking offerings outside will bring you trouble. I am protecting you. However, he added with a gentle smile, leaning closer to Ji Ying's ear. There exists a particular tome known as the Fish Scale Teeth Record, an ancient manual of physical techniques said to contain the most primal forms of martial arts, with both methods and incantations meticulously detailed. All subsequent techniques have evolved from it. Yet, this manual is not inscribed on bamboo slips. Rather, it was etched upon the body of a fish by an ancient sage. This fish, known as Silvertooth, measured merely 3 feet in length. Yet its teeth were exceedingly sharp and ferocious, glimmering like silver, ruling the seas with such dominance that even dragons would flee upon sighting it. When Bai Qi discovered the silver tooth, the fish had long since perished. Its flesh was decayed and foul, its eyes rotted away. Nonetheless, the silver scales sparkled in the sunlight, covered in minute inscriptions. Due to the intricate micro-carvings and the delicacy of the fish fillets, Bai Qi commissioned skilled artisans to meticulously strip the fish skin and create a scroll from it, which he carefully safeguarded and referred to as the Fish Scale Codex. Subsequently, Bai Qi practiced his martial arts based on the secrets contained within this tome, advancing at an astonishing pace, becoming invincible. Such a treasure is beyond the reach of mere mortals. After Bai Qi concluded his words, he agilely leaped down from the stone platform and approached a square brick on the ground, 2 meters away. Upon reaching it, he lightly tapped 3 times, causing the surrounding bricks to miraculously loosen. Then, with one hand resting on the brick's surface, he pressed down with force. With a series of crisp sounds, the brick sank, while an adjacent brick jutted upwards, reminiscent of building blocks in a playful sequence. Beneath the brick was an empty space, revealing a hidden compartment. When Bai Qi opened it, he discovered a dusty, black, block-like object, which appeared to be a small parcel. Bai Qi retrieved the parcel, brushed off the dust, returned the brick to its original position, and returned to Ji Ying's side. This is it, he said, wiping the parcel with his sleeve and presenting it to Ji Ying. It was wrapped in black leather. As he unfolded the outer layer, a silvery radiance erupted, illuminating the surroundings. Upon opening the leather wrap, a crystal box was revealed, flawlessly crafted with a hollow center. The surface was adorned with the carving of a whiskered fish, its elongated teeth resembling sharp blades, its fierce gaze and undulating tail lending it the appearance of life. A testament to exquisite craftsmanship. Gently lifting the lid, Bai Qi unveiled a shimmering, small scroll nestled within, its core fashioned from transparent diamond, showcasing meticulous artistry. The surface of the scroll was made from silvery fish skin, with shimmering scales that glistened captivatingly, revealing delicate inscriptions that seemed fragile enough to damage with a mere touch. This is the treasure, Bai Qi exclaimed, carefully extracting the silvery scroll and placing it in Ji Ying's hands. Originally intended for me, it is not merely a burial item. You may take it from the divine tomb and cherish it as a keepsake. After Bai Qi spoke, he cautiously returned the scroll to the crystal box and placed it back in Ji Ying's hands. Upon receiving the box, Ji Ying's eyes flickered with excitement. For a warrior, such temptation was nearly irresistible. This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Ultimately, Ji Ying returned the crystal box to Bai Qi, placing it in his hands. This is truly nothing. Bai Qi gazed at Ji Ying's delicate face with a smile, seemingly entranced for an extended period. After a long silence, he gently inquired, "Miss Ji Ying, there is something I have long wished to ask you. At that time, when we were strangers, what compelled you to risk your life to set me free? Was it truly worthwhile to sacrifice for someone so unfamiliar?" "Indeed, it was," Ji Ying replied with unwavering conviction. Her gaze cast downward, avoiding Bai Qi's eyes. "Why?" Bai Qi pressed on, his laughter softening as he observed her bowed head. "I am merely a naive youth, endowed only with brute strength, ignorant and shallow. What could possibly justify such a sacrifice for someone as dull as I? I cannot say, Ji Ying responded. Her long lashes lowered as she fixated on her sword. Some things are beyond articulation. This, too, eludes my expression. Hee, humanity is indeed fascinating, Bai Qi remarked, admiring Ji Ying's extraordinary beauty. I truly ought to spend more time getting to know you, to remember the emotions I once felt as a human. Do you know? From the moment you appeared in my Wuho Valley, shrouded in mist, I was captivated. I have never encountered a woman so breathtaking. Even a mountain full of blossoms pales in comparison to your smile. When our eyes first met, your gaze ensnared my very soul. I am enamored by you. Ji Ying listened in silence, not uttering a word or meeting his gaze, while Bai Qi continued, since last night, I have suddenly become aware of many things. Memories have flooded my mind, reshaping me into someone increasingly unlike my former self. I now possess the recollections of numerous individuals, some of my ancestors, others of my uncle and mother, and of course my father. My father was a man of eloquence, his words often laced with many fabrications. Yet these beautiful lies instilled hope and longing, making it easy for others to believe him. My mother cherished this quality in him. In the memories of my mother, I saw that my father frequently praised her beauty, bestowing upon her gifts from the outside world, and recounting tales of a different realm within your human world. What was the name of that story? Ah, yes, A Tale of Two Cities. My father spoke of a place called France, where the people possessed blue eyes akin to the sky, golden hair, and skin whiter than snow. In that land, a young nobleman fell in love with a woman who was already married. Despite his youth and sincere affection, she could not bring herself to believe him. Later, when her husband committed a crime and faced execution, she was heartbroken and contemplated suicide. Yet, this young nobleman devised a plan to save her husband from death, a scheme that contradicted humanity's inherently selfish nature. My father often said that when a person relinquishes their selfishness and is willing to sacrifice for others, that is the essence of love. He recounted this tale to my mother, vowing to love her as that nobleman did and promising never to deceive her. My mother, being innocent, believed this story wholeheartedly, persisting in her faith until the very end, when my father, accompanied by those men, buried her alive upon the mountain. It was astonishing how she clung to that narrative. I, at that tender age, was both naive and foolish, utterly unaware of the events unfolding around me. If given the choice, perhaps I would have joined you in interring my father in the mountains, allowing the wolves to feast upon his remains. Ji Ying listened quietly to Bai Qi, who, by this juncture, spoke with a hoarse voice. Reflecting upon it now, humanity indeed appears to be a foolish race, capable of such emotions. Our pure-blooded kindred remain unencumbered by such ties, akin to the ancient Bai Qi, who loved no one but himself. He consumed his own wife, dismembered aging soldiers to feed to dogs, and cast an entire city of humans into floodwaters, all while he stood aloft, reveling in their struggles. With a single decree, he ordered the slaughter of 400,000 Zhao people, laughing heartily amidst the carnage, simply because he relished killing. He acted without hesitation, remorse, or compassion, for he loved no one. Ji Ying, tell me, should I emulate him? Upon concluding his words, Bai Qi's eyes reddened once more. He gazed intently at Ji Ying, seemingly seeking an answer within her eyes. At this close proximity, Ji Ying hesitated. As for your ancestors past, I am not well informed. She instinctively shifted slightly to the side and spoke softly, but I believe you are not that kind of person. You may be a descendant of Bai Qi, yet you need not become a second Bai Qi. He is not a figure to take pride in. He is merely a demon devoid of faith. Do you deem him a demon? Bai Qi suddenly erupted in laughter. If he were to hear such a title, he would likely take great pride in it. After saying this, he placed the crystal box back into Ji Ying's hands. Accept this. It holds no value for me anymore. Consider it a gift from me to you. May it accompany you always. I believe it will enhance your martial prowess to unparalleled heights, and in time, you shall become the strongest of humankind. As Bai Qi reached this point in his discourse, Ji Ying no longer rejected him, and her hands betrayed her resolve. Ever since earlier, she had been gripping the crystal box as if it were a rare treasure, enamored by this martial arts manuscript to the degree that she could not bear to release it. I appreciate your gift. However, Ji Ying's voice was barely audible. Regarding what you just mentioned, I cannot make any promises. I know, Bai Qi instantly broke into laughter. Didn't I just say that? My mind is now capable of discerning numerous truths, and many individuals appear transparent before me, including you. I am aware of who occupies your thoughts. A person like me is destined to be a mere passerby, so there is no need to hold someone like me in your heart. Haha. After Bai Qi spoke, he revealed a mouthful of pristine white teeth, and his somewhat youthful visage evoked an inexplicable sense of tenderness. However, if you have the chance, please help me locate a book titled A Tale of Two Cities. I wish to see if the stories within align with what my father spoke of. My father had a penchant for fabricating tales. He often told my mother that true love among humans is at this moment. Bai Qi seemed to hesitate, then chuckled, dismissing the thought. Let us not dwell on that. Please accept this. It appears that this is the only remnant of our kind left in this world. So take good care of it for me. Very well. Ji Ying lifted her head to gaze at Bai Qi, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Accepting such a precious gift leaves me at a loss for how to repay you, so I shall present you with something as well. After declaring this, Ji Ying deftly withdrew a dagger from her pant leg. The dagger's design was peculiar, featuring a bronze sheath adorned with incomprehensible metals and gemstones. Etched with the marks of time, its blade was curved, with a hook resembling a bird's beak, and the hilt was inlaid with a lustrous red gem, round and shimmering. This is known as the beak dagger, and it possesses a storied legacy. Upon drawing the dagger, a crimson glimmer erupted, illuminating the entire room. Before Ji Ying swiftly returned it to its sheath. This was given to me by my father. It is said to have once belonged to my mother. She passed away during my birth, and I have never seen her. For the past 20 years, this dagger has never left my side. It is rumored to have been wielded by the Yellow Emperor, Xin Yuan, and is a true artifact of divine nature. To this day, I have cleaved through many hard substances with it, yet nothing has withstood its edge. I cherish it dearly and only draw it in dire circumstances. Thus, I now bestow it upon you, for perhaps, in a moment of need, it will serve you well. Is this considered your gift to me? Bai Qi raised an eyebrow playfully, smiling as he asked Ji Ying. Indeed, Ji Ying held the dagger with solemnity, affirming, "This is my gift to you." Thank you. Bai Qi beamed his youthful smile as he accepted the dagger. I believe I shall keep it with me always. After uttering this, Bai Qi no longer engaged with Ji Ying. He turned back and cheerfully called out to Chen Zhi ahead. Hey, foreign brother. I've decided that we shall continue this journey together. Bai Qi's tone was light-hearted, as if jesting, and it did not draw the attention of the other warriors. However, it was this very sentence that prompted Chen Zhi to rise abruptly from his seat, for the weight that had long burdened his heart was finally lifted. As the alluring fragrance wafted through the air, everyone began to gravitate towards the large pot of food prepared by Pang Wei. The scene had become quite chaotic. With over 50 warriors congregating together, their bags laden with several alcohol stoves, all of which were now ablaze. Perhaps it was the sight of rare texts or the weapon-laden surroundings that altered the mood of these warriors. The tension that had previously enveloped them dissipated, replaced by faint smiles on some faces, rendering them more approachable, akin to ordinary folk. They retrieved their allocated food and water, gathered around the alcohol stoves, and requested seasoning packs for oil soup from Pang Wei. Moments later, a delightful aroma began to permeate from the stoves. Come over here, my friends. Pang Wei called out to Bai Qi, his face flushed from the steam, gesturing towards the delectable dishes crafted in this challenging environment, wearing a look of pride. I tell you, everything here is top-notch. Hurry over, or else these knife-wielding fellows might reveal their beastly nature and snatch it all away. I won't stand a chance against them. Bai Qi chuckled as he approached, crouching down to inspect the impromptu delicacies. Indeed, Pang Wei had not toiled in vain. The contents of the alcohol stove were a feast for the senses. A pot full of spicy, fragrant meat soup simmered, brimming with chunks of meat, some from their own supplies, others procured from Wuhou Valley. It was unclear where Pang Wei had acquired such culinary skills, but the combination of ingredients and spices in the alcohol stove had transformed into an aromatic delight after a brief boil. Nearby lay several appetizers, neatly packed in sealed bags, including chicken gizzards and spicy small intestines, creating a sumptuous spread. At that moment, Pang Wei produced a silver flask, twisting off the cap and giving it a shake. Instantly, a sweet aroma of fine white liquor wafted from the bottle's opening. What do you think, brother? You must not have tasted this before, Pang Wei said proudly, waving the flask in front of Bai Qi's nose. This is premium Mao Tai, a beverage typically reserved for state banquets. In the past, only emperors had the privilege to indulge in it. This little flask is worth a fortune. I had to pull some strings with a friend in an internal system to procure it. Come on, let us have a couple of drinks. Drinking during a mission is ill-advised. It could lead to complications, Asawa remarked sternly from the side. Oh, it's nothing. Pang Wei waved dismissively. Don't impose your warrior customs on us. Besides, can't you see? This fellow is no ordinary man, he said, giving Bai Qi a hearty pat on the shoulder. With him guiding us, we traversed this path unscathed. A little drink is nothing for him. Come on, my friend, I toast to you. After Pang Wei finished speaking, he poured the liquor into the cap and solemnly presented it before Bai Qi, saying, My friend, our lives from now on depend entirely on you. The weight of this bond was clear to both Orange and me, and we were grateful for your willingness to assist us despite past grievances. Come, let me toast to you first. After this drink, we shall be brothers, and no matter the challenges that lie ahead, even if it be a path through fire and brimstone, we shall traverse it together. Chapter 569. Collaboration. This meal was undoubtedly the most delightful they had enjoyed since entering the mountainous region. Though the fare consisted merely of a simple broth made from dried ingredients, it was savored with extraordinary delight. The faces of some warriors even broke into rare smiles, and they began to exchange amusing banter. In stark contrast to the organization's typically rigorous and swift demeanor, this meal took an unusually long time, lasting nearly an hour, before Aso finally commanded the end of dining, instructing everyone to prepare their gear for an immediate departure. The treasures in this room were incredibly enticing. Chen Zhi emphasized to the warriors that nothing here, not even a scrap of paper, should be taken outside. All of it belonged to the burial goods of the tomb's master, the god of death, Bai Qi. As everyone readied their equipment, Bai Qi discreetly approached Chen Zhi, lightly touching his arm and gesturing towards the door of the dark chamber, indicating that he should follow him to the previous room. This was the chamber lined with corpses. The atmosphere inside was peculiar. Despite the presence of numerous bodies, each appearing damp and marked with provocative red seals on their foreheads, suggesting the imminent danger of resurrection. An inexplicable sense of safety emanated from them. It seemed that these bodies exuded a uniquely human obsession that created a feeling of security. Do you have a cigarette? Lend me one, Bai Qi requested as he re-entered the dark chamber and resumed his previous seat, his brows furrowed deeply and his expression gravely serious, the veins on his temples visibly throbbing. Cigarettes? Yes, Chen Zhi replied, retrieving a pack from his pocket, handing one to Bai Qi and keeping another for himself. He then produced a lighter, igniting both cigarettes. Bai Qi took a heavy drag, seemingly unaccustomed to the foreign tobacco, coughing twice before continuing, his earlier smile replaced by a furrowed brow. Chieftain, have you considered this? If, as you say, Bai Qi was enshrined as the god of death at the moment of his demise, then he is no longer the same as before. He was already different from humanity. Having been killed, he is now free from human lineage ties, buried alive here, and upon becoming a deity, he cannot die. What might he become now, resting within that coffin? I cannot predict. Chen Zhi flicked the ash from his cigarette, similarly troubled. I have no experience battling living deities, but I understand that such beings are entirely distinct from demigods. Their power is unfathomable. Even in death, or a state of half-death, they remain extraordinarily formidable. Indeed, the Jiang clan has inherited a spell capable of slaying deities. Yet it merely embodies an ideology and does not imply that all divine beings can be vanquished by such incantations. Furthermore, the potency of this spell varies in the hands of different individuals. Much like a weapon, its inherent capabilities are subject to change. In the hands of Jiangxia, this incantation may wield a power of 10,000, whereas in my grasp, it may barely amount to a fraction. As a scion of a cadet branch, my lineage has been diluted over millennia by human blood, a fact that remains immutable. What about the substance you ingested? Bai Qi suddenly turned his face towards Chen Zhi, his round, glistening eyes sparkling with intrigue. That is indeed a remarkable artifact. Your ancestor Jiangshang intentionally made you consume it. Devouring such a thing can bestow upon you the strength of others. That ancient heart of a god will replenish the deficits of your bloodline. Perhaps, Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head, yet I find myself unable to control it. Ever since that heart entered my body, my aura has unmistakably begun to shift, imbued with a nascent strength. This power feels foreign, presenting me with peculiar thoughts and new capabilities, yet it has also altered me. Clenching his fists tightly, he let out a heavy sigh. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable trust towards Bai Qi. It was as if their destinies were intertwined, two souls, ensnared by fate, converged without the need for words. Able to share theories and confessions effortlessly. I often struggle to rein in my emotions, Chen Zhi murmured through gritted teeth. Strange, selfish thoughts intrude upon my mind. And when those malevolent ideas arise, I inexplicably grow stronger. Yet during such moments, I sense my humanity dwindling. Malevolent thoughts, you say? Bai Qi responded with a cold chuckle. What you deem as malevolence is, in fact, the very pride of our kind. My race venerates desire, using strength to satiate those desires, irrespective of the cost. This selfish yearning is what you humans label as malevolent. Perhaps this epitomizes our most significant divergence, Chieftain Chen. At times, you must relinquish certain human perspectives and think through the lens of your other bloodline. Very well, I shall endeavor to do so, Chen Zhi replied with a wry smile. Yet, this is not a matter to be resolved in a fleeting thought. My immediate task is to address the matters within the divine tomb. Otherwise, they may spiral into unfathomable consequences. I understand, Bai Qi responded, furrowing his brow as he took several deep drags from his cigarette, as though attempting to inhale the difficulties that lay ahead. He then cast the cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with conviction. If we are to accomplish this task, I cannot do it alone. You must assist me. You must find a way to wield that whip. When Bai Qi broached the subject, Chen Zhi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He turned to Bai Qi, his gaze fixed on the earnest expression etched on his face. After a prolonged pause, he softly inquired, I wish to wield it, yet it seems utterly impossible. Even if I could endure the physical pain, forcing my bones to bear the weight of an unimaginable gravity, or augmenting the strength of my arms through sheer force of will, these efforts would still pale in comparison to the strength required to lift that whip. It is simply too heavy. It is beyond the realm of human capability, utterly unrealistic. Do you believe any of the weapons displayed on the outer wall, those once wielded by Bai Qi, could be lifted by mere mortals? Suddenly, Bai Qi placed his hand firmly on Chen Zhi's shoulder, pressing down with conviction. But let me tell you this, Bai Qi's son, at the tender age of 12, was able to wield these weapons. I have been endeavoring to impart this understanding to you, yet you have failed to grasp it fully. You must realize that everything you perceive in this world goes beyond mere physicality. There is no true concept of size or weight. It is humanity that becomes entangled in these notions, constrained by the brevity of their existence. I sense that the burden in your heart is too great. You harbor an innate fear of that whip, for it was once wielded by your ancestor, Jiang. You deem yourself unworthy of its power, and before it, feelings of inferiority creep into your consciousness. You believe that the whip weighs down your very being, but in truth, it is your own heart that bears the weight. After uttering these words, Bai Qi leaned closer to Chen Zhi's ear, whispering, You must comprehend that Jiang Zia is no more. You are the true master of this world now. That whip is your weapon, and you must learn to command it, just as your divine emperor of old. The myriad elements of this realm, mountains and rivers, are but grains of sand in his grasp. You must fathom this truth and assist me. Otherwise, I cannot succeed alone, and ultimately, we shall both perish here. The fiery phoenix of the sky expressed gratitude for the donations received. Chapter 570. Departure. The warriors swiftly readied their equipment. In a short span, they were all assembled and poised for departure. At the entrance of the dim chamber, a Su coughed softly, signaling, Chief, we are prepared and ready to set forth. The conversation between Chen Zhi and Bai Qi had long concluded, much of the time spent in silence. For Bai Qi's message had been conveyed with utmost clarity. Chen Zhi was required to shoulder half of the martial might, breaking through his limits to wield the god-slaying whip. However, this matter is far from simple. Chen Zhi had been diligently attempting to approach the problem from various angles, even envisioning himself as a bystander. Striving to comprehend the concept articulated by Bai Qi, which emphasized the absence of distinctions in significance. Yet, he remained devoid of any fruitful outcome. In stark contrast, Bai Qi effortlessly achieved this understanding. He had evidently reached the state he described. Upon exiting the dim chamber, he approached the formidable weapons once wielded by Bai Qi and selected a deer blade to hold in his hand. The deer blade is a slender weapon, the smallest among the imposing armaments, with a handle and sheath fashioned from leather, dark brown in hue, resembling a conventional long blade. However, what set this blade apart was its curved tip, reminiscent of a stag's antlers. Before the Han Dynasty, hunting was revered, particularly among those residing on the grasslands who held a profound appreciation for meat. At that time, deer were remarkably swift and far more elusive than they are today. Successfully hunting a deer was regarded as a symbol of agility and prowess. The inhabitants of the steppes favored curving their blades into the shape of deer antlers, showcasing their bravery and swiftness, a design that later evolved into the origins of the curved swords of the nomadic tribes. Once Bai Qi unsheathed the blade, he swung it lightly through the air, and in an instant, the cold glint of the deer blade emanated forth, causing a tingling sensation across the skin. The sheath's material was indiscernible, possessing a dull luster, while the blade itself exhibited a dark, sandy hue, thick and obscure. Yet the chill emanating from its edge was undeniably formidable, exuding a palpable weight. Bai Qi weighed the blade in his hand and gazed at a Sioux across from him, who had been fixated on the deer blade since earlier. Ever since a Sioux was rescued from Fengdu, he had lost his original weapon and had yet to find a suitable one. Upon beholding the deer blade, admiration involuntarily flickered in his eyes. "Do you like it?" Bai Qi inquired with a smile, balancing the curved blade in his hand. "Yes," a Sioux replied, not shying away, nodding slightly. "If you like it, give it a try." "Weapons are a matter of fate," Bai Qi declared, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the deer blade into a Sioux's hands. A Sioux caught it, only to find his arm swiftly pressed down as if the blade were a heavy weight, akin to a jack. He instinctively retreated several steps until his back rested against the wall, bending his knees to stabilize himself as he finally secured the deer blade. Subsequently, he dragged the blade across the ground, and the earth immediately yielded, forming a deep crater. With a vigorous pull, a Sioux drew the long blade, gazing at the gleaming edge and involuntarily chuckling with delight. "This blade is indeed extraordinary," he exclaimed, before sheathing it and taking a few steps forward to return it to Bai Qi with a solemn demeanor. "It seems that the blades of your Bai family are truly not fated for me. Haha. Ultimately, it is all a matter of perception. This is merely a weapon. Yet you all tend to overthink," Bai Qi remarked with a smile as he secured the knife to his waist, effortlessly lifting it as though it were an object of no weight. He then wandered around the stone chamber, surveying the surroundings before approaching another wall, which was bare save for the gray stone. "Let us exit from here," Bai Qi addressed the group. "The outside is vast, and the winds are somewhat fierce. The range of human sight is limited, easily swept away by the winds. Therefore, once we step out, it is imperative that you all stay close to me. In such an expanse, should we become separated, finding one another again would be an impossibility. You are all warriors of Shiqi, the strongest among humanity. I trust one need not protect you?" Naturally, Bai Qi's somewhat provocative statement prompted several members of the Blue Belt warriors to respond before Asuo could speak. "You lead the way, we shall follow closely behind. You may proceed at full speed, and rest assured, we shall not lag behind. Ha! It seems you are stronger than your forebears." After stating this, Bai Qi placed one hand against the wall and closed his eyes. A few minutes later, he turned to face all the warriors. "I have read of the glorious past of Shiqi countless times in the memories of my ancestors. In those days, you were so valiant, so fearless. Humanity is indeed a curious entity. As long as one is unafraid of death, they can become extraordinarily powerful. Even the divine can fall before your might. It is truly remarkable. I now wish to see what the strongest warriors among humanity truly embody." With that, Bai Qi's eyes, resembling glass orbs, instantly turned crimson, reminiscent of a once pitch-black night sky suddenly igniting in flames. Simultaneously, his shoulders surged upward, resembling two small mountains rising on his back. The terrifying youth, once exuding lethal intent, re-emerged. As his body transformed, Bai Qi thrust his hand forward, producing a sound of crumbling sand and earth. In the next moment, his arm melded into the sandy wall, and he turned back to the group, flashing a smile imbued with a hint of malevolence. He spun around, vanishing completely against the wall. Before long, as everyone awaited, Bai Qi's voice echoed once more from beyond the wall. "Hurry in, I have opened the door for you." "All right." Asuo promptly responded, and like a bolt of lightning, his form flickered and disappeared into the wall. The other warriors, without needing further command, quickly followed Asuo, their bodies flashing inward as they passed through. However, Chen Zhi and Pang Wei lagged slightly. As they entered the wall, they distinctly felt the compact bricks and stones pressing down upon them, nearly distorting their forms. Fortunately, the wall was not particularly thick. They lingered within its confines for merely a heartbeat before departing its structure. As they traversed through the wall, a fierce gust of shifting sand and stone struck their faces, enveloping them in a shroud of darkness. When they finally opened their eyes, they discovered they had already entered an entirely different realm. Chapter 571. The Gloomy World and the Howling Wind. As Chen Zhi opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dismal, sand-laden world devoid of light. Glancing around, everything blurred in the tumult of the raging wind, with only a vague hint of light at the horizon. The searchlights affixed to their arms struggled to illuminate the scene amid the tempest. The ferocity of the wind was peculiar, unlike any earthly breeze. It was chaotic and imbued with a spiraling force, reminiscent of the turbulent currents within a dryer, capable of reducing everything in its path to fragments. Amidst the cacophony of howling winds and swirling sands, speaking became utterly futile. Quickly, Chen Zhi and his companions donned their hoods to shield their faces from the merciless gales. Within their hoods, they could communicate through their microphones, though the radio began to falter, rendering their exchanges barely comprehensible. However, Bai Qi, lacking protective gear, found himself rendered voiceless amid the tempest. As he led the way, he had become nothing more than a fleeting shadow, intent on moving swiftly without lingering in this hostile environment. The samurai, possessing a profound sense of pride, had been prepared for any eventuality since Bai Qi had first addressed them. At this moment, the notions of life and death held little significance for them. As Bai Qi surged ahead, they followed closely in his wake. Bai Qi's speed in the fierce wind was astonishing, beyond the realm of human comprehension. He ran with unhesitating fervor, indifferent to whether anyone could keep pace. Chen Zhi employed an old technique, crafting a sticky air bubble that adhered to Bai Qi's back, allowing himself and Fat Wei to be towed along in a straight line through the air. Chen Zhi could distinctly sense that Bai Qi had transformed entirely. Previously, while his aura had been unusual, it remained detectable. Now, however, his presence radiated like an intense flame, cloaking all traces of him in an overwhelming force. It could be said that had Bai Qi not willingly allowed the barrier bubble to attach to him, he could sever it at any moment. Thus, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained ensconced within the barrier bubble, swiftly advancing alongside Bai Qi, while the silhouettes of the samurai gradually faded into the swirling winds, overshadowed by Bai Qi's incredible speed. Yet, Aso and Ji Ying maintained their positions beside Chen Zhi. Without the burden of his massive blade, Aso moved with remarkable agility, often outpacing even Bai Qi himself. They advanced swiftly for an extended duration. An ordinary person's stamina would have long since been exhausted. Yet the speed of Bai Qi remained unchanged. The surrounding environment continued to be a tumultuous expanse of swirling sand and stones. Chen Zhi discerned with clarity that the ground bore distinct square bricks, some of which even exhibited faintly discernible patterns and carvings. This indicated that the location was not a mere wilderness, but rather the interior of a structure. As they pressed onward, many shadows became visible upon the ground. These apparitions appeared to be corpses, most of which were in a state of disrepair. Exposed ribcages bristled with sharp protrusions, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of familiarity arose within Chen Zhi's heart. He could not shake the feeling that these remains might belong to individuals from the organization who had ventured here 7 years prior. The further they traversed, the darker the surroundings became, and the winds grew increasingly tempestuous, their spiraling force formidable. A moment's inattention could result in being swept aloft, with one's body shredded by the gale. Chen Zhi's protective barrier was remarkably resilient, with the ever-thickening currents safeguarding him from the external pressures. After an indeterminate duration of running, Chen Zhi observed the runes on Asu's arms igniting, while Ji Ying relied solely on her physical prowess to maintain her speed. At that moment, Chen Zhi suddenly felt an unsettling weightlessness. The current tethering him to Bai Qi was abruptly severed by an immense force. In an instant, the connection between Chen Zhi and Bai Qi was irrevocably broken. To enhance his speed, Chen Zhi had crafted the barrier to be exceedingly lightweight. Consequently, once it lost its adhesive quality, it spiraled out of control, swept into the air by the ferocious winds. The barrier floated like a kite with severed strings. And both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei experienced a perilous sense of weightlessness, the ground below rapidly becoming indistinct. Chen Zhi swiftly projected a current, which adhered to Asu, stabilizing the bubble. He then utilized this tether to draw the barrier back to the ground, punctured it, and together with Fat Wei, they descended safely. Upon losing the protective barrier, they were immediately assaulted by the searing, tempestuous sand and stones, which battered their bodies. The The sound of fabric cracking echoed from their work uniforms. And at that moment, Bai Qi had vanished without a trace ahead of them. Su and Ji Ying, possessing keen senses, halted their advance upon witnessing Chen Zhi's severance from Bai Qi, remaining stationary to escort him safely to the ground. Chen Zhi gestured to Su, whispering through the communicator, "Follow him." Su promptly acknowledged the command, leaping toward the spot where Bai Qi had disappeared and was soon lost from sight. However, Ji Ying remained in place. As the blue ribbon warriors had yet to catch up, she chose to stay behind to ensure Chen Zhi's safety. The fierce winds battered against their uniforms, the spiraling force rapidly agitating everything around them, and Chen Zhi felt himself on the verge of being lifted once more. They waited in place for approximately 7 or 8 minutes until the remaining blue ribbon warriors finally arrived. Visibility was severely compromised amidst the storm, and Chen Zhi attempted several times to count their numbers, but found no opportunity to do so. But this place can no longer be lingered in. At any moment, a fierce wind could scatter their ranks. They must find a secluded spot and continue their search for the next path. After Su was dispatched to follow Bai Qi, he quickly vanished from sight. Chen Zhi called out several times over the radio, but received no response. Ji Ying also used the warriors' coded language to tap the microphone a few times, yet all that could be heard was the crackling of static. Just moments ago, Bai Qi and Su had been present. Now, they had completely lost contact. Chapter 572. The Wandering Dragon guides the way at this moment. The environment surrounding Chen Zhi and his companions had grown increasingly dire, with circumstances taking a sharp turn for the worse. A tempest raged around them, sand and stones swirling violently. They were compelled to make swift decisions without a moment's hesitation. Lingering even slightly longer could result in them being swept away by the gale. However, Bai Qi had completely vanished, and Su, who had pursued him, was also nowhere to be found. They needed to determine a clear direction before they could proceed. Aimlessly wandering could lead them to be lost, resulting in their own demise. The wind's ferocity escalated, and for reasons unknown, the surrounding light grew dimmer. The faint glow on the horizon gradually fading until it vanished entirely. In the darkness, only the beam from their searchlight provided a semblance of illumination. But in the face of the tempest, this flicker had become but a firefly's glow, utterly inadequate to brighten their surroundings. In this moment, the calm composure of the warriors instilled great confidence in Chen Zhi. They quickly gathered, forming an intricate and interwoven formation that completely enveloped him. Each warrior pressed their left hand against the right shoulder of the one beside them, standing in a cross pattern to create a robust circular formation. This arrangement possessed a remarkable stability. Even the most ferocious winds could scarcely disrupt such a steadfast structure. Yet, the wind grew increasingly tumultuous, reaching an outrageous intensity within minutes. Chen Zhi, stabilized by the arms of the warriors, felt as though his ears might burst from the howling wind. His work attire crackled, and his pouch threatened to be whisked away. "We must leave immediately, or the members of our formation could easily be swept away," Chen Zhi commanded gravely over the radio. "Ji Ying, can you sense Su's whereabouts? Point me in the right direction." Chen Zhi's command was clear, yet Ji Ying remained silent. The static buzzed through the radio as all the warriors awaited her voice, but the response they ultimately received was despairing. "I'm sorry," Ji Ying's voice crackled over the radio. "The wind here is too strong. I cannot discern any clues. Su's presence has completely vanished. If I were to arbitrarily select a path now, it would likely be based on subjective conjecture with a high chance of error, an act that would gamble with your life. Then we must choose a path regardless." With gritted teeth, Chen Zhi patted the shoulder of the warrior in front of him. The warrior immediately understood, releasing his arm to allow Chen Zhi to pass, only to firmly grasp him with his other hand. Thus, Chen Zhi moved cautiously forward, inching his way through the encirclement of warriors until he reached the edge of their formation. "Choose a path, Ji Ying," Chen Zhi commanded solemnly over the radio. "Regardless of what this path may be, I shall use the air currents to forge a passage and ascertain if there is a place to hide ahead, or we shall perish here. But I truly cannot sense anything," Ji Ying exclaimed over the radio. She spoke no falsehood. In such a howling wind, the only sound to be heard was the roar of the gale, rendering the senses nearly useless. Detecting a person who had been absent for over half an hour was akin to chasing a phantom. Do not rely on hearing or sight. Chen Zhi shouted sternly over the radio. "Use your intuition. Close your eyes and let your instincts guide me." "Where is Su now?" Ji Ying fell silent once more, this time for a full 10 minutes. Each second in this prolonged silence was a torment for everyone. The surrounding tempest threatened to unravel their sanity. In such conditions, all physical prowess seemed futile. Once swept away by the wind, it would signify certain death. The warriors maintained a firm stance, striving to uphold the stability of their formation. Yet several times, the circular arrangement was shaken by the fierce winds, and it began to collapse from the edges. Chen Zhi noticed some warriors' breathing had grown rapid, indicating their calm demeanor was beginning to wane. Should even one warrior be lifted by the wind, their protective circle would shatter, leading to a dire fate. Ji Ying, do not hesitate. Chen Zhi bellowed through the radio. Choose a path. Everyone here is prepared to face death. Regardless of the outcome, you shall not be blamed. Ji Ying, the warrior, the others echoed over the radio. Since we chose to come here, we are ready in our hearts. We are the warriors of Shiqi. We fear not death. We shall not hold you accountable. With the collective urging, Ji Ying's voice finally resonated over the radio. Elder, it is the path directly before you. I sense something ahead. Good. Chen Zhi then closed his eyes, biting down on his tongue, a surge of metallic blood rising in his throat. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, unleashing a torrent of air currents from within, shooting forth like twin rays of light. These two streams, infused with the incantation of wind and thunder, swelled rapidly upon entering the darkness, tumultuously rolling until they transformed into two serpentine dragons of air. These ethereal dragons, crackling with electricity, illuminated the surrounding darkness, until they suddenly collided with an unseen object, producing a resounding crackle of thunder. The two luminous air dragons dissipated entirely, revealing the silhouette of a structure amidst the shadows. Approximately a kilometer ahead, an array of peculiar edifices emerged, resembling the remnants of an ancient city forgotten by time, clandestinely concealed in the shadows. Chapter 573. The Ancient Architecture of Darkness. As this architectural ensemble came into view, a low murmur of exhilaration escaped the lips of the onlookers, akin to the parched wanderer in a desert who finally beholds an oasis. The presence of these structures signified the possibility of refuge from the raging tempest. Survival was within reach. The warriors hastened toward this sanctuary, swiftly adjusting their formation, transforming their circular array into a square while still encasing Chen Zhi and Fat Wei in the center. Their movements were remarkably swift, despite the howling winds. Their firm grips allowed them to run without faltering. By the latter part of their advance, Chen Zhi felt as though he was being carried forward by their collective strength. Before long, they arrived at the foot of the principal edifice, a structure reminiscent of a gatehouse, with the remainder of the buildings shrouded in obscurity behind it. Yet, before they could discern the architectural details, a pungent scent of blood wafted in with the ferocious winds. This odor was unmistakable, penetrating even through the fabric of Chen Zhi's protective gear. Ji Ying, find a way in. Chen Zhi commanded over the radio. Understood. Upon receiving the directive, Ji Ying nimbly leapt from the formation. The moment she was exposed to the elements, the ferocious gusts lifted her. Yet her agility allowed her to grasp the edge of the structure, propelling herself to the entrance. There, concealed in the darkness, was a door, its interior obscured by the enveloping gloom. Chen Zhi watched as Ji Ying vanished into the shadows, though her labored breaths echoed through the radio, suggesting she was straining against an unseen barrier. What are you doing? Open the door, Chen Zhi urged, aware that the external conditions were deteriorating rapidly. However, Ji Ying's response came after a pause. The door won't budge. It must be locked. Locked? Then break it down. What are you hesitating for? Chen Zhi shouted, just as a powerful gust surged from their right. The warriors' formation was instantly disrupted. They fell to the ground, gripping the earth tightly to maintain their balance. Although several were lifted by the wind, Chen Zhi swiftly unleashed a stream of air, soaring into the sky to rescue those caught aloft. And together they secured their comrades back to the ground, averting disaster. There is no time. Chen Zhi cried out over the radio. Ji Ying, hurry. Open the door. Ji Ying, unexpectedly uttered a tremulous sound. Her voice was slightly hoarse, clearly reflecting her exertion. I could not push open the door. It was far too heavy. What? Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Chen Zhi's heart sank instantly. An ominous premonition surged within him. Is it unyielding? Chen Zhi had fully grasped the gravity of the situation. Ji Ying, a warrior of formidable strength, possessed exceptional control over her power. She would effortlessly breach any door forged from metal. Yet, This diminutive door eluded her grasp, which was simply inconceivable. Most disconcertingly, given the dire circumstances, if we truly could not gain entry. Just as Chen Zhi contemplated this, a more ferocious gust of wind assaulted from the left rear, not merely violent, but imbued with a spiraling force. It felt as though they had been transformed into diminutive figures, ensnared within a colossal vortex, utterly powerless against such might. We cannot falter. We must devise a plan swiftly. Chen Zhi rallied all warriors through the intercom, urging, "Heed my command. Let us charge the door together. Otherwise, we shall perish here." Wait. In that fleeting moment, Ji Ying suddenly called out over the intercom, her voice taking on an unusual tone, exceedingly soft, tinged with a slight tremor, as if she feared being overheard. Then, they heard her whisper, "There seems to be someone opening the door." What? Chen Zhi's heart skipped a beat. Is someone at the door? In such a sinister place? Within this building shrouded in darkness, the existence of any living being was utterly astonishing. Who could it be that opened the door? The owner of this abode? Unthinkable. It was impossible for anyone to survive here. Then who could it be? Asawa? If it were Asawa, he would surely have responded over the intercom before silently unlocking the door. Bai Qi? That seemed implausible as well. Who then could it be? At the moment Chen Zhi pondered this, a distinctly crisp sound of the door creaking open echoed through the intercom. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It was the unique sound of a heavy metal-bearing door. Chen Zhi had heard that in ancient times, doors held special significance. The facade of a building represented the identity of its owner and the quality of its interior. A well-crafted door, with fascinating bearings concealed within, often featured robust locks fashioned from the finest steel. When a metal bolt was unlatched, the sound of the door opening was melodious, akin to the gentle chime of wind bells. The sound they now heard matched that description perfectly. Shortly thereafter, Ji Ying's voice resonated again through the intercom, noticeably trembling as she announced, "The door is ajar. You may come through, but I cannot ascertain if this place is safe." What do you mean? In the wireless communication? Chen Zhi posed a rhetorical question, asking, "Did you see anything? Was there anyone behind the door?" "No," Ji Ying gently replied over the radio. "When the door opened, I shone a spotlight inside. There was no one. The space ahead is quite narrow, likely a passage, flanked by walls on both sides. I cannot see clearly beyond that. There should be no danger within 10 meters. Then what are you afraid of?" Chen Zhi sternly admonished through the wireless. "Ji Ying, do not let your imagination run wild. Perhaps you merely brushed against a mechanism. There is no one to open the door behind it." "Impossible," Ji Ying responded softly, her voice laced with palpable fear. "The moment the door opened, my hand instinctively reached towards the entrance, and there, I felt another hand." Chapter 574. The observer in the darkness. Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Chen Zhi's mind buzzed, but the urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation. "There is no time. We must proceed inside," he shouted over the wireless. Simultaneously, all the warriors exerted their strength, forming a square perimeter once more. Their arms interlocked as they tightly grasped Chen Zhi, swiftly approaching the doorway of the building. Indeed, there was an already ajar door, low at the entrance and less than 2 meters wide, barely accommodating 2 individuals side by side. Despite the howling winds outside, the warriors remained undeterred. Their discipline was exemplary, having long accustomed themselves to maintaining order amid emergencies. As they entered, no one jostled or rushed ahead. They entered in pairs, efficiently filing through the doorway. In less than 20 seconds, everyone had made it inside. Once certain that all had entered, Ji Ying single-handedly braced the massive door, forcefully pulling it shut. With a resounding clang, a metallic sound echoed as the door was sealed tightly. At that moment, Chen Zhi discovered that there was indeed a locking mechanism behind the door. This was no ordinary lock. It comprised an intricate assembly of interlocking metallic gears, each connected seamlessly, arranged neatly behind the metal door. As the door was secured, these gears began to creak and rotate, one segment linking to another, continuing for some time before achieving complete closure, thus relocking the door, exuding a palpable sense of power. Such a sophisticated metallic door, it was no wonder Ji Ying had been unable to open it moments prior. Once everyone had entered through the door, the tumultuous sands and stones outside were effectively kept at bay, allowing them to exhale deeply. The preceding circumstances had been perilously precarious. Should the fierce winds have lifted any individual, the entire formation would have disbanded. Now, merely on the path, If a warrior were to fall before reaching the heart of the divine tomb, it would plunge everyone into chaos, significantly impacting morale. As everyone entered, they hurriedly removed their headgear. The recent sandstorm had left them dizzy, their masks covered in dust and their visors obscured. Upon the removal of the headgear, a rush of air filled their nostrils, saturated with a sanguinary scent. This odor, distinctly different from that encountered in the stone chamber earlier, was rich yet tinged with a nauseating decay that churned their stomachs. Once their emotions began to stabilize, Chen Zhi activated the searchlight, illuminating the surrounding environment. They found themselves in a narrow stone-walled passage, the architecture of which was strikingly simplistic. The walls appeared to be carved from solid rock, as if a vast boulder had been hollowed out, with no visible seams between the stones. The ground was densely covered with small square tiles, each roughly the size of a fist. These tiles had been glimpsed outside earlier, but only now, under the beam of the searchlight, did their true nature become apparent. They were not stone but rather earthenware, producing a crisp sound when struck, indicating that they were hollow within. Arranged haphazardly, they bore no resemblance to modern tiling methods. Chen Zhi recalled having read in an ancient tome within the library that in the most ancient times of China, significant emphasis was placed on the patterns of the ground, as the surface one tread upon reflected one's status. Rather than utilizing tiles, people crafted ceramic shells and kills, which were then arranged like mosaics on the ground, forming intricate designs that required considerable effort. Only the households of nobility could afford such embellishments. From a distance, Chen Zhi observed that the small tiles indeed formed a coherent pattern, albeit an oddly shaped one, resembling a blind figure standing there, its large eyes gazing intently at them. Yet, upon touching these tiles, he could instantly feel the weight of antiquity embedded within the architecture. It was profoundly ancient. Ji Ying had initially intended for a few blue-robed warriors to traverse the long corridor for approximately 1,000 meters to scout the ahead and ascertain safety. However, Chen Zhi shook his head. From the moment he entered, he sensed an unsettling aura about this place. The path ahead lay shrouded in darkness, seemingly concealing something ominous. To venture forth alone would be perilous. Since entering, Chen Zhi had refrained from probing Ji Ying about the hand they encountered, and she had not broached the subject either. In such an environment, maintaining a stable mindset was crucial. Unnecessary speculation should be avoided, and one ought not to delve too deeply into matters. The warriors had traversed a considerable distance against the fierce winds. Bai Qi's pace was swift, and many had exerted themselves to keep up. Even they, at times, faced physical exhaustion. Chen Zhi decided that they should pause momentarily in the narrow corridor to replenish their food and water, relieving their tense muscles. And once they had regained some strength, they would continue their journey. The isolation capability of this metal door is truly remarkable. Although the fierce winds outside must still be raging, the warriors now hear nothing. They have all seated themselves along the 2 rows of the corridor, unfastening their work attire to brush off the sand, opening their pouches to drink water, and closing their eyes to recuperate. To be frank, the distance they just traversed could rival that between 2 cities, and their speed has indeed surpassed the limits of human capability. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei remained ensconced within the barrier, feeling no fatigue, yet these warriors have truly been running with their own legs. To sprint at such a pace amidst the howling winds is almost unimaginable. Many warriors now clutch their calves, their faces ashen, teeth clenched, silently enduring the pain of muscle cramps. During this respite, Ji Ying has stood at the forefront of the long corridor, guarding her companions. Her demeanor is peculiar. Since just a moment ago, she has been gazing into the darkness ahead, where a thin veil of mist swirls slowly, enveloping the shadows. It evokes an indescribable sense of dread. Ji Ying, what are you looking at? Chen Zhi leaned against the corner, gazing at Ji Ying, and inquired, "Is there anything ahead?" "Nothing at all," she replied. "I was merely glancing through," and Ji Ying's tone was remarkably relaxed, as if she genuinely meant it was just a casual look. Yet, in the next moment, she abruptly turned around, her eyes wide with alertness, fixating on Chen Zhi. Using her lips, she communicated to him, approximately 50 meters ahead. "There is someone watching us. One person." When Chen Zhi received this news, his heart sank momentarily. Recalling the situation that Ji Ying had just described, he gazed into the foreboding darkness enveloped in a veil of mist. It was too dim, situated at a considerable distance, a realm beyond the reach of the searchlight's illumination. Could there possibly be someone there? Absolutely impossible, Chen Zhi silently pondered, then glanced at Ji Ying once more. "Are you certain?" he inquired through lip movements. "Quite certain," she affirmed. Ji Ying nodded earnestly, continuing to communicate through lip movements. "He has been right in front of us, watching for quite some time, hasn't he? Then let us not hide any longer." After Chen Zhi spoke, his brows furrowed tightly as he unleashed a long stream of air, which soared like a flying dragon. Enveloped in the incantation of wind and thunder, it surged into the darkness like a brilliant flash of lightning, illuminating the air with a resounding crack. In an instant, the entire corridor was revealed in stark clarity. Everyone beheld a shadow standing at the end of the corridor, its head hanging forward as if severed, its back arched high, staring directly at them. The burning sky peacock expressed gratitude for the generous tip. Snowcat 6000. "Today, I present a substantial chapter. I have a matter to share. I will be on a business trip to Chongqing tomorrow. I am currently deliberating whether to bring my laptop. Traveling alone, my frail body feels as though it is made of paper, and carrying a laptop may prove inconvenient. I will strive to update as best as I can. Please understand that I am number 1720, and during the trip, updates may be more or less frequent. Please do not critique me. I am doing my utmost." Chapter 575, The Watcher in the Dark, Part 2. In the illumination, the silhouette became remarkably distinct, revealing itself as a human figure, or rather, an entity resembling humanity. Its head hung at an unnaturally low angle, far beneath the typical posture of a bowed human. To describe it, one could only liken it to a head severed at the neck, barely tethered by a thin layer of skin, an appearance utterly impossible for a living being to assume. Yet, undeniably, this figure stood before them, its face slightly raised, gazing at them with an unsettling intensity. The eyes were obscured by a cloth, shrouding its features in darkness. However, it was unmistakably evident that blood seeped from behind the fabric, staining it a vivid crimson, an undeniable horror that could not be ignored. Upon witnessing this dreadful apparition, all the warriors sprang into action, their reflexes remarkably swift. A dozen or so leapt to the rafters above, drawing their long blades as they encircled the narrow corridor. The blades were poised outward, resembling a ring of formidable fangs ready to strike. At that moment, regardless of the nature of the shadowy figure ahead, any intrusion into their defensive formation would result in it being sliced into fragments by the warriors' swords. Yet, the figure remained motionless, exuding a chilling aura. Watching them for several seconds before the ambient light began to dim, Chen Zhi did not observe how the shadow departed, but he sensed its departure. When the warriors illuminated the area with their searchlights, the specter had vanished entirely. "Go and investigate if there are any traces," Chen Zhi commanded softly, gesturing to Ji Ying. His initial response was not fear, but a pragmatic approach to the possibility of hallucination. They had encountered such illusions before, notably in the tomb of the mountain deity of Changbai Mountain. A collective hallucination induced by specific environmental conditions, including surrounding gases and radioactive elements. In this peculiar place, the emergence of such an utterly surreal phenomenon could only be attributed to hallucination. Otherwise, it would imply the existence of ghosts in this world. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's orders, Ji Ying swiftly maneuvered, leaping from the surrounding stone walls to the spot where the figure had stood. She bent down, touching the ground, and bringing her fingers to her nose for a scent. After a moment, she nodded to Chen Zhi. "Was it human?" Chen Zhi inquired through the wireless communication. "Probably not," Ji Ying replied. "There are indeed traces, but they bear no weight and reveal no signs of life, as if a breeze had passed through. Moreover, there is no fresh scent. If that figure was indeed a person, they would have been lighter than a scrap of paper, suggesting an exceedingly slow metabolism, or perhaps it was merely a corpse. The lifeless body, devoid of any weight, cannot move on its own." Chen Zhi spoke softly into the radio, then clapped his hands, signaling all the warriors to retreat. "There is no need for undue anxiety. Return to your posts and rest. The events we just witnessed should not weigh on your minds. Remember what I previously stated. Once we enter the divine tomb, your sole duty is to follow orders without overthinking or making judgments. Leave that to me." "Understood." The warriors responded in unison, known for their unwavering obedience. The warriors promptly returned to their positions, ready for further instructions, no longer dwelling on the mysterious shadow. At this moment, Chen Zhi beckoned to Ji Ying. "Ji Ying, approach me, we need to converse." Upon hearing his command, Ji Ying, wielding her longsword, stepped forward. Yet, it was evident that she remained concerned about the encroaching darkness. glancing back frequently as if haunted by the memory of a venomous snake-esque bite. As Ji Ying reached Chen Zhi, he gestured for silence, indicating that she should not make a sound. He then pulled her into a corner, communicating through lip movements. Ji Ying, I have a question for you. Respond solely with your lips. She nodded gently, carefully observing the movements of his mouth. Chen Zhi inquired, you mentioned feeling a hand when you opened the door. Can you affirm that? Could it not have been some object on the door, perhaps a decorative knocker resembling a human hand, leading to a misperception on your part? Impossible. Ji Ying adamantly shook her head. I am certain it was a hand. When I touched it, I felt the long nails and slender phalanges, distinct characteristics of human bones. However, this hand was peculiar. Its fingers appeared longer than a typical person's, especially the middle finger, and the texture of the skin was quite strange. Strange? Please elaborate. Chen Zhi pressed on. Indeed, the sensation of that skin was bizarre. Ji Ying replied softly, her gaze involuntarily shifting to the darkness behind her. She turned back to continue. The skin on that hand was rough, as if covered in thick scales, and it was exceedingly thin, almost skeletal. It felt cold, akin to that of a corpse. The sensation of the skin. Ji Ying hesitated at this point, glancing back towards the darkness as if fearing something might be lurking there, listening. What are you apprehensive about? Do not let your imagination run wild. Speak plainly. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Ji Ying. Yes, she quickly responded. The texture of that skin was peculiar, possessing a sticky feel that sent chills down my spine, along with an unsettling quality. What do you mean by unsettling? Chen Zhi continued to probe. Are you suggesting that the skin was particularly cold or sticky? This cannot be deemed illogical. No, Ji Ying gently shook her head, unable to resist glancing back at the darkness once more before turning back with a serious expression to Chen Zhi. She reported, I must inform the clan leader. When that hand first made contact, it was exceedingly cold, akin to that of a corpse. The moment I realized it was a hand, I instinctively reached out to grasp it tightly, but I found that it vanished from my palm, as if it were devoid of substance. Even if its movements were swift, it should not have been able to elude my grasp unless, clan leader, I genuinely believe it could have been a ghost. Chapter 576, The Violent Nine, a ghost? Ji Ying, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Chen Zhi regarded Ji Ying intently, his expression somewhat grim. Are you truly afraid? How could you utter such absurdity? You were in a perilous situation, your mind was overly tense, causing your brain to relay erroneous information, leading you to mistakenly believe you touched a ghost's hand. I assure you, that is not the case. Ji Ying responded emphatically. Clan leader, I indeed touched a hand. Furthermore, judging by the shape of that hand, it appeared to belong to a human, or was at least very similar to one, yet it was undeniably insubstantial. Otherwise, no matter how swift its movements, it could not have slipped from my grasp. Clan leader, I believe it is time for you to contemplate this direction, at the very least. Our previously held worldview regarding this place is incomplete. Perhaps, in fact, there are ghosts present here. After speaking, Ji Ying wiped her forehead with her hand. The spotlight illuminated her eyes, revealing a discernible pallor beneath them. She could not help but glance back toward the darkness once more. What are you feeling now? Chen Zhi asked softly, his gaze fixed on Ji Ying. Since earlier, you have been repeatedly looking in that direction. From a psychological perspective, individuals tend to revisit places that leave a profound impression on their subconscious. This indicates that the darkness has indeed etched itself into your psyche, and you are not one to fear the dark. Are you currently afraid? Afraid. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Ji Ying's brows furrowed tightly. Her complexion turned ashen as she lowered her gaze and replied softly, I must report to the clan leader. Yes. Ever since I touched that hand, I have been engulfed in fear. Despite my rational mind urging me not to be afraid, I remain terrified, profoundly so. I fear the owner of that hand and dread the possibility of encountering him again. Understood. Chen Zhi sternly interrupted Ji Ying, his brows knitted in concentration. He communicated to her in hushed lip movements. Aso is missing. You must comprehend the current situation. You are the sole red band warrior in the team, the spiritual pillar of our group. Regardless of the fears that may reside within you, you must never reveal them. Should the other warriors discover your trepidation, chaos will ensue, and we could all be trapped in this darkness forever. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Ji Ying immediately lowered her head and responded solemnly. She then returned to the midst of the warriors, gesturing with one hand, prompting all the warriors to rise instantly. They formed a formation of 3 ranks. A typical advance formation. 50 blue band warriors arranged themselves into 3 rows, with the central row being the most secure, comprised of the elite among them. The warriors on either side were responsible for the safety of those in the middle, embodying the traditional virtue of the Shichi warriors to protect their leader at critical moments. Among this assembly, several youthful faces emerged, one of whom stood out among all the blue band warriors. His name was Bai Qi. He was a youth of less than 20. A paragon among the blue band warriors, reputed for his exceptional physical prowess and mental fortitude. Since the last attack on the Shichi royal city, 2 positions for red band warriors had remained vacant, presenting an opportunity for the warriors to ascend to the red band. During this period, all blue band warriors of Shichi awaited the transformation of their armbands, eager for promotion. It was said that this warrior named Bai Qi had, overnight, seen his armband turn red, only to revert to blue by the following morning, never to change back since. Even now, his blue armband bore a crimson stripe, reminiscent of blood. Everyone speculated that he was a likely candidate for the next red band warrior, albeit still too young and slightly lacking in strength. Yet his promotion to the red band was but a step away. Though young, Bai Qi hailed from a family of considerable prestige within the organization. His ancestors had served as generals during the Zhou dynasty, and the lineage had produced numerous renowned warriors over generations, establishing an ancient warrior clan. Bai Qi was a moniker, his family name being Bao Kuan, and he was the 9th of 9 brothers. 7 years prior, during the fateful expedition into the tomb of Bai Qi, his father and all 8 of his brothers had perished, leaving him an orphan. Thus, when the new mission to enter the tomb was announced, Bai Qi was the first to enlist, driven by a desire to avenge his family's disgrace, and he was the first warrior designated for this mission. With Asuwa no longer present, he took up Asuwa's position, standing to the left front of Chen Zhi, alongside Ji Ying, to ensure Chen Zhi's safety. Unlike other warriors, who wielded various long swords or blades, as warriors differ from mere soldiers, their tasks primarily involved close combat or assassination, where the efficacy of such ornate weapons was diminished. Long blades were optimal for close encounters. In contrast, Bai Qi wielded a pair of light axes, crescent-shaped and forged from cold black steel, with the edges wrapped in golden sheaths, appearing exceedingly sharp. These axes were connected by a chain, reputed to possess a significant legacy, though Chen Zhi had yet to witness their full potential. "Do not worry, clan leader." As Bai Qi stood beside Chen Zhi, he unexpectedly turned his head and bestowed a gentle smile upon him, a rare expression among warriors. "Clan leader, I have just seen that shadow. Although I am young, I am confident in my ability to protect you. Whatever that entity was, should it reappear, my dual axes shall cleave it in twain." Upon hearing Bai Qi's words, Chen Zhi smiled faintly. Strangely, this young warrior, merely 17 or 18 years of age, reminded him of the parrot who perished in the tomb of the heavenly fox. That flamboyant, audacious gunslinger, with his kaleidoscopic hair, had left an indelible mark upon Chen Zhi's mind. In the stillness of the night, he often found himself reminiscing. Of course, through the trials of the past 2 years, Chen Zhi had learned to master his guilt, yet for reasons unknown, he continued to dream of the parrot, dreaming of its despairing, pallid face as it sacrificed itself to save him. "Very well, you shall lead the way for us," Chen Zhi said with a serene smile. "If that shadow appears again, refrain from acting impulsively. Allow me to discern its true nature first." Chapter 577. The Ancient Palace. The expedition pressed onward, during which no one dared to utter a word. In this darkness, an almost magical tension held their hearts captive, rendering them unable to relax. The previous sense of ease had dissipated entirely. Everyone remained on high alert, their nerves taut as they traversed the path. In the profound silence, they could even hear one another's breaths and heartbeats. The guide, Bai Qi, had vanished without a trace, and Asu had lost his way in search of him, leaving the remaining members to navigate the obscurity alone. Along this shadowy path, an inexplicable eeriness permeated the surroundings, a chilling aura that weighed heavily upon their hearts, stifling their thoughts. Even these battle-hardened warriors dared not lower their guard. It seemed that in such an uncanny darkness, the human spirit was on the verge of collapse. The light here was peculiar. Everything diverged drastically from the world outside. The darkness was cold and damp, saturated with the metallic scent of blood. This odor was remarkably fresh, as if life had just been extinguished in this very place, the pungent aroma of newly spilled blood pervading the air. Their searchlights, inexplicably malfunctioning, failed to illuminate beyond 10 meters, regardless of how they adjusted the beams. Thus, the ominous darkness loomed eternally in their sight, an impenetrable shroud that seemed to conceal some presence, obscuring all light. They continued their advance, yet the environment around them remained largely unchanged, presenting an unending, straight corridor of darkness before them. However, the stone walls here are adorned with greenish derivatives, which have long since petrified, layered like scales. These phosphorescent derivatives require an extensive accumulation of time to form. This suggests that the wall they now behold may have existed for thousands of years, perhaps even longer. Occasionally, they pass through several stone chambers, yet these spaces are devoid of any furnishings or artifacts, as if everything has been removed. The layout here is peculiarly strange. Overall, this place is not conducive to human habitation. All the stone chambers are irregular polygons, and by human living standards, such configurations could not accommodate any furniture or domestic items. With no traces of items ever having been placed upon the ground, it seems that the inhabitants of this place did not require beds, cabinets, or chairs, and may not have even existed in human form. Chen Zhi observed that in the center of some chambers, there lay an odd black iron rod, parallel to the middle of the room. Although it appears to be iron, it is actually an indistinct metal, dark in hue, resembling bronze yet distinctly not of that material. Below it hung numerous bells, suspended by hooks at both ends, dangling in the center of the chamber. To describe it, it resembled a birdcage's hanging perch. On the walls of the chambers, strange murals could be discerned, entirely unlike human artistic styles, lacking specific representations or even complete lines. The surface appeared chaotic, resembling a multitude of eyes, as though clawed by wild beasts, strikingly similar to the bizarre totems found within the temple outside. After traversing several miles on foot through this peculiar place, they still encountered no meaningful regions. However, Chen Zhi had concluded one thing. The structure they occupied was, in fact, a palace. A palace is an ancient architectural form in Huaxia, commonly associated with the abodes of nobility today. Yet, in the past, palaces took on many forms and were not solely the domain of the aristocracy. Some ancient texts record that noble bloodlines resided within palaces, seldom venturing outside. However, the content of these records is often fragmentary and unclear. Presently, this palace, due to its extreme antiquity, renders much of its details indeterminate. Its precise age and the background of its world remain a mystery. One thing is certain, though, the architectural layout here is exceedingly peculiar. We cannot proceed any further. Chen Zhi suddenly stated over the wireless communication, raising his hand to signal everyone to halt. The warriors, ever vigilant, promptly obeyed the command, swiftly forming a circular formation around Chen Zhi. Ji Ying and Bai Qi took up crucial positions within the formation, turning to face Chen Zhi. "Elder, why have we stopped?" Bai Qi inquired first. As a warrior, Bai Qi was certainly not one to remain composed under pressure. He had hurried along, eager to reach the end, but now, confronted by the vast and directionless expanse ahead, he displayed unmistakable impatience. "We can no longer proceed," Chen Zhi exclaimed, removing his headgear to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He approached a nearby stone wall, running his hand over its uneven surface before speaking again. "Have you not noticed? Since our entrance, we have been traversing a circular channel, akin to a labyrinth. Our prolonged journey has merely been a meandering within this maze." "That is utterly impossible," Ji Ying retorted with unwavering conviction. "My navigational skills are exceptional. Even in the depths of the mountains, I can see great distances, and I mark the surrounding terrain to avoid circling back or losing my way. We have not retraced our steps." "That is not my point," Chen Zhi replied, his fingers tracing the peculiar patterns on the wall. "The maze I speak of transcends our conventional understanding. A true labyrinth does not necessitate repetition. It can ensnare individuals within its confines. Much like a simple fishing net can easily trap fish, strange formations can ensnare elusive beasts. This place is indeed a maze, and we are now lost within it. What shall we do? Should my subordinates chisel through these walls to find a way out?" Bai Qi inquired, raising his chain axe. "Not at all." Chen Zhi gently shook his head. "We cannot escape on our own. We need a guide, someone who truly understands this place." "But that is impossible," Ji Ying responded, fixing her gaze on Chen Zhi. "Bai Qi is nowhere to be found, and this is our first time here. We can only rely on ourselves. No, there is still one other person, Chen Zhi declared, his expression grave as he pointed towards the darkness ahead, speaking softly. He has been hiding there since earlier. Chapter 578. Rending the darkness after speaking. Chen Zhi placed his hand on Ji Ying's shoulder and whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, she understood the command and gestured to the other warriors, who promptly dispersed to the sides in utter silence, like a weightless breeze. Simultaneously, they extinguished their personal flashlights, concealing their presence. Soon, the darkness enveloped them, save for the beam of light from Chen Zhi's arm, until he pressed the button that extinguished the last remaining glimmer. A pitch-black void descended instantly, and in the ensuing silence, even the heartbeats and breaths of those present became inaudible. Together, they remained hidden in the darkness. Allowing time to flow by, and as moments turned into eternity, they ceased to keep track of time, each person unable to perceive the whereabouts of those beside them. It was impossible to ascertain whether those around him had already succumbed to death, for the presence of all the warriors was enveloped by Chen Zhi's fierce curse. Yet, in this shroud of ferocity, everyone remained silently concealed, striving to mask their own essence, akin to lifeless corpses standing quietly in that desolation. However, hidden in this darkness, a sense of being forsaken by the entire world emerged, the surrounding stillness sending chills through one's heart. After a moment, Chen Zhi felt his body adapting entirely to the surrounding gloom, which enveloped him like a viscous black liquid, dense, frigid, and saturated with a metallic scent of blood. Ultimately, Chen Zhi himself became a part of the darkness, losing interest in the light, yearning only to merge thoroughly with the shadows. Upon closing his eyes, he suddenly felt as though light had no place in this world. Time lost its meaning as he remained in this abyss, until suddenly, a disturbance broke the silence. This sound was not of the ordinary auditory variety, nor was it visible to the eye, but rather a sensation, an instinctual awareness. Chen Zhi perceived an entity approaching him slowly from the darkness, so light it bore no tangible presence, nor sound. He sensed it drawing closer, yet remained motionless. His eyes shut tight, suppressing all essence, silently awaiting the entity's advance. He could even detect the rhythm of its approach, and amid this eerie encounter, it became apparent to him that the entity was weeping. Moments later, an indescribable chill surged towards him, reminiscent of past encounters within the sealed tombs of Japan, where the spirits lay prone. This penetrating coldness, invasive to the marrow, caused his mind to swell with dread, raising every hair on his body. In the next heartbeat, Chen Zhi felt a gaunt hand suddenly seize his ankle with a grip as fierce as iron. The hand was chillingly cold, penetrating even through his work attire. Yet, he remained still, eyes closed, allowing that hand to ascend gradually, relishing the superhuman strength that inflicted pain upon his bones. Previously, Chen Zhi had calibrated the temperature settings on his work suit, rendering it completely insulated. From the exterior, one could not discern his body heat, making him feel akin to a mere stone. The frigid hand continued its ascent, nearing his cheek, when suddenly, Chen Zhi shouted into the void, "Turn on the lights." His voice echoed in the darkness like a thunderclap, and in an instant, the warriors' searchlights illuminated from all directions, their beams coalescing upon the entity before Chen Zhi. In that fleeting instant, the true nature of that entity was fully unveiled in the light. Upon witnessing the unimaginable spectacle, an uncontrollable roar erupted from the throats of all the warriors. Yet, in that blinding moment, Chen Zhi beheld a face, distorted and even tattered, transcending the realm of horror. It was an exceedingly chaotic visage, a mouth of profound agony quivering slightly, as if countless torments emanated from it, yet no sound could escape. The face was shrouded in a filthy, tattered cloth, the age of which was indiscernible, encrusted with petrified parasites, the fabric itself rendered unrecognizable, seemingly reduced to mere refuse centuries ago, yet still obscuring the eyes of that countenance. Blood seeped from the eye sockets, forming two indistinct, gory hollows, rendering the tormented face utterly indescribable in its terror. "It's a ghost. Seize him." The voice of Bai Qi resonated first across the airwaves, and at that very moment, a flying axe, accompanied by chains, hurtled through the air towards that ghastly visage. Yet, a curious event transpired as the axe descended. The horrific shadow that had just gripped Chen Zhi's shoulder vanished abruptly, as if an incorporeal specter had completely dissipated before their eyes. Chapter 579. The Ghost Leads the Way. Chief, be cautious. It's a ghost. At the instant the shadow materialized, Ji Ying had already leapt to Chen Zhi's side, her long blade poised. However, upon realizing the shadow's disappearance, her first instinct was to kneel and reach out to where the figure had stood. There are no traces left, Ji Ying murmured. The dust on the ground remains undisturbed. There are no imprints, no remnants. That entity possessed absolutely no weight. It was insubstantial, just as I mentioned before. It must truly be a specter. After speaking, Ji Ying lifted her gaze to observe Chen Zhi's expression. At that moment, silence enveloped everyone. They all ceased their murmurs and exchanged no words, merely watching Chen Zhi, awaiting his next command. Simultaneously, they cast wary glances at the surrounding darkness. Chen Zhi, who had been mingling among the warriors, now approached Chen Zhi after surveying the vicinity. In a hushed tone, he confided, Chen Zhi, I must share something with you. Please do not dismiss the tales passed down by our ancestors. Whether or not ghosts truly exist is a matter for another time. But consider this. All the taboos and customs we once spoke of, are they not all tied to the deceased? We claim disbelief, yet ultimately, we are compelled to acknowledge the truth. We just witnessed it with our own eyes. That entity bore no physical form. If that is not a ghost, then what could it possibly be? There should not be true specters in this world. Chen Zhi furrowed his brows, gazing intently ahead. The very existence of ghosts defies logic. If such entities were to inhabit our world, then everything we perceive would lack genuine form, undermining the very foundations of reality itself. Why delve so deeply into such matters? Fat Wei remarked, lowering his voice. He cast a wary glance towards the encroaching darkness. What Bai Qi mentioned resonates with me. Reflect on it carefully, he continued. He suggested that in this world, there is no absolute measure of size or significance. Everything is fundamentally the same and devoid of fixed form. By this line of reasoning, the life and death we observe may not truly represent the essence of existence, perhaps affirming the possibility of spirits dwelling within this ominous place. Just as Fat Wei articulated this thought, a warrior suddenly made a perilous gesture, signaling for silence. The gravity of this signal was unmistakable, only to be employed in dire circumstances. Upon witnessing the signal, all fell silent, their gazes fixed forward, where an astonishing sight unfolded before them. At the bend of the corridor stood a figure, slightly hunched, caught in the interplay of the spotlight and shadows. It was the very ghost they had glimpsed earlier, now appearing with heightened clarity. The figure inclined its head at an unnatural angle, as if decapitated, yet tethered by mere skin. A tattered cloth obscured its face, from which copious blood seeped through. The apparition remained still, flickering in and out of the darkness, intermittently illuminated by the warrior's searchlights, only to vanish once more into the shadows, evoking an indescribable terror. When did it come to stand there? I didn't notice at all. Ji Ying was the first to react, turning to Chen Zhi and communicating through lip movements. Is it going to attack us? If it lacks a physical form, our martial skills would be rendered ineffective. She hesitated momentarily, her expression turning grave as she shifted her gaze back to the figure in the darkness. This time, she scrutinized it for an extended period before turning back to Chen Zhi, relaying through her lips, Chief, it has no shadow, does it? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow again, his eyes returning to the front. Under the dim light of the spotlight, the figure stood resolutely, its elongated form slightly taller than that of an average person. Hunched like an upright eel, with fingers so elongated they appeared boneless. The spotlight illuminated its entire body, revealing an absence of shadow beneath its feet. Chinese folklore has long been steeped in tales of ghosts, with a profound fear surrounding the realm beyond death. The legends of hell and the king of hell have permeated human consciousness, rendering the spirits of the deceased among the most terrifying concepts in the human psyche. In legend, it is said that upon death, one transforms into a ghost, a being of the underworld capable of causing harm, intangible and formless, yet fearful of human saliva. To touch such a specter could lead to metamorphosis into a beast, and these spirits cast no shadow, for they lack substance, appearing and vanishing at will. The entity before us bore an uncanny resemblance to these fabled phantoms. No rationale could conjure an alternative explanation for its existence. As all eyes fixated upon the apparition, it gently swayed, and then, astonishingly, its entire form began to float. This levitation was not mere rapid movement. It was a true buoyancy. akin to a weightless wisp of air, gliding forward before dissolving into the surrounding darkness. "Chief, shall we pursue?" Bolting forward like lightning, Bai Qi inquired into the communicator. Simultaneously, he brandished his chain axe. "Chief, do you require my men to subdue it? It lurks there. I can see it. Do not touch it," Chen Zhi commanded sternly over the wireless. "Its presence here may not stem from malice. Perhaps it seeks to guide us. Reveal yourself," he added, patting Ji Ying on the shoulder. Ji Ying then gracefully leapt to the beam above, her long blade hanging down as she extended her arm. Concurrently, her spotlight illuminated the encroaching darkness. By the dim glow, everyone discerned that the shadow indeed lingered there, gently swaying, its head bowed, the fabric of its garb drifting languidly, devoid of any semblance of life. "Follow it," Chen Zhi ordered through the communicator, then nudged Peng Wei, and together they advanced. Soon, 50 blue-clad warriors trailed behind, forming 3 ranks as they commenced their journey alongside the enigmatic specter. Chapter 580. The Ghost Leads the Way, Part 2. As they progressed alongside the ghostly figure, the path they traversed deviated markedly from their earlier course. Although they had not retraced their steps, the journey felt interminable, with no end in sight. Chen Zhi understood that they had been circling back, ultimately destined to return to their origin, unable to penetrate the heart of the structure. However, he now sensed a distinct shift. The road ahead was straight, leading deeper into the palace's core. Throughout their journey, the shadow before them swayed unsteadily, moving at a glacial pace, its form flickering as if on the verge of vanishing. It was not an ideal guide. Yet, the group maintained a deliberate distance, wary of approaching it, let alone conversing. Even the warriors, though silent, emanated an air of trepidation, and Chen Zhi could palpably sense this unease. Indeed, all present were gripped by a profound fear of this peculiar silhouette. They continued forward for an extended period, until the environment around them faded from their awareness and their sense of time slipped away. Before them lay an unbroken corridor. At this moment, Chen Zhi felt a sharp pain in his stomach, accompanied by a tingling sensation in his arms and nose, classic signs of deprivation of food and hydration. If they pressed on much further, they risked succumbing to collective hypoglycemia. Yet, the procession marched onward, the ghostly guide seemingly immune to fatigue, gliding steadily ahead. Eventually, when the group's nerves were nearly dulled, they arrived at a new territory. In this place, there were no more straight passages or peculiar stone chambers. Instead, they were confronted with a massive black stone screen. The enormity of this stone was overwhelming, obscuring any sense of what lay behind it. Upon reaching this point, the guiding specter flickered and vanished entirely. The warriors sprang forward with urgency, searching the darkness for the ghost. Their emotions a tumultuous blend of fear of being abandoned by the specter in this desolate place, and fear of it lurking in a corner, ready to leap forth, as they dreaded the sight of its horrific visage once more. However, the ghost ultimately disappeared without a trace, leaving them enveloped in profound silence and darkness. Before them loomed only the vast black stone screen. Behind it lay an expanse of impenetrable blackness. Once assured that there was nothing else, Chen Zhi and Fat Wei activated their searchlights, casting beams upon the stone screen. Upon its surface were etched clear lines. Employing the shadow carving technique common during the spring and autumn and warring states periods, it depicted what appeared to be a map, albeit with chaotic lines that obscured its true form. Yet, beneath the map, numerous sacred inscriptions were carved deeply, their clarity unmistakable. As Chen Zhi scanned the inscriptions, he realized they bore a decree imprinted upon the stone screen, solemn and authoritative. The text conveyed a narrative that Chen Zhi had partially grasped. Bai Qi, a scion of the Qin nobility. His father was Gongsun Bai, while his mother remains a mystery, having left him after his birth. This child, born with immense strength and swift agility, was a martial prodigy. By the age of 5, he could strangle a black dog, and by 9, he could slay lions and bears. Each time he killed his prey, he would eviscerate it and consume its flesh raw, behaving as a wild beast. At 14, his father arranged a marriage for him. One day, he observed his wife weeping as she prepared a soup and inquired about her sorrow. The beautiful woman replied, "My husband has a peculiar obsession. He commands me to cut the flesh from my bones to add to the soup. Should I refuse? He punishes me with thorns. Each day I sacrifice my flesh, and one day I shall perish from this." Her father, alarmed, understood that his son had inherited his mother's blood. her insatiable nature for flesh, and ordered thousands of elite soldiers to seize his son, binding him with iron chains and imprisoning him in a dry well, forbidding him access to food and water, condemning him to a slow death by starvation. During the reign of Duke Zhao of Qin, the state of Qin found itself besieged by the 6 rival kingdoms. In this era of fierce contention, the ambition of the Qin king to seize dominion over the world intensified. He sought out Bai Fu, requesting the release of Bai Qi, promising to bestow upon him a slave daily for sustenance. With no other choice, Bai Gong ultimately acquiesced, releasing Bai Qi, who had been trapped in a well for an entire year, deprived of food and water, yet miraculously, he remained alive, his body reduced to mere skin and bones. Subsequently, Bai Qi repeatedly achieved remarkable military successes, engaging in over 70 battles without experiencing defeat. In the Battle of Chongping, he orchestrated the massacre of 400,000 Zhao soldiers. And in the conflict at Yingdu, he caused the drowning of countless Chu warriors. Thus, the Qin army rampaged across the realm, unstoppable. And Bai Qi earned the title of the immortal god of war. However, as Bai Qi reached middle age, his true nature emerged. He began to slaughter no fewer than 10 slaves daily, consuming their flesh, transforming the Marquisate into a bloody hell. The citizens of Wuhan lived in constant dread, fleeing southward in droves, unwilling to remain in their homeland. The Qin king, exasperated, had no choice but to issue a decree admonishing Bai Qi, instructing him to restrain his gruesome appetites. Afterward, Bai Qi ceased his consumption of commoners' flesh, yet he continued to wear a sinister grin, behaving like a demonic beast. One fateful day, he led tens of thousands of valiant warriors into the royal palace to confront the Qin king, smiling as he proposed. The sages say that courtesy requires reciprocity. I offer you dominion over the world. In return, grant me the flesh of a prince. The Qin king, struck with terror, realized calamity was imminent. He hastily presented dozens of his favored concubines to Bai Qi, who devoured them within mere days. Seizing this opportunity, the Qin king sent trusted emissaries to secretly meet with the Zhou emperor, weeping profusely, lamenting, "Our king has shown disrespect to the emperor of Zhou, and he deeply regrets it. For the sake of the countless lives at stake, I implore the Zhou emperor to detain the malevolent Bai Qi. Otherwise, we, the vassals, shall all become his prey." The Zhou emperor heeded the Qin king's plea and dispatched the leader of the Jiang clan, accompanied by a multitude of divine shamans from the West Qi, to capture Bai Qi and confine him beneath the mountains, locking him within his tomb, preventing his escape. However, as Bai Qi was imprisoned in the coffin, he refused to accept his fate, inflicting harm upon several captors, none able to subdue him. The leader of the Jiang clan suddenly spat blood and exclaimed, "My ancestor Jiang Shang has arrived. We must leave at once." Subsequently, he led the divine beings in a hasty retreat from the divine tomb, only to succumb to bloodshed soon after. Thus, the great Zhou emperor decreed, "The tomb of Bai Qi is not to be trifled with. Future generations must never release this individual, lest chaos befall the world." Remember, these divine writings bore an uncanny resemblance to the secret records of the Zhou emperor within the organization. Judging by the methodology of the recordings, this version predates the one in the organization, which appears to be a transcription. After Chen Zhi perused these divine inscriptions, he turned his gaze to the intricate patterns above on the stone screen. Indeed, it resembled a square map, its lines chaotic and tangled, akin to the spots on an animal's hide. Yet, at the center of the map, there lay a hexagonal design, somewhat three-dimensional. From this vantage point, it was unmistakably a stone well. Chapter 581. The canine. As Chen Zhi contemplated the complex, modeled map, Pang Wei detected something peculiar. Since earlier, he had been illuminating the lower section of the stone screen, where several scratch marks were visible. These marks were erratic and located at the very base of the stone screen. They were nearly imperceptible unless one looked closely. However, upon closer inspection, the uneven, elongated grooves crisscrossed violently, revealing a tumultuous history. "Orange, something is amiss here," Fat Wei exclaimed, directing his lantern towards the peculiar marks. "These imprints do not resemble those made by a human. They bear the unmistakable characteristics of a large beast. The force exerted is excessive, unlike anything a living creature could produce. Having delved into graves for many years, I am acutely aware that the entities beneath the earth are far from trivial. The dead can be far more terrifying than the living." "Speak plainly, what do you mean?" In this tense atmosphere, Chen Zhi was disinclined to engage in any circumlocution with Fat Wei. As Fat Wei continued, he gritted his teeth and gently shook his head. These elongated scratch marks. They remind me of the remnants left by rice dumplings. Moreover, the size of these dumplings is quite substantial. The depth of the marks is extraordinary. Orange, come and feel the hardness of this stone. Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, Chen Zhi promptly approached. He meticulously illuminated the stone screen with his searchlight and then touched its surface. The stone was dense, having aged considerably and been overrun with various organisms, which rendered its texture somewhat painful to the touch. Indeed, as Fat Wei had described, the stone screen was thick and solid, its hardness akin to that of a superdense steel plate. To leave scratch marks on such a stone is no simple feat. Even a living beast, should it tear its claws to shreds, would leave no trace. Yet these claw marks were profoundly deep, the surface uneven and rugged. To etch such profound scratches into this stone, one would require immense strength and an utter lack of sensitivity to pain. As Fat Wei had suggested, only a creature akin to a zombie could achieve such a feat. Chen Zhi discovered several relatively intact marks, estimating their distance and scale while comparing them with various creatures. Such traces could not have been left by a human, and the proximity of the claw prints resembled those of canines. If one were to describe it, it would be more akin to the marks left by a large dog, a large canine. Chen Zhi's mind began to conjure such an image, albeit with difficulty. Just then, the voice of Bai Qi resonated from behind the stone screen. "Leader, look behind. There is an image." Bai Qi, being quite perceptive, had already turned to the rear while the others were focused on the stone screen. Chen Zhi hurriedly stood up and, along with Fat Wei, moved to the back of the stone screen, shining their searchlight upon it. Indeed, there was a large, intricate image there, rich in detail and tightly woven lines, all rendered in a technique of bas-relief. Unlike the ancient and bizarre patterns at the front, the mural at the back was exceptionally clear, with a well-defined relief and even infused with color, showcasing shadows. The craftsmanship was exquisite, depicting all figures and elements with remarkable clarity. The mural prominently features a grand well, its edge taking on a hexagonal form, encircled by an array of chains. At the mouth of the well looms a colossal silhouette, devoid of distinct facial features, with disheveled hair and an indistinct visage. Yet, this figure exudes a terrifying aura, its hands resembling fearsome claws, the middle fingers elongated, and its body dynamic akin to that of a wild beast. The back of this figure appears grievously wounded, continuously gushing forth blood. A gruesome sight, as if something had once grown from its back and had been brutally severed. In front of this dark figure stands another person, whose face is also unrendered but radiates a sense of calm. The colors of the mural reveal that he is clad in a flowing white robe, with silver hair cascading onto his shoulders. In his hand, he holds a square seal, casting it towards the shadowy figure. The seal is depicted with remarkable clarity, its intricate dragon motif unmistakably familiar. Chen Zhi instantly recognizes it as the forsaken divine seal that he had been carrying. Ever since this seal was unearthed from Genghis Khan's tomb, it had remained dull and unremarkable, indistinguishable from any ordinary stone. However, in this mural, the stone shines brilliantly. Akin to the radiant moon in the night sky, its luminosity enchanting and vibrant. The figure in white raises the divine seal high, casting its light downward upon the shadowy giant, the brilliance exhibiting a formidable binding force, akin to a mountain, pressing the dark silhouette heavily back into the well. The shadowy figure, filled with rage, struggles desperately, yet it is ensnared by the chains, rendering escape impossible. Blood spills profusely around, painting a scene of utter despair. Surrounding the stony well are numerous large hunting hounds, each ferocious in demeanor, their mouths lined with long fangs, adorned with crowns upon their heads, relentlessly howling at the figure in white. Yet, their legs are bound by chains, sealed to prevent them from rushing forward. "Dogs," Chen Zhi murmurs to his companion Pang Wei, who is perplexed. "What? Dog? Man, what does that mean? Are they dogs or humans?" Pang Wei, somewhat bewildered by Chen Zhi's words, shines his light to scrutinize the mural more closely. "I'm telling you, these ancient people sure had a flair for exaggeration," Chen Zhi remarks. "Isn't this depiction a bit too far-fetched? No dog could possibly be that large. It resembles a bull. If one were to encounter a creature like that, it could easily swallow a person whole. Look at those enormous fangs. They're akin to those of prehistoric saber-toothed tigers. Not an exaggeration. Chen Zhi insists softly, gazing at the images on the stone screen. I have encountered descriptions of ancient warfare in the library more than once, detailing many kings and nobles who favored breeding canine creatures, with numerous peculiar accounts of dogmen. This canine being is not an ordinary dog, but rather a creature of profound significance. Chapter 582, The Canine Being, Part 2. Chen Zhi gazed at the image upon the stone screen and spoke softly. I have encountered descriptions of ancient warfare in the library more than once, wherein many monarchs and generals are depicted as avid keepers of canine creatures, with numerous peculiar accounts concerning these canine beings. These beings are not mere dogs. They originated as a formidable breed, renowned for their size and ferocity. It is said that the Tibetan Mastiff bears their lineage. Historical records indicate that many illustrious leaders and emperors of antiquity kept such dogs, known for their intelligence and profound connection with humans. They are valiant in battle. A single canine being can rend multiple soldiers asunder. Even a battalion of courageous warriors would find it impossible to subdue one of these beings, with accounts suggesting that some famed generals met their demise at the jaws of such creatures. However, this species is exceedingly rare. From a single litter, only one pup may be deemed a true canine being, while the others revert to common hunting dogs. This singular canine recognizes only one master throughout its life, and upon the master's death, it is said to either die in mourning or guard the master's tomb for eternity. Goodness, how extraordinary! Exclaimed Peng Wei, observing the images of the colossal dogs with a disdainful curl of his lip. How can they be called canine beings? They look nothing like humans. Do they, like werewolves, transform under a full moon to court human maidens? The term canine being has no relation to appearance, Chen Zhi replied, pausing momentarily before continuing in a hushed tone. Records within the library indicate that these beings, from birth, feast upon flesh, subsisting solely on human flesh. A canine being that consumes a human for 1 year may produce 4 ears. One that consumes for 5 years may yield fangs. To rear an adult canine being requires the sacrifice of countless lives. Moreover, not only in the library but also in the historical texts handed down to us, there exists a clear account. In ancient times, Emperor Wu of Han sought a diplomatic marriage with the Xiongnu and dispatched emissaries with a princess to the Xiongnu chieftain's tent. However, the Xiongnu chieftain discerned that this princess was but a servant in disguise, not of royal blood, and in a fit of rage, cast her into the dog pen, feeding her to the dogs while the envoy looked on. Upon their return, the Han emissaries reported to Emperor Wu that the chieftain's 3 fierce dogs, which fed solely on humans, possessed fangs as long as curved blades. This account refers to the very canine beings in question. If such creatures were to attack, they would be exceedingly formidable. Just as Chen Zhi uttered these words, an eerie sound suddenly emanated from behind, a rustling, akin to countless claws advancing. The sound sent a chill down the spine. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could fully comprehend, it occurred. Subsequently, a low cry from the warriors echoed in the air. Be cautious. There is something in the darkness. The last cry was one of sheer terror, a sound rarely heard from seasoned warriors. Trained from a young age to endure excruciating pain, the predominant feeling within that cry was one of panic and fear. The transformation in this moment has already proven that a fierce assault has commenced. Even the most formidable warriors can be quietly dispatched. The peril arrived with alarming swiftness, occurring before anyone could fully comprehend it. As the shouts began to resonate, Ji Ying's long blade was already in motion. She seemed to intuitively gauge her position. With remarkable agility, she leapt above the attacked warrior, her silvery gray sword tracing a graceful arc in the air. In a swift stroke, the chilling edge of her blade cleaved through the ground, creating a deep gash. In an instant, the brilliance of the blade illuminated the scene, revealing a bloodied warrior flung into the corner, while a shadowy figure hastily retreated under the glimmer of Ji Ying's sword, vanishing into the darkness. The gathered crowd quickly unified, as the warriors' searchlights swiftly illuminated the injured knight's location. The sight that met their eyes left them utterly astonished. This was a remarkably skilled blue belt warrior, who, in that fleeting moment, had plunged his long knife into the ground for leverage, dragging out a long mark. Otherwise, he would have been swallowed by the shadows. He was a familiar face to Chen Zhi, known for his solid foundational skills, particularly adept at defensive maneuvers. Yet now, this warrior, who once stood strong, was bleeding profusely from multiple wounds, particularly on his left shoulder and thigh, where several distinct puncture wounds were evident. having completely breached his protective work attire. This phenomenon was terrifying. The work attire, crafted by Indian artisans, had always served as their finest protective gear, rather than being woven from mere fabric. It was composed of specially engineered metallic fibers, intricately woven to create a remarkably resilient material, impervious even to bullets, representative of the pinnacle of human technology. The Indian craftsmen had once conducted precise tests with highly penetrative metal tips, continually probing the resilience of this garment. After tens of thousands of punctures, the penetration rate remained at zero. Even substantial high-pressure impacts were resisted at a rate of 80%. Yet now, this warrior bore multiple penetrating bite wounds, indicating that even such formidable material could not withstand this onslaught. It appeared that the apex of human technology was as fragile as a butterfly's wing against the fangs of these beasts, a truly astonishing and unsettling revelation. The unfolding situation left little room for contemplation for Chen Zhi. Almost instinctively, he commanded over the wireless communication, "We cannot linger here. Retreat immediately." Upon receiving Chen Zhi's orders, several warriors rushed forward, hoisting the injured man onto their shoulders to withdraw to safety. Yet at that moment, an eerie, creaking sound of gnashing teeth echoed from all directions. A chilling noise reminiscent of wails from the underworld, reverberating through the darkness. All the warriors instantly became alert, instinctively surrounding Chen Zhi within their ranks. They formed a semicircular formation akin to a tempest, collectively drawing their long blades against the encroaching darkness. At that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly perceived pairs of dark red eyes emerging from the abyss, glimmering with a sanguine light, reminiscent of malevolent spirits clawing their way out of hell, instilling a chilling dread. Chapter 583. The Canines, Part 3. The warriors swiftly directed their searchlights towards the source, and as the beams illuminated the shadows, everyone beheld the true nature of those blood-red eyes. They were a horde of colossal canine beings, identical to the ones depicted on the stone wall, or rather, they were once living canines, now transformed into undead monstrosities. Chen Zhi had often heard Fat Wei recount tales of the grave, describing the terrors of the half-dead, how those zombie-like creatures possessed unimaginable strength, capable of tearing the living to shreds. He had envisioned the appearance of such zombies countless times and had encountered them within the tomb of the Heavenly Fox. Yet he had never associated such a reality with his imagination. However, now he comprehended the sheer horror of the undead. Before him stood a multitude of hunting dogs, towering even above adult bulls, their numbers too vast to count at a glance. Despite the dim lighting, their blood-red eyes and razor-sharp fangs were unmistakably visible in the darkness. They were indeed a congregation of beasts long deceased, their bodies largely disintegrated, with much of their flesh having rotted away to reveal the stark white of their spines. Their agile yet crooked forms, skin tinged with a purplish hue, and the stench of decaying, petrified flesh, combined with ancient, bloodied fangs, evoked an immediate sense of terror. As these canine beings gathered in increasing numbers, they appeared devoid of intelligence, driven solely by primal instincts. They began to approach Chen Zhi and his companions slowly, their fangs glistening with a dark, chilling sheen, while a nauseating scent of blood emanated from their forms. This scent was overwhelmingly potent, evoking visions of the souls they had once devoured thousands of years ago, still wailing in agony within their bellies, lamenting their fates. This was dire, truly unfortunate. These were indeed the dreaded undead, and to make matters worse, they were the warriors among the undead. Fat Wei shouted over the radio, "Let me tell you, most of these undead are covered in fur, with various colors of hair. Any undead with fur is a formidable foe. Encountering them in the tomb is akin to facing the gates of hell. However, there exists something even more troublesome than the fur-covered undead, those that have been deliberately resurrected, transformed into living corpses." As Pang Wei spoke, his teeth clenched audibly, his eyes reddened as he gazed at the beastly figures before him. These creatures, even in life, were imbued with red talismans, crafted from human blood. Upon contact with a corpse, they explode. These dogs were deliberately turned into zombies. I suspect that Bai Qi, knowing the weight of his sins, anticipated the desecration of his grave and thus prepared for this contingency in life, entrusting these zombie dogs with the guardianship of his tomb. What a despicable act. Enough of this. Ji Ying's azure blade was already unsheathed, glinting with a cold radiance that mirrored the resolve etched upon her face. Her lips, flushed crimson from exertion, resembling a solitary rose blooming amidst the darkness. What good is this talk? Tell me, how formidable are these creatures? How many can I fell alone? Oh dear sister, are you daft? You still contemplate confronting them head-on? Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Pang Wei's tone grew frantic, his rotund head shaking like a rattle. Let me tell you, do not even think of engaging these zombie dogs. We, who venture into the tombs, know well that the older the red talismans, the fiercer the resultant revenants. Encountering them spells certain death. These monstrous hounds have existed for millennia. They have become cunning in this tomb. To challenge them is to court demise. We must find a way to flee swiftly. What is there that we cannot confront? Standing at the forefront of the group, Bai Qi was closest to the gigantic canines, his body poised like a taut bow against the ground, perfectly aligned and ready to spring. The dual axes in his hands trembled with anticipation, like a wolf poised to pounce, prepared for the attack. There is no need for alarmist rhetoric. Even if they are somewhat larger, they are merely dogs, he whispered into the radio. Chief, I am confident in my abilities to take down the front line, while the remaining warriors can handle the rest through formation. Even if their teeth are sharp, as long as we evade their biting prowess, we can subdue them completely. They are merely corpses acting on instinct, easily manageable. Oh, what do you understand? Pang Wei was infuriated by Bai Qi's remarks, shaking his head vehemently. You do not comprehend the true power of the undead. Historically, the strength of a zombie surpasses that of a living person by unfathomable multiples. Among the undead, the most formidable are those animated by red talismans. Do you think those talismans come from nowhere? They are exchanged for the lives of the living. These charms are inscribed with the blood and brain matter of the deceased, crafted with the utmost care. To inscribe a single talisman may claim a life. Sometimes even 100 lives cannot yield a single effective charm. The resentment of the deceased is imprinted upon that talisman, which is then inserted into these beasts, causing them to rise upon death. Such methods are morally repugnant, yet incredibly potent. If these dogs possessed 10 parts of strength and life, they now possess 1,000-fold. Should they encounter a tank, they would rend it asunder. We, the living and breathing souls, would be courting death by challenging them head-on, wouldn't we? I understand that you are all formidable warriors, indeed quite impressive. But listen to me, my friends. There is no need to stoop to the level of these mutts. In a moment, I shall scatter a handful of glutinous rice to immobilize them, and then we shall retreat together. Otherwise, if these beasts bring us down, we shall find no escape. After Fat Wei finished speaking, he swiftly opened his bag of treasures and rummaged through it, eventually producing a handful of vivid red glutinous rice. Chen Zhi recognized its origin. Fat Wei had prepared it long in advance, mixing it with realgar and talismans, rendering it extraordinarily potent. According to Fat Wei, any zombie that encountered this glutinous rice would be immobilized for at least half an hour, ample time for us to flee. Everyone be ready. The moment I scatter it, we run. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses, Fat Wei declared over the radio, his grip on the glutinous rice firm as he raised it high. His aim was always precise, and the bright red rice spread through the air, landing accurately upon the monstrous hounds before us. In that instant, Chen Zhi observed the beasts momentarily stiffen. However, an unforeseen event transpired the very next second. Chapter 584. The Hounds, Part 4. Those ferocious hounds, with their razor-sharp fangs, paused for merely a second under the influence of the blood rice. Astonishingly, the rice then burrowed into the creatures, melting away rapidly, causing their bodies to flush a deep crimson, which swiftly enveloped them entirely. In the end, these hounds were transformed into a mass of blood-red fury. The foremost two suddenly bared their cavernous jaws, revealing glistening fangs, and lunged malevolently toward Chen Zhi's group. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that Fat Wei had indeed spoken the truth. He was unaware of the ferocity these hounds had once displayed. But now they could no longer be described merely as giant dogs. Their strength was immense, almost overwhelmingly powerful, beyond the capacity of ordinary humans to withstand. Even the bull-headed creatures encountered in the underworld possessed no such might. More critically, though these hounds were akin to soulless beings, their fangs were exceptionally sharp. As the hounds opened their gaping maws and swiftly sank their fangs into the warrior's flesh, Chen Zhi heard the sound of metal fibers snapping. Nevertheless, the warriors moved with remarkable speed. Given their preparedness, it was exceedingly difficult for the hounds to seize them. All the warriors danced and darted within that darkened space. evading the hound's assaults. Yet Chen Zhi could distinctly see the bloodied fangs leaving deep gouges in the ground. Such speed and strength could easily rend a tank to shreds. Formation, sword dispersal, Ji Ying suddenly commanded, leaping into the inky void above. Simultaneously, the warriors transformed into mere shadows, vanishing from sight. Moments later, they all reappeared in midair. Just as these canine creatures were about to pounce upon Chen Zhi and Peng Wei, a gleaming axe, bound by a chain, whirled forth with astounding swiftness, ensnaring the waists of several colossal dogs and forcefully pulling them back. With a whoosh, the wielder of the chain exhibited immense strength, causing two of the giant dogs to topple over. All the creatures were compressed, forming a linear collapse, their power instantaneously restrained. At that moment, Ji Ying's voice resonated in the air. Formation, shatter. With a whoosh, the sound of blades slicing through the air erupted. Subsequently, countless beams of light descended simultaneously. A veritable rain of blades that severed everything below. It was the first time Chen Zhi witnessed the warriors draw their swords in unison. The sight of long blades descending in perfect formation was both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. The warriors then descended to the ground, revealing a landscape strewn with the remnants of the giant dogs, their heads still bared in ferocious snarls, yet no longer posing any threat. This entire sequence was executed with elegance and remarkable speed, showcasing the prowess of the warriors of Shiqi. Peng Wei was momentarily stunned by the rapid transformation, his mouth agape. He could hardly believe that the once dreadful zombie dogs had been so effortlessly dispatched. Wow, incredible, brothers! Peng Wei exclaimed, suddenly brimming with excitement and bravado, as though he had single-handedly vanquished the beasts. He leaped onto the carcasses of the giant dogs, viciously kicking a few. You beasts! How dare you bare your teeth at me? Bite me! Come on, leap up and bite me again. While Peng Wei reveled in his bravado, a giant dog's head suddenly flipped over, its gaping maw snapping firmly onto his ankle. Fortunately, the swift and vigilant Bai Qi hurled his axe, cleaving the creature's head in two. Otherwise, Peng Wei's foot would have been severely injured. This infuriated Peng Wei. Damn it, how dare this beast bite me? Do you not know who stands behind me? Look at my brothers here. Who among them would you dare to provoke? No more posturing in the grave, before my comrades. You are mere fodder. I've endured your bullying for years. Today is your turn to face retribution. After delivering his tirade, he kicked the corpses of the dead dogs with renewed fury, while the warriors resumed their ranks. They soon sought a cleaner spot to rest briefly. Some warriors had sustained minor injuries, the most severe being one who had a wound that pierced through his body, bleeding profusely. His companions hastily loosened his uniform, tending to his injury with prompt care, applying instant pain relief powder and healing powder. The pharmaceuticals within the organization proved to be remarkably effective, containing not only a plethora of restricted substances, but also exceedingly precious elixirs, which exhibit potent effects on the reorganization of human adipose and muscular tissues. Upon application of the medication to the warriors' wounds, the bleeding ceased and their bodies stabilized. The warriors sat for a brief respite, replenishing their food and hydration. At this juncture, Ji Ying, Bai Qi, and Peng Wei all gathered around Chen Zhi. Orange. Peng Wei was the first to speak. We cannot proceed any further. I doubt that the blindfolded specter harbors any benevolence. It has led us along this precarious path only to deliver us to the gates of the netherworld. This is a trap designed to feed us to the hounds, seeking our demise. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Ji Ying echoed Peng Wei when that ghostly figure appeared ahead. I sensed something amiss. Its intentions remain ambiguous. We should not dwell on what it truly is, but rather ascertain that it is not of human origin. I still vividly recall the sensation of its hand. That was certainly not a living entity, and we can no longer place our trust in it. Ji Ying's reasoning is sound. Bai Qi murmured in agreement. Having exerted the most energy earlier, beads of sweat now adorning his brow, he wiped his forehead and continued. That specter is indeed peculiar. It has led us to this dead end while it vanished from sight. The path ahead likely harbors traps. We must not continue down this route. I propose we retreat and seek another way. That is not an option. Chen Zhi shook his head, contemplating for a moment before asserting. The environment here is far too intricate. Attempting to find an exit would likely take a lifetime. I have an inkling that Shadow possesses a history. I do not believe it is deceiving us, even if it is indeed a departed spirit. What purpose would there be in luring us here? Is it merely to see us perish? There are already too many souls lost here, in the eyes of the specters. What are we? As the fiery peacock expressed gratitude, it began to gradually repay its debts, asserting that one need not worry with many debts. Apologies were offered for the lack of updates, as a planned double release was thwarted by an encounter with an inexplicable lady, resulting in no updates at all. It was now 2 o'clock in the morning, and he was set to depart from Malaysia at 7, although he had previously traveled for work. This journey was genuinely a choice for himself. Yet, a deep-seated fear lingered that others might harbor resentment. After 2 years, this was the only trip, and he wished for a smooth experience. He asked for well wishes from everyone to enjoy themselves, vowing to do his utmost to provide updates. Sleep had been elusive, and he hoped this journey would alleviate his neural afflictions. In Chapter 585, The Maze Map, Chen Zhi did not acquiesce to Bai Qi and the other's suggestion to retrace their steps. Instead, he gazed into the boundless darkness ahead, instructing everyone to regroup and perform the most fundamental of restorations. After a period of recuperation, Chen Zhi dispatched several capable warriors as an advance team to investigate the movements lurking in the shadows ahead. This was an exceedingly perilous undertaking, for beyond the great stone barrier lay an expanse of darkness, peculiar in nature. When the searchlights pierced the gloom, the beams dissipated as if swallowed by the abyss, quickly diminishing to mere threads of light, illuminating nothing beyond their immediate surroundings. Yet, the warriors possessed an exceptional ability to navigate without sight, through years of rigorous training. Their senses of hearing, smell, and even intuition had become remarkably acute. Many warriors, even with their eyes covered, could accurately strike their targets and discern the paths ahead. However, the dark region that lay before them was fraught with trepidation. A ghost had long concealed itself within the shadows, never to reappear. Perhaps, in the very next moment of their descent into darkness, they would encounter that spine-chilling specter. Nevertheless, the warriors bravely delved into the abyss, suppressing their presence, ensuring that, should danger arise, the main force would not face utter annihilation. After a while, the scouting warriors returned in succession, having executed their mission with remarkable success, unharmed. They reported to Chen Zhi that a considerable distance still lay ahead, and upon reaching the terminus, they encountered numerous cold, smooth walls, akin to ice blocks in a frost-laden cellar. Yet, during this venture, they had not encountered the ghost at all. Their expedition had not been in vain. As they traversed along the frigid walls, they discovered several openings, each over 2 meters wide, with an undetermined height, likely to be entrances. Curiously, they had found more than one entrance. Chen Zhi, taken aback, inquired how many they had located in the darkness. The warrior replied, "The corridor stretches endlessly, but I estimate there may be around 10 entrances ahead. These openings, devoid of doors, stand in parallel alignment, as if presenting us with a series of choices." Choice entrances? Chen Zhi pondered, his mind swirling with intrigue. This was reminiscent of the labyrinthine challenges often devised within such realms. He then turned his gaze back to the great stone barrier. Having meticulously examined the map inscribed upon it, he had analyzed the intricate interweaving of lines, each one indelibly etched in his mind, forming a distinctly clear and three-dimensional representation of the landscape. The configuration depicted on the map appeared exceedingly complex. At first glance, it seemed to consist merely of haphazard lines. Yet it concealed numerous natural laws and even an intricately woven ancient array. However, this does not imply that it is insurmountable. Chen Zhi meticulously analyzed the map, integrating various cognitive frameworks, extracting its essence entirely. He discovered that this labyrinth is indeed unique. It is essentially a multi-path map leading from the entrance to the center, with 10 entry points, each capable of reaching the central stone well. This configuration left Chen Zhi perplexed. Typically, the design of a maze, no matter how intricate, aims to confuse outsiders, making it arduous to reach the ultimate destination. Even if there are 10 intersections, only one path should be genuine, while the others lead to different locations, or worse, to traps. Yet, the routes on this map were exceptionally clear. Although one might meander upon entering from any of the 10 entrances, they would ultimately arrive at the stone well. This implies that any entry point could lead to the final destination. However, regarding the degree of convolutions in the journey, the route in the center is the most direct and expedient. Moreover, it is peculiar that each of these paths possesses numerous branches that can interconnect. This suggests that traversing from one route to another is not an impossible feat, which seems overly convenient for intruders. Let us proceed along this path, Chen Zhi declared, illuminating the way with his flashlight as he tapped on the central entrance of the map. I have thoroughly grasped these routes. Taking the central path is the most efficient, and should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances, we can easily redirect our course. Although I still do not comprehend why this maze is divided into 10 paths, the central stone well should be our intended destination. After Chen Zhi spoke, he wrapped his fingers against the location of the stone well. Is this truly safe? Ji Ying expressed her reservations about advancing further. Observing Chen Zhi's determination in selecting the route, she furrowed her brow slightly. This path was guided by that spirit. Yet we have already faced an attack here, and now the spirit has vanished. I have an unsettling premonition. Bai Qi is missing, as is a Suo, and these may be connected to that spirit. The route provided by this specter may very well lead us to a dead end. In this world, the paths of the living and the dead are distinctly separate. Chen Zhi gazed at the map upon the stone wall and remarked, in comparison to certain human hearts, perhaps spirits are far more terrifying. Until the final moment, we cannot ascertain who is friend or foe. After Chen Zhi concluded, he ceased further discourse and gestured toward the warriors ahead. Upon receiving their command, all the warriors immediately stood up. After the recent respite, their minor injuries had been effectively managed. They resumed their original state, ready to advance at any moment. During this interval, Fat Wei had not been idle. He examined the bodies of the giant canines, even shamelessly prying them open with a knife. Did you see that? With a dagger, Pang Wei unearthed a tattered piece of crimson paper, which I referred to as the Red Talisman. This object is undeniably sinister, capable of transforming an ordinary corpse into a harbinger of chaos and destruction. I have an inkling that if Bai Qi, that scoundrel, had the capacity for such nefarious deeds, his creations would not merely consist of these monstrous hounds. There would likely be humans and perhaps even other entities involved. We must remain vigilant, for the path ahead is fraught with perilous beings awaiting us. In the airport, the Phoenix of Heavenly Flames proclaimed, "Everyone, please commend me." Chapter 585. The Terror of Jiangxia. Upon establishing the forthcoming route, the team commenced their journey according to Chen Zhi's meticulous plan, advancing in a straight line through the darkened expanse in search of the most direct entrance to the labyrinth. The darkness beyond the stone screen proved to be exceedingly protracted, far longer than Chen Zhi had anticipated. Lacking the acute senses of the warriors, Chen Zhi found the beam of the searchlight ineffective in illuminating their surroundings. The boundless abyss of darkness enveloped them, and as they progressed, the temperature plummeted, as if they were traversing an eternal void. Navigating through the shadows instilled a sense of trepidation. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei found themselves flanked by the warriors, moving forward in a nearly blind state. Cautiously probing the obscurity, the 50 warriors, akin to loyal hounds, encircled Chen Zhi, unwavering in their vigilance, their blades poised to confront any lurking threat. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi was persistently haunted by the sensation of unseen eyes observing them from the dark. The presence, though aware of their intrusion, refrained from launching an attack, yet could easily consign them to eternal darkness should it so desire. After an arduous journey through the depths of darkness, they finally reached its terminus, where Chen Zhi encountered the lengthy wall described by the warriors. Indeed, it was a remarkably peculiar stone wall, its rectangular stones cold and smooth to the touch, resembling a construction of ice bricks. The height of this wall was indeterminate, although its primary expanse lay in parallel lines. Chen Zhi and the warriors cautiously explored along this wall, soon discovering the aforementioned entrance. The opening measured over 2 meters in width, with edges that were sharp and angular. Curiously, the doorframe was void of a door, seemingly indifferent to the passage of individuals. However, upon reaching the inner side of the entrance, Chen Zhi felt an array of intricate, densely packed carvings. These inscriptions were entirely divine in nature, and as Chen Zhi traced these ancient marks, a profound sense of familiarity washed over him. The sensation that coursed through his fingertips confirmed his suspicions. These divine inscriptions had been meticulously engraved by none other than Jiangxia himself. He had constructed this very place, crafting the entire labyrinth and inscribing the spells within it. But what purpose lay behind his endeavors? Chen Zhi pondered silently in his heart, commanding the team to temporarily halt their advance through the wireless communication. He then activated the searchlight, casting its faint glow upon the incantations intricately carved at the entrance. In this dim beam of light, Chen Zhi discerned that the stone bricks adorning the walls emitted a subtle luminescence. Strictly speaking, these were not mere stones, but rather a rare type of gem that had long vanished from modern society, rendering it impossible to identify its exact material or purpose. However, it was evident that this gem emitted a chilling aura, and the labyrinth constructed from it maintained an extraordinarily frigid atmosphere, akin to a naturally formed icebox. Judging by the temperature of the walls, this icebox's coldness far surpassed anything humanity could artificially create. The inscriptions upon the walls were undeniably hand-carved, and it was apparent that the process had been laborious and hasty, as if the sculptor had been pressed by some unseen force, hastily engraving the markings. Chen Zhi scrutinized the incantations, recognizing them as exceedingly ancient spells intricately woven into the primary incantation. At its core lay a fierce binding spell, renowned for its formidable restraint. Yet, Jiang had interwoven various archaic incantations into this binding spell, akin to wrapping a resilient rope with a layer of thorns to enhance its imprisoning power. This prompted Chen Zhi to reflect deeply on the necessity of such a potent confinement spell. What was Jiang truly aiming to achieve? As he gently traced the intersecting incantations with his fingers, he endeavored to fathom Jiang mindset from millennia past. Was it to seal the mysterious stone well within? To confine Bai Qi, fearing his emergence from the divine tomb? Such reasoning seemed illogical. The magnitude of effort involved appeared excessive for merely restraining an individual. Chen Zhi found himself questioning the very purpose of this labyrinth, which evidently was a laborious and thankless endeavor. Furthermore, why had Jiang undertaken this task with such urgency and trepidation? What was he so anxious about? This labyrinth was clearly not designed to prevent entry. As depicted on the map, there were 10 parallel entrances welcoming external visitors. However, it forbade those within from exiting, resembling a prison. And within that prison, there should be more than just Bai Qi. At this thought, Chen Zhi felt a sudden tightening in his mind. Touching the crooked incantations left by Jiang thousands of years ago, he sensed the urgency of his emotions. One thing was certain, Jiang had been alive at that time. He had been pursued by some entity, something locked within this labyrinth. The entity ensconced within this labyrinth is immensely powerful, so formidable that it induces a sense of panic even in a figure as esteemed as Jiang Shang. Prepared to establish a formation, Chen Zhi swiftly commanded through the wireless communication, signaling with a searchlight, "Advance forward, fully armed." Subsequently, they appointed Bao Jiao as the vanguard, and the entire team gradually entered the labyrinth through the central entrance. The moment they stepped into the maze, an involuntary gasp escaped everyone's lips. The temperature within was starkly different from the outside world. Here, the cold was terrifying, plummeting well below -80 degrees. Everything was enveloped in a frozen state, and had it not been for their protective work attire, survival would have been nearly impossible. As they traversed the passage of the labyrinth, remnants of a team that had vanished 7 years prior emerged in their minds like a haunting specter, unsettling their very essence and pushing them precariously close to the brink of madness. "Chief, I believe I have seen my father," a warrior murmured over the wireless transmission. As they delved deeper, the warrior's emotions intensified, culminating in Chen Zhi's realization that they seemed to sense the lingering presence of that ill-fated team from 7 years ago. This sensation was intangible, devoid of any visual reference, manifesting purely as a spiritual awareness, an echo of collective thought reverberating in their minds, suggesting that their loved ones were near. The team had undoubtedly passed through this very place, and perhaps they had met their demise here, their remains still concealed within these icy confines. The reasons for their deaths remained shrouded in mystery, casting a pall of sorrow that, paradoxically, birthed a profound and inexplicable fear. This fear seamlessly melded with the encroaching darkness, rendering the atmosphere disorienting. The cold was palpable, with a thin layer of frost coating the walls, evoking a hellish ambience. The dread of what lay ahead intertwined with the specter of death itself. After advancing for some time, the warriors began to notice that their feet often brushed against various objects. These items, frozen solid by the extreme cold, were remarkably rigid. Some warriors directed their searchlights downward, revealing fragments of equipment once belonging to their predecessors, now torn asunder, scattered about. What sent chills down their spines was the sight of dismembered limbs beneath the equipment, preserved in ice, with vibrant droplets of blood still clinging to the wounds, mirroring the moment of their severance. At this juncture, the warrior cohort began to exhibit signs of agitation. "Chief, I believe I have seen my father," one warrior exclaimed over the wireless, his voice tinged with urgency, betraying his heightened emotional state. Soon, the others began to show palpable unrest. "Do you sense it?" A warrior spoke into the radio, expressing, "I have an unsettling feeling that someone is watching us. Those eyes seem all too familiar. I believe it is my ancestors observing me. Do not speak nonsense. Have you forgotten your responsibilities?" Chen Zhi rebuked sternly through the radio. "Do not look down at your feet, nor pay attention to the scattered remnants in the darkness. They are relics from 7 years ago and hold no significance for us. I do not care what loved ones you have lost here. We are the living, and the living should not accompany the dead into their grave. Furthermore, you are not ordinary individuals. You are the finest warriors selected through rigorous evaluation by our organization. Do not forget the purpose of your journey and the glory that accompanies it." Chen Zhi's reprimand proved effective, silencing the warriors, who ceased to shine their searchlights upon the debris below. Yet, he could distinctly sense the rising tempo of their heartbeats and breaths, growing increasingly rapid. Such phenomena, uncharacteristic of warriors, stirred anxiety in the oppressive darkness. As they ventured further, the situation escalated. He even heard the grinding of teeth and the swallowing sounds. Manifestations of extreme agitation. These warriors had reached a critical point. "Chief, I have urgent matters to report privately." At that moment of collective unease, Baojiu's voice interrupted through the radio. This was unexpected for Chen Zhi. The radio could switch to a private channel, effectively isolating communication between two individuals. This mode of conversation was permitted only during extreme crises, as maintaining open lines of communication among team members was vital, especially in the suffocating darkness. The current environment felt stifling, reliant on radio communication, and any disruption could lead to the loss of a teammate, resulting in dire complications. "Very well," Chen Zhi replied in a grave tone over the radio. "I shall grant you 2 minutes. Be succinct." After speaking, he adjusted the dial on his arm, halting the collective radio system and switching to one-way communication. Since entering the labyrinth, their radio signal had weakened considerably, and one had to listen intently to catch any sound. Upon accessing the private channel, Baojiu's first words struck like thunder. "Chief, they did not lie. I too have seen my father and brother. They are here." "What do you mean?" The shocking revelation caught Chen Zhi off guard. "You saw them? They have transformed." Since witnessing the ghostly figure earlier, Chen Zhi's conviction regarding the existence of spirits had waned. He no longer wished to ponder such matters. However, one thing remained certain. Throughout their journey, apart from the scattered limbs and broken equipment on the ground, he had seen nothing else. He was unaware of what these warriors truly feared. "I did not witness them firsthand," Baojiu responded over the wireless. "Among us warriors, we possess our own means of communication. We were raised under rigorous physical training from a young age, but aside from the essential courses mandated by the organization, most of our time was spent practicing alongside our fathers. Through years of training and sparring, we have cultivated an innate sense of understanding among us, one that transcends human language and mediums, even more precise than sight. In other words, when my father is within 10 meters of me, even without seeing him, I can be absolutely certain of his presence. Since entering this labyrinth, I have sensed their presence, a feeling that cannot be deceived. Especially with regard to my elder brother. I have a distinct sensation that he is very close to me, seemingly always at my side. Yet, I did not turn to look, nor did I wish to discover what he had become. I know he is dead, and I suspect the other warriors share this sentiment. This must be what people refer to as souls, though the purpose of these souls remains ambiguous. The atmosphere I now sense is quite foreboding. These souls seem uncertain of their intentions, perhaps no longer regarding us as kin after their demise. Chief, do you comprehend my meaning? You imply, Chen Zhi interjected involuntarily, shining a flashlight into the encompassing darkness, that the team from our organization perished within this labyrinth 7 years ago. Now, 7 years later, their souls linger in this darkness, awaiting our arrival to keep them company, correct? Let me introduce several newly released books. My New Empire of the Ming Dynasty teeters on the brink. The Southern Ming encapsulates a universe in the palm of one's hand. My Neighbor is the Emperor has turned history to ash. Each of these works represents significant historical narratives, and the previous volume achieved remarkable success. I encourage everyone to take a look when time allows. Chapter 587, The Fallen from 7 Years Ago, Part 2. Indeed, Bai Qi affirmed over the wireless. I can confidently assert that they are likely right beside us. They may indeed be dead, yet they remain here, existing in some form. Chief, please trust me. This is not a mere hallucination, of that I am certain. Understood, Chen Zhi swiftly replied. Even if what you say is entirely true, you must grasp that this is not the opportune moment to explore such matters, nor is this the appropriate place. However, it can be inferred that something exceedingly dangerous is likely imprisoned here, possessing an extraordinary power. This labyrinth is constructed like a colossal freezer, presumably to seal away the potency of such a being through frigid confinement. Our current predicament is perilous enough. We should not concern ourselves with trivialities. If, as you assert, spirits exist and follow us, let them continue to do so. Understood. In the depths of the wireless communication, the command was issued to Bai Qi. After conversing with him, Chen Zhi promptly returned the channel to public, where the hushed breaths of everyone echoed once more. At that moment, Chen Zhi sensed an unsettling anomaly, an inexplicable feeling generated by the electric frequency. He discerned that the breaths of 2 individuals had inexplicably vanished. Commence the count. Chen Zhi commanded swiftly over the wireless. Check the numbers, starting with Ji Ying. Understood. Ji Ying's voice resonated through the airwaves, initiating the count. The warriors reported in rapid succession, their voices crisp and efficient. It soon became apparent, amidst the swift enumeration, that a horrifying truth had emerged. During the brief silence of the wireless, 2 individuals had disappeared. These 2 were positioned at the rear of the formation, a place deemed relatively safe, yet undeniably the outermost segment of the group. Now, there was no response from them over the wireless. Ji Ying removed her headgear and called out for them repeatedly, but silence remained her only answer. The other warriors, alarmed by the news, hastily illuminated their dimming lights to search the surroundings, yet even shadows eluded them. Those 2 warriors had truly vanished into the chilling darkness. Leader, what should we do? Shall we search for them? Ji Ying inquired softly, stepping closer to Chen Zhi, her long blade drawn. The warriors immediately fell into a state of readiness, all acutely aware that the beams of their searchlights had grown increasingly feeble, dimming to a glow akin to that of a mere match, rendering the features of those beside them indistinguishable. Such faint light held no significance at all. As they hesitated in the face of the encroaching darkness, a faint sound suddenly emerged from the depths of the black void ahead, an indescribable creaking noise that seemed to evoke the primal terror nestled deep within the human soul. After listening intently for what felt like an eternity, they finally discerned the source of the sound. It was the sound of gnawing, of flesh being torn from bone. In that instant, Bai Qi was set ablaze with fury. His arms spread wide like a great rock. A surge of energy erupted from his chest. 2 light axes, accompanied by chains, propelled forward like arrows toward the shadowy figure. The fiery blaze erupted forth from his hands, crashing down onto the ground with a resounding thud. In an instant, the darkness was illuminated, revealing the scene before them, a small stone chamber, scarcely 50 square meters in size, with bare walls and an empty floor. Yet, in that darkness, they beheld a sight that would haunt them for eternity. A figure, reminiscent of a human, sat on the ground, clutching something and tearing into it. The object of its ravenous appetite was none other than the 2 warriors who had vanished into the void. Bai Qi's rage surged forth. His arms spread wide like wings, and a flow of energy erupted from his being. The 2 axes, propelled by their chains, shot toward the shadow with the swiftness of arrows. After being startled by the cold flames, the shadow vanished instantaneously, leaving Bai Qi's flying axe to strike nothing but air. With a swift flick of his wrist, the chains attached to the axe began to extend infinitely, weaving a dense net that ensnared the surroundings. Despite Bai Qi's remarkable speed, he ultimately found nothing, the chains falling to the ground empty-handed. The shadow had, right beneath the eyes of all the warriors, disappeared into thin air, leaving behind a grim reality they could hardly face. 2 warriors had been dismembered, their remains akin to the gruesome wreckage they had just witnessed. Portions of their bodies, particularly the fatty areas like their thighs, had been devoured. A wave of intense sorrow and terror enveloped the hearts of all present as they stood before the lifeless forms. These warriors were not yet 20, exceedingly young. Chen Zhi had conversed with them earlier when they had intercepted him in the Organization S passage. requesting to join the expedition to the Divine Tomb. Afterward, with the increasing number of team members, Chen Zhi had not spoken to them again, yet they had consistently fulfilled their duties with diligence. Now, upon encountering them again, they lay before him as incomplete corpses. Chen Zhi bent down to inspect the bodies. The warriors' eyes were wide open in a state of panic. Their uniforms had been torn by claws, revealing several fatal wounds on their necks, clear bite marks, a single strike lethal. These agile warriors had not even had the chance to cry out before being gruesomely slain, an unimaginable speed of attack. Seal off the surrounding space. Ji Ying commanded rationally in the face of urgency. Several blue belt warriors hurriedly manipulated the metal rings on their arms, launching metallic wires. These wires, forged from or used in Fengdu Ghost City, ensnared the entrance of the stone chamber like a spider's web, sealing it completely. A few warriors then activated searchlights and cold flames, standing guard at the entrance, ever vigilant against potential assaults from the outside. "It is all my fault," Bai Qi exclaimed, his emotions surging as he knelt before the two warriors' corpses, gently closing their wide-open eyes. It was inconceivable. Their warriors had undergone rigorous training and possessed exceptional reflexes. If they had detected danger, even if they were unable to resist, they would have alerted their comrades before meeting their fate. What could have caused them to lack even the time to sound the alarm? What entity could strike so swiftly? It was utterly impossible. Could it be that the assailant was indeed a lingering spirit? As Bai Qi's words hung in the air, the team began to stir restlessly. The emotions that had been suppressed in the hearts of the warriors finally erupted at that moment. "It must be a ghost." A warrior confidently addressed the group, asserting that it was impossible for any living being to take a life so swiftly and without leaving a trace. He continued, expressing a profound sense of his father's presence beside him. Having been raised and trained under his father's guidance, he was intimately familiar with his essence. Even if he were to err in judgment, he could not misinterpret that feeling. His father was within a mere 20 meters, perhaps even closer. Another warrior immediately concurred, stating that his brother had perished here 7 years prior, and he felt their presence as he entered the labyrinth. Were their spirits lingering? Did they harbor resentment? Their souls trapped in this frigid place, yearning for company? Surely, this place was haunted, another warrior interjected, recalling the shadow that had appeared upon their arrival, clearly a specter, lacking a corporeal form, yet capable of guiding them. Let us not indulge in conjecture. Chen Zhi interjected sharply, his tone grave and earnest. We must refrain from overthinking, especially regarding the matter of spirits. The entity that led us here remains an enigma. However, one thing is paramount. We must remember our mission, to penetrate the core of this tomb and fulfill our objective, lest our lives be rendered utterly valueless. I understand that emotions run high, and thoughts of our loved ones weigh heavily upon us, but we must not allow these sentiments to cloud our judgment. Never forget your identities. Yes, the warriors responded in unison. A young warrior crouched down to examine the two corpses on the ground, scrutinizing their wounds and the marks upon their bodies, questioning, "Chief, what shall we do now? Whether it be ghosts or something else, there is undoubtedly a formidable threat present. It can stealthily eliminate warriors in the darkness. At this rate, none of us will remain," Ji Ying asserted firmly. The earlier incident, occurring during the communication blackout, was fraught with possibilities. It was conceivable that the assailant seized the moment to strike at their throats, rendering them unable to send a signal. Undoubtedly, the assailant was swift, and we must be prepared. However, it was clear to everyone that the two fallen warriors had only recently gained their ranks. In terms of speed and attack, they were the weakest link in our group. The attacker had deliberately targeted them, employing a primal tactic common in the animal kingdom, much like a lion preying on a herd of antelope, opting to strike the weakest of the young rather than the mature males. Therefore, I propose that we alter our formation, positioning the younger warriors in the center of our ranks, while experienced warriors like myself and Bai Qi take our places on the periphery. This strategy will significantly minimize casualties. I am resolute that no matter what adversaries may assail me, I shall not fall silently to their onslaught. Regardless of their swiftness, I am equally resolute. Ji Ying's sentiments were echoed by Bai Qi, who stepped forward to address Chen Zhi, stating, "Given the presence of unseen assailants in the darkness, allow me to serve as the rear guard for our group. Although I may not yet be a red belt warrior, no one shall stealthily drag me away from the shadows." As Bai Qi concluded his declaration, several other warriors, most of whom were older and some bearing the marks of time, stepped forward, their faces etched with wrinkles, many in their 50s. Chen Zhi had some understanding of the warriors from Bai Qi. The organization had a scarce number of red belt warriors, limited to just 5. Whereas blue belt warriors were abundant, though their levels varied greatly. White belts represented novice warriors, who, upon meeting basic standards, could typically advance to blue belts. The blue belts themselves were categorized into numerous levels, ranging from freshly promoted and somewhat inexperienced warriors to seasoned and formidable fighters, like the illustrious Fu Yi and his son. These warriors were often but a step away from red belts, having already mastered their physical prowess, merely lacking the breakthrough that would elevate them to the next tier. Such blue belt warriors were far from ordinary. In this mission, alongside the remnants from our previous task, we were also accompanied by a dozen experienced and seasoned blue belts. Some among them were nearing 50, steady and composed, having survived countless battles, armed with unparalleled skills and rich experience, adept at handling various unforeseen scenarios. They were indeed treasures of Bai Qi. As Asu had positioned them within our ranks, it was a strategic measure to prepare for emergencies. Ji Ying subsequently restructured our formation into a triangular configuration, inherently a defensive arrangement, providing utmost stability, with seasoned warriors stationed along the 3 sides, while Chen Zhi and the less agile Peng Wei were sheltered in the triangle's center. This ensured that should any attack arise, it would confront the strongest part of our formation, preventing us from being easily breached. Chen Zhi then instructed that the bodies of the 2 fallen warriors be respectfully handled, with their hair and clan insignia preserved for return to the organization. This was not a sign of disrespect towards their remains, but rather a recognition that, given the present circumstances, transporting their bodies back was entirely unfeasible. The warriors then retracted the metallic strands sealing the entrance, opening the passageway ahead of the stone chamber. They directed the beams of their searchlights to converge upon a single point and resumed their advance. As they re-entered the dark corridor, Chen Zhi distinctly sensed a palpable shift in the atmosphere among the group. He recalled having heard Bao Ping admonish him countless times not to underestimate the strength of these Bai Qi warriors, though they were human. They were descendants of those who triumphed over deities during the reign of the martial king against Zhou. In this new triangular formation, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of security. He was acutely aware that the warriors positioned at the edges of the triangle were anything but ordinary. Less than 10 minutes into their advance, a gleaming flash of steel suddenly cut through the darkness, followed by a calm voice crackling over the radio, reporting to the clan leader. My subordinate was just attacked in the shadows and has severed one of the creature's arms. It has sustained injuries and fled. Everyone, remain vigilant. At this moment, he was at the Cloud Summit Casino, prepared to take a gamble, should fortune favor him. He would indulge in the company of a young model. If not, he would return home. Regardless of the outcome, upon his return, he would devote himself to his pursuits with unwavering diligence. The aged warrior who spoke these words, surnamed Xia, was in his 50s and stood as the most adept and experienced veteran within the organization. Rarely did he act alone, often engaging in combat alongside his comrades, assuming roles of support and defense. Chen Zhi was well acquainted with this seasoned warrior, who had never faced defeat and was known for his steadfastness and composure, having amassed numerous accolades for his valor in battle for the Western Qi royal city. There was a persistent rumor among the warriors that many of the former leaders' strategies, along with Ji Ying's initiatives, were crafted with Xia's assistance. Despite his significant contributions, the old warrior remained humble, seldom seeking the limelight. Bao Ping had once confided in Chen Zhi that Xia's abilities were profound, marking him as a behind-the-scenes hero of many large-scale missions, a reliable ally in times of peril. After Xia concluded his remarks, he tossed an object into Chen Zhi's hands, which he caught deftly. He recognized it immediately as a severed arm, cleanly sheared from the joint, the wound exhibiting a precise edge. Just then, a strange, piercing sound echoed from above, reminiscent of a colossal lizard scaling the stone ceiling. The creature, enraged by its injury, frantically scoured the vicinity in search of its lost limb. The ensuing sound of claws scraping against the rock walls signaled a sudden and powerful blow to the perimeter of the triangular formation, yet no warrior cried out. The formation began to ripple, as if caught in a vortex, surging toward Ji Ying at the forefront. At that moment, Ji Ying's flying blade veered through the air, tracing a luminous arc before a chilling scream pierced the silence. Ji Ying then shouted, "Light! I have it!" to which the warriors responded in unison. A shroud of cold smoke enveloped Ji Ying, revealing her and the creature she had captured to the collective gaze of her comrades. Behind Ji Ying's blade lay an exquisitely fine metallic wire, razor-sharp and deadly, akin to the keenest of edges. Chen Zhi recalled having seen Ji Ying conceal this very wire within her sleeve, using it to decapitate her foes with lethal precision. With a swift motion, Ji Ying's long blade immobilized the enemy in midair, subsequently tightening a fine thread around the assailant's neck. She then leaned forward, leveraging her body weight to force the attacker down to the ground. Everyone beheld the true visage of this aggressor, who appeared slightly larger than an ordinary human, with limbs and a physique indistinguishable from that of a human. However, his skin bore a purplish hue, his eyes were a terrifying shade of black and crimson, protruding grotesquely, and his mouth was filled with menacing fangs. Adorned in tattered armor reminiscent of ancient times, he was unmistakably the zombie dumpling that Pang Wei had described. Chen Zhi had encountered zombies within the celestial fox tomb and had witnessed their inhuman strength. However, this particular zombie's appearance was markedly different. Its limbs and back were inscribed with an intricate array of ancient incantations, the meanings of which eluded Chen Zhi. Akin to the bizarre script found within the temple, distant from the realm of humanity. Yet, the inscriptions now glowed a fiery crimson, resembling flames searing upon a branding iron. The source of this scarlet emanation was the zombie itself, which radiated a vivid red, akin to a blazing fireball. Just as Pang Wei had remarked, it appeared that these creatures were summoned through necromantic rites, willingly participating in their own transformation. The armor worn by the zombie was crafted from pure silver, adorned with golden embellishments, indicative of a high rank during its lifetime, likely that of a general or a vice-general. It seemed that they had prepared for this fate while still alive, fighting for Bai Qi in life and guarding his tomb in death, transforming into these blood symbol zombies. Damn it, we're in serious trouble, Pang Wei exclaimed upon sighting the zombie, his frustration boiling over. Did you see what that zombie looks like? With that blood-soaked visage. There's no escaping this. Bai Qi, that psychologically disturbed old rascal, can manipulate dogs, but why is he tampering with humans? These individuals were likely Bai Qi's favorites in life. With a few sweet words, he must have tricked them into accepting the curse. This is beyond dire. If a mere dog can be catalyzed into such a formidable zombie, what of the living turned undead? They are no longer human. Chen Zhi channeled all his energy into his right hand, furrowing his brow as he fixated on the zombie ahead. Do you see its feet? Those are not human feet. The soles are significantly larger, and the forefoot is flattened. If a human possessed such feet, they wouldn't be able to run at all, let alone engage in battle. I suspect this creature, in life, must have run on all fours. Perhaps it was a demigod or a beast man. This entity's capabilities should not be underestimated. Everyone, be cautious. Restrain it. At Chen Zhi's command, the warriors quickly converged, attempting to subdue the zombie. Just then, an unexpected event unfolded. A sudden gust swept through the darkness above, and an enormous zombie head emerged, revealing a horrifying visage from the void. The visage was utterly indescribable, with an elongated, pointed mouth and a prominent forehead, its hair a chaotic tangle, and its body adorned with patches of blackened snow crust. It bore a resemblance to a fusion of a human face and that of a hunting dog. Suddenly, it swung a claw with remarkable speed, striking downward with immense force. Though it maintained a distance from the warriors below, the gust it generated was overwhelmingly powerful. Striking one samurai squarely on the shoulder, the warrior attempted to evade to the right but did not succeed entirely, resulting in a series of bloody lacerations across his right cheek and shoulder, leaving him in a gruesome state. The other samurai, reacting with lightning speed, deftly maneuvered the metallic wires affixed to their arms, swiftly directing fire towards the zombie hovering above. Yet, the creature's velocity was astonishing, evading the onslaught in a mere instant, disappearing without a trace. Where it had once lingered, there was now an emptiness, devoid of any presence. A chilling roar suddenly echoed through the darkness. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie in Ji Ying's grasp abruptly raised its lethal claws, seizing the silk thread with force. In an instant, the claws were severed by the metallic wire. Yet the wire too shattered in the struggle, allowing the zombie to free its neck. It leapt into the darkness, vanishing completely. The bewilderment of the onlookers was palpable, yet time afforded them no luxury for contemplation. The samurai quickly regrouped, their long blades poised against the encroaching shadows. They understood that the true challenge was imminent. In the tense final moments, shrouded in inky darkness, the flickering beams of searchlights heightened the anxiety of all present. The samurai had unsheathed their swords, directing them towards the concealing gloom. Some warriors, synchronously, closed their eyes, relying solely on their hearing to perceive the slightest movement around them, ever ready to confront the impending assault from the abyss. Soon, they discerned a sound in the darkness, a low rumble reminiscent of a famished beast, growling hungrily. After a brief interval, a sharp snapping noise pierced the air, as though something were grinding its teeth in suppressed fury. The darkness ahead loomed like a dense fog, obscuring all that lay within, yet an instinctive awareness gripped the warriors. They felt the presence of numerous entities lurking within, far exceeding a mere handful. A multitude concealed in the shadows. These entities exhibited restraint, mirroring the current state of the samurai as they awaited the opportune moment, biding their time for a lethal strike. The atmosphere became palpably tense, each second stretching interminably, as all held their breath in anticipation. Then, with a resounding crash, an explosive sound erupted above their heads, as if something had descended from the heights. Instinctively, the warriors looked up, only to be met with a blanket of darkness. And a dawning realization struck them. This was a cunning ruse, a diversion meant to ensnare them. Meanwhile, directly in front of them, a shadow abruptly surged forth, darting towards the venerable warrior, Xia. Chen Zhi could not discern the form of this shadow, for it moved with such astonishing swiftness that it had already transformed into a streak of light. However, Chen Zhi could perceive that the entity was sprinting on all fours, its size considerably larger than that of an ordinary human. Akin to a ferocious tiger, it lunged at the old warrior with blinding speed. A wave of dread washed over Chen Zhi. The adversary was far too quick, with such ferocity in its attack. It was likely that the old warrior had already been reduced to mere fragments. Chen Zhi had witnessed the lethal claws of such a zombie before. No matter how sturdy the work attire, it would offer no salvation to the old warrior. At this moment, all Chen Zhi could do was employ a sticky barrier, releasing a stream of air to extract the body of the old warrior, regardless of whether he was still alive or not. At the very least, he could not be devoured by this monstrous creature. Just as Chen Zhi prepared to cast the airstream to rescue the old warrior, a flash of lightning illuminated the darkness. A metallic clash erupted as the long blade scraped against something hard, resonating like a firecracker. In that fleeting moment, the old warrior Xia, wielding a short blade, leaped beneath the beast as it sought to pounce upon him, swiftly slicing a long gash across the monster's belly. The old warrior then emerged from beneath, deftly returning to his feet. This entire sequence of actions was executed with remarkable grace and composure. In contrast, the beast went into a frenzy, rolling wildly in response to its injury, retreating into the surrounding darkness. The other warriors quickly advanced, casting the cold flames they held, which erupted around the creature in a cacophony of crackling sounds. At last, the true visage of this enormous beast was unveiled amidst the cold flames. Its massive head resembled the half-human, half-canid figure they had glimpsed earlier. This creature was even larger than the previous zombie they encountered, appearing as a bizarre amalgamation of man and canine, yet adorned in vibrant hues, as if it were treading upon clouds, exuding an air of sanctity. Its body arched forward, with limbs pressed against the ground, covered in a mane reminiscent of clouds, distinctly resembling a gigantic dog. Yet, upon its elongated head, there was a human face, its skin taut and lifeless, with bulging, dark red eyes that glimmered ominously in the shadows. Like other zombies, its flesh radiated a crimson hue, catalyzed by blood talismans. However, unlike the others, while its fur was strikingly colorful, it was interspersed with rows of sharp teeth, sending shivers down anyone's spine with just a glance. "What on earth is this?" exclaimed Peng Wei, a sufferer of trypophobia, nearly retching at the sight of the densely packed fangs on the colossal zombie. Was this a hybrid of human and dog? It seemed neither fully human nor fully canine. Just look at those teeth. It was utterly revolting. Mind your words. At this moment, Chen Zhi had begun to expel all the energy within his body, solidifying the surrounding air in preparation for an all-out confrontation. He had discerned the identity of the foe before him and finally understood the source of Jiang Ziya's trepidation. This was not merely a monstrous canine creature or the ancient warriors transformed into zombies. It was a rare divine beast from antiquity, the progenitor of the canines. the great canine deity. Throughout the millennia of Huaxia civilization, legends concerning the canine deity are scarce. However, many experts postulate that the original prototype of the howling celestial dog derives from this ancient spirit. The canine deity is a highly spiritual creature, also referred to as the Tiango, first chronicled in the Shanhai Jing. The original text states, 300 miles to the west lies Yinshan, from which flows the turbid waters southward into the Fanza. There are many patterned shells, and a beast called the Tiango. Due to regional variations, 3 primary manifestations of the Chinese canine deity are recognized: Panhu, Hudo, and Diding, each described with distinct imagery. Yet, in these legends, the ferocity and brutality of this ancient spirit are consistently depicted. Even to this day, tales persist of the Tiango consuming the moon. This illustrates the terrifying shadow cast by this divine beast across the land of Huaxia. However, this creature is so ancient that its existence has faded into obscurity. Chen Zhi, nonetheless, had gleaned from some exceedingly rare and ancient texts in the library that this deity is exceptionally rare, endowed with great wisdom, inherently savage, swift, and an adept attacker, preying upon both living beings and divine beasts alike. In ancient times, it occupied the upper echelons of the food chain, yet it had become extinct long ago, with its hybrid descendants manifesting as the bovine-like canine creatures he had just witnessed. What, then, is the origin of Bai Qi? Chen Zhi's neural impulses surged uncontrollably, and he pondered silently. Even if the Tiango canine deity existed during the Warring States period, it would have been far beyond the sight of mere mortals. Such a figure as Bai Qi, a renowned general of the Qin state, must possess extraordinary capabilities to command an ancient deity as a servant, willingly embedding blood symbols to forge it into such a zombie. This was nothing short of inconceivable. Clearly, our understanding of the name Bai Qi and the events of that era is woefully inadequate. Chapter 591. Sacrificing the pawn to preserve the king. The short blade wielded by the elder warrior was evidently no ordinary weapon. The blade shimmered with iridescent sparks akin to a starry sky, truly magnificent. Chen Zhi had once heard the ghost blade speak of how a truly exceptional sword reveals its unique radiance when it comes into contact with other weapons, with some even producing luminous trails. For instance, Chen Zhi's own god-slaying blade perpetually emanated a faint crimson hue, reminiscent of blood, while the ghost blade's killing command, when swung, radiated an array of colors, leaving a silvery trail in its wake, exquisite beyond compare. These characteristics are the inherent charm of divine blades, distinguishing them from ordinary weapons. The sharpness of a divine blade is unparalleled, rendering it nearly impossible for any object to withstand its gleaming edge. Even so, the celestial dog, which should have been disemboweled by the elder warrior Xia, did not succumb. Instead, it rolled on the ground after sustaining its injury and rose once more. At that moment, all present clearly observed that this creature, dubbed a celestial dog, was indeed capable of standing upright like a human. As it stood, its forelegs extended forward, resembling human arms, straight and rigid, its purplish face fixated intently on the elder warrior Xia. The being, transformed into a zombie, clearly exhibited a marked decline in intelligence and reason. Yet its primal ferocity had been significantly amplified. After being wounded, the celestial dog emanated an extremely perilous aura, sharp as a blade, swiftly expanding to the horizon and instilling terror in the hearts of the onlookers. Chen Zhi cast a glance at the wound on its abdomen. There, only a faint mark remained, akin to a steel plate being scratched, entirely non-penetrative. This is bad. The elder warrior Xia immediately reacted over the wireless. Chieftain, prepare for retreat. My subordinate's blade is exceptionally sharp, truly indomitable. If such a weapon fails to harm it, then most of the arms in our ranks are equally futile against it. If there is more than one of these creatures, and they converge upon us, we shall undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Chieftain, I suggest we withdraw at once. Creak, creak. A sudden sound of gnashing teeth resonated from the surrounding darkness, dense and oppressive, coalescing into a force that encircled them from all sides, threatening to engulf them. Illuminate! Ji Ying shouted over the wireless. The warriors promptly retrieved all their cold flame torches, hurling them with fervor into the enveloping darkness. In an instant, the cold flames erupted, casting bright light that dispelled the shadows, revealing the scene before them. As they beheld the figures lurking in the darkness, cold sweat broke out upon everyone. Surrounding them stood a throng of celestial dogs, both large and small, numbering well over 100. Some were so immense they rivaled a fully grown elephant. Each creature boasted obsidian eyes and blood-red fur, baring their fangs as they advanced towards Chen Zhi's group. At that moment, Chen Zhi finally comprehended the chilling dread that had earlier gripped him. It was a primal instinct, a natural intuition of death emanating from the human body. The adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. They resembled the team from 7 years prior, destined to be devoured by these zombie celestial dogs, facing annihilation. Chieftain, please retreat swiftly. I am willing to carve a bloody path for you. The elder warrior Xia shouted over the wireless, then leaped forth, unsheathing his long knife and brandishing it in his right hand, positioning his short knife in his left to form a cross. Dashing like lightning towards the previously injured celestial dog, he then raised the long knife, aiming to slash at the creature's visage. On that fateful day, upon catching sight of the ancient warrior Xia charging towards it, the celestial dog immediately descended into madness. Its bulging, ebony eyes radiated a sanguine hue, and it flung open its maw, reeking of decay, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated like a high-decibel shockwave, imbued with boundless power. The force of that sound propelled the ancient warrior Xia into the air. However, his earlier strike had merely been a feint, as he was thrust before the celestial dog. It instinctively lunged at him with its gaping jaws. Seizing this moment, Xia deftly rolled aside, maneuvering himself near the creature's eye. With a swift thrust of his dagger, he plunged it firmly into the celestial dog's eye. The beast howled in agony, its fur bristling with fury. Yet, the ancient warrior's prowess did not wane. Executing a nimble backflip, he dragged his broken blade down across the celestial dog's snout, resulting in a resounding crack as black ichor burst forth, leaving the other eye severely wounded as well. The fluidity of Xia's movements was akin to a flowing river, executed with breathtaking elegance. The entire sequence unfolded with unhurried grace, utterly devoid of fear, igniting a fervor within all the warriors present. The valor of facing death had always been a revered tradition among them, and this moment galvanized every soul. The fierce warrior Baojiu was the first to plunge into the throngs of celestial dogs, followed closely by his fellow blue belts, igniting a maelstrom of flashing blades and brutal combat. Yet, in a deviation from the expected, Ji Ying refrained from joining the fray. As the attention of the celestial dogs shifted, she turned abruptly, grasped Chen Zhi's shoulder, and whispered urgently, "Clan leader, we have a secret directive. In the face of dire circumstances, we must sacrifice all warriors to ensure your escape. Please, follow me." Without awaiting Chen Zhi's consent, she seized the arms of both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, leaping onto the rocky ledge above. In that moment, Chen Zhi realized the true extent of Ji Ying's strength. As she deftly navigated the stone chamber, she relied on her agility, her body seemingly weightless, bouncing like a spring, rendering the weight of Chen Zhi and Fat Wei inconsequential. Before they could reach the exit, a thunderous roar halted them in their tracks, preventing Ji Ying from advancing further. She then leapt down, releasing Chen Zhi and Fat Wei, drew her long blade, and with her other hand, retrieved 3 cold smoke flares, casting them into the darkness ahead to illuminate their path. However, as they beheld what lay before them, their hearts sank in despair. The entrance had been completely obstructed by an enormous creature, a colossal golden celestial dog, its 4 hooves treading upon clouds. It was a magnificent golden tengu, its 4 hooves treading upon clouds. Chapter 592, Sacrificing the Pawn to Preserve the King, Part 2. This tengu was entirely distinct from those encountered earlier. It stood a towering height of 4 to 5 meters, its fur gleaming like pure gold, as if exquisitely sculpted from the finest metal. Surrounding it was a formidable aura. Though it appeared lifeless, the gaseous form had materialized, resembling clouds from the heavens above. The tengu's 4 paws rested upon the clouds, as if it had just leapt down from the sky, emanating an imposing presence that made one believe celestial soldiers had descended from above. This tengu bore a visage resembling that of a human. Despite its lively appearance, one could discern that its face was that of a lifeless being. Its skin was a hard, blackish purple, with eyes that bulged like dark blood blisters, devoid of pupils. Among the golden fur protruded black and gray teeth, stained with crimson, unmistakably revealing it to be a catalyzed zombie. The moment Ji Ying beheld this zombie, she steeled herself for a desperate struggle. She understood that this was a zombie tengu, far from ordinary. Her metallic wire had been severed by the creature, leaving her with only a long sword in hand, rendering her unable to maneuver in the air. Ji Ying inverted her sword, positioning it against her rib cage as if concealing it, and then prostrated herself on the ground, intently gazing at the Tengu, searching for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, the colossal Tengu seemed utterly indifferent, paying no heed to Ji Ying, standing there with an imposing demeanor. Its massive jaws, lined with dark fangs, gnawed incessantly, producing a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, chaos erupted behind them, with warriors engaged in a desperate battle against the zombie Tengus. Chen Zhi did not turn back, yet he was acutely aware that these zombies were formidable adversaries, and the warriors were struggling immensely against such overwhelming foes. In truth, they were sacrificing their lives to buy time for Chen Zhi. But they could not hold out for long. Just then, the voice of the elder warrior Xia crackled through the communication device. Unlike before, he was no longer calm. His tone was noticeably urgent, revealing the strain of intense combat. Ji Ying, warrior, and Wang Heijia, what are you doing? Have you forgotten the leader's secret orders? In dire circumstances, even if we must sacrifice the vehicle to protect the commander, we must ensure the patriarch's safety. Are you afraid of sacrifice? Move quickly. We can't delay much longer. Easy for you to say, but where do we go? Fat Wei exclaimed, having been searching for an exit like a woodpecker, his patience wearing thin. I would willingly sacrifice myself, but one must be afforded a path to do so. They've completely barred our way, clearly intent on preventing our escape. Are you suggesting we crawl out of its mouth? Frankly, let us abandon all this useless chatter and fight with all our might. After Fat Wei spoke, he flung a handful of crimson glutinous rice towards the enormous zombie Tengu before him. This blood rice, drenched and imbued with vermilion and ample dry goods, could be deemed the nemesis of the undead. He then unsheathed his large cleaver, hoping that the blood rice would momentarily pause the monstrous Tengu, even if just for half a second. This brief reprieve would grant him the opportunity to distract the creature, while Ji Ying could lead Chen Zhi to safety, thereby affording them a sliver of hope. However, the efficacy of this strategy proved to be utterly futile. As the blood rice rained down upon the zombie Tengu, it suddenly began to sway, its golden fur shimmering like countless gilded bars, gleaming and swirling in the air. Once the blood rice was completely dispersed, the Tengu, with a terrifying visage, continued to fix its gaze upon Chen Zhi and his companions, steadfastly blocking the entrance like an immovable mountain. As the sounds of combat dwindled behind them, it was evident that the warriors were faltering. Ji Ying leaped forward once more. I will draw its attention. You all try to slip past it. She communicated swiftly over the wireless. Without awaiting Chen Zhi's consent, she leapt into the air. This time, Ji Ying eschewed any feints and opted for a direct assault. She propelled herself, landing deftly upon the Tengu's snout, her blade aligned with the heavens, and unleashed a flurry of strikes that cascaded down like a torrential rain of steel. In that moment, the gray blade glimmered ominously, etching snowflake-like patterns upon the Tengu's face, while the golden flakes of its hide flaked off, creating a stunning spectacle. Get back, don't engage it. Chen Zhi shouted desperately at Ji Ying, but it was too late. The wounded Tengu erupted in a fit of rage, its fury akin to a volcanic eruption. It threw back its head and emitted a deafening roar. The intensity of the sound was overwhelming. Chen Zhi's ears immediately rang, and he felt the immense pressure on his eardrums as they vibrated violently. He and Fat Wei hastily covered their ears to shield themselves from the potential rupture of their eardrums amidst the cacophony. Ji Ying was also knocked down by the tremendous shockwave. Yet, her previous onslaught had already inflicted substantial damage. The Tengu's face was marred, its left eye rendered nearly useless. Yet, the creature's aura had intensified, radiating a formidable presence that rendered it an insurmountable adversary. As Ji Ying was forcefully brought down, blood streamed from her ears, staining her headgear crimson. Are you all right? Chen Zhi inquired urgently over the wireless. My right eardrum has ruptured, Ji Ying swiftly reported, but my head and body are unharmed, and I can still hear from my left ear. I'm fine. All right, cease the attacks. That creature cannot be vanquished through physical prowess. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, a swirling column of air arose, forming a rolling barrier that enclosed Ji Ying within. He then extended his right hand, and a radiant light blossomed from his palm. A silver ring slowly emerged from his hand, illuminating the darkness like a resplendent moon. Even transformed into a zombie, it remained a divine being. reluctant to engage in battle with humanity. Since this was a matter of divinity, let it be resolved by divine means. Chapter 593. Spirit Arrow. The silver ring ascended from Chen Zhi's palm, akin to a rising full moon, instantly illuminating everything around him. Chen Zhi subsequently closed his eyes, envisioning the form of a weapon in his mind. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, seizing the myriad currents of air, and softly uttered, "Transform air into a bow." With a gentle wisp of smoke, the ring in his palm began to spin rapidly, radiating light, while silver dust scattered. The ring gradually morphed amidst the brilliance and shimmering dust, twisting and expanding at an astonishing speed, transforming within a mere second into a gleaming silver bow. This weapon was not new to Chen Zhi. He had previously wielded a bow and arrow in the Genghis Khan tomb. However, this bow was far broader and heftier than the one before, with a powerful, resilient string and a curved back that endowed the arrows with immense penetrating force, making it a premier offensive crossbow. As the bow fell from the air, an arrow accompanied it. The shaft of this arrow was notably thick, and its tip was exceedingly sharp, resembling a slender blade, yet broader than a human palm. Chen Zhi swiftly scraped the arrow's tip against his tongue, allowing his blood to stain the point, and in an instant, the surrounding air began to turn crimson. He then held the arrowhead near his mouth and silently recited the divine, slashing incantation. Though his incantation was voiceless, its power was palpable, causing everything around him to change imperceptibly in response to the invocation. Suddenly, a tempest arose in the dark stone chamber as the air currents swirled rapidly, forming billowing clouds that floated about. The atmosphere gradually became misty, causing the ground to tremble. The Tengu at the back seemed to sense the shift and attempted to leap forward to attack Chen Zhi, but were ensnared by the samurai. Amidst the spine-chilling howls, the battle intensified, and Chen Zhi could hear the cries of wounded samurai and the sound of Tengu limbs being severed. In front of him, a colossal Tengu, akin to a deity, suddenly stiffened, raising its gaze towards Chen Zhi below. It seemed to possess an awareness, distinct from an ordinary zombie, and its pitch-black eyes were filled with boundless resentment. Surrounding it, mist began to rise, layer upon layer, tightly enveloping its form, giving the impression that it was preparing to ascend into the heavens. However, those mists were enveloped in an incredibly potent protective barrier, akin to a shield that safeguarded the body of the celestial dog. The incantation of the divine slash was rapidly completed, during which Chen Zhi continuously infused the arrow with the energy flowing within him. He spared no effort, fully aware that the celestial dog before him was far from an easy adversary. At the moment the incantation concluded, Chen Zhi swiftly nocked an arrow, its luminous tip aimed directly at the colossal celestial dog. Silently, he whispered, "Hit." Whoosh! The arrow soared forth like a shooting star, and as the radiant tip made contact with the mist surrounding the celestial dog, the mists materialized into a series of exceptionally hard, transparent barriers, effectively blocking all force. Had the arrow struck these barriers, it would undoubtedly have been thwarted, and even if it managed to penetrate, its power would have been significantly diminished, rendering it incapable of inflicting harm upon the celestial dog. Yet, at the moment the arrow approached, it unexpectedly veered, tracing a graceful arc through the air, circumventing the celestial dog's crown. This maneuver caught the colossal celestial dog off guard. The arrow, under Chen Zhi's control of the airflow, suddenly emerged from the darkness behind, where the protective barrier was at its weakest. When the shimmering arrow made contact with the mist, the protective layer shattered like an exploded space, bursting apart with a resounding crack. Subsequently, the protective currents surrounding the celestial dog dissipated entirely, and the arrow surged inexorably toward the celestial dog's left eye. With another resounding crack, the protruding black eye was pierced, dark ichor splattering forth, while the arrow penetrated over a meter deep into the celestial dog's eye, leaving only the shaft protruding outward. Upon being pierced by this sudden surge of immense power, the celestial dog immediately went into a frenzy. However, with its head grievously wounded, its body swayed and collapsed to the ground, its resplendent fur swirling in the darkness like golden clouds at dusk. "Success!" Fatway exclaimed, leaping up in delight at Chen Zhi's stunning strike. "You've done it. Remarkable, Orange. A direct hit. It appears you've truly inherited the legacy of your ancestors. You possess the prowess to slay deities. What celestial dogs or tigers? Give them a taste of true power, and they will learn who reigns supreme." Yet, it was not so simple. Chen Zhi, still gripping his bow and arrow, remained steadfast and focused on the front. Indeed, after a fleeting moment of triumph, the celestial dog gradually rose amidst the mists, its body, adorned in golden fur, swaying restlessly, with vapor rising from it like the dawn's first light. Chen Zhi observed as the arrow that had pierced its eye gradually transformed into a silvery dust, dispersing from its eye and returning to the palm of Chen Zhi. This is not good. It has expelled my weapon. It will soon launch a counterattack. Chen Zhi swiftly reminded Peng Wei through the wireless device that they were now acutely aware of each other's capabilities. There would be no further testing. And the next move would undoubtedly be a fierce assault. I must summon all my strength for a decisive strike to eliminate it. Hurry, take shelter within the barrier. He instructed, gesturing towards the cylindrical barrier where Ji Ying was located, causing a gap to swiftly open. Peng Wei, quick to react, leapt from his position and dashed towards the opening, slipping through the barrier. Chen Zhi then sealed the barrier tightly, ensuring no escape. He grasped the great bow in both hands, gritting his teeth as he exerted force, causing the bow to transform into a swirl of silver dust before reverting into a silver ring that hovered in his palm. I am about to employ the divine whip, he whispered softly to Ji Ying. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Ji Ying, lead everyone away through the side rock wall. My airflow will create a passage for you. Once outside, alert the leader that this place must not be revisited. Return to the Bai Qi to seek a means of survival. Chapter 594. The Divine Whip Command. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he fell into silence, closing his eyes while envisioning the form of the Divine Whip in his mind. Surrounding him was a dense fog, and ahead, the celestial dog lay prostrate on the ground, its massive form no longer bold and towering, but desperately concealed within the mist. Chen Zhi sensed that within those dark, blood-like eyes lingered a trace of wisdom and memory. Suddenly, the dim stone chamber was enveloped in thick clouds, transforming the once ominous and dark space into one reminiscent of a heavenly paradise. Amidst the swirling white fog, the golden fur of the colossal celestial dog flickered in and out of view, radiating hues of dawn, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. Chen Zhi understood that after enduring the previous blow, the celestial dog had lost its patience, whether due to its long-held memories or primal instincts. It was preparing for a final strike. Chen Zhi then bit his tongue, allowing his blood to drip onto the silver ring. The first essential component for the divine whip's manifestation was the blood of a deity. As his blood soaked into the silver ring, crimson streaks appeared instantaneously, expanding like a blossoming rose, gradually staining the entire ring a deep red. The blood shimmered, distinctly different from human blood. It bore the unique characteristics of divine essence. Subsequently, every nerve in Chen Zhi's body ignited with an extraordinary sensation, a feeling that had previously surfaced, a profound, indescribable connection between man and weapon. Pain surged uncontrollably within his palm, and the glimmering silver ring re-entered his hand, shimmering brilliantly as it transformed into swirling silver dust, churning within the confines of his palm. Chen Zhi subsequently recited the divine slaying incantation in a powerful voice, deliberately infusing each syllable into the surrounding air, causing it to seethe with energy. As his incantation grew increasingly resonant, the force within his palm intensified, coalescing into a palpable surge, a torrent of silver ethereal light that seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Yet, within Chen Zhi's heart, unease lingered. He felt a creeping dread. He understood the source of his fear. To this day, he remained unable to fathom the meaning behind the words spoken by Bai Qi, that there exists no distinction of significance in this world. He feared that when the divine whip appeared before him, he might still be incapable of grasping it. Despite having mastered all the incantations, he ultimately could not subjugate this artifact inherited from Jiangxia. At last, Chen Zhi completed the recitation of the divine slaying incantation. By the end, each syllable he uttered resonated like thunder, heart-stirring and awe-inspiring. From within the thick mist ahead, the cerulean and purple visage of the Tengu gradually emerged from behind the clouds. It bore a face indistinguishable from that of a human, yet was twice as large, rigid and grotesque, lurking in the shadows like a malevolent spirit, observing Chen Zhi's every move. In this critical moment, hesitation was no longer an option. Chen Zhi channeled the energy within him, directing all his strength to his palm, and an uncontrollable, immense power erupted forth. That radiant force, infused with overwhelming magical energy, illuminated everything around him. Suddenly, a long, silver whip ascended from the sphere of ethereal light. This whip, adorned with shimmering silver scales, glimmered like a silver dragon, soaring through the air, radiating brilliance, and expanding in size as it danced across the heavens. It was none other than the fabled divine whip. The divine whip, seemingly imbued with life, spiraled gracefully through the air before gently descending into Chen Zhi's grasp. An overwhelming surge of power flooded into his palm, a sensation akin to wielding the mightiest force in existence, capable of cleaving the heavens and compelling all creation to kneel. "Come forth," Chen Zhi declared, gazing at the Tengu's face barely visible through the mist, articulating each word of the divine script with clarity. "Your appearance is laughable. As a deity, you have succumbed to foreign control, reduced to this wretched form. Now, prepare to experience the might of this whip." With that, Chen Zhi firmly grasped the handle of the divine whip, striving to disregard its weight. As Bai Qi had asserted, all things in this world are mere facades. There is no true distinction of heaviness or lightness. Nothing possesses weight. Yet, when Chen Zhi attempted to lift the whip, he found himself unable to move it. He acutely sensed that the whip remained as heavy as Mount Tai, utterly impossible to lift. Meanwhile, the enormous Tengu had noticed the unfolding situation, suddenly contorting its purplish-blue visage. It opened its cavernous maw, revealing a mouthful of fangs, and leaped into the air. It landed directly in front of Chen Zhi, its massive head resembling a small mountain, now mere inches from Chen Zhi's face. As it gaped its blood-soaked mouth, its elongated fangs were poised to sink into Chen Zhi's skull, making him feel as though his cranium could be crushed at any moment. "Come on." Chen Zhi suddenly raised his head, gazing at the Tengu's resplendent golden form. Silently, he began to chant the transformation spell, channeling all his energy and power into his right arm. This was a contingency plan devised by Chen Zhi and Bai Qi. After much deliberation, Bai Qi's insights proved quite logical. However, Chen Zhi, accustomed to human reasoning, found it challenging to fully comprehend. If he remained unable to lift the whip, he would have to resort to an extreme measure. Among the incantations he had mastered was one known as the transformation spell, a rather radical incantation that converted all of one's magical energy, physical strength, and vitality into a fleeting force. Yet, this transformation was grossly inequitable. The ephemeral strength would cause Chen Zhi to lose all physical and magical abilities, rendering him unconscious for at least 3 days. Nevertheless, this power would enable him to lift the whip as heavy as Mount Tai. "Come on, turn to ash." Chen Zhi furrowed his brows and furiously shook his right arm, and the power of the transformation spell surged forth. An unending stream of strength flowed into his right arm, and the whip thundered, gradually being raised. In that moment, Chen Zhi flicked his wrist, and the whip soared into the air like an enraged silver dragon, its claws and fangs glistening in the sky. Chapter 595. The shadow that arrives to aid. As the whip ascended, all of Chen Zhi's energy and magical power transformed into strength, continuously flooding into his right arm. The whip, adorned with silver scales, truly resembled a silver dragon, was now lifted high. Once raised, it soared into the air, swirling and dancing. In an instant, the winds roared and the clouds swirled, the whip radiating a myriad of colors, like ethereal star mist, its brilliance resplendent and dazzling. Within this billowing mist, the stone chamber was devoid of shadows and darkness, the world seemingly suspended in the heavens, an indescribably grand spectacle. "Go," Chen Zhi suddenly commanded, and the whip traced a streamlined arc in the air, propelled by an unstoppable force, striking towards the Tengu ahead. The sheer power was overwhelming, as if it could obliterate everything in the universe. The air surrounding the Tengu instantly weakened, shattering like broken glass into countless shards. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi's transformation spell was extracting a significant amount of magical energy from within him. This disproportionate conversion was exceedingly detrimental. If Chen Zhi were to successfully wield the divine whip at that moment, all the energy within him would be nearly depleted. Just then, a shadow suddenly darted out from the darkness with lightning speed. The swiftness of this shadow was so extraordinary that it was almost inconceivable that it truly existed. Yet, this shadow descended upon the head of the celestial dog with meteoric velocity, seizing its 2 formidable fangs, and, with an incredible force, flipped the celestial dog downward. With a thunderous crash, The very earth trembled, and this colossal celestial dog was forcefully thrown to the ground. Subsequently, the shadow leaped into the air, landing firmly on the celestial dog's neck. It drew a deer blade, aiming it at the celestial dog's throat, and with a swift thrust, it pierced through the thick fur without any resistance. The blade penetrated deeply. Then, the figure pulled upwards, as if zipping a zipper. With a slicing sound, the immense head of the celestial dog was severed cleanly from its body. At that moment, the shadow sheathed the deer blade, turned around, and with one hand, lifted the colossal dog's head as if it were a mere boulder, tossing it aside into the darkness. A thud echoed as the massive head rolled into the shadows, and the stone chamber fell silent, the voices of the celestial dogs dissipating instantaneously. Under the beam of Chen Zhi's spotlight, the true identity of the shadow was revealed. It was indeed Bai Qi. Did we not agree that your whip should not be used lightly? You may only wield it once. Save it for a moment of great significance. Bai Qi maintained the same demeanor as when they first met, seemingly untouched by the recent ordeal, devoid of any trace of dust, as if he had flown in from another realm. However, Chen Zhi distinctly sensed that Bai Qi's aura had transformed entirely. Previously, his aura had been infused with chaotic darkness, as if it were a force that had just expanded and was yet to be organized. Now, however, his aura was a profound and oppressive shade of black, obscuring clarity from Chen Zhi's perception. Yet, it was apparent that this aura had been meticulously refined, exuding a sense of order amidst the overwhelming darkness, concealing unfathomable power that was impossible to decipher. Chen Zhi promptly restrained his arm, halting the transformation spell, and allowed the divine whip to dissolve into silver dust, swiftly retracting it. The surrounding mists ceased their tumultuous rise, and the strange radiance gradually subsided, restoring normalcy to the environment. Your magical energy hasn't been exhausted, has it? The voice of Bai Qi was inexplicably cold at that moment, creating a sense of distance that was palpable. The contours of his face had undergone a subtle transformation, if his previous visage had possessed softer lines. Now every detail of his countenance radiated an exquisite perfection that even the most skilled artist could not hope to replicate. No, Chen Zhi exclaimed, removing his hood as he spoke softly to Bai Qi. Your sudden appearance disrupted my flow of energy, and most of my strength has returned to my body. My magical capacity remains at 80. Even if I were to cast the transformation spell again, it would have no impact. That is reassuring, Bai Qi replied, fastening the deer knife to his waist. Where were you just now? Chen Zhi inquired, his gaze fixed on Bai Qi, scrutinizing the slight redness in his eyes for any sign of reaction. How did you get in here? Did you encounter a ghostly apparition? Do not waste time on such trivial inquiries. Bai Qi seemed indifferent to the questions, casting a cold glance at Ji Ying and Peng Wei, who were confined within the barrier. However, his gaze was now entirely different. When his eyes fell upon Ji Ying, it was as if he did not recognize her. Gliding past her without a second thought, turning back to Chen Zhi, he commanded, release them. The Tengu are injured and have fled, but they will still guard the path ahead, making it difficult for us to proceed. However, most of your warriors are also wounded. If you wish to reach your ultimate destination, you must forsake your subordinates. With that, Bai Qi casually gestured towards Ji Ying and Peng Wei with the hilt of his deer knife. They are of no use now. Let them serve as bait. Chapter 596. Bai Qi's perspective. What did you say? Peng Wei was momentarily taken aback by Bai Qi's words, and his understanding dawned. His face flushed with anger. I say, Bai Qi, have you lost your mind? Your emotions shift more rapidly than your own features. You intend to use whom as bait? Us, the living? For heaven's sake, why don't you volunteer as bait yourself? Don't squander that youthful face of yours. Do not provoke him. Ji Ying suddenly placed a firm hand on Peng Wei's shoulder, signaling him to cease his outburst. Since the events in the underworld, there had been little communication between Ji Ying and Peng Wei, and his unexpected reaction drew a sharp glance from her. Ji Ying's expression was grave as she scrutinized Bai Qi ahead. Gently, she shook her head and cautiously mouthed, he is not the same as before. He is much stronger now. Do not antagonize him or escalate his emotions. Peng Wei nodded in a semblance of understanding before turning back to observe Bai Qi's reaction. Yet, Bai Qi appeared completely oblivious to Peng Wei's words, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction, as if he were but a mere insect or rodent by the roadside, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. He then turned his gaze towards Chen Zhi and said, gather your people. Our strength has already been demonstrated. Those celestial hounds dare not approach. This stone chamber is now secure. Take a moment to rest and replenish your lost energy, for I wish to share my thoughts with you. Chen Zhi nodded gently, seemingly grasping the gravity of the situation. He cast one last glance at Bai Qi, but refrained from asking further questions, understanding that any additional inquiries would be futile. As long as Bai Qi stood with his team, there was no need for further questions. Chen Zhi subsequently opened the barrier, allowing Ji Ying and Fat Wei to step out. Ji Ying summoned all the warriors for a regroup. The sight of the warriors was rather grim. The celestial hounds had proven to be formidable foes, and nearly all of the warriors bore injuries. Many were severely wounded, their flesh and bones afflicted, yet fortuitously. No one had succumbed. They supported one another, limping toward the rock walls and corners, applying salves and realigning dislocated bones. As Bai Qi had noted, the stone chamber felt significantly safer now. The eerie atmosphere had dissipated, and the inky darkness had miraculously lifted. Even the arm-mounted searchlights began to function properly, casting a clear illumination. Several warriors piled their carried supplies onto the floor and activated a portable outdoor lamp, which brightened the entire chamber, greatly improving visibility. Among them, the elder warrior Xia had sustained the most severe injuries, having borne the brunt of the attacks as the vanguard. His shoulder bore extensive bite wounds, blood completely soaking through his work attire. Ji Ying sat behind him, using a dagger to carefully tear away the fabric from his back, exposing the grievous wounds, and gently applying ointment. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi and Bai Qi sat together against the wall. Chen Zhi, having exhausted some energy, leaned against the wall to drink water, then rummaged through his pouch for restorative powder to chew. This powder, crafted by shamans, rapidly replenished stamina, akin to the rejuvenation of a restful slumber. Specifically designed to counteract the fatigue and drowsiness Chen Zhi experienced after depleting his magical energy. He took generous amounts of the powder, chewing vigorously, though referred to as powder. They were actually resilient, spherical granules that crunched like plastic when bitten into. With his eyes closed, Chen Zhi chewed the restorative substance, listening as Bai Qi spoke beside him. What I said earlier was true. It is impossible to bring them all inside. You must learn to make sacrifices if we are to succeed. You have lived among humans for far too long. Do not approach problems with a human mindset. Oh, Chen Zhi murmured softly, then fell silent, choosing to listen attentively without uttering another word. Bai Qi continued, stating that those celestial hounds are devoted guardians, tasked with protecting this grave, and they would never abandon their duty. They are currently injured and wary of our abilities, which is why they do not show themselves. However, should you proceed further, they will undoubtedly reappear to engage you in a desperate struggle. Moreover, there are many more celestial hounds lurking behind. The 13 you just witnessed were merely a fraction. Oh, Chen Zhi merely murmured, vigorously chewing on the medicinal powder, his eyes closed as he leaned against the wall, seemingly indifferent to Bai Qi's words, on the brink of slumber. Yet, Bai Qi remained undeterred by Chen Zhi's demeanor. He straightened his posture and picked up a pointed stone, beginning to draw on the ground. His cartographic skills appeared to have suddenly intensified as he meticulously crafted a square design, subsequently adding several arcs to form a clear, simplistic outline. It was a map of the labyrinth, identical to the one on the stone screen, depicting 10 routes leading directly to the innermost stone well. We are positioned here, Bai Qi proclaimed, encircling the central path with a flourish. The route you selected is indeed correct. It is the most direct passage into the depths of the maze. This path leads straight ahead to Bai Qi's divine coffin. However, you should also be aware that this route is not isolated. It connects with several surrounding paths along the way. After completing his explanation, Bai Qi illustrated several branching lines on the surrounding paths, clearly indicating that the straight route would intersect with numerous connections to other pathways. He then continued, if we persist along this route, we shall continually face assaults from these celestial hounds. The darkness will cloak their presence, allowing them to ambush us at each junction. In such a scenario, our large entourage behind us will become a burden, depleting our strength. Therefore, we must devise a strategy to conserve our energy, for ultimately, these warriors will prove of little use. Our ability to recontain him rests solely upon the two of us. Chapter 597, Bai Qi's Proposal, Part 2. For the generous reward from Xuan Mao, an additional update. Is he still there? Chen Zhi softly inquired with closed eyes, not raising his gaze to observe Bai Qi in the map he had drawn on the ground. Yes, Bai Qi's voice was notably subdued. He has been there for a long, long time. The cage constructed by your ancestor, Jiang Zia, is on the verge of failing to contain him. And is he still alive? Chen Zhi persisted, gently tapping his head against the stone wall, hesitating for a long while before finally asking, has he ascended to divinity? Upon hearing this question, Bai Qi's eyes suddenly blazed with a crimson hue, resembling a fury that could erupt at any moment. Yet, he swiftly suppressed this anger, his gaze gradually softening. He turned back to Chen Zhi and, in a grave tone, softly replied, Chen Zhi, I truly do not know. However, I am aware that your ancestor, Jiang Zia, appointed him as the god of slaughter not out of benevolence. At times, death is a mere whisper. Yet living can be a profound struggle. To grant him eternal life is a punishment in itself. Yet, as millennia have passed, that cage has grown feeble. Should he ever escape, the stone you hold in your hand is the sole means to bind him once more. Oh, Chen Zhi let out a soft exclamation, then fell into silence. The two remained quiet for an extended period, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, yet neither chose to shatter the stillness. After a considerable while, Chen Zhi suddenly opened his eyes, fixating intently on the map laid before them. Are you suggesting that my warriors scatter across those 9 paths to serve as bait? Indeed. Bai Qi replied without a trace of hesitation. This is the only course of action. Our strengths are too vital to risk even the slightest depletion. We must preserve all our power to confront him. Yet, even so, the likelihood of our demise during the final confrontation remains substantial. Thus, we must not allow any unforeseen incidents to arise. I understand your hesitations, but one must learn to make sacrifices. The art of warfare is fundamentally about such choices. In times of conflict, employing smaller forces as decoys while the main army secures victory is a common strategy. Although you thrive in an era of peace, as a descendant of the gods, you must adopt a divine perspective, free from the constraints of human sentiment. Oh, Chen Zhi uttered one final soft sound. His gaze remained fixed upon the map, absorbing Bai Qi's words, yet he remained unresponsive. He comprehended Bai Qi's counsel, recognizing it as the only viable strategy. But at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps, as Bai Qi suggested, he had spent too long in the company of mortals. The two remained in contemplative silence for what felt like an eternity, while those around them continued their tasks. Strangely, a profound silence enveloped the stone chamber, so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping could be discerned. Chen Zhi understood that he need not make any outward show of emotion. The warriors possessed exceptionally keen hearing. Bai Qi's words had been audible to any of them. Time slipped by in this awkward stillness. As all the warriors calmly replenished their provisions, yet silence reigned. No one desired to break the quiet. At last, the elder warrior, Xia, broke the stillness, slowly rising to his feet. His back had been ravaged by the fangs of the celestial dog, as he had been the first to charge into the fray. And after vanquishing the first beast, he became the target of their wrath. The sinew connecting his left arm had been severed by the creature's bite, blood soaking through his attire, rendering it a vivid crimson. Had he been an ordinary man, he would likely have succumbed to the loss of blood by now. Yet he persevered. Just moments ago, Ji Ying had urgently staunched his bleeding, applying medicine and wrapping his wounds in bandages. The left arm of the old warrior Xia was undoubtedly incapacitated. Rising from the ground, he brushed off the dust from his attire with his right hand, then solemnly secured his long knife at his waist. Leaning on his injured arm, he limped toward Chen Zhi. As he approached, Chen Zhi found himself seized by a sense of trepidation, unable to lift his gaze. For some inexplicable reason, he felt that the sight of Xia's somewhat aged face rendered him insignificant and despicable. Chief, I am willing to serve as bait. Xia knelt on one knee, one hand supporting his wounded left arm, the other hanging limply at his side. I am prepared to divert danger for you, Chief. Please give your command. Chen Zhi remained silent, his eyes cast downward. After nearly 3 minutes, he finally raised his head to meet the gaze of the battle-scarred Xia. The old warrior's face had grown even more haggard from blood loss, pale as parchment. Yet, his expression remained resolute, a tenacity that stirred a pang of sympathy. Do you understand what this signifies? Chen Zhi asked softly, looking at Xia. I understand. Xia replied with an air of calm. 7 years ago, during that mission, I had to return midway due to an unexpected eye ailment and could not participate. Both of my younger brothers perished within that tomb. Since then, my mother has not spoken to me. I know why. She believes I was cowardly, that I fled under false pretenses while my brothers met their demise inside. This is a disgrace I have carried throughout my life. As a warrior, to die on the battlefield for one's country, wrapped in a horse's hide, is a commonplace affair. It is nothing to be feared. I am a warrior of the Western Qi, and though I am currently wounded, it does not guarantee defeat. Even in the face of loss, should I perish here, I have never retreated in my life. Understood, Chen Zhi replied, wishing to hear no more. He nodded slightly and could no longer bear to look at Xia's face. At that moment, however, Xia abruptly rose to his feet, raising his uninjured right hand with the short knife and calling out to the warriors behind him. I believe you all heard what I just said. To march toward death is to embrace honor, even in defeat. I am willing to lead a squad down the farthest road. Who will join me? I will. At Xia's summons, a dozen warriors stood up, most bearing serious injuries and streaked with blood, yet showing no signs of fear. These warriors began to form their own teams, with Xia, Baojiu, and several seasoned blue belt warriors serving as captains, each leading a squad of 8 or 9 members down separate paths. Meanwhile, Ji Ying remained by Chen Zhi's side. Xia declared, "The chief of the Jiang clan is the soul of the Western Qi. Even if all the warriors fall, let the only red belt warrior remain to protect the chief." In the ensuing moments, the warriors grew increasingly composed. This, perhaps, is a characteristic of the Western Qi warriors when faced with death. They exhibit a calmness far surpassing that of ordinary men. Chen Zhi sensed that these warriors, deep within their hearts, regarded death as their ultimate destination. All the warriors began to meticulously reorganize their equipment, particularly their weapons. Most had exhausted themselves in the recent battle. Chapter 599. Li Guang shoots the tiger. After everyone departed, the scene fell eerily silent. The entrance to the labyrinth suddenly appeared remarkably spacious, leaving only their quartet. In stark contrast to the earlier commotion, this small group seemed rather insubstantial and, moreover, taciturn. Following the recent events, Fat Wei ceased to converse with Bai Qi, as he no longer dared to speak to him. Meanwhile, the relationship between Bai Qi and Ji Ying had taken on a newfound subtlety. Since his return, Bai Qi had not exchanged a single word with Ji Ying, nor had he dared to cast her even a glance. Bai Qi had always been an outspoken individual, and from the moment they entered the martial Marquis Valley, he had unabashedly expressed his affection for Ji Ying, an earnestness bordering on recklessness. Such a display of emotion was quite natural for a 17-year-old, and it was this very sentiment that had prompted Ji Ying to risk her life to save them. However, now Bai Qi appeared utterly disinterested in Ji Ying, scarcely even acknowledging her presence. His gaze might occasionally flit toward her, but it bore no distinction from how he regarded others. In his eyes, both Ji Ying and Fat Wei were akin to inconsequential little mice scurrying along the roadside, easily forgotten. Yet, during their ensuing journey, Bai Qi engaged in prolonged discussions with Chen Zhi, repeatedly articulating a singular concept he wished Chen Zhi to grasp, that in this world, distinctions of weight and significance are mere constructs. "Are you aware of the renowned flying general of the Han dynasty, Li Guang?" Bai Qi inquired, walking alongside Chen Zhi at a brisk pace, ensuring they kept up without difficulty. Despite lacking a microphone, his voice possessed remarkable resonance. "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied softly. "Li Guang is quite celebrated in the annals of Chinese history. He was a general of the Han dynasty, hailing from Longxi. Legend has it that he possessed immense strength from a young age and was adept in horseback riding and archery. His ancestors were skilled in archery, which enabled him to hone his extraordinary skills, allowing him to shoot with pinpoint accuracy and even achieve the remarkable feat of hitting 2 targets with a single arrow. He was known for wielding the strongest bows and displayed unparalleled valor in numerous battles against the Xiongnu, earning him the title of Flying General. Moreover, historical records depict General Li Guang as virtuous and benevolent. During campaigns, he cared for his soldiers, sharing their quarters and meals, and showed compassion towards the common folk, earning him deep respect and affection from both the military and civilians alike. He was one of the most esteemed generals of the Han dynasty. Indeed. The Li Guang of millennia past was a master of equestrianism and archery, Bai Qi remarked with a smile. However, the tale spun in later years seemed to embellish his legacy rather excessively. You humans have a penchant for draping victors in silks, glorifying their deeds, fabricating narratives that grant them a fictitious virtue, and then becoming emotionally enraptured by your own fabrications. Indeed, a soldier is simply a soldier. Their victories are secured not by their character, but by the prowess of their blade. With a light chuckle, Bai Qi glanced at Chen Zhi and continued. Numerous tales have been passed down about Li Guang, many of which need not be recounted. However, one story holds a kernel of truth. Have you ever heard the tale of Li Guang shooting a tiger? I have. Chen Zhi responded, turning his head towards Bai Qi. Legend has it that during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, Li Guang was appointed as the governor of Yubiping. In those times, the region was plagued by the frequent appearance of tigers, endangering the populace. To protect the people, Li Guang often led hunts. One day, upon returning from a hunt and passing by Tiger Headstone Village, dusk had fallen. The moonlight was hazy, illuminating the stone formations and thickets that rustled in the breeze. As he walked, he suddenly spotted a dark shape in the grass, resembling a tiger, poised in stillness. At that moment, Li Guang drew his bow and released an arrow, striking his target. However, to the astonishment of his soldiers, what he had hit was not a tiger, but a massive stone shaped like one. Upon closer inspection, Li Guang found that his arrow had embedded itself deep within the stone. His followers gathered around, marveling at the feat. Li Guang, incredulous of his own skill, remounted his horse to shoot again, employing even greater force. Yet, despite numerous attempts, he could not pierce the stone. Following this incident, the local populace held Li Guang in even higher esteem, spreading tales of the mighty general capable of striking stone with a single arrow. The Xiongnu, in turn, grew wary of Li Guang, refraining from invading the city for many years. Many historians have since questioned the authenticity of this tale, suggesting it was concocted to intimidate the Xiongnu, likely fabricated by Li Guang himself or his retinue. After all, human strength is finite, and ancient arrows, primarily made of wrought iron, possessed limited penetrating power. Even with considerable force, it would be exceedingly difficult for an arrow, regardless of the bow's draw, to penetrate solid stone. Even with sufficient external force, the arrowhead would likely break. I have wielded the bow and arrow, yet ultimately, it is through magical force that I enhance the strength and speed of my arrows. My arrows are crafted from a special metal. Had I employed ordinary ones, they would have surely shattered by now. But your perspective differs, Bai Qi mused, laughing to himself. Under the spotlight, his exquisitely perfect face revealed an expression utterly alien to humanity. You perceive Li Guang as merely a human, incapable of such feats. Yet, in truth, he unknowingly accomplished it, as he harnessed the most formidable power in existence. During the Western Han Dynasty, to shape the image of these divine generals in the hearts of the people, numerous marvelous legends emerged, including those of Bai Qi, Huizubing, and the flying general Li Guang. Most of these tales are fantastical, even absurdly ridiculous, yet they have been cherished by you for millennia. However, even if those stories are fabrications, the tale of Li Guang shooting the stone is indeed true. For in my memory, I witnessed this moment firsthand. At that time, he truly did shoot an arrow into the stone, penetrating over 5 inches deep. Believing he had struck the flesh of a tiger, he possesses the experience of hunting tigers and exudes great confidence, believing that he can indeed shoot through that target. Ultimately, he succeeded, but upon discovering that it was merely a stone, he found himself unable to penetrate it further. Thus, you comprehend the essence of the matter. It all originates from within his heart. In this world, there exists no distinction between great and small. The reason you cannot lift that whip is that you deem it utterly impossible to do so. Therefore, you must genuinely believe, from the depths of your being, that the whip bears no weight at all, harboring not the slightest doubt about this, never having questioned it. At that moment, you will be able to wield the legendary whip of the Jiang clan. Throughout their journey, Bai Qi diligently endeavored to elucidate this concept to Chen Zhi, referencing numerous illustrious historical figures and events, recounting the truths that underlie legendary battles. It was then that Chen Zhi realized his understanding of ancient warfare was quite limited. The chronicles merely captured fragments, presenting a skewed perspective. In reality, warfare was far more complex and brutal. So much so that it led Chen Zhi to ponder whether humanity had ever truly adhered to principles of propriety and moral boundaries. Their path was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any turns, advancing smoothly without encountering obstacles. The celestial hounds had vanished, and the oppressive atmosphere that once sent shivers down their spines had dissipated. Even the surrounding darkness had entirely lifted. Everything appeared effortless. Yet Chen Zhi understood that their smooth progress was due to the warriors who, with their own flesh and blood, had shielded him from the dangers that rightfully belonged to him along the other 9 paths. perhaps weighed down by somber emotions. Fat Wei and Ji Ying exchanged few words throughout the journey. However, they listened intently to Bai Qi, particularly Fat Wei, who seemed to be straining to absorb every word, his expression betraying a deep-seated skepticism. After walking for over an hour, Fat Wei suddenly cleared his throat softly and subtly tapped the microphone, producing a distinctive sound. 2 short taps followed by a long one, a prearranged signal with Chen Zhi indicating his desire for a private conversation. Ji Ying, please walk ahead with Bai Qi, Chen Zhi instructed softly over the wireless, refraining from elaborating on the rationale. Obediently, Ji Ying moved forward to walk alongside Bai Qi, effectively replacing Chen Zhi. Bai Qi appeared oblivious to any change, continuing his forward march without engaging in conversation with Ji Ying or even glancing at her. At that moment, Chen Zhi deliberately slowed his pace, falling back to walk alongside Fat Wei. What is it? If you have something to discuss, let's not use the wireless. Chen Zhi mouthed silently, illuminating his face with the spotlight. He was acutely aware of Bai Qi's extraordinary hearing. Even the faintest whisper transmitted through the wireless could be discerned by Bai Qi's keen senses. Understood. Fat Wei immediately removed his hood, pulled mic down, and illuminated his face with a spotlight, silently conveying to Chen Zhi. Orange, I can't shake off a growing unease. I must alert you. Have you noticed? At this point, Fat Wei cast a furtive glance at the figure of Bai Qi ahead, his expression resembling that of someone gazing upon a specter. The current Bai Qi is distinctly different from the one we once knew. Throughout our journey, while you all conversed, I meticulously observed him. Since we entered this sacred tomb, he has been undergoing incessant transformations. Yet, despite these changes, I still perceive him as that same Bai Qi, the young lad we encountered in the village, seemingly harmless. However, now it is different. Having spent years among the ancient graves and the dead, I possess an instinct. Upon his return, I truly sense he is no longer human. Were it not for the human guise he wears and the blade he wields, I would almost suspect him to be some sort of monstrous apparition. Then what does it matter? Chen Zhi responded through lip movements. What are you trying to say? These are merely impressions. You fail to grasp my meaning, Fat Wei retorted, his gaze darting toward the front. You may not have noticed, but I have. Since his return, he has not taken a single breath. What? Chen Zhi stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, halting in his tracks. Meanwhile, Bai Qi, realizing the commotion behind him, halted and beckoned to Chen Zhi, urging him to hurry and not delay. After uttering this command, Bai Qi continued forward alongside Ji Ying, prompting Chen Zhi to finally observe Bai Qi's pallid visage, resembling that of a corpse. Let us not dwell on this now, Chen Zhi said to Fat Wei. We require his abilities to achieve our goals. As long as he remains within our ranks, he is one of us. Have you considered why he chooses to stand with us? Fat Wei pressed, his brow furrowed in concentration as he regarded Chen Zhi. Regardless of our intentions, we are intruders here, and let us not forget that it was our organization that transformed this valley into its current ghastly state. We bear a long-standing grudge. Moreover, regardless of Bai Qi's character or past misdeeds, he is tied to a legacy that belongs to him. This place is his ancestral grave. How did Bai Qi end up buried here? Was it not your ancestor, Jiangxia? With such profound enmity intertwined, why would he aid you? Because of your handsome appearance? After voicing these concerns, Fat Wei cast a cold glance at Bai Qi ahead and murmured, initially, I observed that Bai Qi assisted us out of his infatuation with Ji Ying, but now, does he even show her a glimmer of interest? He hardly acknowledges her presence, as if they are strangers. I am perpetually suspicious of where he disappeared to for so long. Could it be that he had already succumbed to death? What manner of being is he now, perhaps leading us into the realm of the dead? Do you recall the shadowy specter that guided us? Chen Zhi silently listened to Fat Wei's words, lowering his head in contemplation, yet his vigilant gaze remained fixed on the figure of Bai Qi ahead. Since Bai Qi's return, he had indeed undergone a significant transformation, exuding an aura that felt wholly sealed off. Chen Zhi observed him, sensing as if his very soul had been replaced. However, he noted the lack of movement in Bai Qi's chest. It seemed his heart no longer beat. His gait had become peculiar, slightly tilting to one side, and his arms moved in unison, reminiscent of ancient warriors. At that moment, Fat Wei patted Chen Zhi's shoulder and, using subtle lip movements, continued softly, at this stage, there is no need for excessive contemplation. We must remain cautious. Whether he is alive or dead, he has just dismissed the warriors around us, leaving only a handful of us. Suddenly, Bai Qi's voice echoed from the darkness ahead, startling both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei. Bai Qi turned abruptly, his pallid face glancing at Chen Zhi before shifting to Fat Wei, a sinister grin spreading across his features. In that instant, a cold sweat broke out on Fat Wei's brow. "Let us move." Bai Qi smiled, revealing his stark white teeth, resembling a specter. "Your warriors are likely on the brink of collapse. We must reach the divine tomb before they perish. Do not waste any more time." "Bai Qi, there is a question I have long wished to pose to you." Chen Zhi suddenly raised his eyes to the figure ahead. "Have you seen a Su? He should have been following you. Where has he gone now?" Chapter 601. Doubt, Part 2. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, Bai Qi immediately turned back. His pale face coldly fixed on Chen Zhi as he repeated, "What did you say?" "I said a Su." Chen Zhi replied earnestly, gathering energy in his hands. He suddenly vanished at that moment. "The warrior a Su was under my orders to follow you. His speed is remarkable, comparable to yours, and he should have been able to catch up with you. But where is he now?" Bai Qi merely responded with a dismissive, as if Chen Zhi's concern held no significance, so trivial as to be unworthy of contemplation. "Are you referring to the red-banded warrior who accompanied you?" Bai Qi said coolly. "He was indeed fast and managed to keep pace with me for a while, but then I do not know where he went. Perhaps he fled, or perhaps he has already perished." "There is no perhaps." Chen Zhi's nerves tightened, veins throbbing on his forehead. "He is the warrior I brought with me. I must know his fate. Even if he has met with misfortune, I demand to see his body and retrieve his clan token. Can you provide me with a definitive answer? Spare me the ambiguous words. What clan token? Is it that small item that proves one's identity as a human?" Suddenly, the white-clad figure burst into laughter, his pristine teeth gleaming ominously in the darkness. Ji Ying sensed an impending danger and instinctively took a few steps back, positioning her sword defensively across her chest. Yet, the white figure remained oblivious to her, continuing to chuckle. "How ludicrous. A living identity must be validated by a mere scrap of paper? Is this the logic of your kind? He is your warrior? You wish to ascertain his fate? Huh, how delightful. Do you truly place your faith in him? It seems otherwise, does it not? What do your words imply?" Chen Zhi, standing behind, fixated on him, suddenly felt that in this dark and silent corridor, the white figure embodied a sovereign, controlling everything around him. "He is my warrior. Why should I not trust him? Where did you venture earlier?" I could refrain from inquiring. Yet the life and death of this warrior are a necessity for me to comprehend. Chen Zhi, you resemble humanity too closely, always reluctant to speak the truth, forever indulging in hypocrisy. Perhaps you have uttered so many falsehoods that you now believe them yourself. As the white figure uttered these words, he turned slightly to Chen Zhi, offering a faint smile, flawless yet marked by the unmistakable reddening of his eyes. "Enough of these trivial matters. I truly do not know his whereabouts. But I believe that a person like him, if dead, is best left to rest. Perhaps he has long since perished, unaware of his own demise." "What?" Chen Zhi's mind jolted at the utterance of those words, a phrase he had long dreaded. "Chen Zhi, cease your ruminations." The white figure turned once more, his tone laced with a clear warning. Chen Zhi noticed that his eyes had turned a deep crimson. "As you just articulated, you require my presence to fulfill your ultimate goal. As long as I stand by your side, you shall be temporarily safe. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as those who perished 7 years ago, forever trapped within this labyrinth." He heard everything, Chen Zhi thought, his head spinning. He and Fat Wei had communicated silently, their lips moving without a sound. How could the white figure possibly have overheard them? The logic escaped him. Yet, to question this now would be folly, and the white figure seemed disinclined to discuss it further. He raised his arm, gesturing toward the darkness ahead, and spoke in a low tone. "Hasten onward, son of the Jiang clan, our battleground approaches." After uttering this, the white figure strode forward with brisk determination, his pace quickening with an air of agitation. Chen Zhi sensed a turbulent fury simmering within him, restrained yet palpable. They journeyed forth for nearly an hour, and at last, the path culminated in an expansive clearing, the extent of which remained obscured. However, it was evident that the ground was laid with square, gray tiles, marking the terminus of all paths. "We have arrived," Ji Ying softly remarked, turning her head. "However, they have yet to arrive. It seems their path has been fraught with difficulties. Chief, shall I go to assist them?" "No need," Bai Qi interjected, taking Ji Ying's words. "They are no longer with us. Let us proceed." Ji Ying, clearly unwilling to concede, insisted, I will take a quick look and return. Trust me, my speed is swift, and I can catch up with you soon. So many warriors are trapped there. We cannot abandon them easily. They may still be alive. They are dead, Bai Qi suddenly stated, his blood-red eyes fixed on Ji Ying, his voice as cold as steel. They have become corpses, and corpses know not honor or disgrace. They care not about being forsaken. What we must focus on now is finding a way to win, or we shall all become corpses here ourselves. We must leave swiftly. With that, Bai Qi turned to depart. Chief. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the darkness ahead. Chen Zhi felt a jolt and turned toward the shadowy endpoint of a path, obscured yet unmistakably filled with a presence. His heart raced. He recognized that voice. It belonged to the elder warrior, Xia. Chief. Chief. The voice was faint and tinged with despair, seemingly reluctant to call out with full strength. It is Elder Xia, Ji Ying exclaimed. He is there, pleading for our help. He must be injured. With her long blade in hand, she moved to advance. Do not go, Bai Qi sharply commanded, blocking Ji Ying's path with his weapon. How can you be certain that is your ally? You do not understand this place. Here, sounds may emanate not just from the living. Chapter 602. A cry for help in the darkness. What do you mean by that? Bai Qi's words struck Ji Ying like thunder, leaving her momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, she slowly turned back, her grip on the blade trembling. Bai Qi, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that Elder Xia is already dead? That all 48 warriors have perished? Is it their souls that now call us? Ji Ying fixed her gaze on Bai Qi, then turned to Chen Zhi. No, it is impossible. I know Elder Xia well. He would not so easily surrender. Moreover, our warriors of the West Qi, even in death, would not become feeble spirits. Once a person is dead, they are indeed dead. With death, all virtues dissipate. Bai Qi replied indifferently, gazing at Ji Ying as one might regard a stranger just met. You overestimate them. In death, all humans share the same fate, fear. Chief. Chief. The voice from the darkness called out again, filled with such torment that it was unbearable to hear. The voice unmistakably belonged to the aged warrior, who now seemed gravely injured, desperately seeking assistance in the enveloping darkness. In the midst of such a heart-wrenching plea, Ji Ying was evidently reluctant to linger any longer. After a brief moment of hesitation, she began to stride forward into the shadows. What do you intend to do? Bai Qi's voice rang out sharply, halting her. I have already warned you against it. There is nothing there. That is not true, Ji Ying retorted, turning back to him. That is my comrade. He is calling for help, and I must save him. How can you be certain he is your comrade? Bai Qi's eyes glowed crimson, yet his tone remained chillingly cold. You have merely heard his voice without seeing him. Even if you did see him, you could not confirm that he is indeed your former companion. If he truly requires aid, he should emerge from the shadows himself rather than beckon you to come forth. Perhaps he is injured, Ji Ying began. When the anguished cries from the darkness grew even clearer, filled with torment as though he had sustained grievous wounds and could endure no longer. Ji Ying's urgency was palpable. You all stay here. I will go alone. Do not worry for me. I will be safe. Having spoken, she hastened forward. Yet Bai Qi remained rooted in place, unwilling to advance another step. Very well, he murmured softly. If you wish to proceed, then go ahead. But whatever you encounter, do not expect us to rescue you. That is your choice, and I shall not squander my strength on a foolhardy human. Ji Ying was taken aback by Bai Qi's words. She furrowed her brow and cast him a brief glance before swiftly drawing her long blade and turning to venture into the darkness alone. Do not go. Chen Zhi, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his command halting Ji Ying in her tracks. Do not advance. Let me discern what lies ahead. Chen Zhi then closed his eyes, his lips barely brushing together as he invoked a potent incantation. A delicate stream of energy, akin to silken threads, emerged from his palm, densely woven into a fine filament. This ethereal current floated lightly, almost imperceptibly, yet it shimmered with the essence of wind and thunder spells, casting a unique luminescence that illuminated the surroundings. With a gentle motion, Chen Zhi directed his hand forward, sending the stream of energy gliding into the darkness. This ethereal flow danced gracefully, avoiding any contact, rendering itself almost undetectable, even to the air. As it drifted into the obscurity, the darkness gradually began to brighten, akin to a luminous fish swimming through the depths of the ocean. In that moment, everyone clearly observed that the darkness was indeed thick with swirling mists, obscuring everything. As the radiant energy approached the source of the voice, they beheld the figure from which the cries emanated. It was a human silhouette, slightly hunched over, clutching an injured left arm. The posture, the form, and the attire were unmistakably reminiscent of the aged warrior, the venerable warrior Xia. Just as Ji Ying was about to inquire, saw the radiant stream of energy flicker before the shadow, only to vanish in an instant with a whoosh, as if dispersed by an unseen hand. That was not the warrior Xia. Chen Zhi suddenly interjected from behind. Let us cease our speculations and depart. With that, he turned and began to walk away. Ji Ying hastily followed, grasping Chen Zhi's arm. Chieftain, why must we leave? I clearly saw the warrior Ji Ying. Chen Zhi's voice turned as frigid as ice. You are a warrior. Your duty is to execute orders. I shall be the one to make judgments. But I saw it with my own eyes, Ji Ying insisted, glancing back, clearly unwilling to relent. You saw nothing, Chen Zhi retorted sharply. And as a warrior, your imagination is rather excessive. That was not the warrior Xia. It was nothing at all. What could it possibly be? What lurked in the darkness? Why did it echo the voice of the warrior Xia? Ji Ying pressed on. I do not know, nor do I wish to know, Chen Zhi replied quietly. All I need to ascertain is that it is not my comrade. I need not concern myself with it. That is sufficient. Ji Ying, you must learn to temper your curiosity at times. Now let us go. Do not make me command you again. After delivering his words, Chen Zhi continued forward without a backward glance, while Bai Qi turned to accompany him, ignoring Ji Ying's presence. Peng Wei glanced back at Ji Ying, gesturing for her to relent and follow, as doing so would be the wisest course. Yet Ji Ying remained rooted in place, her brows knitted tightly, gazing at Chen Zhi ahead. No, I shall remain here. You may proceed on this path without me. Chapter 603. A Call for Help in the Darkness, Part 2. Chieftain, I must express my dissent regarding your judgment, Ji Ying declared resolutely. The situation is dire. I cannot comply with your orders. We have a comrade calling for help in the darkness, yet you refuse to let me assist. I heard it clearly. It was unmistakably Xia. Must you see it with your own eyes to be convinced? Chen Zhi's hand suddenly coalesced a potent surge of wind and thunder. The energy, enveloped in a tempestuous aura, illuminated the darkness like a lightning flash, casting a brilliant light upon everything around. Since you are so unwilling to let it go, then behold, let us uncover what it truly is. With that, Chen Zhi hurled the orb of energy forcefully into the obscurity ahead. In an instant, a resounding explosion echoed, and the darkness was instantly illuminated as the electric light dispelled the shadows, revealing the true form of the figure that had been calling to them from the darkness. Indeed, it was the silhouette of the venerable warrior, an exact replica, yet merely a shadow. Under the light, this almost lifelike silhouette revealed its true form, a peculiar mass of dense mist suffused with a sanguine hue, seemingly alive as it writhed and coalesced into an eerily realistic human figure, standing there in the darkness like a person. However, this mist clearly recoiled from the light. Under the fierce illumination of the thunderous incantation, it swiftly dispersed, yet within its depths, sounds persisted, calling out, Chieftain, Chieftain. The scene was utterly bizarre, indescribable, leaving Ji Ying momentarily stunned. At that moment, she heard Chen Zhi whisper to her, This place is strange, many things defy normal logic. I surmise this gas can replicate human voices, perhaps to deceive others. That voice should belong to the venerable warrior himself. I suspect he was grievously wounded then, and if he was injured to such an extent, he is likely no longer among the living. Ji Ying listened silently to Chen Zhi's words, her gaze fixed on the unfathomable abyss of darkness. Let us proceed, Chen Zhi continued softly. I understand your sorrow, but you must not dwell on it any longer. I can assure you they are all gone now. Do not look back at that place. Abandon any futile hopes, and let us move on. But I am not certain. Ji Ying suddenly turned to Chen Zhi, resolutely stating, Even if we do not rescue them, we ought to remain here for a time and search the paths. I can conceal myself in the shadows. What the celestial hounds can accomplish, so can I. I can stealthily venture forth to seek them. Perhaps they have already escaped. Or maybe they cling to the last vestiges of life, and we must extend our aid. They could not possibly have escaped. Bai Qi interjected coldly from the side. Do you think you are the first humans to enter here? No one can escape the labyrinth, not even the warriors of West Qi from millennia ago. They all perished. If we linger here, we will only await the pursuit of those celestial hounds. ultimately exhausting ourselves and meeting our demise here. Yet, Ji Ying remained undeterred, eager to voice her thoughts, but Chen Zhi suddenly erupted in fury. "Leave," he commanded thunderously. "Are you not a warrior of West Qi? Obey my orders, or I shall execute you." Following this, Chen Zhi ceased to explain further, turning away and striding forward, with Pang Wei promptly following suit, both resolutely advancing. However, Ji Ying stood her ground, her expression peculiar and desolate as she gazed at Chen Zhi ahead. Suddenly, she declared, "You may go, I shall remain." "What did you say?" Chen Zhi spun around in anger, a surge of energy coursing through him. Yet Ji Ying, still standing alone in the darkness, softly uttered, "You may go. I will stay and retrieve them." "Do you comprehend what you are saying?" Chen Zhi glared at Ji Ying with fury, then swiftly advanced a few steps, opening his palm and presenting it before her. "Do you see this? This is the answer you seek." Within Chen Zhi's palm lay faint, delicate currents of energy, akin to those possessed by the warriors. "Did you think I was indifferent to them? Throughout this journey, I have been attentively observing the energy in my hand. Yet it has gradually waned. Now, all that remains has nearly dissipated, signifying that they are all gone, 48 lives extinguished. This is a reality we dread to confront, yet it is undeniable. Ji Ying, awaken to the truth and follow me. Ahead lies my primary battlefield. Our future hangs in the balance. I refuse to let the demise of those 48 be in vain. Please, do not compel me to dwell on what is irrevocable. Trust my judgment and come with me. You possess your own discernment, yet I too have mine." At this moment, Ji Ying suddenly knelt on one knee, trembling as she drew a clan token from her chest and presented it to Chen Zhi. "Chief, I have an intuition that they are not truly dead. However, if we abandon hope now, they will be lost for certain, and that burden will haunt me for eternity. This torment is worse than death itself. Permit me to go? Chief, let me rescue them. Even if I never return, I will do so without regret. I refuse to languish in the depths of despair for the rest of my life." As she uttered these words, Ji Ying lowered both knees to the ground, hands pressed against the earth, bowing her head in a gesture of profound respect. Shiqi is a place that venerates ancient rites, and within the royal city, social hierarchies are distinctly observed. Due to the unique status of warriors, kneeling before a leader to pay homage is not customary. However, this act of deep reverence, known as the kowtow, is the utmost form of respect from a warrior to their leader, making it difficult for even the chief to refuse a request made in such a manner. Chen Zhi suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, rendering him incapable of denying Ji Ying. He lowered his gaze, silently observing her kneeling form for an extended period, and a pang of sorrow surged within him. "Go," he finally uttered, extending his hand to accept the clan token from Ji Ying. "But remember, I hope for your return. If you are no longer in this world, I will be profoundly saddened." "Yes." Ji Ying's forehead remained pressed to the ground, her knees motionless as she bid them farewell. In the darkness, Chen Zhi could not see her face, yet he knew it was streaked with tears. Bai Qi had been silently watching Ji Ying, his expression rigid as if carved from stone, revealing no trace of emotion. However, he too gazed at her for a long while before turning away to depart. Chen Zhi and his companions continued onward, not daring to glance back, for they understood that the battlefield ahead awaited them imminently. Ji Ying's forehead pressed to the ground, her knees unmoving, bidding them farewell, and in the darkness, Chen Zhi could not discern her visage, yet he was acutely aware that her cheeks were wet with tears. Bai Qi had been silently observing Ji Ying, his expression rigid and unyielding, resembling a stone sculpture, devoid of discernible emotion. Nevertheless, he continued to gaze at Ji Ying for an extended period before ultimately turning away and departing. Chen Zhi and the others pressed onward, without a backward glance, for they were acutely aware that the battlefield lay ahead. The Phoenix of the Burning Sky expressed gratitude for the donation. Supernatural Professor. Chapter 604, The Scene Ahead. On the ensuing path, they walked for what seemed an eternity, enveloped in a heavy silence. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Chen Zhi felt as though only he and Fat Wei remained in this world, that everyone else had perished, including the warriors, Asu, and Ji Ying. The Bai Qi beside them appeared merely as a specter, ready to dissipate at any moment. After wandering aimlessly in the darkness for a considerable time, Bai Qi abruptly halted. He pointed toward the obscurity ahead and, with a hoarse voice, proclaimed, "Son of Jiang, our battlefield is nigh." After speaking, Bai Qi retrieved a fluffy ball of fire signal from his bosom. Chen Zhi had previously encountered such an object in Wuhou Valley. It was essentially a bundle of pure cotton, easily ignited, akin to old-fashioned fire sticks used by the inhabitants of Wuhou Valley for kindling, simple and convenient to preserve. Bai Qi shook the fire signal in his hand, and miraculously, sparks erupted from its tip, producing tiny flames. He directed his mouth toward the flames and gently blew. Puff! The sparks danced forward, propelled by his breath, resembling fireflies as they drifted into the distance. The sparks moved slowly, yet wherever they illuminated, brightness erupted, akin to suspended lights in the air, never descending. Eventually, the sparks vanished into the darkness, as if entering another realm, then burst forth with light and fire, illuminating the surrounding gloom. In that moment, Chen Zhi beheld an astonishing scene, one that greatly exceeded their expectations, even leading them to question their own perceptions. In the shadows illuminated by the sparks, countless figures emerged, indistinct and shrouded in darkness, moving back and forth in a slow, measured manner, interweaving with one another. They resembled soulless husks, mere shells of existence, animated yet certainly not zombies. "What is this?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he turned to Bai Qi. "Living beings? How do you define that? Is anything that moves alive? Or must it breathe to be considered living?" Bai Qi responded with a faint smile, then unsheathed a deer knife from his waist, gripping it firmly as he continued. "This is a form of magic from our clan, allowing us to propel sparks to our intended destination to ascertain the situation there. The place you just glimpsed is our destination, the location of the divine coffin of Bai Qi. What are those entities moving slowly around?" Chen Zhi turned to Fat Wei, asking, "Do you think they are zombies?" "Absolutely not," Fat Wei replied with unwavering certainty. "The Zongzi does not walk in that manner, nor does it resemble that at all. A zombie cannot even lift its neck, even if its head were to rise. The back of its neck would sag. Only a living person can hold their neck upright. I just saw that shadow, and I felt it must be a living person. But in this cursed place, how could there be a living soul? Even if there were, how could they transform into that?" As Fat Wei spoke, he shook his large head incessantly, his lips curling in disbelief. "What is going on?" Chen Zhi turned to Bai Qi, pressing for answers. "Did you not mention that there are no guardians of the tomb after arriving there? What did we just see?" "I truly do not know." Bai Qi shook his head earnestly. "Those entities did not exist during the early days of the divine tomb. I cannot tell you what they are. However, I believe that when we arrive there, we may encounter things beyond our imagination." After speaking, Bai Qi gently blew into the darkness, and the flickering lights, reminiscent of fireflies, vanished instantly, plunging everything back into obscurity. "How much farther is it from here?" Chen Zhi inquired. "Can you estimate the precise distance?" "Approximately 500 meters, give or take." "In your current human measurements," Bai Qi replied with a faint smile, turning to face Chen Zhi. His pallid face, juxtaposed with his blood-red eyes, was quite formidable. "So, Chen Zhi, we are truly approaching our destination. Are you prepared? I must inform you beforehand that what you are about to undertake is no simple task. He is powerful, exceedingly so. Even in the presence of your ancestor, Jiang, he may not falter. And now, after thousands of years, he may have grown even stronger. Do you comprehend this?" "Yes," Chen Zhi nodded slightly, gazing into the darkness ahead. His eyes flicked toward Bai Qi. "To your knowledge, how many of those Tengu behind us are still remaining?" "Do not worry." Bai Qi seemed to have already discerned Chen Zhi's unspoken concerns. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips, rendering his deathly pale face even more eerie. "Those Tengu have all been dealt with. The human warriors you brought are quite commendable. Although they too have perished, their sacrifice was worthwhile. Ji Ying will only find the corpses of those warriors when she arrives. There will be no danger. What we are about to face is a battle of life and death. Ji Ying's fate rests in our hands. If we triumph, she shall survive. If we fail, she will be trapped here forever. So prepare yourself for combat, Your Highness." Upon finishing, Bai Qi shook his arms, and his skin emanated a faint silver glow as it began to transform into scales. These scales were peculiar, exceedingly fine, shimmering like fish scales. Yet, as they adorned Bai Qi's body, they did not evoke disgust. Rather, they imparted the impression that his skin was always meant to be this way, radiant and resplendent. Bai Qi swiftly advanced, disregarding the presence of the stout Wei and Chen Zhi behind him. Chen Zhi observed with clarity as Bai Qi's fingers began to elongate at an alarming rate, sharp claws emerging from his fingertips, curving like iron hooks. The deer knife he held began to swirl in the air, enveloped in spirals of qi. At this moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the magnitude of Bai Qi's power. The manifestation of qi was a testament to one's mastery of physical techniques, a feat that most warriors could scarcely achieve in a lifetime. Yet, Bai Qi was surrounded by a copious amount of qi, shimmering like silken cocoons encasing him. Even a formidable warrior like Ji Ying could not be compared to him in any regard. During their subsequent journey, they traversed the path with an almost unparalleled speed, leaving Wei struggling to keep pace. Fortunately, the road was a perfectly straight line, rendering the possibility of losing their way utterly impossible. The distance of 500 meters was deceptively short, and soon they arrived at their destination, greeted by a wall as dark as night. This wall stretched endlessly, fading into the shadows on either side, adorned with a lengthy mural carved with rudimentary knife strokes. Upon gazing at the mural, Bai Qi halted abruptly, his hand gliding over the obsidian surface of the wall, his eyes ablaze with a blood-red hue, as if on the verge of weeping blood. When Wei, panting heavily, caught up and beheld the scene on the wall, he instinctively recoiled several steps back, exclaiming in haste, "Chen Zhi, did you see that? This kid has led us here to our doom. He has been deceiving us from the very beginning." Chapter 605. The alien mural. What lay before them was a mural of striking clarity, devoid of superfluous adornments or intricate brushwork. Although the lines were exceedingly fine, they diverged entirely from human artistic conventions, revealing the handiwork of a species with a distinct cognitive approach to art. This mode of painting was notably simpler and more direct, conveying its message with utmost clarity. The mural was predominantly a canvas of darkness, with luminous knife marks flowing smoothly across the black surface. Each stroke was purposefully crafted to depict a figure, devoid of any extraneous elements. The initial section of the mural showcased a dense array of patterns, reminiscent of the peculiar designs seen in the temple. Yet here they were rendered with greater density and precision. The spacing between these patterns exhibited subtle variations, and when observed in this darkness, one could discern that it bore the semblance of a three-dimensional image. Such artworks were rare in ancient times, with only a handful emerging in modernity. Their primary significance lay in the initial perception of meaningless, densely arranged patterns. However, at a certain distance, a closer examination revealed another hidden image within these patterns, which encapsulated the true essence of the mural. Chen Zhi immediately narrowed his eyes and gazed intently at the mural, where amidst the dense patterns emerged a figure with a broad back adorned with massive black wings, the wings being so voluminous they dwarfed the figure's entire form. Let this individual, empowered by the might of their wings, soar high above, reaching the same altitude as the moon. This person possesses a remarkably athletic physique, with every dimension flawlessly proportioned, akin to the principles of the golden ratio. Their visage is exquisitely crafted, resembling a cherished creation of the divine. However, this figure is enveloped in darkness, with every inch of their skin adorned with black scales, mirroring the purity of their ebony wings. Their eyes, carved from crimson gemstones, gleam with a blood-red brilliance, standing out starkly against the backdrop of the inky tableau. Beneath this being with black wings lies a multitude of lifeless bodies, evidently existing as mere sustenance, many disemboweled, with severed limbs and expressions of profound agony. Amidst these corpses stand numerous individuals with red eyes, lacking black wings, yet gazing upwards in reverence at the dark-winged figure as if beholding a deity. The mural extends further back, revealing a woman with red eyes, raising an infant with a grotesque expression, offering the child to the heavens. Behind the infant, a pair of diminutive wings is discernible. In the background, a line of shackled humans is visible, appearing as though their limbs have been broken, kneeling in excruciating torment, chains adorning their necks, resembling sacrificial animals. The mural then descends and shifts to another depiction, where the dark-winged figure descends from the sky, mercilessly consuming the sacrificial humans, transforming the ground into a mountain of corpses. Suddenly, the woman throws the infant into the air, the child now enlarged, shoulders elevated, and wings prominently unfurled, colliding with the dark-winged figure, merging with it. After this fusion, the entity re-emerges as a being with black wings, ascending into the heavens like a deity, experiencing a rebirth. Orange, do you comprehend this? Fat Wei exclaimed rapidly over the transmission. This is not merely a mural. It is a depiction of species propagation. I have encountered similar illustrations in ancient rubbings. Initially, I believed them to be modern forgeries, doubting that ancients would create such peculiarities. Later, an expert informed me that these portrayals document extinct species from ancient times, exceedingly rare, with only rubbings surviving, as the originals have long vanished. It is said that in ancient epochs, numerous beings existed, with humanity constituting but a small fraction. Each species follows a cycle of propagation. For instance, we humans are born from our parents, generation after generation. Chickens and ducks emerge from eggs. Chickens lay eggs, and from eggs, chickens arise. But observe how they operate. They are utilizing corporeal forms to achieve rebirth and evolution, akin to the Dalai Lama from Xinjiang. How bizarre is that? They consume humans to facilitate this transformation, allowing them to be reborn within a new vessel. It is likely that this individual harbors such intentions, leading us here to offer us as sustenance for their ancestors, enabling their forebears to be reborn within them. We are mere sacrifices for their lineage. It is estimated that those individuals from 7 years ago met their demise in such a manner, deceived by the Bai family. Indeed, those bearing the surname Bai approached the organization with ulterior motives. Although we failed to discern their intentions at the time, now that we have seen through their facade, shall we still retreat? Bai Qi, seemingly disinterested in addressing Fat Wei's doubts, abruptly interrupted him. Placing one hand upon the mural and turning to Chen Zhi, "Have you made your decision? Within lies his divine tomb. Once you enter, it becomes a battlefield from which there is no return. Let us go." Without hesitation, Chen Zhi nodded in agreement with Bai Qi and cast a sidelong glance at Fat Wei. "You stay here. If Ji Ying arrives, assist her." However, Fat Wei appeared visibly anxious. "You stay here," Chen Zhi asserted with an undeniable tone. "Inside is our battleground. There is no need for concern. He may wish to use me as a sacrifice, but it will not be so easily accomplished." "Indeed," Bai Qi exclaimed, a broad grin spreading across his face, revealing teeth that had become remarkably sharp. He then adjusted the red gems in the eyes of the black-winged figure. It was an exceedingly simple mechanism. With a click, as the two gems rotated, the pure black section of the stone screen collapsed, revealing an entrance tall enough for a person to pass through. A wave of decay and bloodiness surged forth, the stench overwhelming and sour, reminiscent of a slaughterhouse that had lain dormant for millennia, inducing an immediate urge to retch. "Very well, let us proceed. Do not harbor regrets." Bai Qi unsheathed his deer knife, casting the scabbard aside before offering Chen Zhi a faint smile and stepping inside. "Orange." "No," Fat Wei called after Chen Zhi, his face contorting with muscle tension as he sought to retain him one last time. "Something feels amiss in there. The scent of blood is far too fresh, as if it has just been spilled. It is not merely a matter of zombies. Something is definitely wrong. Orange, trust me. We have fought side by side for so long. You know my character. I am not one to cower in fear. But this time, it truly feels off. You, with your red eyes, should enter, but do not follow me inside. I will consider other options. Do not go in, for I fear that if you do, you may never return." "Enough," Chen Zhi suddenly exclaimed, his voice sharp as he fixed his gaze upon the dark entrance, not glancing back at Fat Wei. "Do you remember what I said? This is my destiny." With that, Chen Zhi stepped forward into the abyss. Chapter 606, The Land of the Divine Tomb. Upon leaping inside, a dense fog enveloped him instantly, obscuring his vision entirely. Chen Zhi could only perceive an extremely nauseating stench of decay permeating the air, flooding into his nostrils with an overwhelming intensity. The repugnant odor was unbearable, causing his stomach to churn violently, waves of bile rising within him, threatening to spill forth. At that moment, a flicker of light suddenly ignited in the darkness. When Chen Zhi opened his eyes again, he found Bai Qi standing beside him, miraculously holding a flame that illuminated their surroundings. The light cast a clear reflection upon Bai Qi's face, revealing a demeanor both calm and solemn. His skin adorned with translucent silver scales. Each feature of his visage was exquisitely crafted, resembling a statue. If he remained still, one might easily mistake him for a sculpture fashioned from pure silver. Bai Qi brought the flame closer to his lips, gently blowing upon it, causing the flames to disperse in a miraculous manner, illuminating everything around them. "Behold, this is the true inferno," Bai Qi murmured softly, his eyelids lowered, refraining from surveying their surroundings, as if he already comprehended what lay beyond and had no desire to look. "Inferno? This is not my first encounter," Chen Zhi replied, slowly turning to survey the area, steeling himself for what he might witness. Yet, even with his resolve, when the harrowing scene fully unfolded before him, he was profoundly shaken. In that instant, he wished he could gouge out his own eyes to avoid witnessing such an unbearable sight. The space was open. The reason the outside world could not perceive the internal conditions was not due to enclosure, but because it was a realm sealed by advanced barrier techniques. Such advanced barrier techniques demanded exceptional skill, of which Chen Zhi had only a conceptual understanding. When the fierce spell was mastered to a certain extent, one could manipulate delicate air currents to create a tangible space, akin to a massive fiberglass structure, obscuring external light and air, even materializing into a closed chamber that completely concealed the internal area, rendering it invisible to those outside. Within this sealed barrier, due to the passage of time, the surface had long since crystallized into a layer of solidified derivatives. These derivatives contained a multitude of elements, fragments, dust, and parasitic bacteria, gradually amalgamating into a robust shell that rendered the area resembling a colossal stone chamber. Yet, within this magically formed stone chamber, numerous individuals were traversing back and forth, all of whom were undeniably alive. Upon witnessing these so-called living beings, Chen Zhi's heart clenched tightly, confronted with a sight he had never been prepared to face. This was a human breeding facility, or perhaps a rudimentary, wretched cage for the captive. Close to 100 individuals were slowly moving about, their veins exposed, their chests rising and falling in a testament to their vitality. It is evident that the blood has largely been drained from their bodies, their veins swollen and coarse from years of excessive exposure, and their flesh marred by terrifying wounds. The muscle and fat have been voraciously consumed, with putrid and decaying injuries peeling outward, revealing the moldy bones beneath after numerous healings and subsequent bites. Living in perpetual darkness, most of them have lost their vision, their eyelids laden with accumulated fatty deposits and skin stones, resembling layers of leprosy. These individuals have evidently lost all semblance of human consciousness. Their movements are sluggish, their expressions vacant, akin to the fish languishing in a market's glass tank, perpetually confined in a filthy chaos, their sight extinguished, merely drifting aimlessly. Despite being infested with repulsive growths, surrounded by mounds of excrement, and riddled with ghastly wounds, they persist in existence, fiercely clinging to life. What has transpired? What has befallen them? An alarming thought suddenly surged in Chen Zhi's mind, compelling him to scrutinize their attire and arms. In the next breath, he completely shattered. Initially engulfed by rage, he was then overwhelmed by profound sorrow, gripped by the chilling fear that had he not discovered the sacred seal within Genghis Khan's tomb, nor grasped Jiang Ziya's intent, or heeded the advice of Pang Wei to abandon this space, he might have remained oblivious to this grim reality. How much longer could these individuals endure without his intervention? These people belonged to the organization. Without exception, they donned the garb of the organization's warriors. Though their faces were obscured by fatty masses and repulsive growths, the remnants of their indomitable spirit shone through, each tightly clenching their right fists, revealing fragments of a bright yellow insignia. This was the clan emblem of the warriors, their names etched within, the sole proof of their identity as the warriors of Shiqi. Chen Zhi could not contain his outcry. An uncontrollable surge of grief and fury erupted from within him. In that moment, he realized that his heart had long been intricately intertwined with Shiqi, that he harbored such profound feelings for these warriors he had never met. Witnessing the dire plight of Shiqi's warriors ignited a fierce desire within him to unleash a cataclysmic curse. Disregarding all notions of the legendary killer Bai Qi or Jiang Ziya's seal, he yearned to incinerate everything, leaving not a trace of ash behind. At that moment, Bai Qi suddenly appeared behind him, moving with lightning speed, swiftly covering his mouth, his voice grave as he cautioned, "Do not make a sound. Do you know where this is? He is right here, merely asleep." After uttering these words, Bai Qi raised his other hand, brandishing a deer blade, pointing toward a darkened area at the center ahead. It was then that Chen Zhi discerned, through the obscurity, a vacant expanse where those shambling warriors seemed to deliberately avoid venturing. In that very place, there existed a vast stone well, its edges adorned with heavy chains, which were soaked in blood. Surrounding the well were ancient seals and talismans, each one a testament to forgotten sorcery. The chains trembled ever so slightly, as if tethering something below, something undeniably alive, emitting peculiar sounds. Chapter 607, The Sacred Tomb, Part 2. The words of Bai Qi brought Chen Zhi back to a state of composure. He endeavored to master his emotions, channeling his energy to strengthen his grip, prying open Bai Qi's fingers one by one. What is that sound? Chen Zhi whispered. Is it him? Yes. Bai Qi's voice had undergone a significant transformation, now resembling an electronically synthesized tone, distinctly masculine and gravelly, akin to dry sand. His skin glimmered with silver scales, shimmering in the dim light. He sleeps deep within the well. This was the very place of Bai Qi's birth, where his mother had brought him into this world. After giving birth, she devoured everyone present and subsequently vanished, leaving Bai Qi in the embrace of humanity. This was the Gongsun Bai residence over 4,000 years ago. The well stood as the prison crafted by his father, Gongsun Bai, to confine him. His father was a deeply contradictory figure, born of a savage lineage, ever yearning to extinguish his life, yet unable to bring himself to do so, ultimately imprisoning him in hopes that he would perish. Yet, he failed to kill Bai Qi, who ultimately became a force of nature. In that savage era, our purebred kind could effortlessly obliterate humanity. The gods had long vanished. Bai Qi could easily consume entire civilizations and dismantle the artifice of the world established by Jiang, a world rife with hypocrisy and cunning. As Bai Qi spoke, he placed a finger to his lips, signaling Chen Zhi to remain silent. He then turned, wielding a deer knife with one hand, and approached the well with utmost delicacy. Each step he took demonstrated his exceptional physical prowess. His movements were soundless, his body gracefully arched, as if walking upon clouds. Yet, Chen Zhi could discern that Bai Qi's hind leg trembled incessantly. He recognized that Bai Qi was profoundly fearful of what lay within the well, to the very limits of terror, yet driven by an unknown impetus to advance. The nature of this impetus remained elusive to Chen Zhi. Bai Qi cautiously reached the edge of the well and paused approximately 5 or 6 meters from its mouth. Chen Zhi observed Bai Qi begin to tremble uncontrollably, his blood-red eyes glowing eerily in the darkness like two radiant lanterns. Bai Qi gestured for Chen Zhi to approach, signaling him to minimize his sound. Chen Zhi, understanding the gravity of the situation, treaded carefully along Bai Qi's path, enveloping his feet in a current of air, taking each step with utmost caution, devoid of any noise. Upon reaching Bai Qi's side, Bai Qi halted his advance with the long knife and pointed ahead, urging Chen Zhi to look. Chen Zhi strained to extend his neck, peering intently into the dark abyss of the well. Indeed, it was an exceedingly ancient stone well, its structure seemingly composed of rough-hewn stones, devoid of any distinctive shape. However, the passage of time had cloaked its exterior in a deep crimson shell. This outer layer was laden with various substances, prominently displaying remnants of vegetation and fungal mycelium, suggesting that this locale was once a lush meadow long ago. Yet, the surface of this shell bore thick, congealed bloodstains, interspersed with large clots of dried blood, while the chains around it were ensconced in layers of coagulated blood, some of which were ancient, yet many were still fresh. Surrounding the stone well was an elaborate array of ceiling strips crafted from yellow cloth, each glimmering as if woven from golden threads. They intertwined in a 4-open, 4-close formation, constituting a formidable seal. Chen Zhi observed with clarity that every strip was inscribed with fierce incantations, written in blood with a primal script, unmistakably penned by the hand of Jiang himself. The flawless precision of the 4-open, 4-close seal was beyond anything Chen Zhi could aspire to. In his eyes, such meticulous enchantments would be inescapable even for the mightiest of emperors. Yet, despite this, there existed a small, torn aperture at the seal's terminus, its peculiar shape suggesting it had been gnawed upon for eons, as though it had finally succumbed to the ravages of time. And with that diminutive fissure, the entire 4-open, 4-close seal had been rendered obsolete. He had emerged. A sudden chill swept over Chen Zhi, cold sweat beating upon his brow. Of course, Bai Qi whispered. If he were still confined within the well, how could this place have transformed so drastically? He has long since escaped. Your organization encountered him 7 years ago. What followed was a cataclysmic battle, in which your forces and Shiqi were vanquished. Then why did he not slay these warriors? Why not grant them a swift end? Why subject them to such torment? Chen Zhi questioned fiercely, a tempest of anger and frustration roiling within him. It is quite simple, Bai Qi replied softly. Do you see what those warriors hold in their hands? They were defeated and captured, yet they still harbor hope, awaiting their comrades to rescue them. For 7 years, they have endured excruciating torment, a suffering unimaginable to humanity, but their steadfast belief is why they ultimately chose not to embrace death. I admire them for that. Of course, there is another significant reason, Bai Qi continued, gesturing toward the well ahead. He requires a continuous supply of fresh blood and flesh. After stating this, Bai Qi's blood-red eyes scrutinized Chen Zhi, akin to a predator surveying its prey. What do you mean by that? Chen Zhi felt a wave of revulsion at Bai Qi's seemingly provocative gaze. Do you not humans often engage in such acts? Do not tell me you are unaware. Bai Qi remarked with a chilling smile, his countenance displaying an array of expressions that set him apart from mankind. Those mercenary merchants among you, who sever the gallbladders of bears, allowing these creatures to endure their agony, only to regrow and then be subjected to the torment anew, regardless of the suffering inflicted. They perpetuate this cycle. Can you humans commit such acts? Why is it that he cannot? But that is cruelty towards animals. After uttering this phrase, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily speechless, his teeth clenched tightly, at a loss for words. Heh, Bai Qi suddenly laughed coldly. Chen Zhi, you have spent too long among humans. You truly must learn to abandon human reasoning when contemplating such matters. Humanity roams this world unchecked, not because they embody justice, nor due to their might, but because your ancestor Jiangxia bestowed upon them dominion over this realm. What do you think they are otherwise? What significance does this discussion hold now? Chen Zhi swiftly grasped Bai Qi's arm. Bai Qi, given your current stance, there is a question I must pose to you. Why do you stand by our side? Enough. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, Bai Qi angrily shook off his grip and cast a furious glance back, his blood-red eyes igniting with fury. He clearly had no desire to respond to Chen Zhi, instead fixing him with a fiery gaze, his cold visage curling into a smirk that revealed sharp teeth. You need only to understand that my allegiance is not for you, much less for your obstinate ancestor. In my eyes, you hold no significance. With that, Bai Qi flung his arms and soared ahead, landing gently beside the stone well. Chen Zhi hastily followed, and upon reaching the well, he was met by a fierce stench of blood. The ground was treacherous, saturated with a vivid scarlet hue, slippery and foul, layers of blood clinging to one another. Had it not been for their extraordinary sense of balance, they would have surely fallen. As they approached the well's mouth, a foreboding aura surged upward, enveloping Chen Zhi's presence, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. It was at that moment he grasped the true terror that resided within the well. When Chen Zhi first entered this realm, he instinctively sought to gauge the energy of his surroundings. However, he could not discern the intensity of the aura emanating from the well. He was puzzled as to why the energy here was so indistinct. A flicker of hope even crossed his mind. Perhaps the so-called god of death, Bai Qi, was not as formidable as rumored. Or perhaps he had already become nothing more than a relic of the past. As he stood merely a foot away from the well's mouth, Chen Zhi finally comprehended that the eerie resentment permeating the tomb was, in fact, emanating from this very well. The entire atmosphere surrounding him was suffused with the aura of the entities lurking beneath. It was overwhelmingly potent. Peering into the abyss below, he sensed a force as vast as the ocean, whispering softly, such formidable power, once unleashed, could yield unimaginable consequences. We must not allow it to escape. This is the very reason I seek assistance from your organization regarding my uncle, Bai Ren. Should you in the West Qi neglect this matter, I fear it will soon break free. Bai Qi spoke softly. My uncle holds a deep fondness for humanity and places his trust in us. However, the annual tribute of living sacrifices has become unbearable for him. I suspect he has encountered the being below, which compelled him to resolutely seek the organization's aid in eradicating it. Hush! Chen Zhi immediately gestured for Bai Qi to lower his voice, pulling him back a few steps, further from the well. Yet, Bai Qi, unconcerned, shook his head. Fear not, it is asleep. Otherwise, we would have perished long ago. He then pointed to the fissure in the stone seal. Do you see? It has already gnawed through the seal and climbed out. The reason it remains trapped is due to the nested seals. The one at the well's mouth is the first seal, while this square space outside serves as the second. Even if the inner seal is breached, it must still overcome the outer seal to escape. This barrier was established by your ancestors. Without you, we would find it exceedingly difficult to enter. I am aware, Chen Zhi replied softly. However, upon my arrival, I observed that the surface of this seal has been severely weakened over the years, rendering it precarious. I estimate it will not be long before it can no longer contain it. I must devise a method to restore this place. While the first seal is irreparable, the outer seal can be mended. Jiang Zia is no longer among us. Thus, restoring it will be arduous and time-consuming. I now have a reliable plan. I intend to evacuate these surviving warriors first, then grant myself some time to gradually repair this layer of seal. Even if I fail, the outer seal will still restrain it, saving these warriors' lives. Even in defeat, we would afford future generations a chance. Bai Qi, what are you doing? Just as Chen Zhi uttered these words, he was taken aback to see Bai Qi already tugging at the bloodied chains. He hastily grasped Bai Qi's arm, only to find it icy and chilling to the touch. Bai Qi's eyes glowed a terrifying crimson. His veins throbbed like those of a beast fervently anticipating battle. You humans are always like this, retreating in the face of adversity and making excuses for your cowardice. You ought to learn from Bai Qi's strategy of dismantling bridges after leading his troops across, severing the path of retreat, and then risking everything, life or death. I wish to extend another opportunity for those who follow. Haha, Chen Zhi, your thoughts are rather simplistic. How can you be sure that I will aid you next time? You must understand, I am not my uncle. I harbor no fondness for your kind. Do not even contemplate leaving this place, descendants of the Jiang clan. Allow me to make it abundantly clear, aside from eliminating the creatures lurking below, I have no alternative course of action. I comprehend. Chen Zhi firmly grasped Bai Qi, using the currents of air in his hands to bind Bai Qi's body tightly. Rest assured, I shall remain with you. However, let the outside forces divert these warriors. Otherwise, should we falter, they shall continue to endure torment in this inferno. And what of her then? Do you wish for her to become one of those individuals as well? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bai Qi fell silent in an instant. His blood-red eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi, resembling an enraged lion, gradually regaining his composure. He then gently placed the chain in his hand by the edge of the well, and, with a lightness of being, withdrew his body. Very well. Let us lead these individuals outside. Excellent. Chen Zhi immediately struck the microphone, eager to contact the outside world. However, at that moment, Bai Qi suddenly froze for a brief instant. Then, like a bolt of lightning, his body performed a swift somersault, landing gracefully on the ground ahead. His physique inclined forward at a sharp angle of 90 degrees, with the deer blade held horizontally in front of him, poised for an imminent attack. Chen Zhi observed as Bai Qi's ears transformed, becoming pointed like those of an elf, quivering incessantly. What are you doing? What is happening? Upon witnessing Bai Qi's behavior, Chen Zhi immediately inquired. However, Bai Qi swiftly gestured for him to lower his voice, his eyes fixated intently on the encroaching darkness ahead. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "There is someone there, a formidable presence." At these words, Chen Zhi promptly raised his gaze towards the specified area, a shadowy recess untouched by the flickering flames. There, a silhouette had long been lurking, its aura entirely masked, devoid of life, resembling a lifeless corpse that had escaped his notice until now. Yet, at this moment, it began to stir gradually. Upon recognizing the figure, Chen Zhi's mind resonated with a sudden buzz. For he had encountered this visage more than once within the memories of Gui Dao. It was none other than Gui Dao's father, Ji Lai. However, Bai Qi immediately gestured for him to lower his voice, then fixed his gaze intently upon the encroaching darkness ahead, whispering softly, "There is someone there, a formidable presence." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi promptly lifted his head to examine the specified location, a shadowy corner untouched by the flickering flames. An ominous figure had long been stationed there, yet its aura was entirely concealed, devoid of life, resembling a lifeless corpse, previously unnoticed. Now, however, it began to stir slowly. Upon recognizing the silhouette, Chen Zhi's mind was instantly engulfed in a reverberating shock, for he had encountered this figure on multiple occasions within the memories of the Ghost Blade. This was none other than Ghost Blade's father, Ji Lai. Chapter 609. The Glory of Yesteryear's Ji Lai, the legendary god of war of the Western Qi royal city. A figure steeped in myth between two generations of warriors. The tales surrounding him in Shiqi are too numerous to count. Akin to the deities depicted in the ancient murals of the Shiqi royal court, both exalted and flawless. He stands as the idol of all warriors from Shiqi, embodying the pinnacle of their aspirations. Prior to this moment, Chen Zhi had constructed countless hypotheses, uncontrollably seeking to exonerate this legendary god of war from any wrongdoing. He yearned for the revelation of the truth to unveil that he was not the ghostly warrior who had betrayed his kin, secretly infiltrating Shichi to unlock its hidden gates. However, all these conjectures have now shattered, as he stands there, the legendary invincible god of war, the previous champion red belt warrior, Ji Ying. Upon witnessing this iconic figure, Chen Zhi's mind erupted, the first thought that surged forth being the shadow of the ghostly blade. Yet, in the next instant, his reason swiftly outpaced his thoughts. Chen Zhi retreated a step, casting forth the protective airflow he had meticulously prepared. This gust immediately carved out a square area at the well's mouth, enveloping the stone well entirely. The barrier woven within was dense and impenetrable, successfully isolating all external sounds and plunging the vicinity of the well into tranquility. Observing Chen Zhi's actions, Bai Qi began to form a conjecture. Do you know him? How formidable is he? Extremely formidable, Chen Zhi whispered, his gaze fixed intently on Ji Ying. He was once a god of war, the mightiest representative of Shichi's martial prowess. Throughout history, no one has ever defeated him. Now he has defected, augmented by a unique power. This force can unleash latent human potential, vastly enhancing muscle and physical capabilities, yet it brings humanity closer to savagery. I call it demonization. Thus, I estimate he is now several times stronger than before. Extremely formidable. Demonization, how intriguing, Bai Qi remarked, deftly brandishing his long blade. A predatory grin revealing his sharp teeth as a sinister smile crept across his face. I am curious to see to what extent this strongest of warriors can ascend when demonized. No, Chen Zhi vehemently rejected Bai Qi's notion. Have you forgotten our agreement? Your mission is to assist me in dealing with the entity below the well. We must conserve our strength, especially yours, before confronting that being. You cannot engage in a battle with a physically superior opponent. Allow me to take the lead. With that, Chen Zhi gestured lightly, unleashing a barrage of aggressive airflow from within, each gust roaring like an explosion. These currents were razor-sharp, akin to a line of lethal blades. He then infused the wind and thunder incantation into the mix, directing it toward the shadow ahead, gently tossing it forward to probe the depths of the unknown. With a swift motion, these sharp and volatile air currents surged forward without mercy. Wherever he went, everything he touched was cleaved asunder. A fierce gust of wind, imbued with the thunderous incantation, rushed forth like a bolt of lightning, approaching the silhouette before him. Yet, the figure remained unyielding, showing no intent to evade. As the tempest drew near, he gently raised his right hand, positioning his long blade horizontally. With a crisp sound, he sliced through the air, severing the gust in its path. As the air was cleaved, the brilliance enveloped in the thunderous incantation erupted in the darkness, illuminating the figure, who could no longer remain shrouded in shadows. Gradually, he raised the long blade, stepping into the light, revealing his visage. It was indeed Ji Ying, the living Ji Ying. Chen Zhi had seen this legendary face in the minds of many, accompanied by the resonant echoes of invincible in battle, eternal glory. Yet now, Ji Ying's countenance, reminiscent of the memories Chen Zhi had witnessed, displayed no signs of aging. His face bore an unsettling pallor, akin to that of frozen meat preserved in an icehouse for far too long, ashen and rigid. The bluish hue beneath his eyes rendered him strikingly eerie and surreal. His entire being radiated the primal scent of a beast, with the most potent aroma being that of sulfur. Ji Ying approached Chen Zhi with deliberate steps, clearly recognizing him, yet seemingly unwilling to engage in conversation. Are you Ji Ying? Chen Zhi inquired softly. I am Chen Zhi, the new clan leader of the Jiang family. I know your son. Ji Ying heard Chen Zhi's voice, yet remained silent, continuing his advance. Did you rescue the ghost blade? Chen Zhi pressed on. In the branch, I discovered a leaf. I saw the message you left for him. The ghost has not perished, has he? Do you know where he is now? Ji Ying maintained his silence, eyes cast downward, yet he did not halt his approach. As he drew nearer, he slowly lifted the long blade, his gaze coldly fixed upon the ground as he unsheathed it. At that moment, Bai Qi became overwhelmingly exhilarated, as if he had encountered a rival of rare caliber. Every scale upon his skin bristled, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Do not ask, Bai Qi exclaimed with fervent excitement, his lips curling into a malevolent grin reminiscent of a demon. He has no desire to converse with you. He has merely come to end your life. Ji Ying? Chen Zhi suddenly bellowed, a searing wrath coursing through him. His fury stemmed from myriad sources: Bai Qi, Baoping, the ghost blade. and those who still believed in the glory of the war god. It even encompassed the enigmatic demise of the late Ji Chu. This anger morphed into a sensation of betrayal that permeated Chen Zhi's entire being. He felt as though he had been forsaken by this former chief of the Red Warriors. And such treachery drove him to the brink of madness. Ji Lai, is it truly that you have not perished? When Chen Zhi's voice emerged, it trembled with excitement. Regardless of the circumstances, you have survived. We still remember you, and you remain your true self. But what are you doing now? Are you wielding a blade against me? Intent on slaying the leader of the Jiang clan? Ji Lai, have you forgotten the oaths of old? Have you truly forsaken your identity as a warrior of the West Qi? At this moment, Chen Zhi's emotions surged, and he wished to express more. Yet he soon realized that such efforts were futile. This Ji Lai appeared oblivious to all sounds, entirely disinterested in addressing any inquiries. He approached step by step, the long blade in his hand drawn from its sheath. Chen Zhi observed as a thick aura began to envelop Ji Lai's feet, spiraling upward like silken threads. Indeed, as Bai Qi had articulated, this former Red Warrior of the West Qi now possessed a singular aim: to eliminate them. Chapter 610, The Glory of Your, Part 2, Stand Aside, Bai Qi urged swiftly, darting in front of Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi, do not intervene. I must resolve this swiftly, otherwise, we shall be in grave peril. Do not be misled into believing that your barrier fully silences the outside world, preventing it from awakening the entity beneath. I assure you, it is exceedingly sensitive to magic, particularly your Jiang clan-esque spells. Should you engage in large-scale sorcery, it will easily rouse. Allow me to confront him with physical prowess. We must conclude this expeditiously. Upon finishing his words, Bai Qi's entire form shimmered with radiant silver scales, a trickle of crimson seeping from their roots, indicating he was fully prepared for battle. Upon hearing Bai Qi's declaration, Chen Zhi ceased his opposition. He began to silently channel the energy within his body, infusing it into the ground to create a net-like barrier. Should the situation turn dire, he prepared to ambush Ji Lai alongside Bai Qi. Meanwhile, Ji Lai, seemingly unperturbed, continued his advance towards them, his facial features becoming increasingly distinct, his eyes taking on a grayish hue, reminiscent of a statue crafted from plaster. Just as Ji Lai was about to reach them, a sudden cracking sound reverberated through the air. The mechanism they had previously triggered was set into motion once more. Upon hearing this noise, Ji Lai, like a phantom, vanished back into the shadows. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized the extent of Ji Lai's swiftness. If the ghost blade's form was akin to an ethereal apparition, then Ji Lai's speed was such that he left no trace. The entrance mechanism had indeed been activated, and from the darkened entryway emerged two figures, shrouded in dust. Among them was the person Chen Zhi had longed for. Leader, what are you doing? The voice was unmistakably familiar. The newcomer was a Suo. Accompanying him was Pang Wei, evidently the one who had instructed a Suo on how to operate the mechanism and led him inside, as originally orchestrated by Chen Zhi. Regardless of the perilous circumstances or the scarcity of manpower, it was imperative to designate an individual outside to provide support, thus creating a potential turning point in the crisis. Upon entering, Pang Wei was momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. A person of remarkable perceptiveness. His initial gaze fell upon the spectral warriors that flitted about like wraiths, as well as the ominous shadowy corner. Although Ji Lai had retreated into the darkness, the moment Pang Wei beheld Ji Lai's visage, which bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the ghost blade, he instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Instinctively, he stepped back against the wall, seeking self-preservation while observing the unfolding events, fully aware that in this moment, he had no room to speak. In stark contrast, Asu appeared utterly fatigued, seemingly oblivious to the darkened corner and the figure of his former comrade lurking within. Unlike Bai Qi, Asu was enshrouded in the dust and debris of the outside world, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. It was evident that he had traversed a considerable distance amidst the tumultuous winds and harsh environment before finally arriving here. Bandages once pristine now clung to his face and skin, having been stained a faint crimson by the fierce gales, amplifying the eerie atmosphere around him. Upon his entrance, the first action he took was to point his long blade at Bai Qi, exclaiming, "Patriarch, do not trust him. That man is suspect. In accordance with your orders, I have been trailing him closely. He could not shake me off." Abruptly, he halted, turned to smile at me, and then vanished into thin air. Even with the use of incantations, I could not catch up to him. My pursuit was flawless. He could not have escaped. He is undeniably not a living being. Perhaps he is merely a specter. Foolish human. Bai Qi regarded Su with disdain, a hint of a contemptuous smile gracing his lips. Are you still unaware of your own predicament? Accusing others of being dead while remaining oblivious to your own condition? What do you mean? Su was instantly incensed. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from his extensive journey, his emotions visibly heightened. Su, stop. Chen Zhi's tone became serious as he gestured with a covert signal, instructing him to refrain from further discourse with Bai Qi. Our matters require no concern from you. I have but one question for you. Su, you assert that Ji Lai is dead. Now, look around and tell me, who stands before you? Explain this to me. What? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Su felt as though he were on the brink of collapse, his head mechanically turning to survey his surroundings, yet he obstinately avoided the dark corner. Ji Lai is alive. He stands right there. Chen Zhi once again pointed towards the shadowy recess, affirming his statement with unwavering conviction. In that moment, it seemed Su had truly returned to reality. He lifted his gaze and finally beheld the corner he had long evaded. As he beheld the scene before him, an inexplicable sensation enveloped him, extinguishing the very essence of his being, akin to a soul that has suddenly relinquished all that it once held sacred. With a trembling finger, he pointed ahead, his voice scarcely a whisper, nearly inaudible to all. Is that you, Ji Lai? What is happening? Why do you stand before me alive? Am I merely dreaming? In the shadows, Ji Lai finally reacted, unmistakably recognizing Su, his body trembling with an involuntary shiver. Yet, his gaze remained cast downward, devoid of any response, as if Su were but a figment of his imagination. It seems he is not as glorious as you claimed, Chen Zhi remarked, his tone laced with deliberate sarcasm. Is this the immovable war god you spoke of? Su, you once fervently declared that he, like you, had chosen death. You would sooner believe in your own betrayal than in Ji Lai's treachery against Shi Qi. Yet now, it appears he has not succumbed to death. On the contrary, he aligned himself with the Dark Division 7 years ago. Since that moment, he has ceased to be a warrior of Shi Qi. Su, do you feel a sense of disgrace? Chen Zhi's words cut deep, like a knife, silently severing Su's faith. He stood there, transfixed, his gaze locked onto Ji Lai in the darkness, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Finally, Su, trembling, uttered, Ji Lai, is it truly you? Tell me, have you really survived? Chapter 611. The Glory of Days Past. 3. Ji Lai had evidently heard Su's words. Though he continued to avert his gaze, offering no reply, his sword had been sheathed, and the fierce aura that surrounded him had dissipated. Chen Zhi observed clearly that the energy behind Ji Lai began to wane, as if he were under some unseen influence. However, the one truly affected was Su. Su stood there, vacant-eyed like a lost child, fixated on Ji Lai. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes, and he implored, I understand now. You've been trapped here all along. Haven to you? Like these warriors, you've been ensnared here without escape. Of course, with your prowess, you would not have been harmed. I trust you. You could never betray us. How could the war god of Shi Qi ever turn traitor? After his words, Su let out an awkward, mirthless laugh, its sound tinged with sorrow. Yet, Ji Lai remained unmoved, steadfast in silence. But why? Su questioned, as a heat surged behind him, a sudden fury igniting within his entire being. Did the Dark Division force your hand? Did they cast spells upon you, ensnaring your very mind? I knew it. It is undoubtedly not your genuine intention. The wretched darkness, Yamo. As Aso spoke these words, his teeth chattered with fury, the flames of his anger nearly consuming his very essence. Ji Li, fear not. I shall annihilate them all, just as we did in the past. Every soul daring to provoke us shall face retribution. We are the mightiest warriors. None can vanquish us. We are the pride of Shi Qi, and you are its myth. The invincible god of war. Aso exclaimed with fervor, his eyes igniting with the light of hope as he fixated on Ji Li's gaze, awaiting his response, his explanation. Yet, ultimately, Ji Li offered no elucidation. All fell into a silence so profound it resembled death itself. Aso's lips began to tremble, followed by his arms, his thighs, until his entire body quaked uncontrollably, as if confronting his most profound fears. What could it be? Is there no reason, Ji Li? Have you truly? Aso's anger erupted suddenly, his bandages bursting apart, frail, translucent skin revealing itself beneath. His mouth widened in a grimace, the corners torn by emotion, crimson blood spilling forth. Have you truly betrayed Shichi? Aso let out a heart-wrenching howl that seemed to shake the very heavens, and thereafter, he surged towards Ji Li like a man possessed, striking down with his blade. Why? Why is it so complicated to end one's own life? A mere stroke to sever my throat. We do this every day? Why? Why choose such a humiliating existence? At that moment, Aso had completely lost his sanity. Though his weapon was ordinary, the wind it generated was as relentless as a mountain torrent, descending upon Ji Li's head. Yet, Ji Li raised a hand, effortlessly grasping the blade's edge. With a decisive force, a sharp crack resonated as the ordinary long knife was crushed to pieces. Aso, where is your weapon? The usually statuesque Ji Li suddenly lifted his gaze, his ashen eyes locking onto Aso. His voice echoed as though from another realm. You remain as reckless as ever. Without a weapon, do you still wish to conquer me? With a gentle flick of his wrist, Ji Li cast Aso aside. If one dies, there is no honor left. Aso, have you forgotten everything? What do you mean? Aso's aura shifted abruptly, becoming exceedingly unstable, as if his neural threads were stretched to their breaking point. Ji Li's cold, gray eyes scrutinized him, resembling the grim reaper of the apocalypse. Aso, have you truly forgotten? You died 7 years ago. Aso, do not listen to him. Chen Zhi shouted urgently from behind. Come back immediately, do not heed his ramblings. After Chen Zhi uttered these words, he swiftly turned to Peng Wei and spoke at an incredibly rapid pace. Go to her aid. I have left marks along the way. Immediately, Peng Wei comprehended Chen Zhi's intent, and with agile grace, he leapt out of the entrance, vanishing in an instant. When Chen Zhi turned back, he discovered that Aso had become utterly disoriented. He had failed to heed Chen Zhi's words, his gaze fixated on the ghostly figure of Ji Li. Although Aso had never exhibited fear since returning to Shichi, he now trembled involuntarily. Chen Zhi recognized that Ji Li's earlier remarks tapped into Aso's deepest fears, and at this moment, Aso was engulfed in terror. Have you forgotten, Aso? Ji Li's voice was deliberate, his grayish-white eyes locked onto Aso, devoid of any emotion. In the final moments before death, one never knows what they will choose. Why are you here while the other warriors remain? Did you truly leave? Have you forgotten what transpired? I. Aso began to unravel, clutching at his hair, his translucent skin revealing bulging veins. Aso the warrior. Do not let him disturb your mind. Chen Zhi shouted vehemently at Aso. He is no longer your comrade. He is a traitor. Do you not recall what you promised before the leader? If Ji Li betrayed us, you would not hesitate to rend him to pieces. You are the mightiest red warrior of Shichi. Do not forget your duty. Yes. Aso repeated Chen Zhi's words incessantly, striving to regain his composure. At that moment, Ji Li suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing straight into Aso's. Everyone noticed that his irises began to darken, the aura of death emanating from him enveloping his form completely. Aso, do you still believe I am deceiving you? Then behold, look at what lies behind me. After Ji Li spoke, he abruptly moved aside, revealing the scene behind him. In that instant, flames illuminated the dark corner, casting a stark light upon everything there. In that eerie place lay several corpses, worn and withered by the passage of time. Yet, due to the peculiar conditions of this environment, despite having become desiccated, their faces remained remarkably intact, still adorned in the battle armor of Shichi warriors, with swords suspended at their sides. Among these lifeless forms, one corpse stood out, chillingly preserved, especially its visage and features, unmarred and still faintly resembling its once handsome countenance. The corpse lay clad in a complete suit of armor, a long gash evident across its chest, with a broad blade embedded within. Its hands rested upon the hilt of the sword, a clear indication of a resolute self-inflicted demise. Chen Zhi recognized the face of the lifeless body at a glance. It was unmistakably that of Aso from the past. Since Aso had been rescued from the ghost city of Fengdu, his skin had never returned to its normal state, remaining translucent despite the application of spiritual medicines. His skin resembled a layer of plastic, revealing the internal organs and circulatory system, rendering Aso a frightful sight. Consequently, he had enveloped his entire body in bandages, concealing even his visage. Chen Zhi had heard that Aso was once a remarkably handsome warrior in his youth, renowned for his striking appearance. He had seen photographs of Aso from the past, depicting a young man with a clear complexion and a serene smile. Yet now, That very face from the photograph sat lifeless in the corner, its features sunken, skin a grim shade of gray, resembling a desiccated corpse. What is happening? Chen Zhi whispered to Bai Qi. Is it a rebirth? Has the deceased returned to life? Or has Aso always been a ghost? No, that cannot be. He has a heartbeat. What is he, then? Everything here defies logic. What logic? Bai Qi replied with a cold smile. Who told you that this world possesses logic? Humanity? Those so-called scholars among humans? That is your human worldview. You are far too materialistic, too empirical. Sometimes, you must approach problems with an idealistic mindset. And then everything will fall into place. Aso stood there, frozen in shock, utterly devoid of words. The moment he beheld the corpse, he lost all reason. His translucent skin revealed blood racing through his veins, his heart pounding at an alarming rate, as if on the verge of explosion. His gaze was fixed on the corpse, as if his very soul had been ensnared. Aso, have you never found it peculiar? Ji Li's pale gray eyes regarded Aso as one would a specter. Look at yourself. Observe your own transparent skin. How did you come to be this way? Do you genuinely believe the tales you have woven for yourself? Do you trust those self-deceiving narratives? Your steadfast choice of self-destruction, what did it ultimately yield you? Honor? Ji Li's voice was as frigid as the glacial waters atop a snow-capped mountain, devoid of any emotion. In this life, amidst trials of fire and blade, we have never known retreat. For what purpose, in the end? Is it merely to become what you are now? Also, ask yourself, do you even know what you are? Are you still considered a living being? A person who cannot even discern their own existence holds no claim to honor or shame. Cease your inquiries, Aso. Remember, only those who are alive possess the right to speak. Ji Li's voice echoed ominously, as if emanating from the depths of the underworld. Before him, Aso clearly had no means of defense left. He staggered forward, passing by Ji Li, ultimately arriving before the heap of corpses. Kneeling on one knee, he trembled as he caressed his once handsome visage, now marred and withered. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Aso, what are you doing? Stay calm. Chen Zhi shouted from behind, yet at that moment, Aso could hear nothing. Upon reaching a corner, he curled his body and lay beside the corpses, gazing at the gaping wound on one, where a long blade had pierced through the ribs. Silently weeping, he felt utterly bereft. He is of no use now, Bai Qi declared swiftly. We must rely on ourselves from this point forward. Chen Zhi, remember, under no circumstances must we wield high-level spells. Should he awaken, we will find ourselves beset on all sides, and victory will slip from our grasp. Give me a moment, Chen Zhi implored, clutching the glowing stream of energy in his hand. Ji Ying is not dead. She is en route here and in excellent condition to assist us. Just a little more time. However, before Chen Zhi could finish his sentence, a sudden breeze swept through. As he lifted his gaze, Ji Li stood before him. His cold blade aimed directly at Chen Zhi's brow. Ji Li's wrist was darkened, reminiscent of those black warriors, and the oppressive scent of death and sulfur emanated from him, inducing a throbbing headache. Chen Zhi observed that Ji Li still bore a red wristband, though he had deliberately tucked it into his sleeve, rendering it inconspicuous. What? You have yet to remove that thing? Chen Zhi remarked with a cold gaze fixed on the wristband, a scornful smile gracing his lips. It seems this former restraint is not so easily cast aside. You spoke so lightly of it, as if it were inconsequential. Yet why do you still wear it? Do you believe you are worthy of it? A traitor of Shiqi. Ji Li silently absorbed Chen Zhi's words, offering no rebuttal, though the mention of traitor caused a slight twitch of his brow. Simultaneously, his blade arced gracefully, and Chen Zhi felt a chill creep along his neck, followed by the sound of clashing metal. Bai Qi's deer blade flew forth, deflecting Ji Li's long knife. Only then did Ji Li slowly turn his head to regard Bai Qi, his grayish-white eyes locking onto him for a fleeting 2 seconds before he flicked his wrist, the blade drawing a semicircle in the air, poised directly at his brow. He raised an eyebrow at Bai Qi, then veins bulged on his forehead. You insolent wretch. Ji Li vanished in an instant, as did Bai Qi, and the sharp clang of their weapons echoed through the air, igniting a flash of blades. Yet in the next heartbeat, they had separated, both abandoning their offensive postures, instead lifting their heads to gaze upward. It appears we have an ally. Bai Qi smiled faintly, sheathing his deer knife and standing once more beside Chen Zhi. At that moment, Chen Zhi beheld a young man descending from the darkened sky, his movements remarkably graceful, akin to a leaf drifting silently to the ground. He wielded a silver-hued long knife, his expression grave as he gazed at Ji Lai. "Father, consider this my sole request in life. Please tell me, what has compelled you to become a traitor?" Chapter 613. The betraying father. The figure that descended from above was undoubtedly the Ghost Blade. Upon recognizing him, an uncontrollable wave of exhilaration surged through Chen Zhi. During the Ghost Blade's absence, Chen Zhi had constantly pondered his fate, plagued by worries for his well-being. He had even contemplated the possibility that the Ghost Blade might have perished, like those in the sub-branch, meeting a fatal end without a fortunate exception. Yet, until a body was found, no one dared voice such thoughts. However, the moment the Ghost Blade reappeared, the heavy weight on Chen Zhi's heart finally lifted. The Ghost Blade had evidently spotted Chen Zhi long before. He did not share Chen Zhi's exuberance. On the contrary, the aura surrounding him was dark and oppressive, his mood plummeting to despair. Although his face remained impassive, it was evident from his demeanor that the Ghost Blade was inwardly weeping. "Do you wish to determine our fate?" Ji Lai did not respond to the Ghost Blade's inquiry, merely numbly raising his long knife and coldly stating, "You have grown. You may give it a try." "Father!" the Ghost Blade exclaimed, his voice trembling, shoulders quaking slightly. "I implore you not to evade my question. Even if you are no longer a warrior of the West Qi, you are still my father. Please answer me. What drove you to become a traitor?" Ji Lai remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the Ghost Blade's words. He lifted his long knife once more, repeating his earlier question, "Do you wish to determine our fate? Speak." "Why?" The Ghost Blade's voice suddenly erupted, veins bulging with fury as he shouted at Ji Lai. Subsequently, his entire aura ignited. Veins coursed across his neck, forehead, and fists, which he clenched tightly. His rage seemingly capable of incinerating the world around him. "I require but one answer. Just one. Why? Why betray the West Qi? Are you bored? Weary? Do you harbor disdain for the West Qi? Loathe the leader? What is the reason?" The Ghost Blade's voice reverberated through the space, his volume imposing a tremendous force. The once mindless warriors were shaken to their core, instinctively retreating to the corners, huddled together like a pitiful and fragile group of startled creatures, evoking both sorrow and heartache. Gui Dao pointed at the lost souls on the ground, his voice trembling as he implored Ji Lai, "Why? Why can't you be like them? Die here. Or remain trapped, yet endure with strength. You are the god of war. Why betray?" Before Gui Dao could finish his plea, Ji Lai suddenly appeared before him, his speed beyond description. This time, however, Ji Lai did not draw his sword. Instead, he executed a swift side kick. With a resounding impact, Gui Dao was sent hurtling against the wall, which cracked and crumbled upon the force of the blow. The sequence of events unfolded so rapidly that it took a full second for the mind to comprehend what had transpired. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that this former god of war was indeed deserving of his reputation. Ji Lai, then, like a wraith, followed suit, gripping Gui Dao's neck with one hand and thrusting him against the wall. "Why do you always feel the need to question me?" "Silence! Silence!" Gui Dao, feeling the constriction around his throat, held his breath, struggling to control Ji Lai's wrist, yet his emotions remained volatile. His eyes bulged with fury as he stared intensely at his father, veins throbbing on his forehead, the immense pressure rendering him speechless. Just then, a shadow suddenly sliced through the air, resembling a bolt of lightning, rapidly targeting Ji Lai's left arm. Ji Lai deftly evaded, vanishing without a trace, only to reappear against the wall moments later. At that instant, a figure wielding a black blade landed before Gui Dao. He hoisted Gui Dao up and, with a flick of his weapon, turned to Ji Lai with a scornful grin. "Haha, Ji Ling, there's no need to ask him why anymore. He simply cannot articulate the answer. As a warrior, there is no justification for betrayal, regardless of the circumstances. His reason for treachery is singular, nothing more." "Ha ha ha." The man with the black blade laughed heartily, his eyes glinting with derision as he regarded Ji Lai. "Am I mistaken, Ji Lai? You are merely afraid of death, aren't you?" "Ha ha." After finishing his taunt, he looked towards Chen Zhi. "Do not be alarmed, Chief. I shall promptly present this traitor's head to you." At that moment, Chen Zhi's heart raced with exhilaration. The man wielding the black blade was none other than the current chief warrior of Shi Qi, Ji Ying. Ji Ying smiled and nodded at Chen Zhi before advancing toward Ji Lai with his black blade in hand. Unlike the earlier A Suo and Gui Dao, he seemed unfazed by Ji Lai's betrayal, holding him in contempt. "God of War? Ha ha ha. Who conferred that title upon you? Is it because you have always been invincible?" Is there truly anything in this world that is undefeated? As a warrior, how can one not often taste the bitterness of failure? You know, I have long sensed that you are a coward. Deep down, you must realize it too, right? Haha. Ji Ying chuckled softly as he approached Ji Lai. During your years as the chief, you and Su formed an unbeatable team. Back then, you were indeed a force to be reckoned with. However, the old leader once spoke to me about you, stating that although you possessed extraordinary talent, you were far too arrogant, like a blade honed to perfection. While it may serve its purpose well, it is also prone to breaking. He mentioned that you had never suffered a defeat in your life. And should you ever encounter failure, it would be unbearable. So how does it feel? Did you never expect that you too could falter? Defeated by the true god of war within this divine tomb, you have finally come to understand the taste of death, haven't you? So, you reached out to Yamo, begging for your life, betraying Shichi. Haha, it truly is as simple as that. Ji Lai, they have all overestimated you. The Burning Heaven Peacock said. I wish to discuss a matter with everyone, just a discussion. Those past rewards are far too burdensome to repay. Otherwise, I could expose a secret and erase this ancient debt in one stroke. Chapter 614. No room for denial. Ji Ying's words were powerful, leaving no room for rebuttal. Yet, Ji Lai ahead suddenly erupted in fury, his calm demeanor shattered, as if someone had unveiled the deepest wounds within his soul. Ji Ying, what qualifications do you have to speak of me? We are but two sides of the same coin. Ha ha ha, is that so? Ji Ying threw back his head and laughed heartily, his voice resonating like thunder, unrestrained and candid. Ji Lai, what are you thinking? Are you seeking a companion? One who, like you, has turned traitor? Ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. 7 years ago, you led the strongest team of our organization into this divine tomb, and in the end, your companion, Su, chose to take his own life, while those valiant blue band warriors under your command sacrificed themselves, choosing to remain here forever. And you? What did you ultimately choose? I find it truly perplexing that you still possess the shame to exist in this world. Since you brought me up, let me tell you face to face. I, Ji Ying, have never once contemplated betraying Shichi from the moment I was born until my death. On the contrary, if anyone dares to harm the leader of Shichi, they must first step over my corpse. Ha ha ha, Ji Lai, you are indeed a prodigy, yet the outcome is utterly laughable. In the end, I did not betray, your comrade Su did not betray, your son Ji Ling did not betray, and throughout generations, no red band warrior has truly betrayed Shichi. It is only you who are the true traitor. Ha ha ha. Ah, Ji Lai suddenly crumbled, leaping into the air like a madman. Filled with rage, the aura behind him finally revealed itself in its entirety. It was a human essence tainted by foreign elements, dark and eerie, with turbulent undercurrents. Every vein in Ji Lai's body swelled rapidly with blood, his fury reaching its zenith, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. In the blink of an eye, he leapt into the air and vanished from sight. The next moment, Ji Lai stood before Ji Ying, his long blade descending. In the ensuing minutes, Chen Zhi witnessed one of the most extraordinary battles in existence. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that the martial prowess of these two individuals had attained a divine perfection. Every movement of Ji Ying, his swift turns and leaps, his swordplay, was flawlessly executed, exhibiting a fierce decisiveness reminiscent of black lightning, each strike delivered without hesitation. Conversely, Ji Lai's speed was unimaginable, his blade flashed like a tempest, carving countless grooves into the ground in mere seconds, all while his figure remained elusive. Yet, every attack was executed with pinpoint accuracy. One misstep from his opponent could prove fatal, leaving no room for retreat. Had it not been for Chen Zhi's ability to channel the airflow to his eyes, he would have been incapable of perceiving such rapid movements, unable to witness this perfect clash of combatants. Even Bai Qi, standing nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle before him. For the duration that followed, Bai Qi kept his lips tightly sealed, his once disdainful expression replaced by one of utmost seriousness, even respect. His eyes had turned a blood-red hue, fixed in rapt attention as he meticulously observed every technique and detail exhibited by the two foremost red-banded warriors. After thorough observation, he murmured softly, "Humans are not to be underestimated." The confrontation persisted for approximately half an hour, yet no victor emerged. As time progressed, even Chen Zhi, lacking proficiency in martial arts, discerned the unfolding dynamics. In a clash of titans, the contest hinged on the finest of margins. In high-level duels, the engagement is often fleeting, with both sides' strengths quickly becoming evident. Ji Ying's power was clearly dominant, yet he faced a growing disadvantage. He simply could not seize Ji Lai. Ji Lai was extraordinarily swift. Even with Chen Zhi enhancing his vision, he remained unable to fully perceive Ji Lai's form. Chen Zhi observed as Ji Ying attempted several times to capture Ji Lai, but each endeavor ended in futility. Under the absolute advantage of Ji Lai's speed, Ji Ying suffered evident wounds across his arms, legs, waist, and shoulders, the tides of battle increasingly turning against him. Time was running out. Bai Qi called out to Ji Ying amidst the fray, "Pardon my boldness, but we must conclude this swiftly. I shall intervene." "No." Ji Ying suddenly leapt outside the fray, his voice booming like thunder. He brandished his long blade, pointing it straight at the white-clad figure before him, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his pallid face marred with throbbing veins of unbridled fury. "This matter pertains solely to us, the warriors of the West Qi. You have no right to intervene." "I respect your duel." The white-clad figure spoke earnestly. "Time is of the essence. I cannot afford to linger. Do not forget your purpose here. I cannot allow the creature below to sense our presence. Should it awaken, we shall all perish. Please forgive my impudence." Upon finishing his words, the white-clad figure gently unsheathed his dear knife, his eyes rapidly coalescing a murderous intent directed at Ji Lai, standing in the forefront. "I shall not slay such an exceptional warrior. I will merely subdue him first, then use your West Qi blade to strike him down." As he spoke, he prepared to leap forward. "No need for your interference." Ji Ying bellowed in unrestrained rage, his voice resonating with an unwavering determination, akin to a mountain splitting apart. "I warn you, he is one of our own. Even in death, he is a ghost of West Qi. Should you dare lay a hand upon him, I shall contest you to the death." After Ji Ying's declaration, he abruptly turned his head, suddenly casting his gaze upon Gui Dao, who had been leaning against the wall. "Ji Ling, are you still a warrior of West Qi?" Ji Ying's voice rang out with a thunderous clarity, reminiscent of a lightning strike in the darkness. Gui Dao was jolted awake, having leaned against the wall, his eyes glazed over as he watched his master battle his father. Lost in a daze. Upon hearing Ji Ying's thunderous shout, he trembled involuntarily, instinctively gripping the hilt of his knife, his lips quivering yet unable to produce sound. "Ji Ling, my disciple," Ji Ying called out loudly, tears suddenly welling in his eyes, the veins at his temples bulging. "If you still consider yourself a warrior of West Qi, if you remember the debt of gratitude for my 16 years of training you in martial arts, come forth and join me in slaying this traitor." Chapter 615, The Great Act of Treason. Ji Ying's voice was like a flash of lightning in the darkness, swift, resolute, and utterly unavoidable. The moment Gui Dao heard that voice, he crumbled. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such a Gui Dao. He trembled uncontrollably, as if hearing the most terrifying command in the world. His soul threatened to be consumed by fear. Then, a surge of blood and energy rushed through him. The veins in every part of his body erupted, and he widened his eyes with great effort, the corners of his eyes cracking and bloodshot, as if they might explode at any moment. He gazed at Ji Lai, his eyes filled with uncontrollable rage. In the next moment, tears streamed uncontrollably down his cheeks. Gui Dao was crying. Indeed, he was crying. This person, who seldom expressed his emotions, now wept like a child. Confronted by the ominous presence of the ghostly blade, Ji Ying was consumed by a fierce rage. His fiery outburst echoed through the air, piercing the ears of the ghostly blade. "Ji Ling, what are you doing? Are you crying, you worthless fool? Can you not act like a coward? You are a warrior. Do you recall the tenets of a warrior? Sworn to blood and honor, never to survive in shame. The beliefs we hold in our hearts are more precious than our very lives. Execute the command. You are aiding him. Otherwise, should he escape, he will live in everlasting disgrace." The final words struck the ghostly blade like a whip, compelling him to rise as if propelled by a spring. Chen Zhi had once thought that urging the ghostly blade to take this step would be a formidable challenge. Even if he did, hesitation would linger. Yet, the moment was fleeting. The ghostly blade swiftly regained his composure, wiping away the tears that adorned his face, lifting his chin to reveal a countenance as tranquil as still water. Then, with a single hand, he drew his sword, while his other hand deftly unsheathed the blue fire of knowledge, leaping gracefully into the air. He first vaulted onto the wall, utilizing the force of the rebound to spring forward, and in an instant, he vanished. The movement of the ghostly blade was ethereal, so swift that even Ji Lai could not discern it. In the next heartbeat, the ghostly blade materialized behind Ji Lai, his long sword poised against Ji Lai's neck, while his other hand raised the blue flame to strike at Ji Lai's shoulder. In response to the sudden assault, Ji Lai evaded with remarkable agility, reappearing at a distant corner, yet a mark of injury marred his shoulder. Observing the ghostly blade, Ji Lai's demeanor grew serious, his expression darkening as he scrutinized every movement of his opponent, his gaze imbued with an unsettling fear of death. He then leveled his long sword, its tip aimed squarely at the ghostly blade, leaning forward into a flawless attack stance, shedding the earlier hesitation. At this moment, Chen Zhi keenly observed that a palpable intent to kill had emerged in the ghostly blade's eyes. "This is the conviction of humanity," remarked Bai Qi, his gaze piercing as he regarded the unfolding scene. "In my memories, many recollections of our ancestors reveal a significant portion concerning humanity and their beliefs. My forebears perceived humans as fragile, adept at deception, fleeting in existence, and woefully ignorant. A mere trifle can incite them to pursue one another in conflict, much like combative antelopes. Yet, they possess a unique essence. Once acquired, it renders them remarkably formidable. This essence is known as belief. In my recollections, many who embraced faith ultimately wrought incredible miracles. Among these is the storied history of the past rulers of Shiqi. GFA, a particularly remarkable individual, was deemed by my kin to be a man of conviction, hence his formidable nature, culminating in his monumental achievements. The warriors beside him command respect. In the presence of these valiant fighters, I perceive the shadow of GFA. It seems that with the passage of time, I may, like my distant cousin, come to appreciate humanity. The battle ahead rages on, with Ji Lai's speed transcending the boundaries of mere swiftness. He appears as a specter, vanishing and reappearing in the most elusive corners. Yet, no matter where he flees, the ghost blade remains steadfast, shadowing his every move. At this moment, Chen Zhi realizes a profound truth. The ghost blade has evolved beyond his former self. During this period, something must have transpired that propelled his physical prowess to extraordinary heights. His movements are now swifter and more assured. If Ji Lai's speed is akin to a formless entity, the ghost blade resembles a gentle breeze, imperceptibly arriving at one's side. His strikes are resolute, as if he has forgotten that he faces his own flesh and blood. Wherever he goes, he ensnares Ji Lai's movements, binding him as tightly as a rope, rendering escape impossible. At this juncture, Ji Ying's relentless onslaught reveals its greatest advantage. His black blade howls like the wind, cleaving through lightning, leaving no avenue for evasion. Ultimately, they capture Ji Lai. In the critical moment, the ghost blade drives his long knife into the ground, pinning Ji Lai's foot, while the Inazuma pierces his left arm, securing him against the wall. The ghost blade then pivots, employing a triangular assault that traps Ji Lai in a corner, leaving him utterly immobilized. At this moment, Ji Ying timely raises his black long knife, unhesitatingly aiming for Ji Lai's neck. However, Ji Lai seizes Ji Ying's blade with one arm, while forcefully extricating himself from the Inazuma with the other, grasping Ji Ying tightly. In this dire predicament, all three remain ensnared, rendering Ji Ying motionless as well. Ling Ji Lai's eyes are now bloodshot, his teeth clenched as he fixates on the ghost blade. "Let go." As he utters this phrase, the corners of his mouth split, revealing the immense resolve he musters. The ghost blade's visage has turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse. His lips are blue and tremble incessantly, yet his expression remains chillingly indifferent, devoid of any empathy for his biological father. "Ling let go. He will kill me." Ji Lai grits his teeth, delivering another desperate plea, his voice laced with a haunting timbre that evokes terror, as if he were both threatening and beseeching. The ghost blade continues to gaze unwaveringly at Ji Lai, his eyes unblinking, his pale face twitching slightly as he gently shakes his head at his father. Chapter 616, The Great Rebellion, Part 2. Gratitude to the newly appointed alliance leader, the mysterious god Tomb, for the generous donation of 11,000 today. Huzzah! Ji Ying is engulfed in despair. In the ghost blade's eyes, he glimpses his own fate. He understands that there is no escape from the clutches of the ghost blade, and his journey is nearing its end. In the hearts of these warriors lies an unwavering world, where betrayal is an unforgivable transgression. However, Ji Ying's patience has reached its breaking point. He has made several attempts to free himself from Ji Li's grasp, all culminating in failure. At last, he fixates intently on Ji Li, uttering in a hushed tone, "Ji Li, end your own life. You are acutely aware of your actions. The recent wave of treachery among the warriors was incited by your clandestine machinations. I have unraveled the truth of your deeds. Survival is beyond your reach. How can you possibly evade death? Your cowardice has led countless to ruin. Those whom you coaxed into betrayal now lie scattered across the wasteland or have aligned themselves with the shadows, ultimately reduced to a lineage lost to oblivion. In your desperate bid for their trust, you wove a web of lies, declaring the Jiang clan's barrier a worthless illusion, an egregious falsehood. Do you grasp the gravity of such a sin? I do not lie, Ji Li retorted through clenched teeth. Silence, Ji Ying barked, his eyes ablaze with fury. You have forgotten the duty of a warrior. The existence of the barrier is a matter for the leader and the clan head, not for us warriors to question. And what do you truly know? Your insights are merely echoes from that Yamo. Ji Li, end your own life. You cannot escape. After your demise, we shall remain tight-lipped about your transgressions, reporting only to the leader. Look back at your son. What will you force him to do? Are you compelling him to slay his own father? Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Ji Li's alertness surged, and he swiftly turned to gaze at Gui Dao, only to realize that the other hand of Gui Dao was already empty. Ji Li's countenance turned ashen, fixated on Gui Dao's hand, gritting his teeth in silence. Damn it! Still so afraid of death at the end? Ji Ying shouted in exasperation, Ji Li, you truly disappoint me. He then turned to Gui Dao, commanding, Ji Ling, assist your father in completing this final task. Dispose of him. The moment Ji Li's words escaped his lips, the atmosphere became palpably tense. Chen Zhi observed as Gui Dao's arm trembled, struggling to lift itself, as though burdened by immense weight. He attempted to grasp the long blade embedded in the ground, but each effort ended in failure. Gui Dao, do not move. I command you to remain in place. Chen Zhi yelled urgently. He then swiftly turned to Asuo, who had been diminished in the corner beside a lifeless body. Asuo, Chen Zhi called out, as the clan leader. I order you to rise and sever the head of the traitor Ji Li. There must be no mistake. Hurry. Chen Zhi's directive carried significant weight, and at the sound of his command, the previously listless Asuo gradually lifted his gaze. However, Chen Zhi noted that his eyes were clouded with disillusionment, devoid of any fighting spirit. I am sorry, clan leader. I am already a dead man. Asuo murmured, his face streaked with tears. I am unable to carry out any orders. Moreover, I am unworthy. I am but a lifeless entity. Nonsense. Are you not still very much alive? Chen Zhi exclaimed loudly. Yet gazing upon the conspicuous corpse beside Asuo, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Bai Qi's voice drifted in, soft yet remarkably clear. As if each word could soar into the ether, explode in midair, and reach the ears of those present without fail. Asuo the warrior, have you ever pondered? If you are indeed deceased, how is it that you stand here conversing with us? What you perceive as life may not be life at all, and what you consider death may not be death. Asuo appeared acutely attuned to these words. Upon hearing Bai Qi's voice, he immediately lifted his head, and Bai Qi continued. You humans have long been fixated on that which your eyes can behold, oblivious to the myriad of things that elude sight, for the eyes often deceive. You perceive the great blade as heavy, leading you to believe you cannot wield it, thus your journey becomes arduous. You see yourself slain and assume you are dead. Thus you suffer immensely. In truth, your existence or demise is not dictated by others, but rather by your own volition. Asuo the warrior, do you recall what I once told you? That colossal blade has long rested upon your heart, preventing you from standing tall. For the hearts of humanity are burdened with weight. Your continued existence is predicated upon your past belief that you were alive. Your faith, a resolute conviction, has sustained you. Hence, you have survived. In this realm, miracles can be forged, and you are exceedingly fortunate. The figure beside you is merely a hollow shell. Why would you let this withered husk lead you to doubt your true self? Given your unwavering belief, why surrender at the final moment? Asuo remained silent, his head bowed, absorbing Bai Qi's words as if he were consuming each syllable. Eventually, he rose slowly. Asuo, go forth. Do not hesitate. Chen Zhi continued to command. Trust in yourself. You are a warrior. Even if you have faced death once, you shall forever be a warrior of the West Qi. Asuo ceased to voice his objections and lowered his head in contemplation. After a moment, He abruptly stood upright, seizing the wide blade from the corpse. With a swift motion, he drew it forth, positioning the blade horizontally in his hands, tears cascading down his cheeks. "You are a few years my senior, and I have admired you since my youth," Also spoke softly, turning his gaze towards the distant Ji Lai. "You have always stood tall, radiant, and unyielding, akin to Mount Tai, forever unshaken. I have always supported you, ensuring you remained at the zenith among the people, basking in glory. Yet, the powerful are not devoid of fear of death. This truth I ought to have grasped long ago, but I never anticipated." As Also spoke, his words faltered, and suddenly, blood poured from the corners of his eyes, which had burst open. He leaped into the air, landing instantly before Ji Lai. His broad blade poised high above Ji Lai's head. The first iron law of the warriors of Shiqi: traitors are to be slain, with no mercy granted. "Ji Lai, die." As Asu spoke, the blade swiftly descended. "Asu!" Ji Lai suddenly shouted, his eyes flashing as his formidable aura crumbled in an instant. His grip weakened, and the long blade clattered to the ground. He gazed at Asu and softly uttered, "Asu, mar my face. Do not let anyone see it's me." After Ji Lai spoke, he abruptly lowered his gaze, tears finally streaming down his face, cascading like rivulets over his once glorious visage. In that final moment, he turned swiftly to the ghost blade. The speed was so remarkable that Chen Zhi could scarcely confirm whether he had truly turned to look. Yet he distinctly heard him utter 3 words to the ghost blade: "I am sorry." With a swift flash of the blade, Asu's hand struck down. Ji Lai's head rolled away, following the arc of the blade. Asu's strike was quick, and only after a few seconds did blood begin to flow from the corpse's neck. It was then that the ghost blade released the shackles binding Ji Lai, collapsing to his knees, utterly despondent. "I am sorry," the burning heaven peacock exclaimed, thanks to the newly appointed leader, the enigmatic god Tomb, for the generous donation of 110,000. Wow. Having suffered from insomnia the previous night, I shall first take a nap. Rest assured that I will deliver the promised 11 chapters. Starting tomorrow, I will write with fervor, as long as I do not suffer from insomnia. Each day will yield at least 3 to 4 updates. Allow me to rest today, for forcing myself to write while fatigued would be detrimental to my mind. Regardless of what time I rise, I shall begin writing immediately. Chapter 617. Ji Ying's report. From that point onward, the ghost blade ceased to speak. Bowing his head deeply, kneeling in solitude as if he were the last person in the world. No one could see his face, nor fathom the depths of his emotional state. However, unexpectedly, it was Ji Ying. After Ji Lai was slain, he suddenly crashed to the ground, blood oozing from beneath his ribs. He had been wearing a thick black vest, and the blood soaking into the fabric rendered his condition nearly undetectable. Only after he fell did the multitude of deep gashes on his sides become apparent, a sight both shocking and grim. The once mighty warrior Ji Lai was indeed not a mere name. Ji Lai's blade was incredibly swift, even without striking Ji Ying's vital areas. The blade's wind had already made countless cuts. Ji Ying's ribs were perforated like a sieve, which explained his earlier agitation, given his injuries. He could only endure another 3 to 5 minutes before he would be wholly unable to contend with Ji Lai. At that point, no one would be able to restrain Ji Lai. Defeat would be inevitable. After retracting his blade, Asu retrieved Ji Lai's head, wrapping it in cloth to obscure his features, adhering to Ji Lai's dying wish to mar his visage, rendering it unrecognizable. Yet, Ji Ying grasped Asu's hand, saying, "That is the head of the chief warrior. It bears his past glory. Do not dishonor him. Bring his head back to Shiqi for the chieftain to deal with. Let the body remain here, buried in the tomb of the war god. Ji Lai is truly deserving of this honor." Ji Ying then began to gasp heavily, blood pouring profusely from his wounds, a sight both alarming and gruesome. At that moment, Gui Dao and Asu all were engulfed in emotional turmoil, their expressions vacant, devoid of the energy to attend to one another. Peng Wei, with a vibrant demeanor, hurriedly approached, rummaging through his treasure pouch to retrieve bandages and medicine to tend to Ji Ying's injuries. "Old man, you truly are remarkable," Peng Wei exclaimed, cutting away Ji Ying's clothing with admiration. "I never imagined you were always a hidden powerhouse. Incredible. At that moment, your prowess protected us all. This fellow had a fierce argument with Lord Bao and stormed off. I genuinely thought you had betrayed us. All the men in black claimed you, and Lord Bao had forged an unbreakable enmity, a grudge to last until death. To think it was all an act. It was so convincing You deserve an Oscar. Ji Ying, despite his grievous wounds, relished paying Wei's flattery. Although the medicine sizzled upon contact with his wounds, the notion of pain seemed absent from his mind, his face alight with pride. Why would I oppose the new chieftain? I brought him into the organization when he was just 10 years old. I have spent more time with him than with the former chieftain. Even in his youth, I recognized his potential to bear the weight of Shichi. I advised the former chieftain to nurture him well, and Ji Ling was sent to protect him. Why would I oppose someone I have cultivated? You are fools. Perhaps due to the relief following the fierce battle, Ji Ying's demeanor became surprisingly approachable, speaking as casually as an ordinary person, which eased Pang Wei's fear of him. But old man, I have heard otherwise. We, the men in black, often discuss you formidable warriors in hushed tones, claiming you are particularly difficult to handle, quick to take your own lives for honor. They say the rules among your kind are stringent, forbidding any infighting or personal disputes. It's said that your last attack on Ji Ying left you with no way back, as there is an unwritten law among warriors. Once you strike a comrade, you have betrayed the warrior community. Particularly, attacking a red band warrior is unforgivable, no matter the reason. Even if the chieftain permits your return to Shichi, you may never enter the Elder Hall. After a lifetime of toil, to reach old age without any retirement benefits, how unjust that would be. Your sacrifices are immense. I feel for you. What nonsense about the Elder Hall. It sounds more like a retirement home to me. Ji Ying scoffed at the mention of the Elder Hall. If I wanted to enter, I would have done so long ago. What good is that wretched place? Just look at how those elders have turned out. Especially that Ji Hu. He prattles on like an old woman, constantly murmuring. Just the sight of him irritates me. I have no desire to linger in the elder's abode, like some useless relic. As warriors, we live and die on the battlefield, and even in death, we must wield our swords. Oh, lo and behold. It appears you have already considered this. Truly, your wisdom is unmatched. Fat Wei's eyes gleamed with admiration for Ji Ying. Old master, I am in awe of you. It is not my intention to speak ill of the elders behind their backs, but I must say, none of them hold a candle to you. Though they are all red-banded warriors, your presence alone sets you apart. Look at them. You have achieved great merit, and upon your return, you shall undoubtedly rise in rank. When that time comes, I hope you will remember to promote me. I have just begun to make my mark, and being still young, I aspire to progress and seek advancement as swiftly as possible. I cannot return with you, Ji Ying said, clutching the wound on his side as he raised his head to look at Chen Zhi. Chief, I have urgent matters to report. I accompanied Yamo on this journey, and I volunteered to be the vanguard, primarily to deliver news to you. Although I have been lurking in the dark department for a considerable time, I have yet to truly see its headquarters. I suspect Yamo never genuinely trusted me. However, I know he wishes to recruit me under his banner. He covets every warrior in the organization, like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. Moreover, he harbors a deep-seated grudge against the leader of our West Qi. It is said he remembers the names of every leader from our past, holding on to them with a vengeful heart, filled with animosity, especially towards our new leader, whom he watches daily through his portrait, plotting nefarious schemes. I hope you haven't shown the box I delivered last time to the leader. Not yet. Chen Zhi gently shook his head. Then all is well. Ji Ying tightened his bandages as he spoke. Although my subordinates are unaware of the contents of that box, I know that Yamo has been scheming. He aims to provoke our leader into making a rash decision. Our new leader, though young, is remarkably composed. He understands that this is not the time for a direct confrontation with the Dark Department, making it challenging to incite him. Yamo is acutely aware of this, which is why he has sent that box. It must contain something to provoke the leader. Chief, as you are by the leader's side, you must counsel him. He must not fall into their trap. Chapter 618. Ji Ying's Report, Part 2. I understand. Chen Zhi nodded. I am aware of the situation. Ji Ying, having finished bandaging his wounds, discarded his blood-soaked military vest and donned his coat, steadying himself against the pain as he stood. Chief, I must take my leave. One matter you must keep in mind. From what I know, Yamo has dispatched his most formidable forces. All powerful warriors from the Dark Department will be present, vowing to take the life of our new leader. The demigods summoned during this time have also returned. Their leader once clashed with you. Do you recall the former god of fire's scion? Chen Zhi furrowed his brows slightly, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart as he recalled the whip he had yet to wield. I understand. I shall be cautious, Chen Zhi said, his expression impassive. However, it would be unwise for you to return now. You are easily exposed, and it is far too perilous. You bear wounds upon your body, and countless details may reveal that you have fought here. Should you be discovered, Yamo will surely end your life. Life and death are but commonplace matters. The clan leader need not dwell upon them. Ji Ying replied nonchalantly. Yamo seldom engages with me and never speaks directly to me. He is a rather peculiar divine offspring. And to this day, I have not truly interacted with him. Yet I know that since you severed his arm, he has been incessantly uttering your name, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. It is said that he always murmurs of slaying the new leader first, followed by you, so that you may be interred together, ensuring your eternal entrapment in the cycle of rebirth, just as. Ji Ying hesitated at this juncture, glancing at Chen Zhi's expression before continuing slowly. Just as the ancient King Wu of Zhou and Jiang Zia once were. What? Why? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's brows knitted tightly. Do you comprehend the meaning behind his words? I am uncertain. Ji Ying gently shook his head. I have only occasionally caught wind of such utterances. Thus, you must tread carefully. There is another matter. During my time within the Dark Division, I have consistently heard whispers of a peculiar phenomenon, that the Dark Division is destined to supplant the organization, for the direct bloodline of Jiang Zia has long since been severed, while the Dark Division boasts a true divine being. A true divine being? Chen Zhi's brows furrowed once more. Are they referring to Yamo? I do not know. I truly cannot say, Ji Ying replied, clutching his wound. Yet the Dark Division has persistently criticized the barrier established by the Jiang Divine, claiming it to be a source of chaos for the human heart, a long-standing scheme of theirs. They assert that the Jiang Divine is a deceiver, misleading the world for 5 millennia with his barrier, and they propagate this rhetoric among the demigods. The clan leader must remain vigilant. I must take my leave immediately. There is still a considerable distance to the outside. I suspect Yamo's minions have already arrived. Should I delay any further, they may grow suspicious of me, and it will become increasingly difficult to gather intelligence. Please, clan leader, relay my message to the chief. The previous means of communication have been severed. If there are matters of importance, I shall find a way to contact the organization. Please take great care of yourself. Do not concern yourself with an old man like me. After Ji Ying uttered these words, he cast a glance at the kneeling Gui Dao on the ground and the figure of a Su leaning nearby. Gui Dao had remained silent since the beginning, as though everything in this world were of no consequence to him. He knelt beside his father's lifeless body, which lay headless, blood still pouring from the neck and staining the earth a deep crimson. Chen Zhi observed that the aura surrounding Gui Dao had vanished. It was the state of human will sunk to the lowest depths, rendered powerless to act. Both individuals were in a dire state. Ji Ying turned to Chen Zhi and spoke, particularly concerning Ji Ling, who, it seemed, was temporarily incapacitated. Please forgive me, respected clan leader, and understand the feelings of one who has just lost a father. I must depart immediately. You, esteemed leader, have worked tirelessly. It is imperative to find a way to evacuate these warriors. It has been an arduous journey for them to survive thus far. I implore you to allow them to witness the sun once more. After speaking, Ji Ying rose, knelt on one knee, and offered a respectful bow to Chen Zhi before swiftly making his way to the entrance, vanishing in a leap. Chen Zhi understood that a warrior of Ji Ying's caliber possessed incomparable speed and would soon be far from this place, leaving subsequent matters to resolve themselves. However, the most pressing concern lay with the surviving warriors, who had lost their sanity and were akin to soulless husks. Attempting to communicate with them or urging them to leave on their own was utterly futile. Meanwhile, the Ghost Blade and Aso were on the brink of collapse, becoming increasingly unreliable. The only potential aid was Fat Wei, yet transporting nearly 100 warriors was no small feat if only there were more hands to assist. We could together relocate these warriors, Chen Zhi mused silently, then turned his gaze to Aso. Aso, Chen Zhi addressed him with gravity. Can you assist me? I require manpower for us to exit together. Certainly, Aso replied in a somber tone. I am willing to help you escort these individuals out. However, I shall remain here. After speaking, Aso glanced at his own lifeless body. Please convey to the leader that Aso will not return. I am already a dead man, of unknown origins, unworthy of returning to the West Qi. I shall remain beside my corpse to conclude this life. Suddenly, before Aso could finish his statement, the corpse in the corner ignited with fierce flames, an unstoppable blaze that reduced it to ashes in an instant. Chen Zhi's hands were coated in the residue of the fire spell, leaving behind a trail of black smoke. What do you mean? I have never seen your corpse," he exclaimed, bewildered. Chapter 619. A miracle accompanied by Chen Zhi's fire spell, the remains of Aso's past self erupted into a violent inferno. The high temperature of the fire spell surpassed the limits of human technology, capable of annihilating all in an instant. The consuming flames quickly incinerated the body, and when the fire subsided, only a scattering of ashes remained. "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Chen Zhi declared, shaking his hand to retract the fire spell, still tainted with black smoke. "We have never encountered any corpse, and I do not believe there is anything amiss with you. Since the moment I met you, you have been as such. In the eyes of the leader, you are the true Aso. Do not cling to the past, which is beyond your control. Such behavior is the height of folly. Aseo, from this moment forth, do not mention this matter again. This is my command and the will of our leader." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Chieftain Aseo immediately knelt, burdened by a weighty heart, as if, in an instant, the ashes of the bodies consumed by the fierce flames had become his own. At that moment, Chen Zhi pointed to the broad blade in Aseo's hand and commanded, "Lay down that weapon. It belongs to the past, to this place. Let it accompany your history into oblivion. From now on, you shall not need it. Trust me. Fate shall bestow upon you a new weapon, one that truly befits you." After speaking, Chen Zhi regarded Aseo with a grave expression, gently shaking his head to signal him to refrain from further words. Aseo, gritting his teeth, gazed at Chen Zhi and, obeying, tremblingly placed the broad blade atop the ashes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he bowed his head, tears streaming down his cheeks, each drop a silent testament to his anguish. Countless words remained unspoken. The ensuing moments were fraught with urgency. They had to devise a means to extricate the remaining warriors, yet the task proved far more daunting than anticipated. Though these warriors had lost their minds, their instinct for self-preservation remained fiercely intact. When they attempted to pull them outward, the warriors erupted into frantic screams, the piercing cries assaulting the ears. The sight was heart-wrenching. The most unfortunate was Fat Wei, who was violently shoved by the warriors, each impact nearly sending him tumbling, close to fracturing a bone. Just as Chen Zhi felt a surge of desperation, several figures suddenly burst through the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomers, a wave of relief washed over Chen Zhi. It was Ji Ying and the blue-banded warriors who had fought valiantly against the Tengu. Ji Ying appeared disheveled, her hair and clothing splattered with blood, clinging to her face. She supported the elder warrior, Elder Xia, half-draped over her shoulder. Elder Xia had succumbed to unconsciousness, his body marred by numerous savage bite wounds, the flesh torn open in a gruesome display. His face, drenched in crimson, rendered him nearly unrecognizable, save for his attire and weapon. When Chen Zhi beheld them again, he was overwhelmed with emotion, realizing how close he had come to losing these warriors forever. Burdened by an unforgivable weight of guilt, Ji Ying's intuition had indeed proven correct. Although the warriors appeared lost in the fray, they had not perished. In the labyrinth, the warriors had endured relentless assaults from the Tengu, their overwhelming force nearly insurmountable. Yet the warriors of Shiqi were unaccustomed to being the weak, nor did they resign themselves to despair. Elder Xia, with his wealth of combat experience, executed a meticulous strategy, maneuvering between various routes to provide mutual aid and disrupt the Tengu's targeting efforts. During the fierce battle against the Tengu, they consistently supported one another through strategic maneuvers. Ultimately, they succeeded in luring all the Tengu onto a treacherous path, where, leveraging their geographical advantage, they engaged in a brutal life-and-death struggle. This is but one tale, wherein each warrior exerted their utmost effort, creating miracles that rendered them heroes. Yet, in this conflict, all the samurai paid a grievous price. Foremost among them was the venerable Elder Xia, who, despite suffering an injury to his left hand, single-handedly slaughtered numerous Tengu, significantly bolstering the morale of his comrades. However, he was grievously bitten all over, with his major arteries severely damaged. The astounding ferocity of Bao Jiu saved their lives. He bound dozens of Tengu with chains, and, alongside his fellow warriors, they decimated them. Yet, during this process, Bao Jiu himself was torn apart by the Tengu's fangs, his thigh bitten off, leaving him bleeding profusely and utterly unconscious. The battle was brutal. Once the last Tengu fell, all the warriors collapsed to the ground, devoid of even the strength to tend to their own wounds. Soon, they slipped into a state of unconsciousness, their life force dwindling, nearly indistinguishable from the dead. Thus, when Chen Zhi assessed their condition, he detected no sign of life. When Ji Ying discovered them, they were on the brink of death. Had she arrived 5 minutes later, they might have truly become corpses. Employing her swift martial skills, she staunched their bleeding in the shortest time possible and administered emergency pills laced with medicinal herbs, whose effects were not to be underestimated. Many began to regain their strength. Only Bao Jiao and Elder Xia remained gravely injured, still in a state of unconsciousness. Witnessing the bloodied and battered warriors, Chen Zhi felt a pang of sorrow. He then turned to Ji Ying, saying, "Thank you, warrior Ji Ying. You have achieved your first great merit." Placing his hand solemnly on her shoulder, he continued, "Upon our return, I shall ensure that all know of your heroism. You are a hero of the Western Qi. Please forgive my earlier recklessness." After expressing his gratitude, he glanced back at the warriors, who resembled the living dead, and briefly informed Ji Ying of their dire situation. Time was of the essence. They had to evacuate these warriors, for this was no place to linger. Chen Zhi and Ji Ying assessed the state of their group. Aside from Elder Xia, the rest had regained consciousness, and even Bao Jiao could walk with assistance. Some of the less severely injured warriors were able to lend a hand, but transporting these nearly lifeless bodies would still prove arduous and would require time. It was imperative that they devise a special method to enable these warriors to walk on their own and follow them to safety. Thus, the moment arrived for them to pool their intellect and ingenuity in search of a solution. A scene of utmost horror suddenly emerged. Chapter 620, The Awakened Evil. The affluent benefactor had generously donated another 100,000, leaving me with a debt of 20 more chapters. The first to perceive the anomaly was Bai Qi. While everyone was preoccupied with devising a means to extricate the zombie-like warriors from this cursed place, Bai Qi abruptly leaped into the midst of the crowd, signaling for silence. His complexion was ashen, and all present sensed that something was amiss. Instantly, they held their breath and stilled their voices, transforming the entire space into an eerie quietude. In the oppressive stillness of darkness, everyone became acutely aware that the scent of blood had intensified to an almost suffocating degree, as if they had been submerged in a pool of sanguine liquid. Making each breath a laborious task, Bai Qi gestured for everyone to look behind them, pointing towards the location of the stone well. Chen Zhi followed his finger, and upon catching sight of the scene at the well, a chill gripped his heart. There, atop the well's rim, a hand had inexplicably emerged, blackened and claw-like in appearance, with elongated fingers, particularly the middle one, curving forward like an eagle's talon. The flesh was dark and uneven, resembling skin that had been both rotted and charred. Yet long nails were visible, and an unusual oversized ring adorned the index finger, unmistakably indicating it once belonged to a hand. Chen Zhi clenched his fists tightly, crossing his arms in the air to signal for absolute silence, urging everyone to conceal their presence. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Bai Qi. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Bai Qi fluttered into the air like a delicate butterfly, lightly touching down before taking 2 silent steps forward, gradually approaching the stone well. Chen Zhi observed intently as beads of sweat began to form on Bai Qi's forehead, a clear sign of his profound fear of whatever lurked below. Stopping a few meters from the well, he cautiously peered ahead. After a long moment of intense scrutiny, he turned back and shook his head at Chen Zhi, silently communicating that everyone must leave immediately. Chen Zhi swiftly turned back, his face pale, and through lip movements commanded the group, "We must devise a means to relocate all the warriors at once. If it proves impossible, move as many as you can, and quickly." His urgent directive underscored the dire nature of their predicament, leaving no time for deliberation. Ji Ying and Fat Wei exchanged anxious glances, feeling utterly helpless. However, the newly awakened Bao Jiao recalled a remarkably simple yet effective method. This approach was indeed a lifesaver, particularly practical for the warriors of the West Qi, who often utilized coded signals for internal communication. Among these signals, some involved creating audible cues. Within a squad of warriors, the leader would frequently strike the ground to produce a sound, rallying the entire unit into action. For the Blue Ribbon Warriors, who have long engaged in extensive military operations, this command is the most direct and frequently utilized, particularly the command to regroup, which is employed almost in every mission. These warriors have ingrained this command into their subconscious. Their cerebral cortex has developed a conditioned reflex to execute it without deliberation. As long as Ji Ying assumes the identity of a great warrior and impersonates the captain of a former battle squad, striking the ground with a coded signal will compel these warriors to follow her. Thus, with rhythmic strikes, she can lead the survivors to safety. Ji Ying subsequently attempted this with her long blade, and to her surprise, it yielded unexpected results. Upon hearing the signal, all the mindless beings instinctively turned towards her. Most had lost their sight, their senses dulled, yet their hearing remained somewhat intact. Upon hearing the sound, they instinctively advanced towards Ji Ying. Success! Ji Ying exclaimed with delight, then communicated with Chen Zhi through lip movements. I will lead these people out. You and Bai Qi stay here. Once I safely escort them away, I shall return to assist you. There's no need. Chen Zhi replied, shaking his head gently. He then conveyed through lip movements, safely escort them all out. And your task will be complete. Do not concern yourself with me. If we prevail, we will naturally find our way out. Ji Ying paused momentarily upon reading Chen Zhi's lips, then turned to Bai Qi, noting his serious demeanor. Sweat beading on his forehead as he fixated on the hand at the well's mouth. What do you mean? Ji Ying turned back to Chen Zhi. I can certainly return to help you. I am uninjured and in excellent condition. There's no need. Chen Zhi reiterated, shaking his head once more. 2 of us is sufficient. At this moment, nearly 100 surviving warriors began surging towards Ji Ying. She nimbly leaped to the entrance, striking the ground again with her long blade, sending out the coded signal to guide the survivors. Ultimately, she leaped back, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Chen Zhi, silently asking through lip movements, Tribe leader. Tell me, do you believe you can win? Are you confident? Indeed. Chen Zhi nodded gently, a calm smile gracing his face. Go. Yet Ji Ying remained motionless, her gaze fixed intently on Chen Zhi's eyes, as if pondering something deeply. After a brief moment, she softly continued through lip movements. You have never deceived me. I believe every word you say. Can you assure me? Do you have 100% certainty of winning this time? Of surviving? You will not lie to me. Chen Zhi silently gazed at Ji Ying's bloodstained, yet still beautiful visage. Her once bright smile, like a string of pearls, surfaced in his heart, softening a place within him. I assure you. Chen Zhi smiled gently at Ji Ying, retrieving the ancestral disc she had entrusted to him and returning it to her. I solemnly assure you. I am confident of victory. You should leave first. I will soon follow. Chapter 621. The Awakening Evil, Part 2. This method of sound transmission proved remarkably effective, swiftly drawing the mindless undead away. Ji Ying discreetly tapped out coded signals, guiding the survivors to follow her, while the injured warriors provided invaluable assistance along the way. Their journey back proceeded smoothly, and there seemed to be little cause for concern. Asso and Gui Dao also departed alongside them. Although Asso's emotions remained unstable, he exerted himself to help navigate the route, proving to be of great assistance. In contrast, Gui Dao teetered on the brink of collapse, merely following the group, unresponsive to whatever others said to him. Once everyone had retreated, the space felt eerily silent, devoid of the earlier bustling figures. It was only then that the vastness of this isolated realm became apparent. Its expanse chillingly empty, with peculiar artifacts strewn about, their bizarre forms a testament to the passage of countless years. It seemed as though Jiangxia's barrier had suspended time here, preserving everything in a state reminiscent of millennia past, as if even the air had been sealed. Saturated with the acrid scent of blood, echoing the atmosphere of the Warring States period. The flickering flames around them cast an eerie glow, amplifying the strangeness of the darkened area. When silence enveloped the scene, the stone well at the center suddenly became conspicuous, its blood-red hue staining the rim like a corpse stripped of its humanity in the darkness. The ominous black claw remained motionless, appearing almost lifeless, devoid of any signs of vitality. At that moment, Chen Zhi discerned a complete absence of any aura within the well. The previously sharp and ruthless dark energy had inexplicably vanished. He understood that auras do not simply dissipate. This absence did not signify weakness but rather indicated that, for some reason, the entity had concealed all its energy. Bai Qi cautiously stepped forward, his blood-red eyes gleaming like the sun. He gestured to Chen Zhi and pointed towards the black claw ahead. Turning back, he communicated through lip movements. He must still be asleep. I will approach him. Prepare according to our plan. If he awakens, we will fight. The first to fall must pave the way for those who follow. No. Chen Zhi swiftly rejected Bai Qi's suggestion, scrutinizing the black hand with an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, an ineffable sense of wrongness that he could not articulate. Upon entering this place, Chen Zhi felt an unsettling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were observing them. Yet, for reasons unknown, the owner of these eyes was in no hurry to reveal themselves. This presence exhibited an unusual interest in both Chen Zhi and Bai Qi, particularly Chen Zhi, evoking a sentiment that seemed to have been nurtured over an extended period. Do not approach him. He is waiting for you to come back. Chen Zhi suddenly raised his voice, exclaiming loudly. Bai Qi was startled, swiftly retreating like a flash of lightning, unable to comprehend Chen Zhi's words. His blood-red eyes widened in anger, questioning, "What are you doing? Why did you speak out?" However, Chen Zhi raised his voice yet again. "He has been awake for quite some time. From the moment we entered the divine tomb, he has been anticipating our arrival. We were merely floundering about. He holds no interest in anyone else, only in us." After declaring this, Chen Zhi immediately closed his eyes, silently reciting incantations. He extended his hands, and streams of energy, resembling writhing serpents, surged forth from his sleeves. The energy rushed forward, swift as lightning, and rapidly delineated a square barrier around the well's mouth. This barrier was exquisitely crafted, appearing as though it had been rendered by a computer, with each corner secured by multiple layers of energy. The energy strands were finer than a strand of hair, with each surface adorned with billions of threads, intricate and meticulous, akin to a reinforced steel plate magnified thousands of times. Chen Zhi then opened his eyes, and a multitude of geometric equations began to form in his mind. As his thoughts shifted, this dense square barrier outside the well continuously replicated, enveloping it in layer upon layer of transparent barriers. The composition of this structure could only be described as a flawless work of art, with each layer encasing the next, forming a perfect cage. Even the most skilled artist would struggle to create such a sophisticated arrangement. In an instant, the barrier surrounding the well had been forced into 1,000 layers. Each layer was precisely positioned, mutually constraining and reinforcing one another, interlocking like a chain, tightly enclosing the well. One could assert that even a bomb weighing 10,000 tons could not dislodge a single stone from this barrier. It was indeed a perfect seal, impervious to both divinity and demon alike. "Come forth." Chen Zhi suddenly opened his eyes, revealing deep purple irises. An overwhelmingly potent aura erupted from behind him, resembling a blazing inferno that filled the entire space. "Do not hide any longer. I know you are waiting for me, buried alive here, harboring a sense of unfulfilled vengeance. Correct? This resentment has been festering for thousands of years. There is no need for further restraint. I am the descendant of Jiangshang, the one who buried you alive here. Chen Zhi, show yourself. Let me see your true form. I have come here today to seal you once more." After Chen Zhi concluded his words, he suddenly tore open his coat, revealing his chest. In an instant, a magnificent torrent of energy, vast like the boundless sea, surged forth from his heart like colossal waves. This immense force was extraordinarily powerful, akin to a cataclysmic tide, wreaking havoc as it spiraled into the air, coalescing into a colossal dragon. The atmosphere transformed as if one had ascended to the ninth heaven, with dark clouds gathering and the winds shifting, creating an indescribable sense of awe. The dragon soared, clawing and twisting in the air, crackling with thunder and lightning, fixating intently on the well below. At the same time, Bai Qi's aura erupted completely. His shoulders rose dramatically, his entire body adorned with layers of translucent scales. A formidable, dark spiritual force emanated from his back, resembling a black dragon. His eyes glowed like crimson torches as he swiftly unsheathed his dear knife. Lowering his body, the blade pointed skyward, steadfastly gazing at the well, prepared for a desperate confrontation. Amidst this charged atmosphere of impending battle, a dark claw seemed to stir, and suddenly, a blood-soaked black head emerged from the well. The black head, once fully revealed, bore an unforgettable visage that haunted Chen Zhi for a lifetime. It was a face devoid of skin, with blood-red eyes, naked and bulging, staring intensely at Chen Zhi and Bai Qi. The distinctly orange-yellow pupils shone like twin moons within the transparent, crimson orbs. There were no lips, yet sharp. Elongated teeth glinted ominously, stained with fresh blood and remnants of flesh, the flesh of the surviving warriors. For 7 years, he had been devouring them, like a frenzied beast, tearing into their blood and flesh. These warriors, enduring immense suffering and torment, had survived valiantly, sustaining this god of death. This was Bai Qi, the god of slaughter. Sealed by Jiang Zia, his entire body was devoid of skin, composed solely of a hardened fat layer, resembling a roast pig. This pig had been skinned alive and then subjected to the flames. Upon seeing this black head emerge, Bai Qi immediately entered a state of battle readiness. His mouth agape. His teeth grew sharper and longer, his heightened shoulders trembling with excitement, much like a startled beast. His blood-red eyes widened in alarm. "Do not panic," Chen Zhi shouted swiftly. "The barrier I have created is incredibly strong. He cannot escape so easily. However, as he climbs out, he must do so layer by layer. And then we shall discern the extent of his power. Remain calm." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Bai Qi gradually endeavored to regain his composure, suppressing the tumultuous energy radiating from his body. At that moment, an overwhelming and magnificent aura erupted from the well below, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion. This force surged forth like a torrential flood, eclipsing their presence entirely. Chen Zhi, startled, lifted his gaze towards the well's mouth and, in that instant, he beheld the true embodiment of a living deity. This immortal harbinger of death possessed a strength that transcended the limits of human imagination. The dark figure of the death god began to ascend, revealing its entire ebony form, marred by the gruesome remnants of skin flayed from its thighs and waist. Its elongated, claw-like fingers, akin to those of a gecko, slowly emerged from the well's aperture. It soon discerned Chen Zhi's transparent barrier and, after regarding it with its blood-red eyes for a brief moment, raised an arm. With its sharp fingers, it touched the first layer of the barrier. In an instant, it shattered like a balloon. The second and third layers followed suit, and soon, half of the barrier was on the verge of being pierced. The death god appeared utterly unfazed, as if these barriers were inconsequential. This was a scenario Chen Zhi had never anticipated. His meticulously designed barriers, crafted over a long period, employed ancient incantations arranged in complex sequences, drawing upon the principles of human mathematics. Mathematics is a profoundly powerful concept. As a number undergoes infinite doubling or cubing, its magnitude becomes boundless. This aligns with the concept of infinity his father had once spoken of. Humanity's overly materialistic mindset, which relies solely on the visible, is indeed laughable. Yet, materialism has its merits, having birthed formidable scientific theories, such as mathematics. By harnessing human mathematical principles, the potency of incantations could be magnified to an unimaginable scale, rendering them limitless. Although Chen Zhi had yet to devise such a formula, the current barrier was already exceptionally robust, with layers interwoven, each exponentially stronger than the last. Yet, this former death god was dismantling the barrier as effortlessly as one would pop a balloon, a sight that was almost inconceivable. "This is dire," Chen Zhi murmured to Bai Qi. "This creature is purely a physical powerhouse, and its strength is far beyond my current calculations. Based on what I observe, it will easily breach the first half of this 1,000-layer barrier. The latter half may pose some challenge, but it will inevitably succumb. We must prepare for battle. As per our prior strategy, do not hesitate. There is a saying among humans, life and death are predestined, and fortune lies with the heavens. Is life truly predestined? Humans often entrust their existence to fate, which is absurd." Bai Qi scoffed, then leapt to the front of the barrier, swiftly tearing off his shirt to reveal his formidable physique. His upper body began to rapidly sprout layer upon layer of scales, while his mouth expanded grotesquely, icy and dark winds howling from his sharp teeth. "Ah!" Bai Qi arched his neck and let out a furious roar towards the heavens, a cry that reverberated through the air, causing the earth to tremble violently. At that moment, two faintly reddish flesh bulbs protruded from his shoulders, shaped like peas, diminutive and resembling tiny wings, though devoid of feathers. Nevertheless, Bai Qi's upper body was already veined with bulging muscles, terrifyingly robust, with thick veins pulsating across his form. He then resembled a ferocious beast, baring his sharp teeth and provocatively roaring at the god of death within the barrier. A woo. The frenetic energy of his howl seemed poised to shatter the very heavens and earth. The god of death was evidently incensed by this tremendous roar, glaring at Bai Qi with blood-red eyes, the pupils swirling chaotically, trembling with agitation. It then opened its lipless maw wide, aimed at Bai Qi, and its sharp teeth transformed into a mouthful of fangs, resembling an enraged beast as it emitted a bizarre, thunderous roar. A woo. With a rumble, Rocks began to cascade around them, the structure above yielding to the sound of shattering stone. In that moment, the space itself seemed to cave in under the might of the god of death's fury. Chen Zhi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He first witnessed Bai Qi being thrown back, a trickle of blood seeping from his ears. In the next instant, he felt his chest churn violently, a metallic taste flooding his mouth, followed by blood pouring from his ears, nostrils, and mouth. Chapter 623, The God of Death's Eternal Life, Part 2, so formidable, far beyond what I had envisioned, even stronger than my worst expectations. Chen Zhi pondered silently, hastily gathering energy in his palms to shield his ears, his right ear already deafened, desperately trying to protect the other eardrum from rupture. At that moment, the overwhelming aura surged once again, unleashing towering waves that engulfed them. Within the god of death's presence, Chen Zhi beheld myriad blood-soaked shadows, ancient warriors, tormented captives, and the surviving soldiers, all of whom had endured years of anguish and cries of despair in this place. The god of death was unmistakably furious at Bai Qi's earlier provocation, akin to a beast exhibiting its might through defiance before battle. Had it not been for Chen Zhi's barrier restraining it, it likely would have already charged forth, reducing Bai Qi to mere pulp. Yet, as Chen Zhi had previously noted, while the god of death was undeniably powerful, escaping the expansive barrier was no trivial feat. It had effortlessly breached the first half of the barrier. Yet the latter proved increasingly arduous. As the final moments approached, the god of death found himself ensnared by an impenetrable barrier, like a frenzied prisoner. He howled and furiously clawed at his confinement. Chen Zhi could palpably sense the immense force exerted upon the barrier, as the dark, clawed appendage relentlessly battered it. The surrounding air swelled and coiled like a multitude of chains, binding the god of death's power. Would he manage to escape? Bai Qi's eyes burned crimson, his aura unfurling behind him like a pair of ebony wings, while the blade of his dear knife glimmered blood-red in the reflection of his gaze. He would inevitably break free. Chen Zhi fixated on the frenzied god of death within the barrier and muttered softly, "The moment he emerges, all his might will unleash without restraint, and his aura will expand tremendously, capable of engulfing us. We must not afford him the opportunity to unleash his full potential. Otherwise, our demise is assured. Let us proceed according to our prepared plan. Do not hesitate." Commencing a countdown, Chen Zhi's eyes remained glued to the god of death, observing his every movement, his mind racing to calculate the time until the barrier would be completely torn asunder. This period was ample. He summoned the colossal air dragon spiraling above, which had grown increasingly agitated, billowing clouds and expanding in size, its eyes wide with fury, poised to pounce upon the trapped god of death below. The moment had arrived. Chen Zhi's gaze was fixed on the barrier as he began to intone, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Now, he bellowed. The swirling dragon above, upon receiving its command, lunged downward with reckless abandon. At that precise instant, the final layer of the barrier was rent asunder by the god of death, and in that fleeting moment, a deluge of black energy surged forth, roaring with madness. Eager to erupt completely, behind the god of death, a pair of dark energy masses ascended, resembling gargantuan ebony wings, as he leapt upward, yearning to soar with the burgeoning energy. Just then, the colossal dragon descended precisely upon his head, swallowing him whole the instant he broke free from the barrier. Once the dragon ingested the god of death, it swiftly ascended, spiraling back into the sky. "Transform!" Chen Zhi shouted, twirling his arms in a circular motion, akin to a Tai Chi embrace, forming a sphere. Under his command, the air dragon rapidly coiled together, its head and tail interlinked, soon transforming into a swiftly rotating sphere. The sphere spun with relentless speed, never pausing, entirely enveloping Bai Qi. Despite the myriad powers of the god of death contained within, he found himself utterly constrained by this fierce curse, unable to escape. At that moment, Bai Qi launched forth with a thunderous sound, resembling a shadow of darkness. Soaring into the air, brandishing his dear knife towards the rapidly rotating sphere of energy. At this moment, Bai Qi's figure was extraordinarily magnificent, resembling the celestial warriors descending from the heavens. His entire body shimmered with dazzling scales, and with both hands raised, he wielded a long blade pointed downward, unleashing a thunderous roar. Kill! In that moment of fury, Bai Qi's visage contorted grotesquely, his mouth elongated like a hound's, revealing sharp fangs that transformed into elongated tusks. while his fingernails morphed into elongated claws, resembling a demonic entity descending with his blade. With a swift motion, he cleaved the swirling mass in two without leaving even a shadow. Chen Zhi hastily raised his arms, drawing all the air currents back. Before him lay the once encased god of slaughter, now severed into two halves by Bai Qi, which fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The wounds of those dismembered limbs oozed a black viscous liquid, rising in golden smoke as it swiftly drifted across the ground. Bai Qi offered no respite, transforming into a streak of black lightning as he swiftly brought down his deer blade. The speed was so immense that the blade's shadows morphed into beams of light. Bai Qi's extraordinary martial prowess was evident, and in less than a tenth of a second, the corpse on the ground had been reduced to a heap of minced flesh. He then leaped beside Chen Zhi, clutching his chest, and knelt on one leg, gasping for breath. His recent speed had transcended the limits of human comprehension. Raising his head, he gazed at the pile of flesh and quietly inquired of Chen Zhi, "Is it done?" "Not yet." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, his eyes fixated on the blood and remnants scattered on the ground. Slowly, he lifted his right arm, and a ball of flames ignited rapidly from his hand. Releasing the flame forward, he softly uttered, "Blazing fire." Suddenly, a roaring inferno erupted from the remnants of blood and flesh ahead. The intensity of this fire was significantly higher than that which had consumed Asua's corpse earlier. This was the most refined aspect of the blazing fire spell, surpassing the concept of ordinary flames, with temperatures far exceeding human thresholds. In the heart of the inferno, a crimson hue manifested, and under the searing blaze, not even ashes would remain. After the flames roared, the pile of minced flesh vanished entirely, and the splattered blood completely evaporated. "Withdraw." Chen Zhi flicked his hand, retracting the blazing fire spell, his gaze fixed on the ground now emitting wisps of smoke, his brow furrowed. "Is it done?" Bai Qi asked softly, his eyes alert and scanning the surroundings. "There is nothing left. His aura has dissipated. Have we succeeded?" Chen Zhi remained silent, his brows knitted, peering into the dark ahead, and then softly remarked, "It seems something is amiss. It has been too easy." Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed ominously by Chen Zhi's ear. The sound so close it felt as if it was merely a centimeter away. The laughter that echoed was profoundly unsettling, penetrating Chen Zhi's very soul, causing his pores to erupt in terror and his hair to stand on end. Instinctively, he leaped backward alongside Bai Qi, retreating a considerable distance before casting a glance at the spot where he had just stood. To their astonishment, they beheld the once mighty god of death, Bai Qi, who had just moments ago been torn to shreds and reduced to ashes, now suspended in the darkness, his body completely weightless, cloaked in charred remnants. Dark debris continuously fell from his form, yet his physique remained strikingly perfect, robust, and eerily human-like. His scorched visage bore a pair of blood-red eyes, fixated intently on Chen Zhi, and his lipless mouth split into a grin, the chilling sound of laughter reverberating through the air, a sound both unrecognizable and bone-chilling. Chen Zhi could distinctly sense that the god of death was laughing at him, mocking him with a fervor that sent shivers down his spine. "Fire no longer affects him," Chen Zhi whispered to Bai Qi. "Not just fire. Many substances likely hold no threat to him anymore. He must still possess intelligence. He likely chose not to retaliate, for he is toying with us." Ignoring this revelation, Bai Qi's eyes blazed with crimson fervor, his scales quivering with anticipation. He brandished his deer knife, swiftly carving a sleek arc in the air, directing it towards the god of death. "Chen Zhi, let us proceed with our second plan. Do not hesitate. Survive first, and we shall deal with the aftermath later." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi's heart sank. He understood that there was no evading this next step. Prior to this, he and Bai Qi had formulated two strategies to confront the immortal god of death. The first plan involved ensnaring Bai Qi in the blazing curse of the dragon, trapping him within its confines, only for Bai Qi to deliver the final blow and incinerate the remains. This approach was conservative and relatively safe, as it would minimize the depletion of Chen Zhi's magical energy, allowing him to remain capable of confronting other foes. The second plan, however, was fraught with peril. Should the first method fail to subdue Bai Qi, Chen Zhi would be compelled to wield the god-slaying whip, employing the god-slaying incantation to continue sealing Bai Qi. Yet, the intricacies of the whip's power remained beyond Chen Zhi's comprehension and control. Nevertheless, there existed an ultimate recourse, the transformation spell, which would convert all of his physical and magical energy into sheer strength, concentrating it within his right arm. In that fleeting moment, his arm would possess immense power, capable of lifting what no human could. With this singular force, he would wield the god-slaying whip to utterly vanquish the god of death. This was essentially a last-ditch effort. After invoking the transformation spell, Chen Zhi's strength would be completely drained, rendering him unable to cast any further spells. Yet even if this method succeeded, their chances of survival in the subsequent moments would remain bleak. According to the intelligence just provided by Ji Ying, it is evident that the dark faction has encircled us. The fire goddess emissary, with whom we have already clashed, will surely arrive. If Chen Zhi is stripped of his incantations, he will stand no chance against that divine being. The warriors, relying solely on their physical prowess, are at a distinct disadvantage before the raging flames of the emissary. At that moment, the entire organization, including the leader Bao Ping, would find themselves rendered utterly passive before the fire god, leaving Chen Zhi incapable of safeguarding them. Thus, this second phase of the plan must only be enacted when absolutely necessary, and the current circumstances indeed warrant such desperation. The legendary killer Bai Qi is, indeed, immortal, a living beast far more formidable than they had envisioned, his speed so astonishing that they scarcely have a moment to contemplate their next move. "Do not hesitate," Bai Qi exclaimed, turning back with fervor. "I will restrain him. We will address everything else once we survive." As he spoke, his figure flickered, and, like a thunderbolt, he appeared before Bai Qi. Enveloped in a frenzy of refined energy, the deer blade descended with a thunderous crack, striking towards Bai Qi's head. The sound echoed like metal clashing as the blade connected with Bai Qi. At that moment, Bai Qi slowly raised his head, revealing a mouth full of glistening fangs, and surprisingly smiled at Bai Qi. Then, with a swift motion, he brought down a claw, breaking one of Bai Qi's fingers, causing the deer blade to fall from his grasp. The killer, suspended in the air, suddenly leaped, seizing Bai Qi's head. Bai Qi swiftly lowered his head, narrowly escaping a fatal blow, yet a significant portion of his flesh was torn away. Now, the killer descended gracefully from the air, standing before Bai Qi in a combat stance. In that instant, Chen Zhi clearly perceived that Bai Qi was indeed a master of physical combat, his power emanating solely from his martial prowess, which had reached an extraordinary level. Within the subsequent 10 seconds, Chen Zhi witnessed a breathtaking display of physical artistry, as the killer launched over 100 attacks upon Bai Qi in that brief span. The speed was utterly astonishing, surpassing the capacity of the human mind to comprehend. Yet each movement was so exquisite that it momentarily eclipsed the notions of peril and mortality, making one forget that this martial artist was a bizarre deity that feasted upon humanity. Then, after 10 seconds, Bai Qi's chest was suddenly struck solidly by the killer's claw, piercing through completely, yet Bai Qi clutched fiercely at the killer's shoulder. In a rapid motion, he turned to Chen Zhi, shouting, "Now, quick!" Before Bai Qi's voice could fade, Chen Zhi had already completed the incantation of the god-slaying spell. Extending his left hand, a radiant ring of light burst forth from his palm. In midair, it twisted and transformed, rapidly enlarging, becoming a magnificent silver whip amidst the swirling winds. Chapter 625, Wrathful Strike Against the Killer, Transform. In Chen Zhi's heart, a silent incantation echoed as his blood began to flow backwards, and all the energy within him surged rapidly through his meridians, transforming at an astonishing pace. His physical and magical strength swiftly converted into tangible power, continuously flowing into his right arm. In an instant, Chen Zhi's right arm began to swell with immense strength. The first transformation occurred in his muscles. The fibers expanded with remarkable speed, thickening exponentially, bearing a weight beyond what the human skeleton could endure. Following this, his bones began to shift, the sound of cracking resonating as they thickened and increased in density, adapting to support such formidable muscles. The conversion spell was grossly imbalanced. Chen Zhi's entire physical and magical energy was rapidly drained, completely transmuted into strength concentrated in his right arm. When he glanced at it again, his right arm had grown to 3 times its original girth, the skin stretched taut over bulging muscles, adorned with prominent veins and arteries, creating a strikingly exaggerated appearance. At this moment, Chen Zhi distinctly felt his power magnified thousands of times, sufficient to wield the silver whip suspended in the air. Turning his gaze to the god of death, he found it immobilized, temporarily restrained by Bai Qi. Bai Qi was covered in blood, his flesh torn and shredded. exerting every ounce of strength to hold the god of death, but the restraint would not last beyond 2 seconds. Within that fleeting moment, if Chen Zhi failed to subdue the god of death, Bai Qi would be utterly obliterated, with catastrophic consequences. Divine Whip, Chen Zhi silently intoned, projecting his will. The whip, imbued with a spirit of its own, responded to his call, swiftly soaring into his presence, its handle poised before him. As he grasped the handle, a wave of overwhelming sensations engulfed him, the very fabric of existence flashing before his eyes. Mountains, rivers, sun and moon, stars, the cosmic essence converged into his palm. Beneath the sway of his whip, the winds and clouds shifted, defying the heavens. Everything fell under his command. God of Death, Bai Qi. In an instant, propelled by the currents of air, Chen Zhi soared into the sky. The elongated whip arched gracefully, radiating ethereal light that dazzled the onlookers. Do you acknowledge your sins? Chen Zhi bellowed, raising the whip high. The silver whip danced through the air, roaring with a wild fury akin to a dragon soaring through the skies. Below, the god of death gazed up, his face a mask of darkness. Chen Zhi then raised 2 fingers, swiftly invoking the incantation for the divine execution, swallowing it whole, followed by a spurt of blood upon the whip. At that moment, he distinctly observed the god of death's shadowy visage fixated upon him, fear flickering within those crimson eyes. God of sin, Bai Qi, heed my command. Chen Zhi proclaimed, bearing the weight of your sins, unrepentant. I grant you the sentence of execution. With a furious shout, Chen Zhi swung the whip with all his might, striking the god of death with a resounding crack. At that moment, the heavens rumbled and the clouds erupted. Everything was torn asunder. Yet, in an instant, the god of death executed an oddly peculiar maneuver, pressing his face against Bai Qi's. As he realized he could not evade the divine whip, a strange smile suddenly emerged upon his visage. He opened his gaping maw, lunging towards Bai Qi's neck with a vicious bite. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi perceived a golden substance transferring from the god of death's mouth to Bai Qi's neck. Simultaneously, the divine whip fell, delivering a crushing blow to the god of death's skull. This time, he did not escape unscathed. His head shattered, brain matter splattering forth. He rolled onto the ground, limbs thrashing in a desperate attempt to flee, yet his body ignited in fierce white flames. These were the flames of the slaying spell, radiating a delicate white glow. Appearing breathtakingly beautiful, yet the deity enmeshed within the spell endured excruciating agony, a suffering 1,000-fold more intense than the wrath of thunder, forever unable to escape. After unleashing the whip, Chen Zhi found himself utterly depleted, the whip instantly transforming into an unbearable weight, slipping from his grasp and disintegrating into silver dust as he collapsed to the ground. At that moment, he felt as if his body had become as heavy as a mountain, his legs leaden, unable to stand. He propped himself up with one hand against the ground, his gaze fixated on the god of death, Bai Qi. The power of the slaying spell radiated through the whip, illuminating the god of death in a blinding white light, where he writhed in agony, contorted, and howled in despair. The sound was akin to a person being fried alive in a cauldron of oil, a cacophony of suffering that threatened to shatter one's sanity. Yet, amidst this turmoil, an inexplicable thrill surged within Chen Zhi, a sensation of triumph, a euphoric delight in subjugating the once noble deity beneath his feet. This exhilaration ignited within him a fervor that could easily breach his moral boundaries. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed within his mind. How delightful! How delightful! So, even noble deities can scream in anguish? Come forth, bring it on. As long as you dare, I shall slay you one by one. Even if it leads to eternal damnation, I am willing to bear it. This strange voice, as if a shadow of another self, spoke with fervor. Meanwhile, the god of death, engulfed in profound torment, gradually became still. A peculiar odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of something being scorched. The white light continued to sear his body, until ultimately, it was reduced to ashes. At this moment, Chen Zhi turned his gaze towards Bai Qi. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi felt a chilling sensation at the nape of his neck. Bai Qi, who had just fallen to the ground, was undergoing a subtle transformation. It was only then that Chen Zhi turned his gaze towards Bai Qi. In that instant, Chen Zhi felt a coldness enveloping him. The figure of Bai Qi, previously sprawled on the floor, was quietly changing before his eyes. Chapter 626, The Heartbeat of Bai Qi, Part 2. Bai Qi remained on the ground, with the god of death having bitten into his neck just before his demise, seemingly claiming his life. His face was gruesomely ravaged, blood pooling around him, as his carotid artery pulsated with crimson. Yet, peculiarly, Bai Qi's chest began to rise and fall gently. Since Bai Qi's return from his disappearance, Fat Wei had noted an unsettling fact. Bai Qi's heart had ceased to beat, his chest no longer rising and falling, resembling a lifeless body. Chen Zhi had refrained from inquiring about this anomaly, choosing not to delve deeper into the mystery. However, now, after being bitten by the god of death, the heart that had long been silent suddenly began to thrum with life once more. Logically, Chen Zhi should have rushed to assist Bai Qi, to staunch the bleeding and administer aid, an unspoken understanding among comrades. Yet, he found himself rooted to the spot, a primal instinct swelling from within, causing him to hesitate. He sensed that the battle was far from over. Standing resolutely, Chen Zhi did not take a single step forward. Instead, he cast a glance at the lifeless body of the god of death beside him. The god-slaying curse was a brutally merciless incantation, capable of obliterating all flesh, shattering and pulverizing their corporeal forms, utterly annihilating divine will, leaving no trace of their essence. Chen Zhi still vividly recalled Bai Qi's anguished screams during her own encounter with the god-slaying curse. At that time, the curse had not been fully realized, nor had it possessed the might of the divine whip. The god of death had just endured a version of the god-slaying curse that was exponentially more potent than what Bai Qi had faced, magnitude stronger by hundreds or even thousands. This once mighty deity had now been reduced to mere ashes, and Chen Zhi felt no desire to look back. He understood that the god of death, once appointed by Jiang, had been rendered meaningless, a mere heap of dust. Conversely, the Bai Qi who had once fought alongside him now appeared strangely formidable, even instilling a sense of dread within him. Suddenly, a profound fear surged through Chen Zhi, a sensation that bordered on the brink of death itself. "Leave this place at once," a voice within him urged with urgency. It was an odd sensation, emanating from the depths of his being, like a subconscious whisper or the voice of another entity within him. "Hurry, run without looking back. Otherwise, it will be too late. Move swiftly. You are doomed." The voice within Chen Zhi's depths roared like a madman, urging him to heed its call, driven by the primal instinct for survival. With all his might, Chen Zhi scrambled to his feet and dashed towards the exit, yet his energy was completely depleted, and his body felt unbearably heavy. The moment he took his first step outside, he collapsed heavily onto the ground, every bone in his body screaming in agony, a pain that severed his very soul, darkening his vision and causing his consciousness to wane, as if he were on the brink of slumber. In a desperate bid, Chen Zhi bit down on his tongue, allowing the taste of blood to jolt his brain into a fleeting state of awareness. He hastily retrieved a substance from his satchel that could swiftly replenish his stamina. However, as he fumbled with the medicine, he realized he lacked even the strength to open the pouch. He placed it in his mouth, gnawing and biting until the package yielded. And then he forced handfuls of the granules into his mouth, chewing with all his remaining strength. As those tadpole-like particles slid into his belly, a wave of rejuvenated energy began to surge within him, restoring a semblance of basic strength. "Run, run." The voice within him issued a final, fervent warning, nearly a cry. It was the last reminder of his life. "Run." Chen Zhi commanded his brain, and under the catalyst of the medicine, he rose once more, the newfound vigor exhilarating, his limbs moving with newfound freedom. Without a glance back, he surged forward, though his speed was far from swift, every ounce of strength devoted to his escape. At that moment, the darkened entrance seemed infinitely distant, an elusive destination. When he finally reached the threshold, a shadow descended upon him like a thunderclap, blocking his path. Without hesitation, the shadow seized Chen Zhi's shoulders and lifted him effortlessly. The strength of this figure was formidable, akin to an unbounded ocean, with fingers as unyielding as steel. Under this immense force, Chen Zhi was utterly powerless, akin to a leaf tossed about by the waves. The one who grasped him was Bai Qi, who had fought side by side with him moments before. Bai Qi's visage was now marred by blood and scratches, yet his expression remained eerily calm, devoid of any emotion. Like an unfathomable lake, his eyelids drooped as if he had no desire to gaze at Chen Zhi, his brows arched in pride, as if nothing in this world held any significance beneath him. At that moment, Chen Zhi discerned that the once transparent scales covering Bai Qi's body had turned pitch black from their roots. The aura emanating from him was also dark, so dense that it felt as though it could engulf all the sunlight in the world, instilling a profound sense of despair. A true harbinger of death. A sudden tightness gripped Chen Zhi's mind as he recalled Bai Qi's earlier words. In days of yore, Jiang sealed Bai Qi as the god of slaughter, intending to capture him. Otherwise, given Bai Qi's formidable prowess, none could contend with him, not even Jiang himself. Bai Qi belonged to an entirely different species, one capable of trampling deities beneath its feet, an ancient existence that humanity scarcely comprehended. White guest. Chen Zhi suddenly summoned all his strength to call out across the distance. Can you tell me now? What exactly are you? A guttural sound emanated from Bai Qi's throat, akin to a rusty instrument being struck with great force. Coarse and grave, a voice not of human origin, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 627. The Heartbeat of the White Guest, Part 2, once more. A guttural sound rumbled from Bai Qi's throat, reminiscent of a rusted instrument's heavy strike, low and ominous, entirely devoid of human resonance, evoking terror. At that moment, his head was entirely enveloped in black scales, his hair dark and glossy like satin. He slowly raised his gaze, his blood-red eyes locking onto Chen Zhi, exuding an indescribable sense of danger that set every nerve in Chen Zhi's body ablaze. Yet, Bai Qi offered no response. It seemed he had forgotten the essence of human speech. In that instant, Chen Zhi grasped a stark reality. This so-called white guest before him could no longer be regarded as such. He had become something far removed from humanity, transformed into a genuine extraterrestrial being, a creature governed more by instinct than reason. This being was unfamiliar to Chen Zhi, yet he could sense the primal savagery and mercilessness emanating from it, devoid of any moral constraints. Perhaps this was what Bai Qi referred to as the true pure blood, unfettered, unhesitant, unforgiving, and utterly devoid of compassion. The face of Bai Qi was now entirely cloaked in layers of black scales, thick as armor, rendering any trace of white skin invisible. The black scales shimmered like obsidian glass, while his blood-red eyes stood out starkly against his dark, gleaming visage, devoid of humanity, emotion, or moral discernment. He had wholly abandoned his human essence. Gurgling noises continued to issue from Bai Qi's throat, resembling laughter while also hinting at labored breaths. His claws, imbued with an irresistible strength, gripped Chen Zhi's shoulders tightly, gradually drawing him closer to his razor-sharp teeth. White guest, what do you intend to do? Chen Zhi bellowed, attempting to summon a surge of energy to break free from the iron grip. Yet he quickly realized that his body felt as parched as dried cotton, unable to muster any strength. Nevertheless, his shout unexpectedly startled Bai Qi. Suddenly, Bai Qi let out a thunderous roar, akin to an enraged lion. With a fierce swipe, a resounding crack echoed as Chen Zhi's right shoulder shattered. Ah! Chen Zhi stifled his pain, refraining from crying out, yet beads of sweat cascaded down his face. The disparity in strength before him was insurmountable. The voice in his mind had faded away, and every cell in his body surrendered to the inevitable. He understood that true death was imminent. When resistance became futile, he chose to fixate his gaze upon Bai Qi's blood-red eyes. Though the essence of Bai Qi was no longer discernible within those eyes, Chen Zhi continued to look on, questioning silently, "Have you been completely consumed?" I refuse to believe it. Such occurrences are not uncommon among humankind. Many assert they have wholly lost their will, subjugated by desire, leading to their transgressions. Yet, I know these are mere excuses. They are simply weak. Surely, your will remains intact? You can see me, yet you choose silence. You do not wish to confront me, do you? You shy away from the promises you once made. Do you recall your vow to stand by my side, no matter the circumstances? Have you resolved not to uphold that promise? After voicing his thoughts, Chen Zhi grasped Bai Qi's wrist, seeking to discern his reality. He immediately sensed the presence of veins beneath the surface, and upon hearing his words, Bai Qi's heart began to race. However, his body felt unnaturally cold, akin to emotionless steel. The black scales enveloping his skin were not mere decoration. Their touch inflicted a piercing pain. Chen Zhi could now assert with certainty that these scales were exceptionally resilient, impervious to bullets or blades. Anything conceivable would struggle to penetrate them, embodying the essence of true invincible armor. As Bai Qi's throat emitted a series of gurgling sounds, Chen Zhi initially presumed it to be a low growl, only to realize he was attempting to speak. Bai Qi's orange-red irises slowly rolled, drawing Chen Zhi closer until their faces nearly touched, eyes locked in a gaze that radiated an overwhelming dark aura. This aura was chilling, inducing a gradual sense of faintness that threatened to envelop him, leading to a deathly stupor. Just as Chen Zhi felt his very essence being overshadowed by this entity's presence, Bai Qi suddenly bared his toothy grin and laughed, uttering human words, "Stand by your side? Why?" With a series of sharp, metallic laughs that grated on the ears, Bai Qi continued, his enunciation strikingly clear. Just as Chen Zhi had surmised, Bai Qi's will had not been entirely extinguished. He was aware of his actions. "Why uphold a promise? I am not human," he declared. And in that moment, the fleeting clarity of his reason dissipated. He subsequently began to roar loudly, his neck and head thrashing about, the black scales covering his body clattering ominously. His demeanor was exceedingly frenzied, reminiscent of a rabid werewolf. Chen Zhi's ears felt as though they might shatter under the force of his bellowing, blood trickling from his nostrils. Yet, amidst the chaotic howling, Bai Qi abruptly halted. As if a memory had struck him. With his blood-red eyes, he fixated menacingly on Chen Zhi's face, his orange-yellow pupils rolling incessantly. "The offspring of the Jiang clan. Let me reveal to you what I truly am." As Bai Qi spoke, he deliberately lowered his voice, drawing Chen Zhi's head closer, his lips brushing against Chen Zhi's ear, his sharp teeth whispering darkly, "I am the demon." Chapter 628. The Demon. Today is a particularly momentous day, for a Silver Grand Leader has emerged. Today, a reader by the name of I Am a Monster generously rewarded me with 1,000,000 Shidian coins. As the author, I am profoundly moved. This is the greatest validation of my work, igniting within me boundless motivation, for which I am immensely grateful. There is much more to say. Please refer to my message to the readers. Demon, demon, demon. Upon hearing this word, Chen Zhi's mind felt as if it had exploded. This seemingly ordinary term bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The name that had long lingered in Chen Zhi's conjectures, lacking a concrete form, suddenly acquired a profound significance. Simultaneously, an ancient malevolence, akin to a beast drenched in blood and shrouded in mystery, finally manifested before Chen Zhi. For millennia, the concept of demon in Huaxia has been interpreted in myriad ways. In Sanskrit, it derives from a root meaning to kill, signifying a slayer. In the context of Sanskrit religious texts, it refers to malevolent spirits that take lives and obstruct virtuous deeds, known as Mara, also termed as demons. Translated, it signifies a killer, one who can take life. As described in the Buddha's fundamental teachings, the demon king is named Pujuan, endowed with 5 powers, the power of form, sound, scent, taste, and texture, along with demonesses and fiends that frequently disturb the Buddha and his disciples, hindering virtuous acts. During the southern dynasties under Emperor Wu of Liang, the term was adapted to denote those who cause annoyance, henceforth referred to as demon, labeling certain terrifying beings inciting chaos among the populace as mountain demons and water demons, while greedy and ruthless humans wreaking havoc in their communities were termed earth demons. Even contemporary serial killers are referred to as murder demons, and the insatiable spirits are called color demons. Humanity harbors a deep-seated fear of the existence of demons, a terror that resonates profoundly within. But what, indeed, are demons? What form do they take? It seems humanity has long forgotten. Not only has human civilization neglected this, but even the Jiang family's library, a repository of all things known, contains no record of such beings. Humanity has been entrenched in a profound fear of a creature long forgotten, passed down through generations, eternally enduring. So, what precisely is this demon recorded in the collective unconscious of humankind? During this period, Chen Zhi has been perusing an array of books within the library, and he has discerned a peculiar pattern. He consistently perceives an undercurrent of dread, a divine terror, nestled within the interstices of each sentence. This fear is not explicitly articulated. Rather, it seeps through inadvertently. Numerous ancient texts predating the Western Han Dynasty were inscribed in pure divine script. Naturally, the authors of these manuscripts have long since vanished, leaving no trace of their names. Chen Zhi even suspects that the creators of these celestial writings could scarcely be human. Yet, he comprehends these archaic inscriptions, feeling the emotions inadvertently conveyed by their authors. These texts chronicle ancient battles, timeless justice, and age-old cruelty. Many concepts and logical frameworks presented therein are vastly divergent from contemporary understanding, which Chen Zhi finds perplexing. However, The fear emanating from these words penetrates deeply into his very marrow. He recognizes that during an extensive epoch in ancient times, humanity, as a young and fragile species, occupied a position of profound insignificance and was never regarded by the divine. They were viewed as mere sustenance and servitude, with only the royal lineage deemed worthy of communication. While the rest of humanity was regarded as cattle, the deities procreated with royalty, giving rise to demigods or divine offspring to serve their dominion, or merely for other purposes. In that era, those lowly and grotesque humans were, to the gods, nothing more than ants. Yet, in the most primordial ages, the deities were not invincible. Within their realm existed a long-standing adversary, one that was formidable yet scarce, instilling a profound fear in the gods that rendered them reluctant to speak of it. Eventually, this celestial nemesis was utterly vanquished, heralding the era of the deity's supreme reign. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt that this race capable of opposing the gods was not a figment of imagination but a tangible existence, albeit one so ancient that it left behind scant evidence. Nevertheless, this race possessed a peculiar characteristic that rendered them both rare and remarkably powerful. They were devoid of morality and ethical constraints, lacking compassion and empathy, and knew nothing of love or faith. Their hearts were consumed solely by one thing: desire. In the descriptions woven through those texts, Chen Zhi glimpses the gods' fear and loathing toward this enigmatic race, who, in the pursuit of their desires, could unhesitatingly commit unimaginable acts. They could slaughter other races or engage in internecine violence, with fathers turning against sons and mothers entangled with their offspring. Within this race, it appeared that nothing was taboo. Yet, they shared a singular predilection: the consumption of humans, and even deities. In the distant, untamed epochs, they, like the gods, delighted in feasting upon humanity. But unlike the divine, they engaged in no form of communication with humans. The offspring produced through their unions could be devoured on the spot, a transgression that even the gods could not abide. The essence of demons, after all, embodies an insatiable pursuit of desire. Perhaps it is for these reasons that, in the end, war erupted. This conflict must have endured for an eternity, so ancient that it left no records or names behind. However, in the oldest chronicles of humanity, there exists an account of a war suspected to be the culmination of the divine and demonic struggle, the renowned battle between the Yellow Emperor and Ji Ying. The figure of Ji Ying remains nebulous in human records. In ancient legends, he is depicted as the chieftain of the Ji tribe, a primordial war god in Chinese mythology. Yet, his temperament was savage, and he was notorious for his unrestrained bloodlust, prompting the Yan Emperor to wage a righteous campaign against him. It is said that Ji Ying clashed with the Yan Emperor in a fierce battle, ultimately vanquishing him. Consequently, the Yan Emperor allied with the Yellow Emperor to confront Ji Ying. Ji Ying, alongside his 81 brothers, engaged the Yellow Emperor in a fierce struggle at Zhuolu, a battle that raged day and night, shaking the heavens and the earth. Legends recount that Ji Ying possessed 8 legs, 3 heads, and 6 arms, with a copper head and iron brow, impervious to blades and spears, excelling in the use of sabers, axes, and halberds, relentless and formidable. The Yellow Emperor found himself unable to match his strength, leading him to beseech the deities for assistance. The ensuing conflict was so chaotic that the skies darkened and rivers ran red with blood. Ultimately, Ji Ying was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who severed his head and buried it, which transformed into a blood maple forest. In later years, to honor Ji Ying's prowess in battle, the Yellow Emperor exalted him as the Lord of War, the deity of conflict. It is said that centuries later, his fierce visage continued to instill fear, and the Yellow Emperor had his likeness emblazoned upon military banners to inspire his troops to valorous deeds. This illustrates the tremendous power Ji Ying wielded. Human legends often intertwine with moral narratives, establishing a dichotomy between justice and evil, asserting that righteousness will ultimately triumph over malevolence. Yet, in the records of the Jiang clan's library, there exists but one account of the ancient monarch Ji Ying. Ji Ying, the demon. No one in the world can rival him. Chapter 629. The true duel. From these legends, one can infer that if this ancient war god Ji Ying indeed existed, he was extraordinarily powerful, formidable enough that the gods had to unite in battle to defeat him, a rarity that necessitated the combined forces of the Yellow Emperor and the Yan Emperor to subdue. Of course, Ji Ying was ultimately defeated. The manner of his dismemberment is of little consequence, as those tales have been imbued with excessive mythological embellishments, rendering them less credible. Nonetheless, it is now certain that the bloodline of this demon did not cease to exist. However, this lineage departed from the annals of Huaxia history, leaving no records until the emergence of Bai Qi, a purebred who upended the entire Warring States era. Bai Qi was a true demon. Despite possessing a fraction of human blood, it seemingly did not detract from his pure lineage. The strength of this demonic bloodline was so profound that it could even command divine beasts like the celestial dog, turning the world upside down. It is likely that when Jiang Zia eventually encountered him, he found himself quite perplexed, ultimately forced to enshrine him as the new god of slaughter, confining him permanently. Now, thousands of years have passed since Jiang Zia's demise. The demon, too powerful. Chen Zhi's cerebral nerves throbbed violently, his right shoulder lay shattered, and the remnants of his physical strength had been thoroughly drained. Now, he found himself completely enveloped by the overwhelming aura of Bai Qi, a chasm of power yawning between them that rendered hope utterly futile. Under this immense pressure, every blood vessel in Chen Zhi's body seemed to solidify. Each breath whispered to him that resistance was pointless. He should merely await the arrival of death in silence. Meanwhile, Bai Qi's demeanor grew increasingly erratic, his mind seemingly inundated with a cacophony of chaotic memories, teetering on the brink of madness. It was evident that his bloodthirsty nature craved Chen Zhi's flesh. The remnants of Bai Qi's former rationality dwindled rapidly as he unhesitatingly grasped Chen Zhi's neck, drawing him closer, fixated on the pulsing arteries beneath his skin, saliva pooling in anticipation. With a mouth full of sharp fangs, he lunged toward Chen Zhi's throat. Just as the icy touch of Bai Qi's fangs grazed Chen Zhi's neck, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind, this time more composed and unhurried, imbued with a sense of desperate resolve. Fight! You can do it. Go on, confront him. What? Chen Zhi's mind immediately questioned the voice. Once, he had believed it to be the product of his subconscious, or perhaps a result of the immense pressure fracturing his nerves. Just as he had once thought his own mind had betrayed him in the grievous act against Ji Ying, he now recognized with certainty that this was the voice of another being buried deep within him. Fight! Battle him! Do not yield! How can that be? Chen Zhi swiftly quelled the primal urge for survival that surged within him, fearing the voice would consume his thoughts. Yet inexplicably, the blood vessels within him began to surge with newfound vigor. His blood coursed with extraordinary speed, radiating an intense heat that set his entire being ablaze. Like an uncontrollable inferno about to erupt. Why not? You are a descendant of the divine. Truly, a progeny of the ancient gods. You are destined to be his nemesis. Fight. If death is inevitable, let it be beneath the blade. Do not disgrace your ancestors. Who are you if you do not know? I. A sudden, excruciating pain pierced Chen Zhi's mind, followed by a resounding crack, as if a thunderbolt had split his consciousness in two, erupting within the confines of his brain. Subsequently, a wild agony overwhelmed him, as reason and awareness distanced themselves from his body, another consciousness swiftly seizing control. In that fleeting moment, as Bai Qi's fangs prepared to sever his neck, Chen Zhi suddenly vanished like a shadow, evading capture. The motion was extraordinarily swift, propelling him far from harm's reach. Chen Zhi's mind began to descend into chaos, rendering him incapable of controlling his own body. Yet, he could distinctly sense that another consciousness had taken residence within his brain, making him feel more like an observer. This consciousness was immensely powerful. It knew neither fear nor retreat, and even harbored an impulse to provoke. Its aura was boundless, so potent that it seemed Chen Zhi's body could scarcely contain it. After standing still at a distance of several meters, his body swiftly assumed a combat stance reminiscent of ancient martial arts. Calmly, he reached behind his back and gently drew the god-slaying blade, his gaze fixed intently on the white-clad figure before him. His eyes transformed into a deep, purplish-red hue, a color so alluring and vibrant that it surpassed anything found in the mortal realm. Even the freshest grapes or the most vivid amethyst could not compare. As his eyes fully changed, a surge of exhilarating passion ignited within him, causing every pore to ignite with fervor. He was not oblivious to the concept of death. Rather, in the face of life and death combat, he chose to revel in the thrill of this decisive battle. Ha! The consciousness within Chen Zhi erupted into manic laughter, his vocal cords shifting to produce a rasping, deep timbre, distinctly different from his usual voice. The aura emanating from him expanded infinitely, ultimately transforming into a blazing crimson hue, the flames intensifying until they mirrored the color of his eyes. At that moment, his heartbeat quickened, surpassing all human limits. In the midst of this chaos, he felt his teeth sharpen, and his body and arms brimmed with the strength to shatter the world. Tightly gripping the god-slaying blade, he gazed at the white figure ahead and spoke in a voice that was nearly hoarse. We meet again. Chapter 630. Mutual destruction. I hardly know how to express myself. My brother is truly a prodigy. He gifted me $1 million today, sending my little universe into a frenzy. Yet it wasn't a one-time gift, nor from the Silver Alliance. It's beyond words, but it's more than enough, truly enough. I have successfully regained my strength, and tonight I shall write with fervor, posting tomorrow. Chen Zhi was aware that this voice was not his own. Yet this body no longer belonged to him. He could not even manage to speak. His consciousness was entirely engulfed, much like during that moment with Ji Ying when he acted beastly. However, under the influence of this powerful consciousness, Chen Zhi felt no fear whatsoever, not even a trace of dread toward death. His mind was consumed by a singular point of exhilaration, a point igniting his very blood. That point was battle. He yearned to cleave the white figure, adorned with black scales, in two, to rip away its scales piece by piece, and to shatter its skull. Let his blood saturate his front, for even if it leads to mutual destruction, it shall be the greatest delight in the world. Beyond this, all else holds no meaning. In the fleeting moment when the white guest had yet to react, Chen Zhi's fervent blood surged wildly, igniting within him a fiery impulse, propelling his body forward like an arrow ablaze. Grasping the god-slaying blade inverted in his hand, his insatiable thirst for battle and blood rendered his mind a void. Upon reaching the white guest with unfathomable speed, the blade was raised high above him, and from the corner of his eye, he clearly beheld the blade's edge, already drenched in crimson, radiating a searing heat akin to the blazing sun. Kill. Slay him. Blood. The blood of demons. Ah! A voice within Chen Zhi clamored, as if the heavens themselves had torn asunder. At that moment, the god-slaying blade descended, striking upon the white guest's cranium. What had appeared to Chen Zhi as impenetrable black scales shattered beneath the fiery wrath of the blade, splintering like shattered glass, with dark shards scattering in all directions. At last, the white guest's flawless visage was marred by a gushing torrent of thick crimson blood. A deep gash marred the left side of his head, blood surging forth in a gruesome spectacle. Yet, he remained unmoved, his blood-red eyes locked onto Chen Zhi, radiating an unsettling excitement, as though he had encountered a long-lost companion. You are here? Ha ha, so you are indeed here. How intriguing, how delightful. The white guest's voice, akin to the clash of metal, brimmed with boundless exhilaration, his entire being quivering with fervor, resembling a frenzied beast. Then, his mouth, filled with sharp fangs, twisted into a malevolent grin. How amusing. The game of gods and mortals is truly entertaining. He cackled, before erupting into a frenzy once more, his neck swelling to twice its original girth as he howled toward the heavens, frantically clutching at his own head. The pair of wings, once akin to tender sprouts, abruptly expanded, furiously flapping and sprouting glossy black feathers, each glistening with dark luminescence, as beautiful as the night itself. Soon, those immense ebony wings, imbued with formidable strength, lifted the white guest high into the air, rendering him a dark deity, gazing down upon Chen Zhi from above. How truly fascinating. The white guest's voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, deafening and profound. I knew it. I can never let you escape. Should you venture forth, there shall be no survival for me. In this vast world, we cannot coexist. It is either your demise or mine. With a feral howl, the white guest descended like a tempest of darkness, his claws sharp and powerful, enveloped in a fierce, biting wind as they reached toward Chen Zhi. Yet Chen Zhi remained motionless in place, an inexplicable confidence prompting him to extend his arms and meet the impending force. In the next heartbeat, he astonishingly grasped Bai Qi's hands with precision, absorbing the overwhelming torrent of terrifying power that surged forth. In an instant, the ground beneath him shattered, everything around him crumbling under the immense strain. The original barrier collapsed entirely, and the entire divine tomb began to slowly disintegrate. Do you know who you are now? Wake up! Wake up! Bai Qi shouted loudly at Chen Zhi's head. Have you not grown weary from such prolonged slumber? What is it you seek from me? What do you truly desire? Bai Qi's laughter echoed maniacally. At that moment, Chen Zhi's consciousness was nearly obliterated, leaving him with only the sensation of his sharp fangs clenching tightly. A hoarse voice confronted Bai Qi, stating, "Are you willing to join me? If not, you shall not survive. Go, perish. Is that your wish? Or are you still seeking the aid of demons? You beings of divinity, such hypocritical justice. How utterly ludicrous." With a maniacal display of strength, Bai Qi, like an upheaval of mountains, flung Chen Zhi away. Simultaneously, he silently recited an incantation, its peculiar nature sending a jolt of pain through Chen Zhi's skull. As the incantation reached its conclusion, Chen Zhi was violently hurled against the stone wall opposite him. He felt a sharp pain coursing through his body, and in that instant, his mind awakened. His limbs regained their autonomy, while the consciousness that had controlled him began to fade into obscurity. It was then that he realized his body was riddled with wounds, excruciatingly painful. At that moment, the earlier voice echoed in his mind, saying, "We cannot survive. Let us perish together. Listen closely. I will tell you what to do. What are you contemplating?" Just then, Bai Qi's metallic voice resonated once more as he descended from the air, his black wings flapping with a whoosh. Bai Qi alighted gracefully upon the ground, retrieving the deer knife and advancing step by step towards Chen Zhi. His blood-red eyes fixated on Chen Zhi as though he were the sole meaningful entity in existence. "What are you contemplating? How to escape? You shan't. Do you wish to slay me? Impossible. But I cannot allow you to live." Bai Qi's voice, akin to heavy metal, sent chills down one's spine, cold, devoid of emotion, akin to the weighty clang of metal on the ground. "If you survive, I shall perish once more. Should you awaken completely, you will seize this world again. Thus, you must die." As he spoke, Bai Qi approached Chen Zhi, his deer knife unsheathed, the gleaming blade aimed at Chen Zhi's heart. "Farewell. This world is now mine." Bai Qi's blood-red eyes suddenly flickered, his orange-yellow irises shining like stars, as he thrust the long knife towards Chen Zhi's chest with a gentle stab. Thud! Chen Zhi felt a chilling cold piercing through his chest. "I hardly know what to say," the phoenix of burning heaven remarked. "My brother is truly a prodigy. He has just rewarded me with 1,000,000. My little universe has exploded. Yet, it is not a one-time gift, nor is it from the Silver Alliance. I am speechless, but it is more than enough, truly sufficient. I have successfully recuperated. Tonight I shall write fervently, and tomorrow I shall publish." Chapter 631, Mutual Destruction, Part 2, The Slender. Sharp, white deer blade was piercingly cold, swiftly penetrating Chen Zhi's skin. "Do not move." The voice in Chen Zhi's mind echoed once more. "Our strength is evenly matched. Neither can slay the other, yet we can perish together. Do not move. Allow his blade to pierce you, for that will bring you close enough to him. Now, do you see the center of his chest?" Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi immediately directed his gaze to Bai Qi's chest. There, in the very center, rested a square mark. The mark appeared faint, surrounded by evident burns, as though branded by a hot iron, obscured beneath the black scales. However, Chen Zhi was certain that Bai Qi had not borne such a mark before. It must have manifested after he transformed into the god of slaughter. The shape of this mark was square, identical in size to the divine seal within Chen Zhi's treasure pouch. "So it is," Chen Zhi silently mused, suddenly comprehending everything. The technique of sealing the gods was not so easily escaped. Jiangzi's seal had been forever bound to the body of the god of slaughter. Even if he assumed another form, he could not entirely shed the title of the god of slaughter. As long as he remained the god of slaughter, he would remain under the control of Zhang's incantations. Indeed, the voice within Chen Zhi replied swiftly, its tone faint as if fearing Bai Qi might overhear. "But he is about to break free. Once he does, no one will be able to control him. We must lure him in. Remain still. When he is close enough, place your divine seal upon that mark to re-establish his binding. Once the seal is set, he shall become the new deity under your dominion, and you will wield the god-smiting whip to punish him, at which point you will be able to vanquish him. But do not speak. Do not let him discern your thoughts. Wait until he is sufficiently near." Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhi was struck by a cruel reality, and he froze. Tasting the essence of death. "We are destined to die," the voice softly conveyed to him. "Since we cannot escape, why hesitate? We are divine, and he is our natural enemy. Do not leave this world to him. In our final moments, let us take him down with us. If this world is to be devoid of deities, then it shall also be devoid of demons. Sacrifice? Would you rather forsake your life than slay your nemesis? Chen Zhi silently gazed at the cold tip of the dagger poised against his chest, piercing through his flesh, swiftly approaching his heart. The blade's touch was chilling, and due to the rapidity of the movement, Chen Zhi scarcely felt any pain. He remained motionless, even holding his breath, patiently awaiting the moment when the long knife would penetrate his heart, bringing him sufficiently close to Bai Qi. Just as the blade was less than a millimeter from his heart, a sudden bang echoed through the air. A figure, propelled by a fierce wind, soared in, delivering a powerful blow to Bai Qi's body, sending him flying sideways. Startled, Bai Qi unfurled his black wings, quickly ascending into the air, his blood-red eyes surveying the scene below, where Ji Ying stood. At that moment, Ji Ying grasped the situation with acute clarity. She was highly perceptive, estimating Bai Qi's current strength. Deep within, she understood that the decisive moment of life and death had arrived. Without uttering a word, without casting a glance back at Chen Zhi or addressing Bai Qi in the air, she lowered her body, tilted her head upward, fixating on Bai Qi, then drew her light gray dagger with one hand, gripping it in a reverse hold, her eyes ablaze with the intent to kill, assuming a combat stance. Bai Qi seemed to regard Ji Ying as a stranger. He lowered his blood-red gaze, scrutinizing her for an extended period, a hint of disdain etched across his face. As if she were a meaningless object. Ji Ying, Chen Zhi shouted from behind. Why have you returned? This is not a place for you. Leave immediately. You have broken your promise. Ji Ying coldly retorted, her gaze unwavering on Bai Qi. You assured me that I would escape this place alive. Yet it appears you are incapable of fulfilling that vow. Damn it. Chen Zhi clutched his blood-soaked chest, a surge of anger rising within him, intertwined with a complex array of emotions. He clenched his fists, channeling the energy within him forward, as a silk-like current transformed into a net, ensnaring Ji Ying and drawing her closer. At that moment, Chen Zhi was engulfed in fury. The energy within him roiled and surged, threatening to spiral out of control. He grasped Ji Ying's chin, turning her face toward his, ensuring their angle was obscured from Bai Qi's view, and used lip movements to convey his message. Ji Ying, listen to me. He is immensely powerful. I cannot survive this. I am currently devising a plan for mutual destruction. Do not interfere. Your martial prowess holds no significance here. He could extinguish your life with a mere finger. Depart swiftly before he notices you. This is my command. Upon hearing his words, Ji Ying's expression blanched, as if she had encountered the most intolerable revelation in existence. In a fit of rage, she violently pushed Chen Zhi away. Subsequently, she tightly twisted her brow, gazing into Chen Zhi's bloodshot eyes and the crimson blood gushing from his chest. Biting her lip fiercely, bright red blood trickled down her chin. No, you cannot die. It is impossible. I will not allow you to perish. After uttering these words, Ji Ying vanished like lightning, soaring into the air the very next moment. Her hair disheveled, she descended like a frenzied night demon, wielding her blade with an almost divine speed. God of death, let me test my strength against you. Chapter 632. The Frenzied Woman's Blood Oath. At this moment, Ji Ying had succumbed to a state of madness, her aura radiating uncontrollably, causing her hair to fly wildly. Like a ghostly mother from the depths of the night, she lunged toward Bai Qi with the swiftness of lightning. This profound madness rendered her fearless, and within this frenzy, she inexplicably grew powerful. As she soared into the air, her right wrist and left thigh brimmed with energy, and when her long knife descended, her energy enveloped her entire being. This energy, now blazing hot, transformed into a greenish flame, wild as lightning. The prowess of a great warrior is not to be underestimated. Ji Ying's martial arts had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, and her mastery over strength had become absolute. Fueled by this madness, her momentum was now boundless. As Ji Ying's grayish long knife, akin to a sinister wind, fell upon Bai Qi's head, he did not raise a hand to block. Instead, he merely lifted his gaze to meet hers. In an instant, Ji Ying vanished from sight. Her frontal strike was merely a feint. In the blink of an eye, Ji Ying reappeared at Bai Qi's back, transformed into a mere shadow. In that moment, the glint of her blade danced wildly. With immense force, countless powerful grayish slashes rained down upon Bai Qi's wings. Each strike was precisely aimed, targeting the connection between his black wings and back, the softest part, tinged with a faint blush, the most vulnerable point on his body. This assault proved exceedingly effective. Blood immediately flowed from the connection of Bai Qi's wings. However, it did not sever them. Bai Qi merely raised his eyes slightly, his vast black wings flapping twice, casting down dozens of black feathers, yet nothing transpired. Just as Ji Ying sought to reposition herself for a second strike aimed at Bai Qi's neck, he suddenly extended his right hand, grasping Ji Ying with the speed of thought. In an instant, her neck was firmly in his grip. With a gentle exertion, as if crushing a mere fly, the powerful aura surrounding Ji Ying dissipated instantly. The formidable energy she had just wielded vanished completely. At this critical juncture, several sharp currents of energy swiftly shot forth, akin to gleaming arrows, puncturing the atmosphere around Bai Qi. His attention was immediately diverted, and as his grip loosened, Ji Ying's neck was freed. Chen Zhi then extended his arms forward, projecting an incredibly resilient circular barrier that ensnared Bai Qi like a bubble, rendering escape impossible. With a swift motion of his hand, he caused the entire air bubble to churn violently, sending Bai Qi tumbling into its depths. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ji Ying finally freed herself from her restraints, gracefully descending from the air like a leaf, landing softly on Chen Zhi's arm. "Do you see?" Chen Zhi exclaimed, yanking Ji Ying up with fervor, his blood boiling in rage as he shouted at her, "You are no match for him. Do not disrupt me. Leave at once." After uttering these words, he grasped her left shoulder and, channeling the turbulent air within, hurled Ji Ying towards the dark entrance. She was lifted by the gust and flung towards the threshold, yet instinctively she leaped back, resolutely positioning herself before Chen Zhi once more. "No, I cannot leave. If I do, he will surely kill you. If you perish, you shall never return." Ji Ying's voice trembled, her features contorting with distress, portraying a woman on the brink of madness. Meanwhile, Bai Qi had freed himself from Chen Zhi's bubble, soaring into the air like a deity, casting a disdainful gaze upon the ground. This time, he did not shy away from Ji Ying's stare. He scrutinized her intently for a prolonged moment before speaking in a voice as hoarse and metallic as the clang of iron. "Human, what do you intend to do? Join the fray? No, you are far too weak. You do not deserve to stand here. This is a battle between him and me, and whatever the outcome, it is our fates that intertwine. Depart before I come to regret your presence." "No." Ji Ying's eyes were now suffused with crimson veins, tears of blood streaming from the corners of her eyes. Rending her coat, she stood clad only in a military vest, brandishing a long blade against her exquisite visage. With a fierce tug, blood cascaded from her face, the vivid crimson stark against her pale complexion. "I, Ji Ying, the legitimate daughter of the Ji royal lineage, here pledge my oath with blood. O God of slaughter in the heavens, I shall rend your wings asunder and sever your throat. Save my lord from this deadly abyss. Should my lord meet his demise here, I vow to become a vengeful spirit, haunting you through eternity, demanding your life, ensuring you know no rest." Ji Ying erupted into a frenzied scream, and in that instant, Chen Zhi noticed the protective dragon at the nape of her neck suddenly radiate with vibrant hues, rapidly expanding. In a heartbeat, the dragon transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping Ji Ying's face and shoulders, the magnificent visage now adorned with the shadow of the soaring dragon. "God of slaughter, come forth." Ji Ying's lips tore open, blood mingling with sweat, as a chilling aura began to surge rapidly around her. A strange shadow ascended from her back. "God of slaughter Bai Qi, today, I may be torn to shreds by you. I may be reduced to mere pulp, but I shall never retreat. The warriors of the West, Qi fear not death." After Ji Ying's words erupted, she let out a ferocious roar, leaping into the air with wild abandon. Her lips and the corners of her eyes split, blood spraying across the colorful dragon beneath her. In an instant, Chen Zhi seemed to witness the vibrant dragon soaring upward, circling around Ji Ying's form, while an ancient silhouette gradually materialized behind her. This figure also roared in fury, seemingly battling alongside Ji Ying, wielding a gray long blade, her visage stern, adorned with a simple crown of vines. This time, the blade she wielded was markedly different from before. Although Ji Ying possessed only human martial arts, the force and momentum of her swordsmanship were as unstoppable as a raging tide. The gray light of the blade resembled a tempest descending from the heavens. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi appeared to recognize the identity of the shadow behind Ji Ying. Across the land of Huaxia, the name of this individual is eternally whispered. A person who, 5,000 years ago, wrought extraordinary miracles, a legendary figure, the King of Wu, GFA of the Western Qi. Chapter 633. The Power of Humanity. Chen Zhi had once heard that Ji Ying's grayish-green blade was of significant origin, known as Tian Shi, an ancient artifact said to have slain deities, wielded by none other than King Wu GFA himself. For millennia, countless warriors have yearned for this divine weapon, yet it has always been passed down solely among leaders. Ultimately, it was the old chieftain who, in a private capacity, gifted this blade to Ji Ying. It could be stated that this blade is the only weapon remaining from King Wu GFA to this day. When Ji Ying raised this grayish-green blade above Bai Qi's head, the sensation was akin to a thunderclap. The power of that long blade descended like a thunderous bolt from the heavens, creating an unparalleled spectacle. Ji Ying's face, twisted by a surge of fervor and intense concentration, was splattered with blood from her lips and eyes. She thrust the blade downward, piercing directly into Bai Qi's left shoulder. In that instant, the scales on his shoulder shattered, revealing white skin, as Ji Ying's long blade plunged downward, aiming straight for his heart. Just as it was about to penetrate, Bai Qi suddenly extended his hand, his immense claw gently grasping the blade tightly. Ji Ying gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength to drive the long blade into Bai Qi's heart. However, his hand held it firmly in place, immovable as steel. "Is this how you wish to end my life?" Suddenly, Bai Qi's voice, once grating like metal scraping, transformed back to a clear tone, reminiscent of the innocent 17-year-old boy he once was, the youth who had shared laughter with Ji Ying. "I intend to kill you. You forced him to die? Only by killing you can he live." Ji Ying, blood splattered from her lips, screamed in madness, while her arms strained desperately to push the long blade deeper. "Do you realize?" His blood-red eyes gazed intently at Ji Ying, bewildered and unable to comprehend the madness before him. "If your blade moves forward just an inch, I will perish. You once risked your life to save me. Why would you then seek to kill me? Oh, humanity, why must you always be so fickle? I do not wish for your demise." Ji Ying shouted wildly. "But you must slay the clan leader. If you wish to kill him, you must first take my life." Ji Ying had lost her sanity, her desperation fueling her strength. A woman bereft of reason is a terrifying force, and her energy began to surge rapidly. Chen Zhi had never witnessed such madness in Ji Ying. Her latent abilities were unleashed to an extraordinary degree, surpassing anything imaginable, rendering even Ji Ying powerless against her. "So, if between him and me, one must perish, whom shall you choose?" Amidst Ji Ying's frenzied rage, Bai Qi remained calm, gripping the knife with a strange melancholy in his voice. His once brilliant crimson eyes dimmed as he spoke. "You would choose him, wouldn't you? If given the choice, you would prefer it to be me who meets death, correct? Yet, Ji Ying, the powers that the divine can bestow upon you, I too can offer. I can provide you with this world, allowing it to bow before your feet. Do you not desire this? Die? I want you to die?" In her frenzied state, Ji Ying had no inclination to respond to Bai Qi's inquiries. She merely swung her knife wildly, the force causing her veins to burst. Humanity is truly tenacious, Bai Qi thought silently as he observed Ji Ying, the blood-red hue in his eyes gradually fading. His voice bore an infinite sorrow. "You humans are so fragile, your lives so fleeting, turning to dust in the blink of an eye. Yet your convictions make you so brave, so unafraid. Loyalty, love, all worthy of reverence. Ji Ying, I believe in you." "Believe in what? Enough with your ramblings." In her chaotic state, Ji Ying seemed disinterested in further entanglement with Bai Qi. Suddenly, she discarded her long knife and executed a backflip, landing in an empty space. Drawing a short dagger with one hand and thrusting it toward Bai Qi's eye without hesitation, fueled by her madness. However, to her astonishment, Bai Qi remained motionless, simply standing there, allowing the dagger to plunge downwards. With a sickening sound, a spray of brilliant crimson erupted from Bai Qi's eye. His once fiery gaze was extinguished. Blood splattered across Ji Ying's face, jolting her back to reality. She was horrified by the unexpected outcome, immediately releasing the dagger and plummeting downwards. At that moment, her arm was suddenly seized, and she looked up to find it was Bai Qi who held her. His face was now pale, the dark scales fading away to reveal his handsome, youthful visage. He gazed down at Ji Ying, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, an expression of clarity long unseen. "Ji Ying, I believe in you. I believe what you said was true. If he dies, you too shall perish. Therefore, I must save you." Do you recall the tale I once shared with you, the one my father recounted to my mother, reminiscent of A Tale of Two Cities? This narrative embodies the tenacity of humankind. I have long grappled with the perplexity of why my mother was so often deceived by my father. Now, I have come to comprehend that the essence of the story revolves around a singular truth. I love you, willing to perish for the sake of the one I cherish. Chapter 634. Ashes to Oblivion. Upon concluding his words, Bai Qi released Ji Ying's hand. In the blink of an eye, he erupted into a frenzied roar, violently tearing at his hair, his cries echoing with anguish, his visage contorted into a grotesque mask of torment, as though a profound agony dwelled within him, unutterable. His entire being twisted violently, emitting bizarre sounds, remnants of an ancient tongue, incomprehensible to all. The pitch fluctuated as if something within him was desperately resisting. Ultimately, Bai Qi extended his arms backward, seizing his own dark wings, summoning every ounce of strength to unleash a primal scream. In an instant, the heavens trembled and thunder cracked. Bai Qi, in a horrific display, forcibly tore his own black wings from his back, blood gushing from the gaping wound, a sight too gruesome to behold. He plummeted to the ground like a fallen angel, his back drenched in crimson, resembling a figure steeped in blood. As black feathers swirled about, Bai Qi struggled to rise, his blood-red eyes radiating fury akin to lightning. He bared his chest, pointing to the square mark upon it, and bellowed at Chen Zhi before him. Come. I know your intentions. You have triumphed. Seize this moment. The voice in Chen Zhi's mind roared in tandem, frenzied and wild. Yet, he hesitated, gritting his teeth, a heavy weight pressing upon his heart. If I were to slay him now, what would that mean for me? What are you contemplating? The voice in Chen Zhi's mind thundered, fierce as a tempest. Are you truly human? What folly is this? Do not forget, you are a deity. Victory is paramount. Act swiftly. Now. Amidst the cacophony of that voice, Chen Zhi momentarily cast aside his self-reproach. His body surged forth like a tempest, swift as lightning, propelling him to stand before Bai Qi. Enveloped in a whirlwind, his hands moved with astonishing speed, deftly retrieving the divine seal from his satchel. He positioned the seal against Bai Qi's wounded chest, pressing it down with fervor. At the instant he made contact with Bai Qi's flesh, he felt the seal blaze with an intense heat, igniting a fierce fire within his own heart. Boom! The once dull and lifeless divine seal ignited into a brilliant crimson upon touching Bai Qi's body, rapidly heating to a searing temperature, surpassing any numerical measure of heat. In an instant, Chen Zhi was thrown back by the scorching wave, crashing heavily to the ground. As he regained his vantage, he beheld Bai Qi's bloodied form, seared into the earth by the divine seal, writhing in agony, a tableau of relentless suffering. Chen Zhi had envisioned the scene of becoming a deity countless times, imagining the sanctity and beauty of such an event. Yet, he never anticipated that the actual moment of apotheosis would be so barbaric and cruel. Bai Qi, with his wings torn away, still bore the remnants of wing bones, from which blood flowed incessantly. His body was seared by the scorching divine seal, rendering him in a state of agony worse than death. It was akin to being placed on a scorching grill, the temperature exceeding human comprehension. The pain was so horrific that merely witnessing it could drive one to madness. Bai Qi instantly succumbed to despair, his screams echoing with an unspeakable sorrow, reverberating through the air and tearing at the souls of all who heard him. Ji Ying finally awakened, only to succumb to madness once more, crawling backward in a frenzy, unable to confront the horrors she had just witnessed. The guilt that had yet to settle within her, combined with her panic in the face of reality, consumed her spirit entirely. She opened her mouth, devoid of strength to even cry out, her powerless gaze fixed upon the gruesome scene before her, rendered speechless. At that moment, the voice in Chen Zhi's mind echoed once again, urging him to act decisively. Now, seize this moment. Raise your whip. Strike him down. Obliterate his very essence. He must not be afforded another chance to survive. Absolutely not. Act now. Do not forget who you are. Under the influence of this voice, Chen Zhi found himself devoid of rationality and emotion, his lips moving as he rapidly chanted the incantation of divine slaying. He swiftly extended his left arm, causing the ring to leap from his palm. The silver ring seemed to be invigorated, swirling with tempestuous energy as it expanded rapidly, transforming into the god-summoning whip. In the moment of celestial upheaval, Chen Zhi leaped, gripping the whip with one hand, swinging it forcefully. The whip, akin to a raging dragon, thrashed wildly in the air. Chen Zhi lifted the whip high, and suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, as the winds and clouds shifted dramatically, as if ascending to the ninth sky. God of slaughter, Bai Qi, in the name of the divine Lord, I decree your execution. The final proclamation escaped Chen Zhi's lips, a spontaneous utterance even he could not comprehend. Yet, he understood that with those words, the whip struck down with a resounding crash, accompanied by rolling thunder, aimed directly at Bai Qi's forehead. But as the whip descended, Bai Qi raised his gaze. His eyes turned toward Ji Ying, and he gently parted his lips. The last sound emitted by Bai Qi was pure, reminiscent of a droplet of spring water in a silent valley, clear and pristine, resonating deeply within Ji Ying's heart. Do not forget me. Upon uttering these words, Bai Qi suddenly brandished a dagger, the very one Ji Ying had gifted him during their exchange of fish-scale teeth. The beads on the dagger gleamed a vivid crimson amidst the swirling chaos, mirroring the blood that now adorned Bai Qi's form. Just before Chen Zhi's divine whip struck, Ji Ying clearly witnessed Bai Qi slice open his throat with that dagger, taking his own life. Then, Chen Zhi's divine whip descended. With a resounding crack, the heavens and the earth were cleaved in twain. This once invincible harbinger of death finally dissipated into nothingness at this moment. Chapter 635. Another battlefield. After Bai Qi vanished into thin air, a profound tranquility seemed to envelop the surroundings. His form was utterly shattered by the divine whip, reduced to mere ashes and flesh fragments strewn across the ground, under the intense heat of the divine seal. Even blood was absent from the remnants. The dagger, adorned with a crimson bead, lay quietly abandoned, the vibrant red bead glistening as if infused with Bai Qi's lifeblood. Everything around was eerily still, with only the mist slowly dissipating. All else was frozen in time. Chen Zhi remained steadfast, gripping the divine whip tightly. His gaze transfixed on the scorched earth littered with dark feathers that still shimmered faintly. Overwhelmed by the scene, he seemed momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind once more. This is you, the true you. Just now, you seized the whip by your own will. In that instant, you held no doubts. You believed yourself to be the master of the divine whip. Only with a heart unburdened can one wield the world. This is the profound truth spoken by that spirit. From this day forth, no one shall doubt your strength. Not even you. You are the sovereign of the divine realm. Wailing, Ji Ying finally snapped back to reality. She gazed at the remnants scattered across the ground, the scenes of the recent past replaying in her mind. Piece by piece. At that moment, she broke down. Ji Ying wept uncontrollably, frantically clawing at her face and hair, her cries hauntingly sorrowful, as if her very heart had been torn asunder. Chen Zhi did not attempt to console her, for he understood that she must grieve. For the brave and fearless, the greatest torment often stems from internal condemnation. Perhaps she would never escape this shadow, the guilt gnawing at her heart like a relentless blade. They subsequently departed from that place. Before leaving, Chen Zhi crafted a multi-layered rectangular barrier, sealing the location. The barrier tapered at the top, resembling the tomb of an ancient lord, intricately woven with layers upon layers, 3 rings inside and out, impenetrable to any vermin. Chen Zhi felt it was only fitting to provide a dignified resting place for Ji Lai and Bai Qi, a sight that could barely honor the fallen warrior. In the ensuing time, they retraced their steps swiftly. Throughout the journey, Ji Ying's emotions remained tumultuous. Earlier, she had wept like a fragile, helpless woman. However, as time passed, her tears ceased. Instead, she became taciturn and cold, enveloped in a silence as frigid as ice. Chen Zhi sensed a furious energy beginning to emanate from within her, cloaked in a chilling gray hue, reminiscent of the gray long knife she wielded, sharp and merciless. He understood that Ji Ying's inner sorrow and indignation had crystallized at this moment. Mere words could not soothe her. She required an outlet, a means to unleash her pent-up rage, to fully reveal her grief and self-reproach. They continued to tread forward in silence, and upon reaching the exit, Chen Zhi felt as though his body had disintegrated into cotton. The relentless strain he had endured had left his human form utterly shattered. He could sense his muscles and bones trembling violently, with soft tissues already damaged, yet he paid it no mind. The events that had transpired had completely overwhelmed his emotions. And like Ji Ying, his heart brimmed with fury. What precisely fueled this hatred? Chen Zhi could not ascertain. But he realized that his sole means of expressing this animosity lay in battle and slaughter. As Chen Zhi and Ji Ying staggered out from the entrance, they were greeted by a landscape ablaze, engulfed in fiery crimson. The scene before them was a fiery panorama that transcended human imagination, just as Chen Zhi had anticipated. Outside the divine tomb lay another battlefield, one far grander and more tumultuous, a battleground that belonged solely in the realm of myth. The sky was filled with unbounded flames, a torrid inferno consuming all visibility, devoid of any azure hue. Fiery crows descended from the sky, ablaze, relentlessly striking the warriors below, searing their flesh. On the ground unfolded a vast tableau of combat, where a cohort of blood symbol warriors engaged in a desperate struggle against the dark faction's black warriors. As Ji Ying had foretold, the dark faction had dispatched a considerable force, manifesting numerous black warriors, seemingly emerging from the earth, their bodies cloaked in dust. Unlike the organization's warriors, the countenances of these black warriors were cold and lifeless, resembling zombies, numb beneath the searing flames. Yet, their prowess was far superior to that of the previous adversaries. Several among them exhibited remarkable skill, dominating the battlefield. Chen Zhi recognized in them the mastery of Qi that only the red belt warriors possessed, indicating they were formidable opponents, on par with the red warriors. The blood symbol warriors, however, showed no signs of yielding. In fact, Chen Zhi sensed they had not yet expended their full strength, retaining some reserve. It seemed, indeed, as the legend suggested, that each blood symbol warrior directly under the leader's command possessed the capabilities of a red belt warrior. The fiery crows shrieked sharply, diving down upon the blood symbol warriors, who found themselves besieged from all sides, their bodies bearing the marks of combat. Many were severely burned. Yet, none displayed any inclination to retreat, continuing their fierce clashes with the black warriors amidst the flashing blades. Yet, despite being disheveled and battered, Bao Ping, seated among them, remained entirely unscathed. He perched atop a colossal rock, one hand resting on his thigh while the other held a cigarette. His demeanor remarkably composed as he gazed into the sky, seemingly indifferent to the tumult of battle unfolding beneath him. His eyes fixated on the heart of the raging flames. Unflinching in the face of the fiery strands cascading from above, his expression inscrutable and even slightly provocative. Chapter 636, Another Battlefield, Part 2, Upon the emergence of Chen Zhi. The blood symbol warriors experienced a sudden shift in emotions. A peculiar tranquility enveloped them, as if the shackles binding them had been cast away, leaving no concerns behind. Ji Ying, wielding her gray longsword, executed a swift maneuver to join the fray, positioning herself amidst the blood symbol warriors. A deep gash on her face continued to bleed profusely, the crimson liquid gleaming even brighter than the flames surrounding them. At that moment, all the blood symbol warriors simultaneously engaged in a unified action, tearing off their masks to reveal their true faces. It was then that the onlookers finally beheld the genuine visages of the blood symbol warriors. Among them were both the young and the old, each bearing a significant mark emblazoned upon their faces, a grand character, loyalty, radiating with an ethereal light, evidently infused with ancient sorcery. Chen Zhi had previously heard tales of the blood symbol camp, legends recounting that in the ancient times of the Western Qi, warriors governed the land. The warriors of this organization were the pride of Western Qi. However, glory could only manifest in the light, which is always beautiful, while some unclean elements must remain untouched. Thus, in the shadows, another formidable faction emerged, fiercely independent, shunning both glory and light, obeying no one save for their singular master, the king of Western Qi. These warriors were selected from a young age, mastering the most advanced martial techniques. Many surpassed the capabilities of the red belt grand warriors, serving as the blades beside their leader, the ultimate trump card. This formidable faction was known as the Blood Symbol Camp in the annals of Western Qi's millennia-long legends. The original founder of the Blood Symbol Camp was an ancestor of the Ji clan. Later, Jiang Zia took command of the Blood Symbol Camp, and in his quest to enhance its power for the protection of GFA, he infused an ancient spell into the camp. This spell has been passed down through generations, said to have seeped into the very blood of the blood symbol warriors, transforming into their blood oath. They swore unwavering loyalty to the leader of Western Qi, and should they betray this vow, they would bleed dry and perish in flames. This blood oath rendered them powerful, cold, and peculiar, ultimately becoming their curse. Once the blood sigil warriors tore off their masks, they suddenly transformed into embodiments of rage, their aura erupting with boundless ferocity, exuding a murderous intent akin to a horde of demons unleashed from the depths of hell. They charged mercilessly toward the Black Warriors, their brutal strikes swiftly altering the tide of battle. The martial artists, filled with fervor, found their spirits ignited in this charged atmosphere, despite their injuries. The newly emerged blue-sashed warriors eagerly joined the fray. Gui Dao and Asu also plunged into the melee, with Gui Dao consumed by a frenzied emotion, releasing the pent-up sorrow and indignation that had weighed heavily upon him. He poured all his boiling blood, every shred of humiliation and resentment, into his blade, striking down the Black Warriors and staining himself with their blood, revealing the most ruthless facet of his nature. At this moment, Ji Ying had fully integrated herself into the ranks of the Blood Sigil camp. Though her face bore no markings, the chilling aura of death radiating from her was almost palpable. With an unstoppable force, her long blade pierced through the hearts of one Black Warrior after another, severing their heads and casting the bodies aside as she roared in a frenzy amid the blood and brain matter. The Black Warriors, struck by fear, dared not approach her, encircling her instead and retreating frequently, their demeanor akin to that of souls standing before the King of Hell. The outcome of the battle was becoming increasingly evident. Even the Black Warriors, with their lifeless expressions, began to tremble before the onslaught of the frenzied Shiqi warriors. Soon, they ceased their fighting and directed their gaze downward, as if awaiting something from beneath the earth. Meanwhile, the sky began to shift ominously, and amidst the searing flames, a peculiar scent arose, mysterious and steeped in ancientness, accompanied by the faint sound of incantations. The ground beneath them began to tremble, and multicolored smoke swirled in the air, obscuring vision. Strange shadows emerged from the earth, and as they revealed their full forms, all the warriors instinctively took a step back. These shadows varied in size and shape. Some bore wings and tails, while others crawled like lizards or serpents, yet all possessed faces strikingly reminiscent of humans, adorned with expressions of pride and disdain, exuding the majesty of a superior species. Chen Zhi observed clearly that a radiant aura emanated from behind them, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, imbued with a divine luster unique to demigods. There were approximately 30 of these beings, each robust and shimmering with ethereal light. Some donned ancient armor and exotic crowns, evidencing their long lives as elders or former lords of realms. They regarded the surrounding warriors with indifference, their collective gaze instead fixed intently upon Chen Zhi. He noted the varied colors of their eyes, each pair exquisite in its own right, some akin to the stars in the heavens, others resembling the shimmering glass of the sea, dazzling and captivating, instantly transporting the battlefield, shrouded in dust, into a realm of fantasy. At that moment, the sky was ablaze, flames surging tumultuously, and at the heart of the inferno, a colossal figure emerged. This immense entity, engulfed in fire, overshadowed the heavens, akin to a celestial deity descending upon the earth. Its gargantuan form laughed maniacally amidst the flames, proclaiming, "Ah, the progeny of the Jiang clan. Do you still remember this divine majesty?" Gradually, the fiery silhouette unveiled its true visage. Flames danced upon its head, its entire body of vivid crimson, revealing the fire goddess Sun who had once clashed with Chen Zhi at the branch sect. This time, he rode an extraordinary beast, soaring through the skies. Yet, this creature was not alive, resembling the celestial canine seen within the divine tomb. Its rear emitted a phosphorescent glow, its body ablaze, skin rigid and purplish, long fangs glinting ominously, and a pair of dark green wings adorning its form, its visage grotesque and terrifying. This was a long-dead divine beast, one that had presumably perished ages ago. "Look at your pitiful state," the fiery man in the sky bellowed with a voice both hoarse and peculiar, reverberating like thunder, shaking the very eardrums of all present. "You, the illegitimate wretch, possess not even a fraction of Jiang Shang's bloodline. Yet you dare to claim the mantle of his legacy and aspire to dominate the divine realm. Do you comprehend your own insignificance? In ancient times, you were but a blood sacrificial servant. You are akin to the newly appointed leader of the West Qi, lowly and contemptible. Since you wish for these heroes to shed blood for you, since your ancestors conspired and deceived this world. Allow this divine majesty to reveal how Jiang Zia fabricated this grand deception. Chapter 637. The wrongs beneath the whip. The fireman's voice echoed ominously, a cacophony that struck the ears of all warriors. Though you are of human descent, you hail from the lineage of illustrious generals of Huaxia. You are the dragons and phoenixes among men, the very creations of heaven and earth, and even we, the divine offspring, hold you in esteem. Your swords and blades ought to safeguard the true sovereign, not serve the filthy deceiver. Have you ever pondered why our Fengdu Ghost City stands in opposition to the West Qi? Have you considered whether the royal family of West Qi has been deceiving you for millennia? For 5,000 years, the truth has remained obscured from you. Allow me, on behalf of my master, to unveil the reality. You must realize that the human seal you have devoted your lives to protect is, in fact, a grand illusion. 5,000 years ago, that despicable son of Jiang Zia colluded with the West Qi's King Gfa, defying the heavenly mandate, betraying the sovereign, and establishing a vile pact that transgressed the natural order. Jiang Zia, in a bid to alter fate, pilfered the dragon bone heavenly seal and, employing the ancient king's techniques, sealed the deities, coercing them to serve his will. Do you comprehend how many of our ancient gods perished due to his greed, rivers of blood staining the earth, the heavens trembling, all for his selfish desires, committing this heinous crime? Subsequently, fearing divine retribution and universal descent, Jiang Shang enshrined a multitude of illegitimate divine offspring as new deities, oblivious to the fact that this was an act against the heavenly will. Gods are born as gods. How can the illegitimate assume their place? Jiang Shang once again conjured that hypocritical barrier, deceitfully claiming that its breach would plunge the world into dire straits, spouting nonsensical rhetoric. His actions are merely a ruse to divide this realm with the Zhou clan of Shiqi. Warriors, do you not realize that the human barrier for which you have fought and sacrificed through generations remains intact, even if shattered? The cosmos and all its wonders shall persist unchanged. Nothing will befall this world. You have all been duped by Jiang Shang, that vile progeny. Come to my Fengdu, where my lord, the new king of the underworld, shall treat you with utmost honor. The voice of the fireman resonated powerfully, akin to thunder reverberating through the heavens. Echoing through the valley, all eyes turned towards him, yet the Shiqi warriors remained unmoved, gazing at him as one would at something devoid of significance, offering no response to his proclamations. The fireman glowered down for an extended moment, irked by the warriors' indifference. Flames engulfed him, and he pointed vehemently at the demigods below. Roaring in fury, you fools of humanity are but mere pawns, unworthy of strategy. Divine offspring, heed my command. At his command, the multicolored-eyed demigods gathered. A colossal aura rising from behind him, soaring into the heavens, illuminating the sky with shimmering brilliance. The fireman then directed a massive hand towards Baoping. Seated upon the rocks below, continuing his fervent tirade, esteemed demigods, this man is the current sovereign of the Shiqi throne. My lord, the new god of the underworld, has issued a stern decree to eliminate him. The valiant Shiqi warriors may wield their sorcery at will to slay this traitorous king. But leave that vile Jiang Scion to me. I shall eviscerate him. Who are you? Baoping, who had been quietly seated on the rocks, abruptly interrupted the fireman, raising an eyebrow and casting a calm gaze upwards, inquiring, You seem quite loquacious. Yet who are you? The fireman in the air was momentarily taken aback, the flames around him flickering uncertainly. He could hardly fathom that this mere mortal below could remain so composed, so unfazed amidst the celestial flames, daring to pose such a question. Soon after, his flames blazed with renewed intensity, his anger casting a crimson hue across the sky. How dare you, a mere human, momentarily bestowed with power, grows so audacious? Do you wish to know my name? I am the scion of the fire god Zhu Rong, the true descendant of Luo Xian. Oh, Baoping again interrupted, this time shifting his gaze toward Chen Zhi. Chief Chen, that ruckus above has persisted for far too long. It vexes me. Please, eliminate him. At Baoping's words, the air became thick with tension, an instant chill permeating the fiery atmosphere. His declaration was akin to a shattering iceberg, extinguishing the flames of fervor within every heart present. A profound silence enveloped the scene, the previously boisterous demigods now rendered subdued. Their auras dimmed as they regarded Baoping with newfound wariness. As ancient descendants of the gods, they were familiar with the West Qi, yet they never anticipated that a mere human leader could wield such an imposing presence. To nonchalantly utter the intent to slay the celestial fire god's offspring, was that truly feasible? Perhaps, for even the legendary fire god, Luo Xian, met his demise beneath the divine whip. If this Chen Zhi, the illegitimate son, were indeed the heir of the Jiang clan, then there was a genuine possibility. Under the summons of Bao Ping, Chen Zhi approached with measured steps, his visage betraying no emotion, neither anger nor confusion, nor any hint of apprehension. Yet within him, a tempest of fury surged like molten lava, thrumming through his veins. He advanced towards the heart of the earth, and the warriors instinctively parted to grant him passage. As he passed, they clutched their chests and knelt on one knee. The demigods, too, gracefully dispersed, deliberately avoiding Chen Zhi. The intuition of the divine descendants was exceptionally keen. They sensed the imminent danger and recognized Chen Zhi's overwhelming power, a confidence that surpassed that of an ordinary demigod. Having traversed past all, Chen Zhi arrived at the very center of the battlefield. He lifted his gaze to the sky, where flames cascaded downwards, the fire crows still shrieking and charging forth, ablaze with fire. Yet, they dared not approach Chen Zhi, instead erupting and combusting around him. "What is it that you truly resent?" Chen Zhi inquired, gazing up at the colossal visage of the fire man in the heavens. "You've spoken so much, as if you possess all the answers. But have you ever witnessed that war? Did you see it with your own eyes? If not, what relevance does this hold for you? Cease your grandiloquent excuses and tell me, what is it that you truly resent?" In response to Chen Zhi's succinct words, the fireman was momentarily rendered speechless, his fervor diminished. His burning eyes flickered towards Chen Zhi's palm. "What audacity! The spawn of the Jiang clan. Even if you have fortuitously acquired the divine whip, what of it? Can you even wield it? That whip does not belong to you. Ever since Jiang Shang's death, no one has been able to grasp the divine whip." Your resentment, Chen Zhi, uninterested in further hollow rhetoric, interrupted the fireman, his gaze fixed on the sky. "Speak your mind. Do not claim that I left you with nothing in the end." Suddenly, the fireman erupted in rage, a visceral anger that stemmed from deep within, tinged with a palpable fear, an instinctive dread of Chen Zhi's prowess. "Do you know the countless sins Jiang Shang has wrought?" he bellowed, his fury igniting the clouds above into a scarlet hue. "I, Luo Xian, am of noble lineage, a descendant of the ancient deity Zhu Rong, far superior to Jiang Shang. How dare this mere offspring of a god proclaim him a new deity, only to execute him and leave me with nowhere to turn? Wretched spawn, your Jiang clan shows no respect for hierarchy. I shall extract your very entrails to avenge my divine father. Is it dissatisfaction with your titles that drives you? Very well, then you shall meet your demise." Chen Zhi's voice was calm, yet after speaking, he clenched his fist and brought it to his lips, silently reciting the incantation of divine slaughter. Instantly, the demigods around him surged away, hastily retreating to observe the unfolding battle from a distance. As Chen Zhi's ring erupted with ethereal brilliance, it transformed swiftly in midair, and within moments, the divine whip, akin to a silver dragon, spiraled above, showcasing its overwhelming power. After completing a graceful spiral, it obediently descended into Chen Zhi's palm. "You dare, wretched child." Upon witnessing Chen Zhi wielding the divine whip, the fireman realized the gravity of the situation and attempted to escape, conjuring storms in the heavens. But then, with a resounding crack, Chen Zhi's whip unleashed a blinding radiance, striking the fireman with the ferocity of thunder. Without a sound, he was reduced to mere ashes, and the shrieking fire crows scattered in disarray, fleeing from the divine whip's wrath. A minute later, as the dust settled, the once mighty fireman had vanished in an instant, leaving only remnants in the air. This swift victory rendered all silent. The demigods stood in awe. The reality before them had spoken volumes. In the realm of deities, strength reigned supreme, making any words superfluous. Chen Zhi's identity was now unmistakably clear. Still gripping the divine whip, it danced through the air with a life of its own. Imbued with vibrant divine blood, resembling a fierce white dragon as it provocatively challenged the demigods below, brazenly displaying its might. The demigods, clearly terrified of the divine whip, recoiled and sought refuge underground, attempting to escape. However, at that moment, they discovered an undeniable truth. The very ground beneath them had solidified into iron, rendering any escape impossible. Master, I have arrived late. Please forgive me. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the earth as Wu Jia broke through the surface. His appearance was unusual, adorned in a resplendent ceremonial gown, covered in rune-etched vials, with golden inscriptions painted across his face and a crimson gold helmet atop his head. In obedience to my master's command, I have inscribed the 3 layers of rock beneath us with hard gold incantations, using gilded letters and anointing with divine blood. This ground is now as unyielding as steel. None of these rebellious beings can escape. Wu Jia's voice then transformed into a sharp cackle, revealing his sharp fangs. The primal bloodline within him surged forth, igniting a feral intensity in his eyes. He prostrated on the ground, his fingers extending like claws, awaiting Chen Zhi's command to charge at the nearest demigod. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated from the heavens, accompanied by a brilliant flash of lightning. A dark bird descended from the skies, its massive wings swirling through the air, emitting a shrill and piercing cry brimming with a lethal intent, poised to engage the demigods below in a fierce battle. Some of these demigods, primitive and savage in nature, could no longer contain their violent impulses in response to the provocation. A few towering, lizard-like ancient demigods emitted a bizarre scream and lunged towards Chen Zhi like serpents in pursuit of their prey. In that fleeting moment, as the thought crossed their minds, the divine whip, akin to a writhing dragon, descended with astonishing speed, and with a resounding crack, they were reduced to mere fragments upon the ground. Confronted with such stark reality, the remaining demigods hesitated, their movements stilled. At that moment, Wu Jia stood erect, his hoarse voice bellowing with fervor, "Hearken, descendants of the divine. I am the chosen of the esteemed Jiangshang. I stand with the heavens. I shine alongside the sun. All divine beings shall heed my command, and those who defy shall face annihilation. Kneel and seek my master's forgiveness, for time is of the essence." Wu Jia's voice, infused with heartfelt pride, resonated loudly amidst the fiery skies. The demigods, now motionless, fixed their gazes upon Chen Zhi, their expressions evidently shifting. The essence of divinity is to revere strength. After a brief moment of contemplation, some demigods unexpectedly knelt, placing their hands over their left chests, proclaiming, "We are but humble servants. We have erred in our blindness. Should our leader grant us forgiveness, we shall serve faithfully henceforth." Yet, a few remained standing, their eyes shifting in color, casting doubtful glances at Chen Zhi, scrutinizing his human form and the divine whip he wielded. "I offer you an opportunity. There is no need for haste." Chen Zhi beckoned, retracting the divine whip into his grasp, transforming it into a square-shaped divine seal that rested in his hand. "Some of you may have sworn fealty to the Jiang clan since time immemorial, yet the ages have dulled your memories. Let bygones be bygones. However, we, as descendants of the divine, hold promises in high regard. True oaths are not mere words. Do you understand what this signifies?" Upon finishing, Chen Zhi unveiled the divine seal, showcasing it to the assembly of demigods. The seal bore a shimmering, flowing silver liquid metal at one end, capable of morphing into various forms at any moment. Upon beholding this seal, all the demigods gasped and recoiled in fear. "This is the true blood covenant," Chen Zhi continued. "To pledge allegiance to the Jiang clan is to enter into a sacred bond of blood, entwined with my very essence. My death shall be yours. My pain shall be yours. This is the lineage of divine beings I truly seek to gather under my banner. I have heard too many insincere vows among humans. There is no need for further declarations. Reflect on this matter. I shall not compel you. If you truly wish to return, I shall greet you with open arms." However, as Chen Zhi spoke, his gaze, sharp as lightning, turned towards the divine offspring, while he rhythmically struck the silver divine seal in his hand. "Yet, after your departure, you shall never return to Fengdu, nor continue to serve Yamo, nor be commanded by the dark factions. I implore you to swear by your divine blood. If you can adhere to this, then depart. Those who refuse, I shall slay him right here." Chen Zhi uttered these words without exerting much force. Yet the air around them grew as frigid as the depths of winter, causing the divine offspring to visibly retreat. After a moment of silence, they all knelt, solemnly tracing their fingers across their chests, and at once a tempest arose, clouds swirling. As the oaths of the divine offspring rumbled like thunder, "We pledge with the blood of our divine lineage. From henceforth we shall never return to the ghost city of Fengdu, nor have any ties with the new underworld deity, should we break this vow. May we be forsaken by gods and men, and condemned to lose our divine status for eternity. Excellent. The divine offspring reaffirmed their oath, and heaven and earth bear witness. Go. Chen Zhi, fatigued, waved his hand, signaling Wu Jia to escort the demigods away. Wu Jia then removed his golden helmet, pouring golden liquid in a circle, before leaping into the earth, causing the ground to become loose and yielding, as the demigods jumped in one after another, all departing. The atmosphere relaxed, as if all matters had come to a close, just as Chen Zhi gazed skyward, contemplating the use of the land exchange technique to return some warriors to the Wang city of Shiqi. The Xian bird, which had been soaring above, suddenly shrieked, its voice piercing and evidently alarmed. Master, there is another one in the sky. Be careful. After the Xian bird spoke, it darted towards the remaining flames. Akin to a moth drawn to a flame, its pristine wings igniting in an instant, yet its claws clutched tenaciously onto something, engaging it in a fierce aerial struggle. During this interval, Chen Zhi finally discerned what that object was. It was the steed ridden by the fireman, now transformed into a zombie beast. Upon seeing this beast, Chen Zhi abruptly realized its true nature and recalled the legend of the fire god Luoxian, who had set fire to Shiqi. The father of that fiery man was none other than the legendary fire god Luoxian, whom Jiang Zia had personally enshrined. According to the legend of the investiture of the gods, he was a deity compelled to undergo the sacred rites on the altar, later slain by Jiang Zia. In lore, Luoxian was originally an immortal of flames, cultivating on Fire Dragon Island, claiming to be the son of the ancient fire god Zhu Rong. He later accepted an invitation from Shun Gongbao to assist the Yin army in their endeavors. Luoxian possessed great divine powers, with the ability of heavenly evasion through fire. And his steed, the Crimson Smoke Steed, could soar through the skies, unleashing countless flames, having once defeated the renowned General Huang Tianhua. During the Great Battle, the divine generals of the Shang army were besieging the Wang city of the Western Qi, yet they found themselves at an impasse, overwhelmed by frustration. However, Luoxian, within the tent, reassured everyone, proclaiming, "Do not panic, for tonight I shall cleanly dispatch the Western Qi, sparing my peace of mind. For this task, one man suffices." The other generals were incredulous, but Luoxian promptly established a military decree, vowing to conquer the Western Qi. Subsequently, he utilized the technique of fire escape, soaring into the sky atop the Zhangqi Yinju steed, launching thousands of fiery arrows into Wang City. Dark smoke billowed, and crimson flames surged forth, igniting the city in all directions as the cries of the populace reverberated through the heavens. Upon learning of the widespread inferno, King Wu of Zhou rushed to the heavenly platform, lamenting, "GFA has acted unjustly, incurring the wrath of the heavens, bringing this calamity upon the people. I beseech the heavens to annihilate GFA entirely, sparing the masses from this disaster." After uttering these words, he prostrated himself, weeping uncontrollably. As the flames intensified, Luoxian, still astride the Zhangqi Yinju, opened a vessel of fire, unleashing countless fiery crows into the city, each spewing flames and enveloped in smoke. This fire was of celestial origin, impervious to earthly waters. The entirety of the Western Qi was soon in ruins, with the cries of despair echoing through the air. Just as the city faced imminent destruction, a princess from the Dragon Sea descended from the heavens. This esteemed princess, the daughter of the supreme deity of the heavens and the golden mother of the Yaoqi, had been banished to the mortal realm due to her yearning for earthly love. Witnessing the inferno engulfing the Western Qi, she arrived to lend her assistance. From a distance, she beheld millions of fiery crows amidst the flames. With a deft incantation, she produced a Four Seas bottle, pouring its contents toward the crows. In an instant, a torrential deluge cascaded down, resembling pearls plummeting from the horizon, as waves surged like the Milky Way descending, all pouring into the city. The fire dragons were engulfed by the sea, extinguished entirely, thus saving Wang City. At that moment, Chen Zhi experienced an ominous premonition. This legendary tale might soon be reenacted within the Wuhou Valley. The beast, now transformed into a zombie, was none other than the Zhangqi Yinju, which had once been under Luoxian's command. The battle in the heavens had reached a fever pitch, with the Xian bird viciously attacking the Zhangqi Yinju. Yet, its feathers were too heavy, and the flames enveloping its body ignited the Xian bird's plumage. Instantly weakened, the Xian bird succumbed to the blaze. While the Zhangqi Yanjiu seized the opportunity to roll and ascend into the sky, subsequently opening its gaping maw to unleash a fiery red vessel. This vessel erupted in midair, releasing countless fiery crows and fire dragons, entirely different from the previous ones. These were massive, akin to giant birds, their eyes pierced. As they emerged from the fiery vessel, they were in a frenzied state. Such is the nature of avian creatures. When subjected to extreme harm and deprived of sight, they lose their senses. Devoid of reason and fear, left only with madness and aggression, ready to rend apart anything in their path, much like a fighting cock driven to fury. At this moment, Chen Zhi finally discerned the intentions of the fireman consumed by hatred. He had arrived with malevolent intent, even in death. The embers of his wrath lay hidden within the belly of the crimson smoke steed, seeking to drag others into his grave. Chapter 640. The Blaze of Wuhou Valley, Part 2. The fire crows, wild and uncontrollable, spread chaos, threatening to unleash flames upon every corner of the valley. The landscape was lush with vegetation, yet this was no ordinary fire. Once ignited, it would swiftly engulf the entire mountain, leading to the imminent destruction of Wuhou Valley. Those without the means to protect themselves, along with the youths within Wuhou Valley, faced certain doom. Transform Qi into a bow, Chen Zhi softly intoned. Watching as the silver seal in his hand began to spin rapidly, it morphed into a longbow shimmering with silver light. With deft precision, he nocked an arrow and aimed at the celestial beast soaring above, releasing it with a swift motion. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound, the arrow struck true, hitting the crimson smoke steed squarely. Bang! The once mighty beast, now reduced to a mere husk, shattered into a cloud of dark red dust that filled the air. Yet, the fire crows, their eyes pierced, continued to screech madly, scattering in all directions. Chen Zhi unleashed a sharp gust of qi, bringing down nearly 100 of these fiery avians. However, the number that escaped exceeded tens of thousands, and soon they settled upon the vegetation, igniting the entire Wuhou Valley in an instant. This valley was doomed. At this juncture, the awakened elder warrior of summer urgently called out to Chen Zhi, "Chief, please return the leader swiftly. Do not concern yourselves with us. We will find our own way out." Yet, Chen Zhi, undeterred by the flaming chaos above, shook his head gently. "Can you truly find a way out? What of the warriors who have lost their will? They have just escaped from the divine tomb. Shall we abandon them to perish in this inferno?" As he surveyed the crackling flames raining down, the entire valley ablaze with a raging fire and oppressive heat, his heart was a tangled mess. Such is the nature of fire. Once it ignites, it spreads uncontrollably across the landscape. The sheer ferocity of such a blaze cannot be quelled by the strength of one or even 100 individuals. Moreover, this fire possessed a unique quality. Ordinary water would be ineffectual in extinguishing it. The survivors just liberated from the divine tomb, along with the youths in Wuhou Valley, appeared unlikely to escape this calamity. Just as Chen Zhi turned, intending to use the land-shifting technique to rescue as many people as possible, a gentle breeze suddenly swept through the air. In the midst of the conflagration and the sweltering valley, this breeze felt like a refreshing breath, instilling hope in everyone present. From the center of the raging flames emerged a faint blue silhouette, draped in long black hair and clad in a sea-green robe, as if conjured from the ocean itself, cool and refreshing, reminiscent of a sea nymph. Upon their arrival amidst the flames, the fire recoiled as if confronted by a formidable adversary. As this individual flicked his fingers delicately in the air, a torrential downpour suddenly descended from the heavens. The rain was chilling to the bone, resembling a cascade of icy beads or the Milky Way pouring forth, far beyond the realm of ordinary rainfall. It extinguished the raging inferno that consumed the mountains. Once the flames were doused by the frigid downpour, wisps of smoke began to rise within the valley, the refreshing humidity filling the air, rendering the entire landscape surreal and dreamlike. Even the areas once tainted by sorcery were cleansed. The sky transformed back into a brilliant azure, with clouds drifting leisurely, pure and translucent. Amidst this celestial spectacle, the figure in the sky gradually revealed his visage. He was a man of striking features, with silken black hair cascading to the ground like a waterfall of stars. His skin shimmered with a unique luster, characteristic of divine lineage. yet more pristine than that of demigods. His eyes, a gentle shade of blue, radiated kindness, reminiscent of the tranquil sea. Upon witnessing this ethereal being hovering above, Chen Zhi could not help but recall another legendary figure, one of noble birth, the daughter of the heavenly emperor, the Dragon Sea Princess, who had been cast down to the mortal realm due to her longing for earthly love. Yet, myths and tales often diverge significantly from reality. The figure before him was unmistakably male. Who could he be? Bao Ping's expression turned grave, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the figure above. Was he friend or foe? It is unlikely he is an enemy, Chen Zhi replied softly. He is undoubtedly a scion of the divine, and of considerable nobility. His power is immense. I cannot currently gauge his strength, as there are many concealed aspects to his aura, akin to an unfathomable ocean. However, he has just saved us, which suggests he does not wish to be our adversary. Upon noticing the figure in the sky, Xian Yao immediately took flight, her feathers mostly charred, struggling in flight. Yet, she bravely circled above, cautious not to approach the man in blue too recklessly. Chen Zhi snapped his fingers, signaling Xian Yao to retreat. He then raised his gaze to the man, whose attire fluttered like that of a celestial being, and called out, "Pray tell, who might you be? If it is convenient, could we converse?" The figure clearly heard Chen Zhi's inquiry. He floated in the air, partially transparent, before gradually descending to the ground. As his feet touched the earth, a wave of bone-chilling air emanated from the ground, enveloping everyone as if they were submerged in the ocean, the last remnants of warmth evaporating. Esteemed deity, we are immensely grateful for your timely rescue. Bao Ping promptly leapt from the rocks, approaching the man in blue with utmost seriousness. If you would not disdain my humble self, might I inquire your name? I am deeply thankful for your assistance. From this day forth, you shall be a friend to our Shi Qi and my benefactor, Bao Ping. Please grant me the opportunity to repay your kindness. Bao Ping's tone was profoundly humble, a stark contrast to the defiant leader he had just been, rendering his request impossible to refuse. The man clad in a pale blue garment, upon hearing Bao Ping's words, gently bowed. Subsequently, Chen Zhi and the others were graced with the most exquisite sound, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain spring, a celestial melody beyond description. The ruler of Shichi is indeed gracious. I am but a leisurely person, merely a castaway from the bamboo grove, a descendant of the divine. I possess some water manipulation skills, yet I hold no grand abilities. There is no need for you to dwell on it. Might I inquire your name? Chen Zhi immediately interjected, his gaze fixed intently upon the man's eyes. From the moment this individual's feet touched the ground, Chen Zhi sensed a profound aura emanating from him, one that carried an entirely distinct essence, an essence so remarkable it made Chen Zhi's heart race. Moreover, this man possessed unusual pupils. He indeed. Bao Ping promptly responded with a smile, speaking with utmost politeness. If revealing your esteemed name is inconvenient, perhaps you might share your noble lineage instead? With the ability to command torrential waters, your bloodline must be of unparalleled significance. Might I inquire which ancient deity you descend from? Ah, the man in blue mused momentarily, then smiled faintly. I am humbled. I have long forgotten the name bestowed upon me by my father. Since it has slipped my memory, let it remain forgotten. As an outcast, I shall refrain from discussing bloodlines. However, having dwelt in seclusion among the bamboo, an old acquaintance once referred to me as Yulin. I thought, why not embrace this name?